Your Highness, Princess Mingyu has just left the underground palace and is now heading towards the West Gate. We can meet up at the West Gate and then use the barbarian falcon to leave the royal family. Ed looked at Tang Mo. Your Highness, it's too dangerous here. We will escort you to leave first. Okay, good. Tang Mo was concerned for Princess Mingyu and immediately turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he noticed that only two people were following him, and he turned back. What about you? Aren't you coming with us? Your Highness, we have more important matters to attend to. We'll be back soon, so don't worry. What matters? Ed's face turned serious and nodded to explain. We have learned that Salvador is heading to the underground palace area. Tang Mo faintly realized something, his pupils shrinking, and asked, What do you mean? Your Highness, forgive my bluntness, but this is our chance to deal with Salvador. You don't need to put yourself in danger. Just wait for our good news. Ed was full of confidence in this plan. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Mo spoke in a deep voice, I'll go with you. Ed was somewhat surprised and subconsciously tried to dissuade him. Your Highness, dealing with Salvador is too dangerous. Please be cautious. Originally, Tang Mo was not involved in the plan to assassinate Salvador. After all, Tang Mo's personal strength was not strong. He was more of a symbol representing the royal family's status. It would be even more troublesome if they encountered danger halfway. Tang Mo raised his hand to stop him and said, Ed, there's no need to say more. I carry royal blood in my veins. It's a responsibility I must bear. Ed quickly exchanged a glance with Wei Dao and others. Seeing that time was running out, he stopped trying to persuade further. All right, please be very careful, Your Highness. Another guild leader said, Salvador's location has been marked. It's in the area where the original entity erupted. Let's go there now. The entire Imperial City area once again fell into chaos. Giant tentacles kept rising from the ground, attacking everything around wildly. Alarms went off, and the Imperial Guards came in groups to support, lifting longbows to strike back. Fire all at once. A dense rain of arrows flew towards the giant tentacles. The team leader of the Imperial Guards frowned. Regular arrows couldn't penetrate the tough surface of the original entity tentacles. Only arrows mixed with purple marrow could cause minimal damage to them. For the huge size of the original entity tentacles, this damage was almost negligible. After a round of dense arrow rain, the original entity tentacles didn't suffer much damage, and the Imperial Guards began to retreat to keep a distance from the giant tentacles. Salvador arrived with his guards, seeing the Imperial Guards fighting the original entity in chaos. The Emperor! Everyone, retreat! Salvador signaled his Imperial Guards to form up, and he walked alone towards the original entity in turmoil ahead. Snap! Salvador instantly enveloped himself in a layer of blue light, attempting to remotely control the original entity. But it was ineffective. The original entity fell into unprecedented madness. It continued to wildly swing its tentacles around, paying no attention to the mental connection initiated by Salvador. Salvador pushed his mental power to the limit. Tears of blood streamed down Salvador's face. What on earth was happening? Salvador was shocked. He had spent years researching to calm down the original entity and recently made significant progress. Under the influence of elixirs, he could try to enter a brief mental connection with the original entity. But this time, there was no response from the original entity to his mental touch, only madness and anger emanating from it. Salvador wanted to calm it down, but the mental link he sent was instantly swallowed by the entity's frenzy. Theo, Salvador's close advisor, stepped forward and whispered, Your Majesty, you can't go on like this. You will lose control. Marlian. Salvador muttered to himself, giving up the mental control attempt while still showing concern in his eyes. Those alchemists in the guild. The guild leader, Ovion, assured him about the crypt with a head held high. And now, where did Ovion go? What happened beneath the crypt? The passage ahead was blocked by the rampaging original entity, and cracks on the ground were continuously spawning tentacles attacking in frenzy. It was too late to investigate the crypt through the entrance of the God's Hall. Salvador turned around and said in a deep voice, Aluve, step forward. Yes. A burly young man stepped forward from behind Salvador. Your Majesty, open a passage from the ground cracks up ahead. We need to find the source of the tentacles. Yes. Aluve rumbled, taking a few steps forward and striking the ground with a punch. Bang! The ground trembled harshly under Aluve's punch. Rocks splattered out. The Imperial guards accompanying them couldn't help but look astonished. They had heard about Aluve's extraordinary strength since he was a child, but to break open a path downward with raw force. As the Imperial guards were in awe, a group suddenly approached from the right rear. Upon closer inspection, it was Tang Mo and his group. They actually managed to break out of the prison. Tang Mo quickly gathered his player party and chased after Salvador. When they saw Salvador, the atmosphere was tense as if enemies met, with Tang Mo's eyes glaring red. Salvador! Salvador also turned his head, staring fiercely at Tang Mo and his group, his eyes filled with extreme anger. Too much happened tonight, and it was all related to Tang Mo. Tang Mo! Good! Very good! All of this is because of you. Salvador! Don't pretend. Your crimes against the Empire have been exposed. You disturbed the peace of our ancestors, infiltrated the Imperial tomb to steal the remains of our ancestors for magical research, even used the lives of Imperial soldiers to study magic, not to mention my grandfather's tragic illness and death that you are associated with. Tang Mo stared fearlessly, his eyes also sparking with intense anger. These mutated tentacle life forms are your creations. Still want to act innocent? Surrounded by Imperial guards, they looked puzzled, turning to Salvador. What was happening? What was Tang Mo talking about? Ancestral remains of the Empire? Secret experiments? So, this tentacled monster was also Salvador's doing. Due to the sudden appearance of the original entity's tentacles, the inner city of the Imperial City was in chaos. Many Imperial soldiers were resisting, and upon hearing Tang Mo's accusations, their eyes turned toward Salvador with a strange look. Ha, so now you know it all. It seems you found my laboratory. Those people from the Alchemy Guild are all fools. I shouldn't have trusted them. Salvador sneered, his face calm despite his extreme anger, looking at Tang Mo, shaking his head gently. Tang Mo, it's a pity. You were a good specimen. Why did you have to force me ... do you know? My research was on the verge of success. She could already sense my presence, but you. Just like shedding skin, pieces of muscle tissue fall off the body's skeleton, even the bones gradually dissolve, forming an extremely eerie life form in front of everyone. Without skin, the entire body is covered with a layer of gray-brown wriggling mycelium, resembling an evil spirit crawling out of hell. Gurgle! More viscous mycelium falls from the transformed body of Salvador, leaving a rapidly spreading mycelial mat on the ground. Salvador has lost his original appearance, leaving only a shadow enveloped by mycelium and to particularly striking orange-yellow eyeballs. Why, Your Majesty, Salvador's close advisor Theo watches as he enters a demonic state before his eyes filled with extreme fear, involuntarily retreating. Just as he retreated a small step, Theo suddenly felt a strange sticky sensation under his feet. Looking down, he saw that his feet had been covered with a layer of mycelial mat that had spread without his notice. Gurgle! The mycelial mat began climbing up from his feet. Why, Your Majesty! Spare me, Your Majesty! Theo's face turned pale, realizing he had completely lost control of his lower body, unable to struggle. The mycelial mat rapidly spread from his feet, swiftly climbing up towards his body, until it enveloped Theo entirely, forming a cylindrical figure wrapped in mycelium. Hiss! Gurgle! In just a second, the outer layer of mycelium began shedding, falling to the ground, forming more mycelial mats, spreading rapidly around. The onlookers' faces changed drastically. Theo! Careful observation revealed that Theo, originally wrapped inside the mycelium, had already disappeared without a trace. In less than 2 seconds, he had been completely absorbed by the mycelium, turning into a new mycelial mat. Too horrifying! Witnessing Theo's gruesome death firsthand, the guard Salvador brought with him immediately turned pale, backing away in fear, afraid to get close to the mycelium and become the next Theo. However, some Imperial soldiers were already too late to retreat. Numerous mycelial mats had already spread to their feet, tightly entwining around their lower limbs, trapping them in place. What's happening? The Majesty has turned demonic. Beware of those mycelium. Retreat! Back off quickly! The Imperial soldiers, witnessing Salvador's transformation into a monstrous creature and the mycelial mats under their feet, shouted in panic, quickly moving away. As players saw this scene, they immediately shouted, "Imperial soldiers! Be careful! It's a demonic seed! Salvador is attempting to use the power of demonic seeds. He has already been consumed by them, losing his sanity and becoming a monster. Your Highness! Seeing the chaos ahead, Ed's heart leapt with joy. Looking at Tong Mo anxiously, take action. Use your royal heir's authority. Now is our best opportunity, yes? Tong Mo nodded, turning to the imperial soldiers, yelling, Soldiers of the Empire, obey. Salvador has committed heinous crimes, no longer deserving to be called the leader of the Empire. Now he has become a demon, murdering innocents. Follow me. Together we will slay the demon. Yes, sir. On one side stood Tong Mo, the legitimate heir to the Empire, and on the other was Salvador transformed into a mad monster. The imperial soldiers made their choice without hesitation, standing with Tong Mo. Ed and the other players couldn't help but feel relieved, some even thinking of popping champagne to celebrate. It's done! Lord Fang Heng is amazing! After completing the mission to collect evidence of Salvador's crimes to 200%, they actually gained the Empire's acknowledgement and acquired the Imperial authority so easily. He never expected Salvador to turn into a monster in front of everyone. It was an unexpected surprise. Now they only needed to deal with a demonized Salvador. In fact, the player team had long been prepared for the final boss battle. Salvador had been hiding within the royal family, and the player team had gathered some information, confirming his involvement with the demonic research. Li Zhu had already speculated Salvador probably possessed the ability of demonization. Combined with the information Fang Heng obtained from Salvador's books earlier, they determined Salvador had experimented on himself with the demonic seed. The boss battle was well within their expectations. Merhao and Wei Tao exchanged glances, nodding to each other. Let's go together. Take him down. At the same time, a line of game prompts appeared in the players' retinas. Prompt: players triggered special mission. Punish the guilty. Underground Palace. Fang Heng hung upside down alone in the shadows of the ceiling, observing the holy court not far away from a distance. Archbishop Karl Kira placed his staff upright on the ground, emitting waves of golden light. After the light shone, a large dark golden shield of light gathered in the center to envelop the team. The original Devourer seemed to have some hesitance towards the holy light attribute and did not attack actively. Archbishop Karl Kira stood in a praying posture in front of the round table, silently reciting prayers. The golden light gradually spread in front of him. The original Devourer on the round table sensed the threat instinctively and began to slightly retract. The golden light did not show aggression, but slowly spread along the deep cave entrance until it entered the depths of the cave. Sizzling, sizzle, sounds like boiling water gasification came from below the deep cave entrance. The original Devourer felt something and continuously struggled to climb out from the deep cave, escaping faster and faster. Fang Heng secretly observed the Holy Court's actions from afar, muttering to himself, "The people from the Holy Court are so peculiar. They were controlling the holy light to erode the seal beneath the deep cave. What exactly did they want to do? It seemed like they were trying to help the original Devourer break free from below the deep cave." Suddenly, Fang Heng felt a gaze directed towards him, and he cautiously looked towards the source of the gaze. Tang Wu and the accompanying guards guarded behind Archbishop Karl Kira, vigilantly looking towards the rear. One of them, an elder from the Senate, seemed to notice something in his direction and searched that area. Not good, about to be discovered. Fang Heng's mind raced, immediately retracting his gaze to avoid being noticed, and once again consuming energy to activate his stealth skill to lower his presence. The old man looked at the area where Fang Heng was from a distance, feeling suspicious, ready to take a couple of steps forward for further investigation, but hurried footsteps came from behind the palace entrance, causing him to stop. Another guard whispered to Tang Wu, "Your Highness Tang Wu, they should be here." The previous passageway was too dangerous. Ziyun exerted all her strength to break free from the original Devourer's grasp in the crevice of the wall, making her way to the central area. The whole team paid a great price for this. Now, seeing the crowd gathered in front of the circular platform, Ziyun's expression changed, and she pointed her long sword towards the front. "Found you, the intruder in the palace." But as Ziyun saw the face of the person leading them, she was momentarily stunned. How could it be him? Tang Wu, one of the heirs to the imperial family. Seeing the newcomer raise his weapon, Tang Wu's guards and the holy knights of the court immediately formed a defense. Weapons were drawn on both sides, facing each other. Ziyun was astonished. She had been guessing who was behind the secret intrusion into the palace and the chaos within the imperial city, even collaborating with the barbarians to attack the imperial city. But she never expected the mastermind behind it all to be Tang Wu. Ovion, the president of the alchemy guild who followed Ziyun, looked even darker. Oh no! He saw that the original devourer had crawled out of the deep pit and covered most of the circular platform with its semi-fluid body. And what about those court people? What are they doing? Are they helping the primal creature break free from the seal? This world is going crazy. Ovion quickly intervened, demanding loudly, "What are you doing? Stop it now!" Tang Wu looked disdainfully at Ovion, ignored him, and turned to Ziyun, saying in a deep voice, "Captain Z, it's good that you are here. Why not kneel before me when you see me?" Thoughts flashed through Ziyun's mind. She gritted her teeth and saluted, "Greetings, Your Highness." "Captain Z, do you know all the dirty things Salvador has done?" Ziyun's expression changed slightly. She naturally knew some of it, if not all. "It seems like you're reluctant to speak. Let me tell you. Salvador plotted against the former emperor and secretly harbored demons within the royal family." Tang Wu stared at Ziyun and continued, "Now that the evidence is right before us, this news will soon spread throughout the empire. Salvador is no longer the emperor of the empire. So, do you know what you should do now?" Ziyun furrowed her brows and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, please speak cautiously. Do you have evidence for what you're saying?" "HMPH. Of course, there will be evidence." Tang Wu's expression suddenly changed. He snorted coldly, "With how close you are to Salvador, you must be aware of what he has done. I'll give you one last chance. Will you stubbornly resist and die with him, or will you help me? I can promise you that, if you assist me, the past will be forgiven, and you will be given an important position." Ziyun's expression changed several times. Fang Heng, who was watching from afar, heard the conversation between the two and secretly encouraged in his heart. "Don't agree. Start a fight. Quickly start a fight. Only when the water is muddied can he find an opportunity to fish in troubled waters." Fang Heng secretly cheered Ziyun on in his heart when he suddenly noticed several game prompts flashing on the retina. Prompt: the player's current mission. The Imperial Rebellion mission has changed. Prompt: the player has collected a large number of evidences of Salvador's crimes. Mission completion rate exceeds to 100%. Subsequent mission progress has changed. Prompt: the player's team has completed the mission, exposing Salvador's true identity. The player's team has obtained a large amount of Imperial reputation, and the player's team's friendship level with Tang has significantly increased. Prompt: the player's team triggered the current stage of the mission, Punish the Crime. Mission name: Punish the Crime. Mission description: Salvador, under the influence of evil, has committed various crimes within the royal family. Please help to kill Salvador. Mission requirements: kill Salvador's transformed body. Mission rewards: massive Imperial reputation, a large amount of Imperial air reputation. Subsequent related missions will be unlocked. Fang Heng saw the task prompt, and his brow furrowed again. Huh, what's going on here now? An assignment triggered by Ed? Haven't they already escaped? Why are they entangled with Salvador again? Wait, Salvador has also transformed into something evil? As Fang Heng was pondering, he saw an elderly man with white hair walking out behind Tang Wu. Ziyun, are you still so stubborn? Ziyun's expression changed abruptly upon seeing the old man. Grandpa 7. Kneel down. The old man looked at Ziyun and sternly ordered, I told you to kneel down. Ziyun clenched her fists tightly, took a deep breath, and knelt on one knee. Seeing this, Tang Wu relaxed a bit. Ziyun's Grandpa 7 was one of the ruling officials of the Elder Council, and controlling Ziyun through the Elder Council was part of his plan. Get up! Admitting your mistakes and changing for the better is the greatest thing. In the future, obey Tang Wu's orders. His Majesty has already promised the Elder Council that the past will be forgiven. Yes, Grandpa 7. Ziyun immediately made a decision and respectfully saluted Tang Wu. Greetings, Your Majesty. Very well. Tang Wu's face showed a gentle smile. I will need Captain Zhao's assistance in the future. The rest of the royal guards who followed Ziyun naturally followed suit, with the chief royal guard at the forefront, while the remaining imperial soldiers hesitated for a moment before also surrendering and following Tang Wu. Ovion, seeing Ziyun surrender so decisively, was shocked and took several steps back. Pointing at Ziyun, Ziyun. How dare you betray? Ziyun had an extreme aversion to Ovion all along, and with a frown on her face, she sternly interrupted, "Seize him, yes." The royal guards responded and immediately stepped forward to subdue Ovion. You. As an alchemist, Ovion's strength was not particularly strong. He wanted to resist, but found himself locked in by dozens of auras. Helpless, he had to give up and was controlled by several royal guards. Are you all insane? Do you know what you are doing? You are committing treason. Ovion looked at the Imperial Defenders and the Imperial Sword Saints among the group, shouting desperately, "Lichu, have you seen what they are doing? Why not lend a hand now?" Everyone turned their eyes to the Imperial Sword Saint Lichu, looking wary. Lichu furrowed his brows. When he was young, he had sworn to protect the royal family due to their favor, yet the situation in front of him was clearly beyond what he could handle. I have seen it. I did promise to protect the royal family to the best of my ability for a period of time, but as for the problems within the royal family now, I cannot intervene. Okay. Tang Wu nodded firmly. He had just stayed here to subdue Ziyun and his group. Let's go. Fine, Salvador. It's time to settle the score with him. Archbishop Karl Kira of the Holy Court continued to control the magic array, speaking in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, rest assured and leave this to us." Okay. Under the protection of the Holy Light Shield, Tang Wu led everyone to hurry upwards through the breach in the underground palace. Fang Heng, who had been hiding in the shadows, witnessed everything that happened and watched Tang Wu and the others leave the palace. Pity, it didn't turn into a fight. That president of the Alchemy Association, too weak, right? Taken down without even resisting. Pointless, really pointless. Fang Heng felt somewhat annoyed. He had no interest in the Imperial Rebellion mission line, but was more intrigued by the people from the Holy Court. As the seal hidden deep in the cavern was gradually worn away, the original devourer had already escaped from most of it. More and more giant tentacles continued to burst out from below the circular platform, rising upwards towards the top, breaking through the top of the palace. The original devourer became more frantic. The giant tentacles began to twist and swing violently. The shield of holy light enveloped everything, making it impossible for the wildly dancing tentacles to effect spellcasting from the outside. Judge Gustavo was somewhat worried, looking at the Archbishop, whispering softly, "Your Eminence, it's fine." Archbishop Karl Kira spoke solemnly, "Release it from the seal and proceed according to plan." The judges all nodded in agreement, "Yes." Fang Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. Strange. The actions of the Holy Court were peculiar. What exactly did they intend to do? The entire palace began to uncontrollably tremble. Boom! A loud explosion came from below the depths of the cavern. A viscous, fluid-like substance gushed out from the explosion in the depths. At the same time, huge rocks continuously fell from the ceiling, sealing off the entrance to the cavern. Dark brown fluid seeped out from the cracks in the rocks. The original devourer had completely escaped from the depths of the cavern. Karl Kira's expression turned grave as he shouted, "Attack!" A golden light erupted once again. The outer golden shield surrounded the newly freed original devourer in the center. A faint golden flame ignited from the original devourer's body. Fang Heng's pupils constricted. Sacred flame. The Archbishop of the Holy Court was using a high-level divine magic that was said to expel all evil spirits. The original devourer was a creature that feared light and flames. Coincidentally, the sacred flame was a fusion of extreme light and fire attributes. And now it had encountered the Holy Court. The original devourer was extremely afraid of the sacred flame, its fluid body burning, causing it to shrink and contort, its exposed body twisting frantically. Hiss, hiss. Fine tentacles burst out from the original devourer's body, pounding against the barrier of light formed by the Holy Court. The light barrier rippled. The attacks were ineffective. The burning sacred flame continued to erode the original devourer's body. The giant tentacles outside the shield felt the damage to the core and struggled even harder, waving and trying to attack the outer zone of the light shield. Boom, boom. The giant tentacles beat against the outer shield, emitting dull thuds. Suddenly, the center of the fluid body, Marianne's face, opened the eyes wide and emitted a strange, sharp scream from her mouth. Karl Kira's scepter placed on the ground also emitted a dark golden light. The multiple layers of outer and inner light shields once again absorbed the sound waves. The piercing attack was once again neutralized. Sensing the aftermath of the attack, Fang Heng couldn't help but be surprised, looking down at the scepter of the Holy Court. A scepter capable of withstanding all attacks from SSS-level creatures was no ordinary item. The Holy Court had come prepared this time. The original Devourer's aberrant form was probably going to be purified. Fang Heng quickly evaluated the power gap between the two sides, pondering on when to intervene. No, the Holy Court's posture was clearly cautious. They had not reached their limit and still had a lot of energy left. Going down now would be suicide. Wait a little longer, ... In the Imperial City, Tang Mingyu and his group had been heading towards the West City to meet up with Tang Mo to retreat when they heard from Wu Shujiang's mouth about the Ed team's plan to take out Salvador. What? So Wei Dao and the others were also playing big like this, planning to join forces with players to take control of the entire royal family. Tang Mingyu and Mo Jiawei were shocked for a few seconds, then quickly discussed and decided not to run, but instead go over to the player team to join forces, help seize control of the royal family, and also meet up with Wei Dao and his group. Soon, back in the heart of the Imperial City, they saw a group of players battling the carpet-like life form. The entire area was covered with a layer of continually wriggling gray-brown carpet on the ground. Life forms kept emerging from the carpet, eventually forming into a gray-brown human figure that twisted and transformed into the outline of a tall figure in the air. Where is Salvador? Is that the monster? Based on appearances alone, Tang Mingyu couldn't link it to Salvador no matter what. Mo Jiawei furrowed his brow, covering his right eye with his hand and using his talent to probe the monster's information. Yes, it is him. It is a product of a failed experiment. The current Salvador has lost his senses. Ah, you mean it failed? Wasn't it said in the notebook that Salvador personally conducted the experiment and it was successful in the end? It could be that he only considered it a success, or perhaps to him, as long as he obtained the experimental data, it was a success. Mo Jiawei explained softly. From the information gained from his talent, Salvador's combat evaluation level was not higher than that of the original Devourer in the palace. After the experiment, Salvador obtained valuable data, but he also suffered a backlash from the Dark Seed, needing to rely on purple marrow for suppression. Additionally, his mental state is extremely unstable, highly prone to losing control and entering this non-human, ghostly state, with his memories of this period all missing. Mo Jiawei quickly communicated partial information obtained from his talent to remind everyone, be careful of the carpet under your feet, do not let it touch you, it has strong infectivity. Finally found Wei Dao and his team members gathering together, Mo Jiawei now has 1,000 questions in his mind, hurriedly asked, how did you suddenly start an empire? Are you preparing to proclaim yourself king? Sure, why not, bro? Didn't expect you to be quite ambitious, huh? Wei Dao also followed suit and opened his mouth, for a moment not knowing how to respond. He thought to himself, shouldn't I be the one asking you this question? Weren't you the ones deceiving and inciting Tang Mo to rebel against the empire with that group of players? They had no choice but to follow along. Why are they shifting the blame now? Tang Mingyu condensed several ice crystals and shot them towards the Salvadoran abnormality in the distance, then followed up and joined the group, shifting his gaze to the other side, furrowing his brows and asking, what's going on? Isn't that Commander Ziyun of the Royal Guards? Why is he also dealing with Salvador? Elsewhere, another group of Imperial personnel were also dealing with Salvador. The two sides seemed clearly delineated and were wary of each other. Tang Mingyu immediately spotted Ziyun in the crowd, looking puzzled. Your Highness Mingyu, we are in big trouble. Ed, upon seeing Tang Mingyu approach, explained in a low voice that is Tang Wu, one of the imperial heirs, with mediocre abilities and has never been highly regarded. We never expected that he would secretly scheme and gain the support of the Imperial Senate. This time, he must be aiming for the throne. Ed's player team faced tragedy once again. They had been prepared to celebrate with champagne, but now a powerful competitor had unexpectedly emerged. Tang Mo's plan to seize the royal family had taken on a huge variable. Team Lisa received the news promptly and began gathering intelligence for strategic analysis, assessing the strengths of both sides, preparing to find the optimal battle plan. Ed whispered, we may have to engage in a battle with them soon, but for now, we must focus on dealing with Salvador and ensure we retain some strength. Okay. Tang Mingyu nodded, glanced around, and asked, "Where is Fang Heng?" "He didn't come out with you guys?" Ed was also surprised, shaking his head. "He's not here. I didn't see him. ... Ling cried in city. Around the abandoned mine area, several players emerged cautiously from the low shrubs, carefully observing the mine entrance, which was temporarily sealed off by wooden barriers. "I heard something happened on the Imperial side. General Deng Wen was urgently recalled and has just left the city with his team." Li Cheng, the captain of the Mida mercenary corps, nodded, scanning the area outside the mine entrance. About 10 minutes ago, Bishop Santing had left, leaving only for Santing disciples to guard the mine entrance. "They seem suspicious. Be cautious, let's move." "Okay." In the darkness, the players approached the mine entrance ahead, suddenly revealing their forms, releasing long-range control skills from the shadows, swiftly subduing the 4 Santing disciples guarding the mine entrance. Captain Li Cheng and his team emerged from the shrubs, surveying the dark mine entrance. They all lit torches. "Let's go in." Li Cheng led the way into the mine. Soon, they discovered the tunnel broken open by Fang Heng within the mine, and proceeded further along the passage to arrive at a spacious room area. The players immediately began searching within the mine. "Brothers, come and see this." A player quickly discovered an alchemical magic array attached to the ground. The alchemical magic array had golden talismans affixed to it. It seemed to be the work of Santing. A player in the team knowledgeable about alchemy approached and inspected the magic array. "Boss, it's an alchemical magic array that looks like it has been restored. It looks like there's something sealed underground." Li Cheng licked his dry lips and walked up to observe. Previously, they overheard a conversation between Santing and the Lord, learning about a seal hidden deep underground. Lord Fang Heng had made elaborate arrangements to come here for this seal. What good thing was sealed inside? Involving undead and Santing? The other players also sensed the aura of a high-level mission and looked excitedly at Li Cheng. "Boss, what do you say?" Li Cheng nodded. "Yes, let's go for it." The Mida mercenary corps was originally formed by a group of like-minded friends. Having finally found a major task, they couldn't afford to be timid. Might as well go all out. When will they ever make a breakthrough without putting in the effort? "Be careful, everyone." Li Cheng stepped forward under everyone's gaze, attempting to lift the golden talismans above. Hiss, hiss. As soon as the talismans were lifted, a black mist seeped out. "Interesting." Li Cheng's mind sparked, decisively tearing off all the seals on the talismans, exposing the alchemical magic array below. Apart from a few wisps of black mist emerging, there were no game prompts. "Is there still no reaction?" Li Cheng furrowed his brow, then swiftly drew his long sword and slashed at the magic array several times. Finally, there was a reaction. A crack in the seal appeared, revealing a fissure leading downwards. Hiss! The black mist continued to emanate from the fissure. "Boss! Not good. The infection index is rising rapidly." The players suddenly found the infection index in their status bar skyrocketing. What was this? And Ed? Why hadn't a mission prompt appeared yet? Li Cheng looked at his deputy beside him and shouted, "Quick!" The deputy immediately pulled out a black stone from his pocket and threw it towards the crack in the broken seal. The Forbidden Alchemy Stone. An item that could break conventional seals. Although it was only a higher tier item, the team had put in great effort to acquire it. This stone was their trump card for exploring deep into the mine. However, after the Forbidden Alchemy Stone fell into the crack, there was no response. The black mist continued to seep out from the gap. What's going on? Why is there still no game prompt? While Li Cheng was pondering, he suddenly felt a faint vibration under his feet. In an instant, Li Cheng's face turned pale. Not good, run! Just as he turned around, a mission prompt appeared on their retinas. Hint: player triggers special task, Omen of Destruction. Upon reading the task description, Li Cheng's face grew even paler by the moment. It was over. They had stirred up a hornet's nest. Deep in the dungeon, Fang Heng watched the movements of the Santing Order in the distance. The giant tentacles that were originally violently shaking around, attempting to attack the holy light barrier, quickly withered, as if drained of moisture, falling to the ground in clumps, cracking into powder. Judge Gustavo walked forward, supporting the slightly unsteady Archbishop Kalkira, and asked with concern, "Archbishop, are you okay?" "I'm fine, don't worry, just a bit exhausted from using too much mental power." Continuing to disperse with high-intensity holy flame, Archbishop Kalkira looked weak, his gaze fixed on the pile of ashes left behind by the original devourer. Bishop, Gustavo also noticed the peculiar ashes and hesitated for a moment, lowering his voice to ask, "Shouldn't we take it with us? Why leave it here?" Kalkira remained silent for a few seconds before solemnly saying, "Without darkness, there is no significance to light. Do you understand?" Gustavo was taken aback by his words. "Are you worried?" Kalkira shook his head, stopping Gustavo from continuing, lifting the staff from the ground and instructing, "Tengu has been gone for so long, he must have encountered trouble. Mishi, Mieten, you to stay here to guard the cave entrance. The rest of you follow me to assist His Majesty in dealing with Salvador." "Yes, Bishop." Glancing one last time at the burnt ruins, Gustavo nodded solemnly, leaving two knights of the Holy Court to guard as the rest of the group followed the bishop along the broken palace exit above. In the distance, Fang Heng still dared not make a move, observing the direction of the circular platform from afar. Mad, really. He had been lurking in the shadows all along until the original devourer was destroyed, and he still hadn't found a suitable opportunity to make a move. The shell of the holy light was too hard. Even the giant tentacles couldn't pierce it, and Fang Heng didn't want to make futile attempts. Just then, a game prompt suddenly appeared. Hint: your zombie avatar the Licker has completed resurrection. Not good. Fang Heng was taken aback. The Licker avatars that had been revived in the palace before were either killed by the original devourer or hidden in his secret laboratory. Careless, the countdown for the resurrection of 2 zombie avatars had ended, automatically entering the resurrection state. Suddenly, 2 dark red magic circles emerged next to him. The magic circles were particularly conspicuous in the dark space. The 2 Holy Court Knights left to guard notice something amiss and immediately turned to look in Fang Heng's direction. The 2 Lickers sprang out of the magic circles, heading straight for the Holy Court Knights. No choice but to take action. Fang Heng also immediately transformed from his bat form to his human form, rushing towards the Imperial Holy Knights. Midway through the run, he switched from his thirsting fang blade to the heavy hammer he had recently picked up from an infected soldier. The heavy hammer's properties were mediocre, without any additional skills, and required high attributes to equip, making it unlikely for regular players to use. Fang Heng found it quite handy to use. Heavy and hard? He knew the Holy Court too well. For dealing with the Holy Court's shell, weapons like the longsword were as ineffective as scratching an itch. It was necessary to use heavy weaponry. Whoosh! Fang Heng swung the heavy hammer in the air, followed by a teleport, appearing in front of the Holy Knight. The massive hammer struck the Holy Knight head-on. The Holy Knight's pupils constricted. He was surprised by the preemptive strike of the enemy, and did not expect that the opponent possessed teleportation abilities. Instantly, the huge hammer was already in front of him. Asterisk boom, asterisk. A highly muffled sound rang out. The Holy Knight couldn't dodge in time, emitting a muffled grunt as he was heavily blown away. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The Holy Knight's body slammed against the wall behind him, creating a large dent in the wall, and revealed fine cracks in the Holy Light shield covering his body. Fang Heng was briefly surprised at the sight. A single strike didn't break through the shell? His various attributes had clearly improved since the end of the Bloodline Apocalypse. He should have been stronger now. Trouble! Fang Heng immediately realized something. Compared to the novice Bloodline world, the mid-level Holy Knights in the game were even more resilient. Instantly seeing the cracks in the Holy Knight's shattered shield repairing itself, Fang Heng teleported forward again, lifting his heavy hammer to deliver another blow. The 3 just revived Lickers also immediately rushed towards another Imperial Holy Knight, entangling him tightly without giving him a chance to support. Die for me! Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. Fang Heng lifted the heavy hammer and struck out forcefully again. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The Holy Knight's forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he could barely defend by raising his holy shield. He felt like he had encountered a terrifying humanoid monster for the first time. Asterisk boom. Boom, asterisk. The large hammer pressed down on him, leaving him unable to retaliate effectively. Helpless, he could only muster all his energy to resist with the power of holiness. But each resistance led to more internal injuries. After enduring more than a dozen hits, his internal injuries accumulated to the limit, his holy shield shattered and burst open, and the Holy Knight spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing. Really tough. Feng Heng waved his somewhat sore right hand due to recoil, focusing his gaze on the next Holy Knight. Too troublesome. Dealing with a single Holy Knight had taken him a full minute. Fortunately, he had resisted the greed in his heart just now, not rushing to grab the final blow on the original Devourer boss and the Holy Staff, otherwise it would have been a disaster. Thinking this, Feng Heng picked up his hammer and rushed towards another Holy Knight. Evil demon! Go to hell! The remaining Holy Knight was entangled with the liquors, and upon seeing his companion's death, his eyes turned red. He swept away the two liquors and swung his heavy sword at Feng Heng. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The heavy hammer struck the heavy sword head-on, sending the Holy Knight flying. Feng Heng briefly felt his hands go numb before recovering instantly, chasing after the flying Holy Knight and unleashing a series of hammer blows on him. After consecutively dealing with two knights, a game prompt appeared. Hint: you have killed a high-level Holy Knight of the Holy Court. Your friendship level with the Holy Court has greatly decreased, and you have obtained a Tier 1 mutation, Crystal *1. After decisively handling to Holy Knights, Feng Heng glanced briefly at the prompt before walking towards the circular platform to investigate. The central deep pit in the flat, round platform had been completely sealed shut by the shattered rocks. The original Devourer had completely vanished, leaving only some ashes on the ground scorched by the holy flame. Everything had been cleared away. Such a pity. Feng Heng felt slightly disappointed. The mutated form of the original Devourer had been killed off by the game characters, and he didn't receive any rewards. What? Feng Heng realized that the ashes were moving in a peculiar way. Patiently observing, he found that the ashes around him seemed to be slowly gathering towards a central point. Feng Heng's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Not dead yet. Right. It's resurrection. Feng Heng immediately understood. Resurrection is one of the characteristics of the original Devourer's alienated body. It was because of this characteristic that Salvador chose to use the Black Stone Eel and Morphean to merge, wanting to completely resurrect Morphean. So the original Devourer had not completely died. Feng Heng's breathing unconsciously became heavier. He patiently stood still observing. The original Devourer's ashes around him were slowly gathering towards the center, forming a black ash pile in the middle. The charred appearance of the pile slowly faded away, revealing the dark brown underneath. Exactly. It's coming back to life. Although the resurrection speed is abnormally slow. Feng Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. So, is there a way for him to kill it and get the reward? Shoo! Feng Heng drew out the Thirsting Blood Sting longsword and swung it towards the gathering ash. Hint: you dealt 823 points of damage to the alienated body of the Resurrection Original Devourer. Through the effect of the Thirsting Blood Sting, you absorbed 0.3 strength and 411 health points. The original Devourer was cut in half by the sword. The jelly-like dark brown original Devourer split in half began to slowly gather again, reuniting together. Feng Heng frowned. No, it's not working. At least ordinary physical attacks couldn't completely kill it. Then ... what about this one? Feng Heng squinted his eyes, coming up with another idea. He slowly raised the Thirsting Blood Sting and placed it in his palm. Hiss! The long sword cut a wound in his palm as he slowly extended his hand and placed it above the dark brown original Devourer. Blood dripped onto it. Hiss! As the blood tainted the original Devourer, it suddenly steamed up. A green-black smoke emitted from the original Devourer. Hint: you dealt 29,123 points of damage to the alienated body of the resurrecting original Devourer. Effective! The abnormal changes in the original Devourer's resurrection and the game hint values were hints of this. Feng Heng was excited. He cut his already healed palm again, controlling the blood to keep dripping. Hiss, 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 hiss. Under the constant erosion of blood, Feng Heng watched as the alienated body of the resurrecting original Devourer quickly burned. After a few seconds, the original Devourer no longer emitted smoke, leaving behind a dark black gelatinous mass, sticking tightly to the ground. Suddenly, several game prompts appeared on his retina. Hint: you eliminated the alienated body of the original Devourer. Since the damage you dealt to the original Devourer alienated body did not exceed 10%, you cannot obtain the full reward. Hint: Player's trial score significantly increased. Hint: you obtained to level 3 alienation crystals. Great! Feng Heng's eyes lit up. 2 level 3 alienation crystals. To level up to the next level, he needed a total of 10 level 3 alienation crystals, in addition to a large number of level 2 alienation crystals. He had previously obtained 3 crystals from killing Sydney, and not receiving the full reward for killing the original Devourer meant he only got 2 crystals. 5 more to go. What else? Feng Heng continued to search the gelatinous substance left by the original Devourer. He found it. After completely killing the resurrecting original Devourer's alienated body, a thumb-sized black crystal was left on the gelatinous substance. Feng Heng's eyes brightened. He picked up the crystal and observed it in his hand. Hint: player acquires item: alienated original Devourer crystal. Item: alienated original Devourer crystal. Description: if the player's soul is not controlled after death, it will automatically enter a state of resurrection in a random location of the body within 12 hours. Resurrection lasts 30 minutes. Description: one-time consumable, effective when placed in the backpack. Not bad. Feng Heng nodded, somewhat satisfied with the treasure dropped by the original Devourer. After all, it was just a final stab, and the reward was greatly reduced. Otherwise, higher-tier creatures like SSS could drop even better items. As for the effect of this original Devourer crystal, it was average. Feng Heng considered himself strong in terms of survival abilities, with abilities like Resurrection from the Blood King's Coffin and the Resurrection device he found in the Zombie Apocalypse game initially. Compared to those, the resurrection effect of the original Devourer crystal was less stable and had stricter usage conditions. He owed the main god points for upgrading the crystallized zombie. Feng Heng contemplated selling it and paying off the debt after returning. After all, items like this that could resurrect and aid in survival could fetch a high price in the game. Picking up a bonus easily, Feng Heng was in a good mood and was about to leave when several game prompts suddenly flashed by. Hint: there has been a change in the division of the player's current empire, triggering the mission. Heir's Choice. Mission name: Heir's Choice. Mission description: the turmoil in Salvador's court has thrown the imperial family into disarray, with Tangwu and Tangmo both vying to become the heir to the empire. You can choose to pledge allegiance to either one of them. Mission requirements: choose one imperial heir and swear allegiance to them. Hint: your choice will likely lead to a significant change in the game. Please choose carefully. Hint: if you rebel again after pledging allegiance, your imperial reputation will greatly decrease. Hint: please choose among the imperial heirs whom you are loyal to. The chosen heir will receive additional imperial reputation boosts from you. Hint: your current reputation has reached the limit. You can choose to establish a new empire. Warning: establishing a new regime will default to unattainable mission difficulty. Choosing this will default to the lowest level of friendship with all Imperial Lords and cannot be improved further. Subsequently, you cannot cooperate or persuade the Imperial Lords. Please choose carefully. What does this mean? Feng Heng furrowed his brows, reviewing the mission instructions once again. Internal turmoil in the Empire? Choose to ally with someone. Or establish oneself. The trial had less than a week left, and he still had to complete the main trial line. How could he establish himself in such a short time? Establish what? Besides, he had finally managed to increase his friendliness with various Imperial Lords, as he was planning to build mage towers around the world to deal with the abyssal demons. If his relationships went back to hatred, how could he continue playing? It was troublesome, as simply choosing to ally with someone could easily lead to problems. Hint: player has chosen to be loyal to Tang Mingyu. Hint: player has completed an additional task, killing the original parasitic transformed body. Player's empire prestige significantly increased. Tang Mingyu's empire heir prestige significantly increased. Hint: player's team currently engaged in consecutive mission. Salvador's secret entering reward settlement. Hint: player successfully explored the palace. Palace exploration exceeded 300%. Reward score increased. Player discovered Salvador's secret research lab. Reward score increased. Player successfully found the secret of the original parasitic body. Reward score increased. Player successfully partially released and killed the original parasitic body. Reward increased. Hint: in the trial environment, player's normal rewards are converted into trial score and additional trial time. Player's trial score greatly increased. Additional 35 hours of trial time obtained. Hint: player's current trial score has been upgraded to SS. Hint: player's Empire prestige greatly increased. Player's friendship with the Empire Lord greatly increased. Hint: Tang Mingyu's Empire heir prestige greatly increased. Hint: player receives a special mission reward, Jasmine's Wish. Game tips flicker rapidly on the retinas. Fang Heng intentionally ignored the information about the reputation of the Tang Mingyu heir, bowed his head to check the rewards in the backpack. A dark silver necklace appeared in the backpack. Fang Heng took out the necklace and checked its properties. Item: a Jasmine's Wish necklace. Grade: inheritance item, unique, bound after equipping. After wearing it, it will further increase the player's hidden charm attribute by 10 points, increase the success rate of elemental skill casting by 5%, add an additional 60 basic spiritual attributes and 10 physique attributes. Additional skill: Blessing. Skill description: when wearing this necklace, it can block up to 3 physical fatal attacks, restores once every 72 hours, accumulating up to 3 times at most. Additional skill: Chain Casting Elemental. Skill description: there is a 50% chance of releasing an additional spell of the same grade when using elemental spells, still requires mental energy, entering a backlash state if energy is insufficient. Additional skill: Cherish. Skill description: giving the necklace to a female character will permanently increase the character's friendship level and ceiling. Fang Heng carefully looked at the necklace attributes, unconsciously furrowing his brows. Oh no, it's an elemental equipment. It's a good item. Just adding 60 points to the spiritual attribute and 5% success rate of elemental skill casting can drive players crazy. Even the rare attribute of immunity to 3 physical fatal attacks is a vital life-saving property. Even non-elemental players can use it. But this attribute overlaps with his immortality effect. As for the additional elemental cast effect, it is also very good. Fang Heng estimated in his mind for a moment. Through the Eye of Alchemy, he could learn elemental skills in the future, which he could use himself. At most, it would waste a blessing skill. But is it necessary? The necklace is a bonus item, but its practicality isn't that high. It might be better to sell it for money. In the intermediate game world, most items that explode are not tradable. This necklace with comprehensive effects could definitely fetch a high price. Yes, sell it for money. A great harvest. Fang Heng made a decision and put the necklace back into the backpack. In addition, there are the friendship levels and prestige values with the major lords. As for the reputation of the Tang Mingyu heir, he didn't bother checking. He didn't expect Tang Mingyu to strive for anything as an empire heir. Fang Heng was in a good mood. He glanced around once more to see if there were any items left behind. Huh, what's that? Fang Heng's brow furrowed tightly again. Upon careful inspection, a black aura faintly seeped out from the crevices of the stones covering the deep recesses of the circular platform. Aura. The black aura gradually spread. Game tips followed. Hint: player is affected by an unknown aura. Infection index greatly increased. Hint: player harbors a special viral body, immune to current high concentration infection. Fang Heng was suspicious, moving forward to continue observing the stones. The black aura continuously emanated from the crevices of the stones. Strange, the area below the stones was originally where the original parasitic body was sealed. Why would there be a black aura emanating? Could there be something else hidden below? Just as he was thinking, another game tip appeared. Hint: player triggered a special task, the Omen of Destruction. Task name: the Omen of Destruction. Task description: an anomaly has occurred in the abyss buried deep within the Empire. The Black Plague is once again sweeping through the Empire. Is this the sign of destruction or the dawn of the future? Task requirement: survival. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. What's going on? The task requirement is to survive. Asterisk sizzle, asterisk. What? Fang Heng suddenly turned around, looking towards the source of a faint sound coming from behind him. The sound actually emanated from the black gelatinous residue left behind after the death of the original parasitic transformed body. It slowly wriggled, revived again. Fang Heng's pupils contracted. Wait, the game clearly indicated the complete extermination. Even the task of exploring the palace was in the settlement state. Could the game still have this kind of respawn bug? Fang Heng stared fixedly at the wriggling black gelatinous substance. The outer layer of the gelatin gradually peeled off, revealing a dark brown flowing mass below. The original parasitic body was reviving at a rapid pace. No way! Fang Heng stared intently at the original parasitic body. It wasn't its own revival ability, but was leveraging the power of the black mist surrounding it. Fang Heng noticed that the black gelatinous substance was absorbing the surrounding black mist. The breath of the epidemic. An ominous aura from the abyssal demons. Damn it! Although not knowing exactly what was happening, Fang Heng had a sense of foreboding. The abyssal demons were resurrecting prematurely. Fang Heng's face showed vigilance. He drew his long sword, cut his wrist, and stained the entire sword with his blood. Asterisk hiss. Hiss, asterisk. Several black tentacles shot out from the black crystalline mass, rushing towards Fang Heng. Inside the Imperial City, Salvador had completely lost control and was instinctively fighting against both sides of the Empire with the help of the original parasitic body. The player team cooperated with the Imperial Guards, using purple marrow weapons to launch attacks, preventing Salvador's fungal body from further spreading outward. Both flame and holy light attribute attacks were effective against the fungus. After a period of attempts, the people of the Empire began using flame spells to eliminate the remaining traces of the fungal blanket on the ground, gradually shrinking the area covered by the blanket. He can't take much more. The Imperial Mage Corps also joined the battle. No one can continue to approach the past. Tang Mo and Tang Wu's subordinates kept using long-range attacks against Salvador, but they just couldn't kill him completely. Several Imperial soldiers charged forward to try melee attacks, but they were ineffective and were instead entangled by the fungus blanket, once again becoming nourishment for the fungus. With a central burning fungus blanket as a boundary, Tang Mo and Tang were clearly separated, mutually vigilant. Hey! Tang Wu's expression was gentle as he looked at Tang Mo from a distance and whispered, "Brother, I see that you have also noticed Salvador's conspiracy. With your help, we can smoothly deal with the Empire's worm. It's getting late, you must be tired. You should go back to your territory first. Leave the rest to me." Players furrowed their brows upon hearing this. Tang Wu's sudden appearance was not part of the plan. Originally, after killing Salvador, Tang Mo was supposed to immediately seize the royal throne, but now Tang Wu had appeared out of nowhere. Offline, Li Zu's analysis report had just come in. According to the team's comprehensive analysis, after Tang Mo smoothly took over the Empire, they would still encounter various obstacles, including resistance from other lords, and Tang Wu was just one of the internal threats. However, they had not anticipated that Tang Wu would take action at this crucial point, causing a great deal of trouble for the team. Li Zu believed that this was likely the game's difficulty assessment. Tang Mo remained silent, watching Tang Wu, pondering in place. What? Tang Wu took a half step forward, his eyes fixed on Tang Mo. Do you want to challenge me? I was the first to discover Salvador's conspiracy. I tried to seal off the demons in the underground palace, and now I have personally controlled Salvador. Now you want to challenge me? Tell me, what makes you think you can? Tang Mo moved his lips slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Most of the time, he stayed within his territory and did not know much about what was happening within the royal family. If it weren't for Ed and his group, he would still be in the dark about everything. Tang Wu turned his gaze to the players behind Tang Mo and said solemnly, "And you, well done for exposing Salvador's conspiracies. You also deserve credit. Now, help me, and just as Tang Mo rewards you, so will I, no less. Only more." Tang Wu turned back to Tang Mo, his voice heavy. "Tang Mo, I am more suited to control this empire than you." Suddenly, rows of game prompts appeared in the player's retinas. Prompt: the current task of the player. Empire Division has changed, triggering the task, the heir's choice. Task name: the heir's choice. Task description: Salvador's instigation has plunged the imperial family into chaos, and Tang Wu and Tang Mo both intend to vie for the heir of the empire. You can choose to swear allegiance to either. Task requirements: choose one royal heir and pledge allegiance to them. Prompt: your choice will most likely lead the game in a different direction, so choose carefully. Prompt: if you betray your loyalty again after swearing allegiance, your imperial prestige will be greatly reduced. Prompt: players, please choose the royal heir you wish to be loyal to. The chosen heir will receive an additional portion of your imperial prestige bonus. Ed and his group of players exchanged quick glances. They had come this far in the game, only to encounter Tang Wu. Another choice task had arisen. How should they choose? In terms of individual abilities, Tang Wu was inferior to Tang Mo in all aspects. But for the players, the current goal was not to choose a rightful ruler of the empire, but to select the most prudent option to complete the task quickly and receive the reward. Considering the present situation, if they chose Tang Mo, they would have to confront Tang Wu. The enemies included the Imperial Senate, the Royal Mage Corps, the Imperial Guard, and even an Imperial Sword Saint watching from afar. On Tang Mo's side, there were only players like them and some Imperial Guards who had recently surrendered and whose loyalty was not high enough. The decision was clear. Everyone's thoughts were in turmoil. Why not just surrender? They were not familiar with Tang Mo. By choosing the simple option, they could resolve the internal turmoil of the royal family, obtain the reward, and still gain something. Although the rewards might be somewhat reduced compared to the huge risks, surrendering was easier and could quickly resolve the royal family's internal strife. Several guild leaders present all had the same idea. Even Ed originally had the same thought, but as his gaze swept over Tang Mo, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he interjected, "Hold on everyone, no, this wasn't right. They couldn't surrender." Choosing to side with Tang Wu at this seemingly simple moment was actually the biggest trap. Although Tang Mo seemed to have no background currently, he still had Tang Mingyu behind him. Not to mention the terrifying Lord of the Plague Land, Feng Heng. The crucial point was not others, but Feng Heng. The players all turned their gaze to Ed. Ed said in a serious tone, "Don't forget, we still have the Abyss Devils to deal with, and they are on the same side as the Holy See. The Holy See has mentioned that the Plague Land is the origin of this disaster." The expressions of the players changed immediately, understanding Ed's implication, their hearts skipping a beat. That was close. They almost fell for it. Everyone thought of Lord Feng Heng, the legacy of the Abyss Devils and the Imperial Saints that was held by him. Seizing control of the Empire was just the first step of the task. Lord Feng Heng had bigger plans. Choosing to switch to Tang Wu now seemed like the better option, but in reality, once they pledged allegiance to Tang Wu, they would be standing on the side of the Holy See and against Lord Feng Heng. A player vice leader hurriedly came online and whispered, "The offline analysis has come to a conclusion. With our current abilities, the chances of winning against Tang Wu are only 10%. The model analysis suggests that the best choice is to immediately evacuate the royal city with Tang Mo, which will most likely lead to the Empire's division and various lords choosing a successor to pledge allegiance to, causing the Empire to fall into a period of war and internal strife. Also, Li Zhu asked me to tell you all that the Holy See has already formed an alliance with Tang Wu, so we must not pledge allegiance to Tang Wu." As soon as he finished speaking, another game prompt appeared on the players' retinas. Prompt: among the player team, the Lord of the Plague Land, Feng Heng, chooses to pledge allegiance to one of the Empire's successors, Tang Mingyu. All of them looked at Tang Mingyu at the same time, without prior arrangement. Tang Mingyu also saw the game prompt and was momentarily stunned. What was Feng Heng up to again? Hasn't it always been the custom of the Empire that only males can be heirs? Ed knitted his eyebrows. Upon looking at the game task options again, he found that although the game instructions suggested choosing one person to pledge allegiance between Tang Mo and Tang Wu, in fact, any imperial heir could be chosen in the subsequent options. Since Lord Feng Heng had taken the lead, why hesitate? Ed immediately opened the taskbar and selected Tang Mingyu to swear allegiance. Hint: in the player team, Ed chooses to swear allegiance to Tang Mingyu. Hint: Tang Mingyu's imperial heir reputation slightly increased. The player team saw Ed's game prompt appear and reacted accordingly. Since they were already bound together by the Saint's inheritance mission, they all just followed along. Since Lord Feng Heng and Ed had both chosen to surrender to Tang Mingyu, what were they waiting for? They should just follow Tang Mingyu and be done with it. The entire plan to overthrow the Empire was within Lord Feng Heng's plan. There must be a reason for choosing Tang Mingyu as the heir. At least compared to Tang Mo, Tang Mingyu was more obedient. Tang Mingyu stood by feeling completely lost. Ever since Feng Heng swore allegiance to her, the game prompts on her retina quickly appeared, with hundreds flashing in an instant. Players kept swearing allegiance to her, even strange imperial soldiers in the game. Good. Very good. Tang Wu, seeing the situation, became extremely angry, but laughed, shouting, "You have made a decision that will haunt you for the rest of your lives. Capture them." Don't let any of them escape. Ed solemnly said, Princess Mingyu, it is not safe to stay here. Let us escort you out first, Tang Mingyu agreed readily. Knowing they couldn't win, why not escape quickly? Tang Mingyu felt that everything was arranged by Fang Heng. Otherwise, why did he give her the bone whistle ahead of time and let her lead the way to escape? Just as Tang Mingyu was about to leave using the bone whistle, suddenly, the ground in the area to the right erupted violently again. Boom! Boom boom boom! Huge rifts opened up from the ground, and dozens of large tendrils extended into the air. What's going on? Everyone turned to look at the area to the right. The original Devourer. Seeing the Devourers that had just been destroyed reappearing, Tang Wu's eyes showed surprise. He looked back at the people from the Holy Court and asked, What's going on? Archbishop Karl Kila of the Holy Court showed even more astonishment. It's impossible. He had clearly destroyed the original Devourer, leaving only ashes. Although the Devourer could endlessly regenerate, he knew that without the right energy supply, it would take at least half a year for the Devourer to fully recover. But now, boom! Boom boom! The earth shook violently. Rampaging black tendrils continued to rise from the cracks in the ground in the ruin area, attacking everything around them ferociously. Tang Wu and his group, who were closest to the ruin area, clearly became the primary targets of the Devourer's attack. On the other side, Tang Mingyu and her group, who were preparing to escape, were also astonished. How could there suddenly be so many Devourers when the game prompt said that Fang Heng had destroyed them? Suddenly, a player under Ed's command saw something and shouted towards a certain figure in the distance, Lord Fang Heng. Everyone immediately followed the player's gaze. A figure emerged from the ground below, chased by several giant tendrils. It was undoubtedly Fang Heng. It's him. Karl Kila also noticed Fang Heng emerging from below, his expression darkening, pointing at Fang Heng and shouting, He's controlling the entire underground palace. Everything is because of him. The Lord of the Undead in the Plague Land. He is the incarnation of disaster, the source of calamity. Fang Heng was being chased by the Devourer tentacles. Having undergone resurrection after the erosion of the plague atmosphere, the strength of the Devourer increased once again. He relied solely on his own blood to resist the tentacles. Upon hearing the distant shouts, Fang Heng couldn't help but look in the direction of Tang Mingyu, who was waving at him to signal him not to go there, as it was dangerous. She hadn't run away yet. Fang Heng was puzzled and quickly headed towards Tang Mingyu. As he hurried towards Tang Mingyu and the others, Fang Heng's peripheral vision caught sight of a mushroom-like creature burning ahead. The Salvadoran mutant body, wrapped in a black-brown mycelium, was burning with blue flames all over its body. Disgusting fluid-like mycelium kept dripping from its body. Unable to discern any features on the whole body, only two orange-yellow eyes were attached to the mycelium. Fang Heng noticed the monster in his way and instinctively drew his long sword to strike forward. His habit of always targeting the two orange-yellow eyes with his sword. Shoo! The sword swept forward. The blood-red long sword, tainted with his own blood, cut the entire Salvadoran mutant body in half as if cutting tofu. Gurgling. The mycelium life formed after the Salvadoran mutation quickly decayed under Fang Heng's sword. Large amounts of mycelium fell to the ground and scattered, unable to recover its original state. Everyone was stunned to see this scene. Despite all the effort put in earlier, Fang Heng had directly cut the Salvadoran mutant body in half with a single sword strike. How did he do it? Hint, you dealt 1020 for damage to the Salvadoran mutation mycelium. You killed the Salvadoran mutant, but since your damage did not reach 10% of the total amount, your kill reward is weakened. You receive a Tier 3 mutation crystal *1, and your trial score is additionally increased, gaining an extra 10 hours of game time. Hint, your reputation in the Empire has greatly increased, and your friendliness with all the Imperial Lords has greatly increased. Click here to see details. Hint, Tang Mingyu's Imperial Heir reputation slightly increased. Tip, player has obtained an item, Original Devourer Crystal. Alright, another Resurrection Crystal in hand. Bring it back to sell for money. Other rewards may be virtual, but this reward that can be sold for money is the real deal. Fang Heng is in need of money right now. In addition to owing a significant amount of main god points, producing crystallized zombies back home also requires a massive amount of point resources. Isn't a little deception necessary? A hint of excitement flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground and rushed towards Tang Mingyu and the others, shouting, "Mingyu, let's go!" Tang Mingyu, seeing Fang Heng kill the Salvadoran fungus with one sword, was a bit stunned. She had 1,000 questions she wanted to ask Fang Heng, but before she could inquire, she immediately blew the bone whistle. Chirp! The bone whistle emitted a sharp sound, rapidly dispersing around. Almost simultaneously, along with the sound, a strong black aura overflowed from the cracked ground in the distance, spreading rapidly outward. What is that? Players received a game prompt at the same time, and they were amazed to find that the infection index on their bodies was slowly rising. At the same time, another game prompt flashed by. Tip: player triggered special mission, Omen of Destruction. Mission name: Omen of Destruction. Mission description: an anomaly has appeared in the abyss buried deep within the Empire, and the Black Plague is sweeping the Empire once again. Is this a sign of destruction or enlightenment for the future? Mission requirement: survival. Players were taken aback by such a peculiar mission. Survival. Just need to stay alive. Quick, retreat. Tang Wu's Imperial soldiers were still battling the original Devourer tentacles constantly emerging from the ground. The team was in chaos and couldn't organize an effective attack against Fang Heng's group for the time being. Only a few scattered teams chased after Fang Heng's group. Retreat first. Fang Heng hurriedly urged the team to run. The epidemic aura seeping from deep underground could revive infected original Devourer creatures. It was estimated that the Salvadoran fungus could also be revived. If you can't win, run. Fang Heng had no intention of staying and immediately pulled everyone to make an escape. Seeing the situation, Milhao and Wei Dao immediately shouted to Ed's group, "Ed, retreat!" With that said, without looking back, the two followed Tang Mingyu in fleeing. Ed's player team was also caught off guard by the sudden game prompt. So, was this black, eerie mist also created by Fang Heng? Forget it. If Lord Fang commands to run, then run first and ask questions later. Ed and several guild leaders immediately ordered their player team to evacuate. Hiss, hiss. Not far away, strange sounds came from where the Salvadoran original Devourer fungus fell. Upon closer inspection, the black aura that had just emerged from the ground was gradually enveloping the fungus. The fungus was absorbing the aura of the Black Plague. The supposedly deceased Salvadoran fungus was recovering at an extremely fast pace. The fungal blanket once again spread rapidly in all directions. Its speed was even faster than before. Be careful! It's the fungal blanket! The fungal blanket reappeared. The Imperial soldiers, who were about to chase Fang Heng's players, saw the fungal blanket spreading on the ground and immediately changed their expression, retreating and not daring to approach the chase. Cardinal Archbishop Karl Kiel witnessed the revival process of the fungal life and couldn't help but change his expression. The aura of the plague! It was the aura of the plague! How could this be? Initially, the Lord of the Plague Land was merely a scapegoat, a target of criticism for everyone, in order to gain the faith of the world for the Holy See. However, the current situation completely exceeded his expectations. Karl Kiel knew that disaster was coming, but he never expected it to arrive so soon. The abyssal demon hidden underground has appeared once again. Tang Wu, seeing his effort to persuade failing and his men unable to stop Fang Heng and the others, as well as being in chaos due to the giant tentacles constantly emerging from the ground, his anger surged and he couldn't help but turn to Karl Kiel and ask, "Karl Kiel, what's going on here?" Karl Kiel took a deep breath. "Your Highness, the seal of the abyssal demon has been broken. The leakage of the aura of the plague has caused the rebirth of the demonic creatures. I will explain the specific situation to you later. It's too dangerous here. We need to evacuate immediately." Tang Wu turned around, his gaze fixed on Fang Heng. Damn it! The Lord of the Plague Land! Since he appeared, the situation that was once under control was instantly disrupted. Swish! In the sky not far away, Wanignet flew in on a giant hawk with the barbarians. Fang Heng saw Wanignet coming to meet them and shouted loudly, "Let's go! Ed, you follow me." The leakage of the plague aura. Get your friends to immediately evacuate the Imperial City and head to Hanicheng outside the Plague Land. The sooner, the better. In the chaos, Ed's eyes widened at the words, his mind reeling. It was the aura of the plague. Thinking back to the previously triggered survival mission, a terrifying thought arose in Ed's mind. Could the abyssal demon have arrived ahead of time? He stared at Feng Heng, thinking, was releasing the aura of the plague early also part of your plan? Feng Heng saw Ed still standing there in a daze and shouted, "Hurry up and follow." "Okay." Ed responded and immediately leapt onto the back of the giant hawk with one of his underlings, while simultaneously sending a message through the game's survival radio. The hawk's back was very large, enough to accommodate 10 people. Bringing along Tang Moyu and the others, the hawk swiftly flew out of the city in full view of everyone. Zi Yun looked at the direction Feng Heng left in and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, it is already very difficult for us to deal with the original devourer creatures, and with the soon-to-be resurrected Salvadoran fungus creatures, it will only get more troublesome. Our men probably can't hold out. I suggest we retreat." Tang Wu's own capabilities were limited, and encountering such a sudden situation only fueled his anger. He looked at Karl Kila and questioned, "Karl Kila, how did you agree to my request? Why haven't you dealt with the original devourer?" Cardinal Archbishop Karkila's expression was grave as he spoke. "Your Majesty, the dispersal of the plague aura was a sudden event. The original devourer has been revived by the power of the plague aura, greatly enhancing its abilities. It's not advisable to confront it head-on." "Then what do you suggest? Are we going to watch the imperial city fall? What about the honor of the empire?" An elder from the Senate stepped forward and advised, "Your Highness, this is not the time to be angry. Tang Moyu and his team have already evacuated. We have gained control of the imperial city. After we evacuate, we can secure the capital of the empire. As for Tang Moyu and the others, we can deal with them slowly. This adventure into the underground palace is too exciting." Looking down from a height, the Black Plague was constantly emanating from the underground, gradually filling the central inner city area of the imperial city. Without a moment to rest, several task prompts appeared on the retina. Hint: player successfully kills Salvador, successfully triggers follow-up task, Empire in Division. Task name: Empire in Division. Task difficulty: SS gives SSS. Task requirement: please try to assist Tang Mingyu in controlling the human empire. Task reward: additional note, choosing the female successor increases the task difficulty. Several players sitting on the back of a giant hunting eagle with Ed saw the game prompt, first looking at Tang Mingyu, then collectively shifting their gaze to Feng Heng. They have realized that ever since the barbarian invasion of the empire began, it seems that everything has been under the control of Lord Feng Heng, including the premature opening of the Abyss Demon and the leaking of the plague. Just now, everyone felt that these things were caused by Feng Heng. They now really want to know what Feng Heng's next plan is. Also, what is the plague? Why was it released early? And why choose to be loyal to Tang Mingyu? After all, Tang Mo is male and has always been highly respected within the empire, making him more suitable to be the leader of the empire. Feng Heng also felt the scrutiny of everyone and, feeling somewhat puzzled, couldn't help but shift his gaze to Wei Dao, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. He also wanted to ask what Wei Dao was up to with this group of players. Isn't it said that everything is focused on trial missions, avoiding unnecessary risks? Why are you saying one thing and doing another, suddenly vying with Tang Mo and the players for imperial power? What are you up to? And that plague, releasing it prematurely. What are you thinking? With players present, Feng Heng did not speak explicitly, but attempted to communicate with Wei Lun through eye contact. Unfortunately, Feng Heng did not see the answer from Wei Lun's eyes, but instead saw a pair of equally puzzled eyes. Ahem. Seeing the eerie silence, Mo Jiawei couldn't help but cough lightly and asked, "Feng Heng, what's going on?" Mo Jiawei's curiosity was not diminished at all. Did it have to escalate to this point? Releasing the Abyss Demon sealed underground prematurely and destroying the entire empire? The early release of the plague is more terrifying than we expected. Feng Heng took a deep breath and said, "Anyway, let's go back to the plague-infested land and find a way to deal with the Abyss Demon." Henny City. An empire city enveloped by a vine-covered divine tree. Upon entering Henny City, the players felt a sense of shock. In just one day, Henny City had completely changed. The city was completely covered in green, with vines and moss climbing up the buildings on both sides of the streets, and the whole city was filled with the smell of trees. In the meeting hall, Feng Heng finally learned the overall plan of the players from Ed. The room fell into a moment of silence. Feng Heng was at a loss for words for a moment. When did he hint to Ed that they should take control of the empire? He just wanted to swindle money and resources from the players for their work. Wei Dao was the same. A distinguished realm master, cultivated by the Federation for many years, easily deceived by the players. The Federation is really deteriorating day by day. Feng Heng couldn't help but sigh in his heart, looking at Wei Dao with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Seeing Feng Heng's silence, Ed couldn't help but cough lightly to break the silence and said seriously, "Lord Feng Heng, we recently received information from the imperial capital that Tangwu has officially ascended as the emperor and listed us as traitors. Several empire lords with close ties to Tangwu have already sworn allegiance to him. The Holy See has also claimed that the spread of the plague's influence in the plague-infested land has caused turmoil in the empire, and now most of the empire lords are still observing the situation regarding the empire's division, but are more inclined towards Tangwu." Hearing this, Mo Jiawei was quite displeased. The Holy See has never been trustworthy, and it seems nothing has changed now. What does the Abyss Demon have to do with us? They just pour dirty water on us whenever they like. Maybe they leaked it themselves, thieves accusing each other, right? Damn it! The Holy See does not have a single decent person. Mo Jiawei couldn't help but vent, completely unaware that just 10 minutes ago, he also thought the plague was Feng Heng's doing. After learning that the plague event was not Feng Heng's doing, Ed was also surprised. He continued, "Another issue is the leakage of the plague's influence. Events of plague influence leakage have occurred not only in the imperial capital, but also around the world, particularly in Lincoln City, where there has been a large-scale outbreak of plague influence." Wei Lun frowned. "This may have some underlying issue. I reinforced the seal in Lincoln City, so it should not be damaged soon. It seems someone is pushing things behind the scenes." Wei Lun said with a worried look, looking up at Feng Heng, and said in a deep voice, "Perhaps someone wants to release the Abyss Demon." Ed and the players were worried. It's difficult. At this stage of the game, they have to deal with Tangwu, who is vying for control of the empire, and find a way to deal with the Abyss Demon. The pressure is immense. Everyone turned to Feng Heng. Lord Feng Heng has always been a master strategist, calculating everything clearly. He must be prepared. "Lord Feng Heng, we need to act quickly. Otherwise, more empire lords will pledge allegiance to Tangwu, and the leakage of the plague's influence will continue to worsen, making our situation even more difficult." I understand. Feng Heng agreed. He felt that controlling the empire didn't sound reliable. But these players in front of him seemed to have been fooled. They had bet everything on it, and the atmosphere was already set here. Now saying your comprehension was wrong? I never even thought about seizing the empire. Not very plausible. Ed noticed Feng Heng's strange expression and cautiously asked, "Lord Feng Heng, what should we do now?" After some thought, Feng Heng decided to bury his head in the sand. Stabilize these players first. If they can get through the day, let them focus on dealing with the Abyss Demon discreetly. The main trial mission is to kill the Abyss Demon. Killing the demon can greatly improve the overall trial rating to SSS and also gain additional rewards for killing the Abyss Demon. Killing two birds with one stone. At this point, with the situation between Xianzhe and Tangwu being so tense, I estimate that not much progress can be made. We need to change our approach. Feng Heng rubbed his chin. Relying on Qiu Yao Kang's research combined with the hard confrontation with the Abyss Demons in the plague-ridden land of the Divine Tree. We also need the help of the cave-dwelling beasts and tribes. The leakage rate of the plague is too fast. We will focus all our energy on the Abyss Demons, try to gather more relevant demon information and research materials to assist Mr. Kaiu's research, as well as collect materials for the imitation of the Revelation Stone. Feng Heng paused. Seeing the eager gaze of Ed and the others, he could only say, "As for the struggle with Tangwu, both Tangmo and Mingyu will try to recruit the loyalty of various lords of the empire. I will also find a way." Hearing Feng Heng's words, Ed and the others immediately felt relieved, feeling that they had already won about 80% of this battle for the imperial heir. Ed nodded and said, "All right, Lord Feng Heng, we will go back and make detailed plans, making sure to help Princess Mingyu ascend to the imperial throne as soon as possible." Feng Heng felt somewhat speechless, but he nodded. Why are these people only thinking about helping Tang Mingyu take the throne of the empire? Oh well, let Ed and the others do the work. Who knows? Maybe they will surprise him. After bidding farewell to the players led by Ed, Feng Heng finally had the opportunity to communicate privately with Wei Dao and his group. What do you mean? Wasn't it your plan to take over the empire? Upon hearing Feng Heng's words, Wei Dao and ManhwaRecap were both astonished. Wasn't it your plan? Didn't you instigate these players to betray the country? Otherwise, how could ordinary players have the courage? Both of them were momentarily confused, wondering if they had misunderstood something. Or perhaps they themselves were wrong. Feng Heng rubbed his throbbing temples. It was now pointless to discuss right or wrong in this situation. Feng Heng continued, "Our current situation is not bad. Tang Mingyu can gain more support from the lords of the empire, and we can also deploy more mage towers in the empire to deal with the abyss demons. In short, we will focus on completing the main trial line. As for the friction between us and Tangwu, we will try to delay it as much possible." Mo Jiawei understood and nodded. "I see. You were just misleading those players earlier on. We don't need to invest too much energy into the position of the imperial heir for now." "Yes, that's the idea." Feng Heng then turned to Wei Dao and ManhwaRecap, who still seemed a bit perplexed. "There is a very important matter that needs attention, and I can't trust anyone else, so I have to ask for your help." "All right, go ahead." "It's about the barbarians. I remember from our notebooks that when we first annihilated the abyss demons, we gathered the forces of humans, barbarians, and cave-dwelling beasts. I'm thinking that ultimately, to eradicate the abyss demons, we will likely need the combined strength of these three factions. I've discussed with Wang Genet before, hoping to persuade the barbarian leader to cooperate with us to fight against the abyss demons. As an exchange condition, the divine tree in the plague-ridden land will provide healing for the barbarians. I believe they might also have a way to deal with the barbarians. I guess that after going there, we might trigger related quests." As the group listened to Feng Heng's analysis, their eyes brightened. That makes sense. At the beginning, the three factions of the barbarians, humans, and cave-dwelling beasts jointly discovered the original demon seed. After all these years, the barbarians should also have some research on the demon seed, and there might even be a way to deal with it. "All right, leave it to us. This time, we will go with you." ManhwaRecap immediately agreed. Since entering this trial, ManhwaRecap had been feeling more and more inadequate in his thinking. In comparison, he still preferred doing some straightforward fighting. Seeing the two agree, Feng Heng felt relieved. He felt that Wei Dao and ManhwaRecap were a bit naive, easily influenced by the players. If he continued to let them interact with the players, there might be some issues. So, sending them with Wang Genet to the barbarians was a good choice. With a solemn expression, Feng Heng said, "The barbarian questline is very crucial. I entrust it to both of you. Don't worry, we can handle it." As Wei Dao and ManhwaRecap were bewildered by Feng Heng's series of actions, they readily agreed and prepared to set out immediately to find Wang Genet and go to the barbarian stronghold. After finalizing their plan, the group gradually left the hall. "Feng Heng, what about me? What about me?" Tang Mingyu waited until everyone else had left before looking at Feng Heng. She had been holding back the question for a long time and couldn't resist anymore. Her eyes filled with excitement as she asked, "Elevating me to the position of the imperial heir. Is it because you have another grand plan to make money?" "Ahem." Feng Heng coughed softly. She saw through it. Although initially choosing Tang Mingyu as the imperial heir was done casually, who could have predicted that things would develop to this point? Not to mention, this trip to the Imperial Underground Palace completed a large number of tasks, and finally, they also took the opportunity to kill the Salvador group and the original assimilated bodies, completing the environmental tasks and gaining a lot of Imperial heir prestige, all of which Tang Mingyu inherited smoothly. Tang Mingyu now also had some influence in the empire and might be able to persuade a few Imperial lords to pledge allegiance. Therefore, Feng Heng had already started arranging his next move. Currently, most of his energy was focused on dealing with the abyss demons, but the wealth accumulated by the Imperial lords over the years should not be overlooked, right? That wasn't his style of doing things. In the worst-case scenario, if they failed to kill the demon mission and had to withdraw from the trial, they should be able to secure something from the lords. As for making money, professional matters should be left to professionals. Tang Mingyu was clearly the most suitable candidate. Exactly. It's all about making money. So, when choosing who to pledge allegiance to, I immediately thought of you. We've been long-time partners, trustworthy, and capable. But I haven't figured out the specifics of the plan yet. Think about it, now that the lords are loyal to you, isn't it easy to plunder things from them? Anyway, it's up to you to improvise in this area. You can do it. Making money. Tang Mingyu lowered her head, stroking her chin, a pensive look on her face, a hint of excitement in her eyes, murmuring to herself. The imperial capital of the empire. Tang Wu sat on the throne, looking down at the people of the empire below, feeling a satisfaction he had never experienced before, and a smile appeared on his face. The position of the royal family. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Tang Wu's gaze focused on the group in the holy court, and he said in a deep voice, "Carl Killa." Carl Killa looked unusually tired at this moment, stepping half a step out from the crowd. "Yes, your majesty. What is the current situation in the inner city of the imperial capital? Reporting to your majesty, I have led the holy court followers to establish a holy light barrier in the imperial city area overnight. It can temporarily resist the leakage of the plague breath. However, it is very difficult to completely eliminate the plague breath. To ensure nothing goes wrong, I suggest establishing more holy light barriers outside the current one." Good, go ahead. Tang Wu was in a good mood today and praised him, which was rare. "What about the major lords?" Tang Wu's first aide, Ding Shixiu, responded, "Reporting to your majesty, 7 lords in the northern region of the empire have sworn allegiance to you, while the majority are still observing. We are actively contacting other major lords, and good news should come soon." Tang Wu nodded. The northern region of the empire had been his stronghold for many years, and he had good relations with the lords there. It was expected that they would pledge loyalty to him. "All right, continue to monitor. We need to find ways to gain more support from the lords." The chief magistrate of the Senate, Gilnet, reported, "We have some acquaintances in the Senate, and are willing to go to major cities to persuade the lords to pledge allegiance to your majesty." Tang Wu's smile widened, "Then it's hard work for the senators of the Senate." Carl Killa also nodded, "Reporting to your majesty, there are also a few holy court followers in the eastern part of the empire. I have sent the regional bishop to make contact, and good news should arrive soon." Good. With everyone's help, the empire will soon stabilize. When the time comes, we will devote all our efforts to deal with the abyssal demons. Amidst the joy, Tang Wu did not forget his rival, Tang Mingyu. "By the way, how is the situation on Tang Mingyu's side?" Ding Shixiu responded, "Reporting to your majesty, including Hanny City, only 2 lords have pledged allegiance to Tang Mingyu so far." Tang Wu raised an eyebrow, and his mood improved a bit more. Hanny City was currently under control by Fang Heng, so it didn't really count. Only 1 lord had pledged allegiance to Tang Mingyu. Crushing victory! He had successfully taken control of the imperial capital with the support of the Holy Court and the Senate, and most of the northern lords had close relations with him. Everything was going in the right direction. What could a woman like Tang Mingyu do against him? Tang Wu was extremely relaxed. He didn't even know how he could lose. An elder from the Senate stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, there is another urgent matter. We recently received a distress call from Lord Chadwick. Linkredon City has been affected by a strange unknown black aura and has fallen into chaos. We believe it is undoubtedly the leakage of the plague breath. In addition, some of the imperial lords in the empire have also been affected, causing people to panic, believing that a disaster is about to strike." Linkredon City. Tang Wu furrowed his brow. It seemed that Fang Heng had been to Linkredon City before and was subsequently defeated by the troops led by General Deng Wen. Thinking of General Deng Wen, Tang Wu's mood immediately soured. He had heard that General Deng Wen had returned with elite soldiers to the imperial city last night, and he had gone to greet him personally, only to have Deng Wen claim illness and stay outside the city, seemingly waiting for the incident to calm down. "Hey, trying not to offend both sides?" Tang Wu sneered inwardly. "Your Majesty, the Lord of the Plague Land, Fang Heng, is maliciously spreading the plague breath throughout the empire, disrupting the peace of the empire. Linkredon City is most severely affected by the plague breath. Allowing it to continue is extremely dangerous." Ding Shixiu pondered for a moment, glanced around the hall at the people of the Holy Court, and suggested, "I don't know if we should have the Holy Court go and investigate. If they can help resolve the situation, we may gain the allegiance of the Lord of Linkredon City and win the approval of the other major lords." Carl Killa nodded. "Your Majesty, I can personally lead people to investigate. We can try to establish a holy light barrier at the source of the plague breath to temporarily prevent its spread, although the barrier cannot be maintained for long. No need. Linkradon City is already nearly destroyed. What use is it to me? Let's first focus on perfecting the holy light barrier in the inner city. I want to ensure that the Imperial City remains absolutely safe, Tang Wu said with a sneer. Moreover, Fang Heng releasing the plague to destroy Linkradon City will only make more people fear the Plague Land, and more lords will pledge allegiance to us. We should thank them. The people in the hall looked at each other, and then all bowed, saying, Your Majesty is wise. Meanwhile, in Hanny City, several players, including Ed, were anxiously gathered at the entrance of Qiu Yao Kang's newly built laboratory. The preparation for the final boss battle with the Abyssal Demon was not a big issue. However, the internal turmoil mission in the Empire was truly of hellish difficulty. Tang Mingyu and Tang Mo were currently persuading the Imperial Lords all over the Empire, and after running around for most of the night, they had only managed to convince 2 lords to pledge allegiance. This was based on the intelligence provided by the Li Zhu team, starting from the easiest to the most difficult, and personally visiting each lord's residence. The players also tried various methods to contact the major lords, and a few lucky ones triggered related tasks. However, the difficulty of the tasks was daunting. At this rate, the number of Imperial Lords pledging allegiance to Tang Mingyu would only decrease. There was no way, and they couldn't blame those Imperial Lords. The power gap between Tang Wu and Tang Mingyu was too great. If it were them, they would also choose to wait and see. They had already lost half the battle before it even began. The player team urgently needed to find a way to boost morale. The Li Zhu team also stayed up all night and came up with several feasible plans. Ed also read the plan and thought it was well designed, though the results might only be average even if completed. It was better than doing nothing. So the players prepared to come and discuss with Fang Heng. They heard that Fang Heng had come to Qiu Yao Kang's laboratory after separating from the group last night, so they decided to wait outside the door. What? Already leaving? Without even saying goodbye? What about them? Several high-level players exchanged glances, all feeling a sense of frustration. Lord Fang Heng seems to enjoy acting alone in secret. He is powerful and often surprises them, but they are uncertain. After a while, Ed said to his men, Inform Li Zhu about Lord Fang Heng's current movements. Let us figure out a way to contact Lord Fang Heng in Linkleton City. And let's not just sit around wasting time. Start acting according to the plan. Alright, let's do that. I believe Lord Fang Heng must have his own arrangements. Several high-level players of the Game Guild nodded in agreement, preparing to take action. Suddenly, a game prompt appeared in their retinas. Prompt: the favorability rating between Fang Heng and Lord Chadwick has increased. The player team triggered a mission. Chadwick's request. Mission name: Chadwick's request. Mission difficulty: S. Mission description: the people in Lord Chadwick's territory are being invaded by a mysterious plague. Please assist Chadwick in solving this problem. Mission requirements: seal, expel, disperse, and control the plague's breath to prevent further spread. Mission reward: Chadwick swears loyalty, and the reputation of the successor of the Tang Mingyu Empire will significantly increase. Chadwick, the Lord of Linkleton City. Everyone was surprised, and then excitement filled their eyes. Their guess was right. Lord Fang Heng had started to take action again. Linkleton City. A visible layer of black mist floated on the ground near the mining area. The entrance of the entire mine seemed to have been completely engulfed by the black mist. Lord Fang Heng, as you can see, it's those strange black mists. It's terrifying. Once you're tainted by the mists, you'll be infected with a horrific plague. Also, there are corpses. The deceased infected by the plague will revive as corpses. It's terrifying. There are many corpses lurking inside the mine. I've urgently evacuated all nearby residents, but the black mist continues to spread. If this continues, the entire city will become uninhabitable. You must find a way to help us. Chadwick saw Fang Heng as his savior, speaking earnestly. Those idiots from the court who had promised to keep the mining area safe. Where are they now? His plea for help to the Empire went unanswered, and the court was acting dead. Chadwick was almost ready to abandon Linkleton City and run away. He was in despair. Just when he thought about fleeing, his men suddenly reported that Lord Fang Heng had come to help them voluntarily. In the bushes, Fang Heng showed his head and nodded lightly, surveying the mining area shrouded in black mist in the distance. He had followed Chadwick, feeling somewhat lost. Earlier, Qiu Yao Kong had spent most of the night researching the plague's breath and the original sample of the devourer. He had proposed to obtain more samples of the plague's breath for research. The capital was too dangerous, and they had just escaped from danger, so Fang Heng dared not go back. Hence, he thought of Lincoln City. There were also abyss seals in the mining area on the outskirts of Lincoln City, where he could collect the plague's breath. It was a bit safer there. So Fang Heng, along with Qiu Yao Kong and Weilin, hurried over early in the morning. They had initially planned to sneak in, but they coincidentally met Chadwick and his group leaving the city, leading to a face-to-face encounter. Enemies meeting. Fang Heng was ready to fight, but he was surprised to see Chadwick coming to embrace him, almost as if he had found a savior, begging Fang Heng to save Lincoln City. This made Fang Heng realize that his friendly rapport with Lord Chadwick had quietly elevated to a friendlier level due to the construction of the second-tier mage tower. So Chadwick warmly invited them. Now, Chadwick had placed all his hopes on Fang Heng. As for the nonsense from the court, he no longer believed it. Seeing Fang Heng remaining silent, Chadwick couldn't help but ask, "What's the situation, Lord Fang Heng? Have you found anything?" Fang Heng gazed at the entrance of the mine in the distance and said solemnly, It appears to be a leak of the plague's breath, and the leak seems more substantial than within the royal family." Chadwick was secretly alarmed upon hearing this. Although the appearance of the plague's breath in his territory the previous night had caused him great distress, the news from the Empire broke into his ears. There was a massive riot caused by the demonic creatures raised by Salvard in the royal palace. Was there a connection between the two? I reinforced the seal before leaving, so it shouldn't have caused such a large leakage of the breath. Weilin, looking confused, turned to Chadwick and asked, "Lord Chadwick, after we left, did anyone tamper with the seal?" Chadwick's expression changed, showing anger. "Damn it! It's the court! The only people who entered after you left were from the court. They said they wanted to strengthen the seal. Damn it! I'm such a fool! I should have known those scheming people in the court had ill intentions." Prompted by Weilin, Chadwick suddenly understood. Naturally, it was the people from the court who had approached the seal. Last night, the court had sneaked into the mine and forbidden anyone from approaching, even planning to completely block the cave. Everything was caused by them. Such treachery! Chadwick felt he had been completely misled by the court's lies. Why did he listen to them? Fang Heng frowned upon hearing this. So, it was the court's people who released the demonic seal. But why? Qiu Yao Kong was also very curious about the leakage of the plague's breath. He took out a bottle of purple potion from his backpack and poured it into his mouth, also handing a bottle to Weilun next to him. Fang Heng also wanted to reach for the potion, but was stopped by a glance from Qiu Yao Kong. I don't need it. With his special physique, he could still rely on immunity against the peripheral breath of the plague, but it might not be the case once they ventured into the cave. Qiu Yao Kong shook his head and said, "No need. The potion was developed using your blood, so it's useless for you. It would be a waste." Fang Heng remained silent, and then reached into his bag to take out the Book of Genesis, summoning 3 balls of light in front of everyone. The light balls floated in the air, illuminating the surroundings. "Let's go." Fang Heng walked out from the thicket of low trees and led the way towards the depths of the mine. Seeing Fang Heng using the spells of sacred learning, Lord Chadwick couldn't help but pause. Strange. How does this spell resemble the spells from the Holy Court? Looking at the mine entrance illuminated by Fang Heng's sacred light, Chadwick couldn't help but pray in his heart. Come on. It's up to you to protect the mage tower in the territory. As they entered the cave, the concentration of the plague's breath became noticeably higher. The 3 balls of sacred light rotated above the heads of everyone, providing a faint glow to illuminate the surroundings. Qiu Yao Kong held a detector in his hand, scanning the area continuously. The virus here is different from what we've encountered before, with limited transformative infection abilities. Following that, a game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Hint: players enter a special area. Due to the player's current special physique, the player's current infection index has slightly increased. Please be careful. Let's pick up the pace. Fang Heng glanced at the slowly rising infection index, took 2 steps forward, squinted his eyes suddenly, and stared into the darkness ahead. Caw caw! Footsteps echoed from the darkness in the distance. Huh! Zombies! Fang Heng became alert. The creatures staggering out from the plague's breath looked very similar to zombies, with empty eye sockets and slow movements. Be careful, they're cadavers, Wei Lun explained. I read about the plague's breath in some books. It can revive infected creatures. Qiu Yao Kong observed the cadavers from a distance and whispered, it's probably the effect of the mutation virus body. Over a dozen cadavers gradually emerged from the darkness, shrouded by the plague's breath ahead, converging towards Fang Heng and his group. Let me test them out. Fang Heng nodded, controlling the 2 recently revived lickers behind him to confront the cadavers. Shoo! The 2 lickers pounced on the cadavers. Crunch! Sharp claws swiped through the air, easily creating a large gash on the front cadaver's body, sending it flying backward. Hint: player's zombie avatar. Licker successfully killed the cadaver. The lickers pounced again on the next cadaver. Fang Heng stood at a distance, observing carefully. The combat capabilities of the cadavers seemed to be similar to typical zombies. In less than a minute, the 2 lickers cleared out the nearby group of cadavers. Qiu Yao Kong approached, squatting down carefully to examine the dismembered cadavers, then took out a sample collector to extract some samples. Muttering to himself quietly, interesting. Qiu Yao Kong stood up, stored the samples in his backpack, and said to Fang Heng, interestingly, the cadaver cells are not dead. They are still in the process of reviving, and will be complete in under a minute. Reviving ... Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Wei Lun spoke solemnly, let's not focus on them. I've read in some notes that cadavers, like the original devourers we encountered before, can continuously absorb the plague's breath to resuscitate. Act quickly. We should inspect the seal internally first. All right. Fang Heng nodded and continued to control the lickers to clear the path, leading the way deeper into the previously traversed passage. Soon, after clearing away the cadavers along the way, Fang Heng was the first to step into the room at the end of the passage. The room was filled with a high concentration of Black Plague's breath. A significant amount of the plague's breath leaked from the alchemical magic array seal in the center of the room. After confirming the room's safety, Wei Lun hurried forward, crouching by the edge of the alchemical magic array to inspect it for a moment, then furrowed his brows. How is it? Wei Lun's expression was somewhat grim as he said, very bad. The outer seal has been deliberately damaged. Judging by the extent of the breath leakage, the inner seal deep within the abyss has likely been severely impacted as well. I suspect that the breach of the seal in the depths of the abyss led to the massive leak of the plague's breath, which in turn accelerated the corroding of the outer seal. The leakage incidents of the plague's breath encountered throughout the empire are probably related to the damage to the seal deep in the abyss. Fang Heng frowned and analyzed. Last night, we encountered the plague's breath in the royal catacombs, so that passageway must also be one of the entrances to the abyss. Yes, at least it connects to one of the entrances deep underground. While the 2 were inspecting, Qiu Yao Kong, who had collected some of the plague's breath residue from outside the cave, joined them at the entrance of the sealed abyss to look around. He also gathered some samples from the cave surroundings. Fang Heng asked, is there a way to suppress the plague's breath? The extent of the damage to the inner magic array needs further exploration to confirm. It's very dangerous for us to venture down recklessly in our current situation. We can only try to repair the outer alchemical magic array slightly and control the spread of the breath's leakage. Wei Lun thought for a moment and then nodded, adding, furthermore, we can cooperate with the external mage tower for the purification of the plague's breath. Being locked underground for decades, I have made some modifications to the magic runes embedded in the mage tower, which should significantly improve the effect. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Right, there's still the mage tower. I'll stay here to repair the magic array, and I'll leave the operation of the mage tower to you. Okay, the lickers will stay here to protect you. Be careful. Yes, they're just ordinary cadavers, a bit troublesome with their revival, but not very threatening. Fang Heng nodded, and then looked at Qiu Yao Kong. Qiu Yao Kong started to speak to himself, suddenly thought of something, and looked up at Fang Heng. I have an idea, and need to immediately return to the plague-infested area for research. Oh, and I also need to bring back some corpses. I am very interested in the resurrection principle of the plague breath. All right, I will take you out first. Fang Heng nodded and led Qiu Yao Kong back together. At the entrance of the mine, Lord Chadwick anxiously waited. They're here. Seeing Fang Heng and Qiu Yao Kong coming out of the mine, Chadwick couldn't help but feel a jolt. Why are there only two of them? Weren't there three when they went in? Are they in danger? Lord Fang Heng, how's the situation? Chadwick anxiously took 2 steps forward, looking towards the mine entrance behind Fang Heng, and asked, "Where is Mr. Weilon? Why hasn't he come out?" "Don't worry. Weilon is repairing the ceiling magic array." Really? Chadwick suddenly felt like he was back in heaven. His eyes lit up with hope. Lord Fang Heng, after the ceiling is repaired, can Linden City be restored to its original state? Fang Heng shook his head. It's not that simple. There is an extremely evil force lurking in the cave, originally sealed deep in the mine. Someone broke the seal, which led to the leakage of the plague breath. Even if the outer seal is completely repaired, it will only slow down the leakage of the plague breath. Damn the holy court! Chadwick couldn't help but curse. Lord Fang Heng, you must have a solution, right? Please save the people of Linden City. I will do my best. You're lucky. Isn't there a newly built ghost tower? The ghost tower. Chadwick couldn't help but look back at the ghost tower he and Fang Heng had a contract to build. What does it mean? Chadwick couldn't connect the ghost tower with the plague breath. Don't you know? A tier 2 ghost tower has the ability to dispel and purify the plague breath, Fang Heng half-truthfully reassured. You will see. With the power of the ghost tower and Mr. Weilon repairing the outer alchemical seal, theoretically, it can temporarily solve the leakage of the plague breath. That's great. Chadwick didn't quite understand, but he knew the ghost tower could cleanse the plague breath. Lord Fang Heng, is there anything else I need to do? Yes, I need people to operate the mage towers, apprentice level, or higher mage scholars. The more, the better. Chadwick readily agreed. Of course, no problem. I will immediately go to the Mage Association to hire people. I will personally go and call them. Fang Heng then refocused his gaze on the mine entrance. Since this place is one of the official entrances to the underground abyss, it would be best to build several more ghost towers for added security. Thinking about it, Fang Heng stopped Chadwick. Wait, Lord Chadwick, with just one ghost tower, it may be difficult to quickly cleanse the remaining plague breath. I want to discuss with you about establishing several mage towers nearby. What? Chadwick was halfway there when he suddenly froze, turned around, stared into Fang Heng's eyes, his heart pounding in his chest. Building more mage towers? Was this really happening? Chadwick was starting to doubt his hearing. Lord Fang Heng, did you say we need to build more mage towers? Yes, for safety reasons, I hope to build more ghost towers around the mine. I will assist in the construction, provide resources as much as possible. As for the site, Lord Fang Heng, you can entrust everything to me. Chadwick was so excited that he felt like he was about to be hit by a pie falling from the sky. He agreed. You can build as many mage towers here as you need. Just tell me, as long as I can do it, I will fulfill it. Seeing Chadwick suddenly so excited, Fang Heng felt a bit puzzled. He even had a sense of guilt for deceiving the honest man. Even if you're willing to go all out, I'm afraid you won't be able to get the special resources needed for building mage towers. I temporarily need some more resources and manpower to transport material resources. There are some residual resources in the plague-infested area. Let's first find the Mage Association to help open the Ghost Tower teleportation channel. There are plenty of more resources in the mine that can be used as energy sources for the teleportation channel. All right, everything will be done as you say. Chadwick was overly excited, feeling like he was being showered with good fortunes from above. He said, "Please rest assured, I will immediately set things in motion. I will even bring those Imperial mages you mentioned. And when we build, I don't like being seen by too many people. I understand. You can trust me, I'll take care of everything, you can be assured." Reminder, player completes Lord Chadwick's request quest. Lord Chadwick pledges loyalty to Tang Mingyu, the heir of the Tang Mingyu Empire, and the player's empire reputation increases. Fang Heng looked up at the ghost tower in front of him. Controlled by several mages from the Mage Association, the ghost tower started emitting a faint dark light. The undead mist gradually dissipated. The ghost tower designed by the saints originally possessed some ability to dispel the plague breath. Wei Lan had further improved the tower's capabilities during the time he was detained in the Imperial Tomb. The Black Plague breath outside the mining area gradually dissipated. Someone among the onlookers in the distance started cheering. Apart from the private soldiers of the Lord, a large portion of the crowd were other Imperial Lords. They whispered to each other, their eyes filled with surprise. 2 hours ago, when they learned that Lord Fang Heng wanted to build more mage towers in Linden City, Chadwick was already excited. However, there was a shortage of some rare resources in his territory, so the towers couldn't be built. What to do? No problem. Borrow. Chadwick, a hereditary lord, had a good reputation among the lords and immediately spread the word to borrow some rare mineral resources. Soon, the news spread that Fang Heng wanted to build a large number of mage towers in Linden City. The news caused quite a stir among the lords. Initially, the lords were puzzled by the sudden decision to build so many mage towers. A mere mention of the plague's breath and the plague-ridden land feels like there is a connection between the two. In any case, the recent incident of the leak of the plague's breath has left the entire empire in a state of anxiety. Now there are rumors that the ghost tower can resist the invasion of the plague's breath. Regardless of whether there have been any mage tower contracts signed with Fang Heng, after receiving the news, many have expressed interest, and more than 10 Imperial Lords in close proximity have flown in on griffins to investigate. Sure enough, everything was just as Chadwick had said. The mage tower has the effect of dispelling the surrounding plague's breath. The most excited among the crowd is Chadwick himself. A bad situation turned good. If more ghost towers can be built in the territory, he will undoubtedly gain the most advantage. It's worth noting that the Mage Guild, which has always been aloof, has just taken the initiative to approach him and discuss jointly turning Linkington City into a new mage sanctuary. Many lords have secretly approached him, willing to provide him with some building resources for free, hoping he can help talk to Fang Heng and consider quickly building mage towers in their territories. Chadwick is beaming with satisfaction. It's been a long time since he has enjoyed being surrounded like this. And not to mention being surrounded by so many Imperial Lords. Chadwick, accompanied by several Imperial Lords, approached Fang Heng and whispered, "Lord Fang Heng, I have just borrowed some resources from some old friends, and they are already on their way here for construction. Can we use the ghost tower for transportation?" "Yes, of course, the sooner the better, and our plague-ridden land will provide assistance as well." Fang Heng nodded with pleasure, and then turned his gaze to the people beside Lord Chadwick. "Ha ha! Lord Fang Heng, here we meet again." Lord Paul, who was a bit older than the other lords, with a full beard and a smiling face, patted Fang Heng's shoulder warmly. "Do you remember our agreement to build the mage tower? When will you come to our land to have a look?" Fang Heng looked at Lord Paul, hesitating, and said, "Aren't you worried about trouble on Prince Tang Wu's side?" Lord Paul looked disdainful. "Worried? Who doesn't know that Tang Wu was fooled by the Holy Court's people? He even shamelessly claimed that the source of the plague's breath is the plague-ridden land. Next time I see him, I will certainly give him a piece of my mind." On the side, a beautiful female player with a surprised look on her face. Zhuo Lingfang had just joined the Li Zhu company team and had just arrived in Linkington City. She had exerted a lot of effort to find Fang Heng after receiving Li Zhu's message. Seeing Fang Heng and the various lords chatting and laughing, Zhuo Lingfang was taken aback. She had learned from Li Zhu that the team's progress in the game was very bad. Tang Mingyu and Tang Mo had started to visit one lord after another last night to persuade them. The results were very poor. They had only just managed to convince two Imperial Lords to pledge loyalty, and they were both lords who had a close relationship with Tang Mo. It was even more difficult to persuade the remaining lords. Turning back to Lord Fang Heng, he seemed to be very familiar with these lords. And the lords all seemed to be seeking his help. Hearing Lord Pole's words, Zhuo Lingfang's heart raced, and she couldn't help but say, "My lord, so you will choose to stand by Prince Mingyu's side, right?" "Who is this?" Lord Paul felt threatened by Zhuo Lingfang's words, looking at her unfriendly, as she immediately realized she had said the wrong thing and shrank her neck, looking at Fang Heng for help. Fang Heng had long seen the lords' expressions and their whispered conversations. It seemed that these lords were very concerned about the ghost tower. Could he take advantage of the situation and deceive them into pledging loyalty to Tang Mingyu? Then figure out how to profit from it later. Thinking this, Fang Heng chuckled and tentatively said, "Haha, this is Prince Mingyu's attendant." Part of the resources for building the Mage Tower were also provided by Prince Mingyu. She escorted the resources here and is very loyal to Prince Mingyu. She spoke without thinking in her urgency. "Please, lords, do not take offense." Lord Paul immediately put on a kindly smile. "So she's Prince Mingyu's attendant. Not a problem." Lord Paul, and all the lords, I'm sure you all know that I have already sworn allegiance to Prince Mingyu. You all know the situation in the Empire. The second-tier Ghost Tower has teleportation capabilities, and all major teleportation arrays are connected. To prevent malicious use of the teleportation capabilities of the Ghost Tower for long-distance military operations, we will temporarily suspend the construction of the Mage Tower in Prince Tangmo's territory and focus on building the Mage Tower in Prince Mingyu's territory first. I hope you can understand." Fang Heng expressed regret and nodded to everyone. "Of course, after the turmoil of the Empire passes, I will still fulfill the contracts with all of you and assist in building the Mage Towers." The lords understood what he meant. It was a way of saying things nicely. When would he actually get around to building the Mage Tower? Lord Fang Heng has considered everything thoroughly. Lord Paul had actually prepared himself to swear loyalty to Prince Tang Mingyu as he arrived. His territory had also experienced a leakage of the plague's breath. Although the extent of the leak was not as terrifying as in Linkington City, he had already temporarily arranged for people to clear out the area completely, but he still felt uneasy, fearing that things would get worse. Paul looked at Fang Heng and said seriously, "Lord Fang Heng, I understand what you want to say. Let me be frank. Whenever you come to our land to build the Mage Tower, I will immediately swear loyalty to Prince Mingyu." Yes, and we all will swear loyalty to Prince Mingyu. Several of the lords present had witnessed the horrific scene in Linkington City when the plague's breath leaked. With the current uncertain situation in the Empire and the sudden appearance of the plague's breath, things were under control for now. But what if the plague's breath suddenly appeared in their territories? Should they go to Tangwu? Wasn't Chadwick the first to go to Tangwu? And what was the result? Tangwu did nothing. Lord Fang Heng seemed more reliable. Although some lords still thought that the arrival of the plague's breath was too coincidental and even suspected that Lord Fang Heng might be orchestrating it. At that time, the Tower of Souls will not fall under Fang Heng's control. After realizing this, the lords all crowded around. Many small lords don't care too much about pledging loyalty to Tang Mingyu. How big are their territories? They won't really get involved in the war. Hint, the player team reaches an agreement with Lord Burrow and triggers the mission. Boar's conditions. Mission name. Boar's conditions. Mission requirement. Build the second-level Tower of Souls in Boar's territory. Mission reward. Lord Burrow swears loyalty. Special note, this mission may be cancelled or altered at any time due to game progression. Hint, the player team reaches an agreement with Lord Zoe and triggers the mission. Zoe's conditions. Hint, the player team reaches an agreement with Lord Galdo. Suddenly, a continuous stream of game prompts was triggered. Zhuo Lingfang was excited to see the game prompts with a look of admiration in her eyes as she gazed at Fang Heng. Lord Fang Heng is so powerful. Just one visit to Linkreton City has turned DK into magic and made the lords of the Empire actively cooperate with him. At least a dozen lords were present, and if they all chose to cooperate with Fang Heng. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhuo Lingfang felt her face flush, eager to log off immediately and report this great news to the players. Beside her, Waylon was similarly looking at Fang Heng with admiration. With just a few words, he managed to persuade the lords of the Empire to build the Mage Tower together. This is something he hasn't been able to accomplish in decades. The chosen successor of the Empire, and Saint indeed made the right choice. He will definitely lead everyone to completely eliminate the abyssal demons. Fang Heng and the lords of the Empire exchanged pleasantries for a while before walking over to Zhuo Lingfang and saying, "Log off and communicate with your team. Some rare building materials for constructing the Mage Tower are missing." Ed said he would find a way before. Zhuo Lingfang jolted awake, carefully noting down every word. Fang Heng said, "Got it. I'll go and communicate with them right away. Also, these lords have all requested to cooperate with me and are willing to pledge loyalty to Princess Mingyu in exchange for building the second-level Mage Tower. Remember the names and faces of these people. Make a list for me. I want to plan the construction smoothly." "Okay, got it." Offline, Li Zhu took a cup of strong coffee from her secretary. Since the preparation for the operation in the Imperial Underground Palace 2 nights ago, their entire team had been working continuously without proper rest. As the project commander, DRIZZLE was on watch at all times. The preparation of the material for the replica of the Stone of Revelation was progressing smoothly. Information about the abyssal demons was scarce, and the team was collecting it in an orderly manner. However, the current situation of the Imperial conflict task was extremely bad. The initial plan of the team was for Tang Mo to convince at least 5 lords to swear loyalty to her. But unexpectedly, Lord Fang Heng chose Tang Mingyu to be the new royal successor. Although the first creator of the empire was a queen by identity, the fact that females could not become the imperial successor had become a latent consensus among the empire's lords. Why did Fang Heng choose Tang Mingyu? DRIZZLE couldn't understand. She felt that Fang Heng's actions must have deep significance. He must be considering things from a perspective they couldn't see to make such a choice. Now, she could only hand everything over to Fang Heng and believe that he could work miracles once again. DRIZZLE took a sip of coffee, praying for miracles to come faster. Suddenly, one of her players received a signal message from another player and, after reading it, rubbed his eyes and excitedly shouted, "DRIZZLE, Captain! Great news!" DRIZZLE's spirits lifted at once, setting down her coffee cup. "What news? Tell me quickly." Lord Fang Heng triggered a mission. He made deals with various lords. It turns out that Lord Fang Heng had been prepared for this. The player directly projected the mission prompt triggered in the game onto the screen. The attention of everyone in the meeting hall was drawn to it. Cooperation. Establishing the Mage Tower. Looking at the mission prompt, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Trading the pledge of loyalty to Tang Mingyu for building the second-level Mage Tower. Is this for real? How is this possible? No wonder Ed had been looking for the building materials for the second-level Mage Tower. It was all a setup for this? DRIZZLE looked at the detailed mission instructions on the screen and suddenly had a thought. Yes, she had heard before that Fang Heng had the ability to use the power of the undead to build the second-level Mage Tower in a very short time. That was where Ed had suffered before. Right. The second-level Mage Tower was Fang Heng's trump card. So, what exactly had happened? DRIZZLE had studied the Boundless Realm game for many years and had a deep understanding of the game, knowing that the Mage Tower was very important for lords, but not to this extent. Why did Fang Heng cause such a huge change among the lords? Where is Zhuo Lingfang? Didn't she log off to contact Fang Heng? Yes, she just said that she contacted Fang Heng and has been following him around. Why hasn't she come back to report? Have you tried messaging her? Yes, we asked her to log off and report back as soon as possible. DRIZZLE frowned, feeling anxious. Zhuo Lingfang was a newcomer who had recently joined the company and was still under probation. Normally, such large tasks wouldn't fall on her, and the company kept high-level tasks like this confidential. But why was Zhuo Lingfang the only one left in Linkerton City at that time? Just then, the screen switched. Zhuo Lingfang emerging from the game warehouse was displayed in front of everyone. Leader, Lord Fang Heng, he activated the Mage Tower and dispersed the plague mist. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhuo Lingfang was stumbling over her words, detailing everything she had seen and heard inside the Mage Tower. As she described how the lords had all requested Fang Heng's help in building the Mage Tower, the whole work hall was filled with heavy breaths from the players. So, Lord Fang Heng had already arranged everything up to this point. Watching Tang Mingyu gradually falling into a disadvantage in the conflict with Tang Wu, dragging the team into a quagmire, Fang Heng's arrival injected a strong boost of confidence in them. Yes, the team seemed to be reborn, infused with energy once again, and quickly sprang into action. Next, it would be Lord Fang Heng's turn. DRIZZLE looked at the big screen. The screen already displayed the material data needed to establish the second-order Mage Towers, as well as the current player team's material reserves and the Plagueland's material reserves. Focusing on the information displayed on the screen, DRIZZLE suddenly frowned. Analyzing the current values, there would be no shortage of materials for building the Soul Towers in the short term. The shortfall was in the magic cores. Building Soul Towers in various locations in the Empire required a massive amount of magic cores, and the quantity of magic cores in the Plagueland was not sufficient. If a large-scale deployment was to be made, it would still be far from enough. The previous efforts of Ed in collecting materials were only halfway done, and they did not anticipate Feng Heng's plan to build soul towers throughout the empire. Hence, they did not prepare more magic cores. Li Zhu remembered that the production method of magic cores had always been controlled by the royal family, and the annual output was extremely limited. Gather detailed information on the magic cores, yes? In a short afternoon, 6 new second-order soul towers were successfully established around the mining area, radiating a dim light. The plague land's miasma was completely dispersed. Lord Chadwick was extremely excited. It's done. It's really done. He pinched himself gently, feeling somewhat doubtful if he was dreaming. Lord Feng Heng, the next mage tower construction site is in Lord Paul's territory. The first batch of building materials has already been sent over, and we have informed the nearby city lords and secured the use of their city teleportation channels to get there. Okay. Zhao Lingfang respectfully added, Lord Feng Heng, Mr. Ed has a very urgent matter to discuss with you, and Princess Mingyu also hopes you can spare some time to return to the Plague Land. All right. Let's go back first. Feng Heng nodded. With a slight change in the plan, he was ready to go back to communicate with Ed's player team and also check on Q Yao Kang's research progress. Then, he would personally oversee the construction of the soul towers with the zombie avatars. Although controlling the zombies remotely could also build, it required additional time and effort to operate, which was far less convenient and efficient than using direct close-range mental control. Lord Paul followed Feng Heng, afraid that something might happen halfway through the construction of the soul towers, and suggested, Lord Feng Heng, I will go with you. It's been a long time since I last saw Princess Mingyu. Other lords also chimed in, right, Lord Feng Heng. It has been a while since we last saw Princess Mingyu. It would be good to go along. Feng Heng had no reason to refuse matters that could affect the lord's favorability, so he nodded, all right. Following the teleportation channel, Feng Heng led the group back to the Plague Land. The Hall of the Plague Land. Tang Mingyu sat at the top, occasionally yawning. Ed, along with several guild leaders, had been waiting for Feng Heng for some time. Their tense nerves gradually relaxed. They had been remotely observing Feng Heng's every move through Zhao Lingfang's reports. Hearing the news of the successful construction of the Mage Tower and the significant increase in Tang Mingyu's prestige, everyone was naturally overjoyed. Seeing Feng Heng's return, they all stood up to greet him. Lord Feng Heng. Tang Mingyu looked at Feng Heng, her eyes revealing a hint of resentment. Goodness, she had stayed up all night last night, visiting the lord's residences with the players and Tang Mo one by one, working hard for almost half a day, only to strike deals with 2 of them. Meanwhile, Feng Heng seemed to effortlessly make a big breakthrough. Why hadn't he mentioned it earlier? If she had known Feng Heng had plans arranged, why had she worked so hard? Wasn't it more comfortable to stay in the palace and sleep? Sometimes, Tang Mingyu felt as if she had been fooled by Feng Heng. Everything seemed to be part of Feng Heng's layout. He had said they would collectively raid the royal treasury and split the spoils equally. So why did everything now seem to be arranged by Feng Heng? Stealing the revelation stones and magic cores from the royal treasury to build the mage towers intentionally, was it? Greetings, Princess Mingyu. Uncles, please, be seated. Tang Mingyu personally stood up to welcome them, putting on a show to make money. Then she turned her gaze to Feng Heng and nodded. We are having some trouble with the materials for building the Mage Tower, and would like to discuss it with you. Upon hearing that there were troubles with building the Soul Towers, the several accompanying lords' faces immediately changed color. Particularly Lord Paul. His expression looked especially grim. Could it be true? Was it just his turn to face difficulties now? Tang Mingyu noticed the lord's expressions and inquired about Feng Heng with her eyes. Your Highness, these imperial lords are loyal to the royal family. There is no need to withhold information from them. I naturally trust you, uncles. What we are going to discuss next are all royal confidential matters. Please keep them confidential on our behalf. Paul, concerned about the Mage Tower, quickly agreed, of course. What issues have arisen with the Soul Tower? Tang Mingyu nodded and gestured towards Ed beside her. Let Mr. Ed explain in detail. Yes, Your Majesty. Ed stepped forward, nodded, and said, Lord Feng Heng, I will explain further. As you all know, building the Mage Tower requires a large amount of construction materials. We have just checked the inventories across the Empire and can only build approximately 27 second-order Soul Towers. If we include the supportive resources provided by the various lords, we can build maximum 54 second-order soul towers. However, 54 soul towers are far from enough to meet the needs of the major lords. Many lords are willing to provide additional resources to establish mage towers, but we cannot do it. Currently, our biggest shortfall is the magic cores. Gulp Lord Chadwick couldn't help swallowing when he heard this figure. Is this even possible? 54 mage towers. Isn't that already a lot? How many mage towers are there in the entire empire now? Lord Paul also had the same initial thoughts, but on further contemplation, he realized it wasn't right. There is a shortage when the demand exceeds the supply. The empire is vast, with numerous lords big and small. 54 soul towers are indeed insufficient to distribute evenly. You're welcome, Fang Heng greeted with a slight frown. He had counted nearly 50 magic cores, stolen from the royal treasury previously. It was enough to build the mage tower urgently needed for the next 3 to 4 days. However, continuing large-scale construction would be problematic. Fang Heng then turned to Ed and asked, "Mr. Ed, please continue." "Right, we wanted to try making the magic cores ourselves, so we consulted with His Highness Tang Mo. According to Tang Mo, there are only a few magic cores left within the royal family. They could try to refine them on their own. However, the formula has always been in the hands of the royal family, which he had no access to. In the past, the production of magic cores required cooperation from the Imperial Mage Association. Therefore, the Mage Association's leader should have the production formula," Ed explained with a troubled expression. Following this clue, they continued their investigation. Since the divide in the empire the night before, aside from the Royal Mage Corps being incorporated by Tang Wu, the status of the Imperial Mage Association remained unclear. Tang Mo had recently gone to seek his uncle to contact the leader of the Mage Association. However, given the attitude of the Mage Association in the past, the hope of obtaining the formula from them seemed slim. The team faced another dilemma. After realizing the difficulty of collecting magic cores might delay Fang Heng's grand plan, Li Zhu quickly informed Ed to discuss with Fang Heng. Fang Heng agreed, although he found it somewhat strange. Vice President Lundorf of the Mage Association was a good person, and they had previously had very close cooperation. It didn't seem as difficult to contact them as Ed made it out to be. Is it really so difficult to contact the Mage Association? That seems unlikely. Fang Heng expressed his doubts as several lords agreed, nodding in confirmation. Shortly after, a guard hurriedly reported, "Your Highness Mingyu, His Highness Tang Mo has returned, accompanied by the President of the Mage Association, Praise, and several Vice Presidents of the Association." What? Apart from Princess Mingyu, everyone in the room stood up from their chairs, looking towards the main hall. President Praise of the Mage Association? The elusive figure himself had come? Does Princess Mingyu command such respect? Amidst the shock, all eyes turned to Fang Heng and Princess Mingyu. They remained calm, as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Princess Mingyu looked a bit confused. Was it really so surprising to these people? She had read some information about the Mage Association, but experiencing it firsthand was quite different. She knew the association was rather difficult to approach. "Please, let them in," Princess Mingyu instructed. Soon after, the guards ushered Tang Mo and the Mage Association delegation into the hall. President Praise led the way. Behind him, Lundorf greeted Fang Heng politely. "Lord Fang Heng, I understand you are very busy at the moment, and I apologize for this intrusion." President Praise and the other mages showed little interest in Princess Mingyu and the other lords, their attention fixed on Fang Heng. Was it really him? The legendary mage who had established the second-tier mage tower in the Empire in just 2 days. He looked so young. Before the Mage Tower, the Mage Association was already familiar with Fang Heng's name. He had discovered the teleportation magic array in the underground world and established a good relationship with the cave-dwelling beast clan. In addition, Fang Heng had successfully used continuous large-scale terrain magic to summon the divine tree in the plague-ridden land, defeating an entire legion of barbarians. Among the entourage were several legendary mages who were eager to meet Fang Heng. The divine tree in the plague-ridden land had garnered a remarkable reputation. There were rumors that Fang Heng was not only proficient in necromancy, but also well-versed in natural studies, elemental studies, and even holy studies. We hear rumors that you are planning to build numerous ghost towers across the empire. Is that true? President Praise inquired. Of course, you've come at the right time. We were just discussing this matter, Fang Heng replied. Upon hearing this, the mages behind President Praise couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. President Praise nodded and continued, "We are very grateful for your support of the Mage Association. We came here to express our thanks personally and to invite you to join the Mage Association as the Vice President." The mention of becoming the Vice President of the Mage Association drew envious looks from the other lords. Over the years, every Vice President of the Mage Association had either been a highly esteemed scholarly figure with outstanding research achievements or a legendary mage with extraordinary talents. Each one was a sought-after figure by the royal family. Fang Heng indeed had the potential for such a position. Without much deliberation, Fang Heng accepted the offer. Joining the Mage Association could aid his future plans to eradicate the abyssal demons. Uniting all possible forces was paramount at this stage. Welcome to the Mage Association. I know you are very busy, Lord Fang Heng, so we will keep the appointment ceremony brief. You just need to sign your magic seal here, President Praise said. A senior mage next to him handed over a prepared scroll. The content was simple, stating his voluntary membership in the Mage Association as the Vice President. It contained no specific rights or obligations. Definitely. Fang Heng nodded in agreement. It turned out that the Magician Association had also come for the Soul Tower. In addition, as per the previous discussion with President Lundorf, we will extensively promote the study of necromancy in the mainland, establish a discipline for necromancy studies, and academic promotion has already begun. We need a necromancy tutor, Lord Fang Heng. After discussing it, we feel that you are most suitable to take on this task. Promoting necromancy? Fang Heng couldn't help but glance at Lundorf. It seemed he had heard Lundorf mention it before, saying that necromancy was more suitable for controlling the Soul Tower, and necromancy had always been very rare on the mainland. Thinking carefully, this was a good thing. The Holy Court had been trying to discredit him by spreading rumors of his involvement with the leaking of the plague breath. Promoting necromancy could disgust the Holy Court. Additionally, it could improve the efficiency of the Soul Tower. Killing two birds with one stone. As for the specific implementation, it shouldn't be too difficult. The basics of necromancy weren't too hard to grasp, and there were several beginner necromancy books in Sydney's collection. Players could figure out a way to obtain some of these books and craft some spirits through the necromantic fog. Whether they could truly learn necromancy would depend on the aptitude of the mage apprentices. A white-bearded old man behind President Price nodded. Please rest assured, Lord Fang Heng. Beginner necromancy has already been set as a key assessment project for the annual Magician Association. Of course, I am very willing to help young mages learn necromancy and provide them with convenience. Fang Heng agreed with a nod, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then steered the conversation back to the magic core. Speaking of which, we encountered many problems during the construction of the Soul Tower, especially regarding the refinement of the magic core. I heard that the Magician Association has the formula for making the magic core. Could you lend it to us? Price nodded. Yes, I've heard about it from His Highness Tang Mo. Originally, the method of making the magic core was managed by the royal family and entrusted to our Magician Association for safekeeping. Now that His Highness Moonlight has inherited the throne, it is only right for him to handle it. Tang Mo looked at Fang Heng conversing confidently with the president of the Magician Association, feeling a bit bitter. Finally, he was mentioned. When he was young, he and his father had visited the president of the Magician Association together, waiting in the city for several days just to meet him. He had never seen people from the Magician Association so friendly. The magic core requires a large amount of elemental crystals as raw materials, and the success rate of refinement is relatively low. If His Highness Moonlight can find the materials, the Magician Association is willing to cooperate in making the magic core. Listening, Ed furrowed his brow and explained, Your Highness Moonlight, elemental crystals are extremely rare. In previous years, the materials produced in various regions were monopolized by the Imperial Royal Family, and trading in them was forbidden. However, it is said that some merchant guilds have risked hiding and illegally selling small amounts, all of which are shady dealings. Fang Heng nodded and looked at President Price. We will find a way to get elemental crystals. Also, there is another matter, which I will be straightforward about. President Price, the Empire is in constant turmoil, and with the threat of the abyssal demons looming, His Highness Moonlight urgently needs the assistance of the Magician Association. I wonder if the Magician Association is willing to assist His Highness Moonlight in inheriting the imperial throne." The entire hall suddenly fell silent. The players did not expect Fang Heng to be so direct, and they nervously looked at Price. The influence of the Magician Association throughout the empire was immense, and persuading them to join Tang Mingyu's camp could reverse their disadvantage in the empire's rebellion mission. Price smiled, naturally. With this statement, the tension in the hall eased. In fact, the entire Magician Association had branch offices in various regions of the empire. Most high-ranking mages held themselves in high regard, each with a lord they wanted to serve, making unity difficult. Originally, it was true. However, after news of Lord Fang Heng building a large number of soul towers leaked, the internal discussions within the entire Magician Association changed suddenly. The voices quickly unified. As long as Lord Fang Heng was willing to join the Magician Association, then following him in serving His Highness Moonlight was a given. The influence of the Mage Tower on mages was undeniably significant, and the Magician Association rarely had such a unified opinion. Tang Mo was truly taken aback. Just like that, with just one word from Fang Heng, the whole Magician Association was now cooperating with Tang Mingyu. Even during the time when the royal family controlled the empire, the Magician Association had never been so cooperative. This was why the royal family had privately funded the establishment of the Royal Magician Course with substantial annual costs for the course. Several players within Ed's group were overjoyed. Great! The combat capabilities of the Magician Association go without saying. Initially, the player team analysis concluded that, based on the usual style of the Magician Association, they would not participate in the empire's turmoil. At most, some branch offices would follow the actions of the local lords. Who could have imagined that the entire Magician Association would rally behind someone? This was something they had never dared to dream of. The alignment of the Magician Association would greatly influence the judgments of the lords on the continent. Indeed, after Price finished speaking, in-game prompts immediately appeared. Note, the Empire's Magician Association cooperates with Tang Mingyu, greatly increasing the prestige of the heir to the Tang Mingyu Empire. I wish us a pleasant cooperation in the future. A pleasant cooperation. I know Lord Fang Heng has been very busy lately, with the practice of the Mage Tower and the promotion of necromancy requiring a lot of effort. No problem. Fang Heng then turned to Ed and his group, nodding in their direction. Upon hearing about the production materials for the Magic Core, Ed immediately instructed his subordinates to go offline and inform the Li Zhu team to search for relevant information. Likewise, the offline team was overjoyed upon hearing the news of the Magician Association joining. The entire team erupted with unparalleled enthusiasm and quickly mobilized. Everything was heading towards a great outcome. As Ed reviewed the information just received from the survival radio, he explained, elemental crystals are a rare type of elemental ore that needs to form under specific conditions, and they are extremely rare. The Imperial Royal Family has a small amount stored, most of which have been concentrated in the Royal Family's hands in recent years. The Royal Family. Fang Heng couldn't help muttering softly, feeling a headache coming on. With the Royal Family currently under the control of Tang Wujing, it would be difficult to go back and steal from their headquarters. Ed nodded and said, "It is currently very difficult to obtain from the Royal Family. We will first prepare a feasibility report." Fang Heng nodded, pondered for a moment. At present, all his main skills were on cooldown, so he decided to take advantage of this downtime to start building some soul towers. The Imperial City. The Imperial Guards accompanied Tang Wu back to the main hall after successfully persuading two Imperial Lords to pledge their loyalty. Several other lords around the city also surrendered one after the other, putting Tang Wu in high spirits. What's the matter? Just as he took his seat on the throne, and before he could fully enjoy the moment, Tang Wu noticed that his aide, Ding Shixiu, had an unsettling expression. "Your Majesty, this is the report just provided by the Heavenly Pivot Academy. Bring it here." Tang received the report from the guard, and upon reading it line by line, his expression grew worse. Bang! Tang Wu's eyes flashed red as he fiercely slammed the report onto the table. What's going on? After going through so much trouble to persuade two lords to surrender, without even having a chance to celebrate, suddenly 5 other lords had pledged their loyalty to Tang Mingyu. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Our investigation revealed that the beginning of this issue traces back to Lord Chadwick of Linkredon City. The Heavenly Pivot Academy was responsible for gathering intelligence within the royal family. The Academy's head, Pedrillo, stepped forward and briefed Tangwu on the information they had collected. The Ghost Tower. Can it dispel the plague's miasma? Whispers broke out among those present in the hall. Are you saying that Lord Fanghang helped resolve the crisis in Linkredon City and dispelled the miasma? Hence why Lord Chadwick pledged loyalty to Tang Mingyu? Yes, Your Majesty. Tangwu furrowed his brow. He had indeed ordered not to meddle in the affairs of Linkredon, only to be outwitted by Fanghang and his allies. Even if Fanghang had put great effort into resolving the miasma. What about the other lords? But what about the others? Even if Lord Chadwick's actions are understandable, why did so many lords pledge loyalty to Tang Mingyu? Your Majesty, there are rumors circulating outside that Lord Fanghang can help build a Tier 2 Mage Tower in a very short amount of time, and this tower can dispel the miasma. Ding Shixiu reported, due to the spread of the miasma in various parts of the world, the lords are in fear of the epidemic. Moreover, the free construction of the Ghost Tower itself is highly attractive, so the lords are trying to befriend Lord Fanghang to gain the qualification to build the Mage Tower. Pedrillo added, furthermore, the Heavenly Pivot Academy has found out that Tang Mingyu is spreading the news externally, and since there is a limited number of ghost towers that can be built, it is on a first-come, first-served basis for the lords. As Tangwu listened, he clenched his fists tighter, his body trembling with anger. To entice the major lords to surrender with the ghost tower. It seemed like most of the lords of the empire were ready to join Tang Mingyu just to build a few mage towers. What about the Mage Association? Why are they collaborating with Tang Mingyu? Tangwu was truly perplexed. The Mage Association was so arrogant. They barely followed the royal orders before, so why are they so easily siding with Fanghang now? Opposing him on top of that. Faced with his questioning, a brief silence fell over the hall. Not just Tangwu, but others also couldn't understand. Seeing everyone's reaction, Tangwu grew even angrier and demanded, "Speak up. Why is no one speaking now? Pedrillo, you speak. What did the Heavenly Pivot Academy find out?" Pedrillo was called upon, and his face stiffened. He stepped forward and explained, "Your Majesty, we are still investigating this matter. It is suspected to be related to Lord Fanghang. Additionally, we have confirmed that Lord Fanghang has taken on the role of Vice Chairman of the Mage Association, and the association is currently promoting necromancy studies." Through gritted teeth, Tangwu uttered two words, "Fanghang." It was Fanghang again. He created the plague, introduced the Ghost Tower, and now he wants to interfere with the Mage Association. Tangwu never expected that everything would crumble so quickly, all because of Fanghang. With Fanghang around, what chance did he have of maintaining his royal position? Might as well surrender early. Amidst the silence, Archbishop Karl Kira stepped forward, his voice heavy. "Your Majesty, please calm down. In my view, all of this is likely a scheme by Lord Fanghang." Tangwu controlled his anger as he listened. The gaze of everyone in the hall turned to Karl Kira. The recently fortified light sanctuary caused Karl Kira to appear fatigued, not just physically, but mentally. The church had always regarded the undead as evil, and for thousands of years, their propaganda against the undead had been effective. None expected the Mage Association to openly promote necromancy studies this time. This undoubtedly made the entire church feel a great sense of crisis. "Your Majesty, as far as I know, it seems that the Ghost Tower cannot affect the miasma. Lord Fanghang spreading this rumor is perhaps to gain more loyalty from the lords. This strategy may be effective for a time, yet it cannot be sustained in the long run. With a bit of patience, we will discover his weaknesses and deliver a fatal blow." Tangwu also calmed down upon hearing this. It seemed reasonable upon careful thought. This conversation may not have any practical use, but it could help stabilize the situation that was on the verge of collapsing. It makes sense. I will send people to clarify the rumor. Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness, but we are already a step behind. Continuing to clarify the rumor now might not earn more trust from the lords. Tangwu was already displeased and asked, "Then what do you suggest?" "To share your Majesty's worries, I have previously discussed with Mr. Ding Shixiu and formulated 3 strategies for your Majesty to decide." "Oh." Tangwu's face brightened with surprise, urging, What are the 3 strategies? Quickly tell me. Karl Kira stepped aside, indicating Ding Shixiu to come forward. Ding Shixiu spoke in a low voice. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Pivot Academy learned that the construction materials for the Ghost Tower are somewhat scarce. According to Tang Mingyu, this is due to a lack of magical cores. Tang Mingyu is offering a large sum to purchase the raw materials for making the magical core. The fact that the Mage Association handed the recipe for making the magical core to Tang Mingyu, remember that account, and we will settle the score with them later. Tang Wu temporarily swallowed his anger and tapped the armrest lightly with his fingers, pondering, you mean we can intercept them from the source? The lords of the Empire might have hidden some elemental crystals, but they may not necessarily listen to us. Your Majesty, please allow me to explain. After our analysis, we unanimously believe that the so-called shortage of elemental crystals is just Fang Heng's delaying tactic. He is unable to quickly establish a large number of mage towers, so he uses the excuse of lacking materials and even offers to purchase them at a high price externally. Fang Heng is certain that apart from the royal family, no one else has access to such resources. We could easily negotiate with Fang Heng. On one hand, we could obtain a large reserve of military resources from him using worthless resources, preparing for war against Tang Mingyu. On the other hand, once Fang Heng has sufficient building materials, he would have no reason to delay the construction of mage towers. When the lords find out that the Ghost Tower is ineffective against the Plague Breath after its establishment, they will not let Fang Heng get away with it. Tang Wudis frowned. Upon careful consideration, this plan seemed reasonable. But he had concerns about the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court had made repeated mistakes in evaluating the Plague Lands and Fang Heng. Tang Wudis had grown distrustful of them. You make a valid point, but it is still risky. I've heard that Fang Heng can utilize the power of undead creatures to build. In just half a day, he established a second-tier ghost tower in the city using undead creatures. He indeed has the ability to build mage towers. What if the Ghost Tower can really dispel the Plague Breath? Wouldn't we be giving our enemy a big gift? Your Majesty, do not worry. I guarantee with my life that the Ghost Tower does not possess such an ability. Karl Killa was very confident. Even their Imperial Court's Tower of Light could only release a slightly resistant defensive barrier against the Plague Breath. What made their Necromancer-style Ghost Tower capable of dispelling the Plague Breath? Impossible. Tang Wudis stared at Karl Killa, momentarily unable to speak. He was already unnerved by Karl Killa. Several times, things he deemed impossible had come to pass as predicted by Karl Killa. Seeing Tang Wudis' lack of trust, Karl Killa recalled his previous words and had to change his statement, speaking sincerely. Your Majesty, manufacturing a magic core is extremely time-consuming. Even with abundant resources, it cannot be completed in a short time. Tang Wudis nodded in agreement. This explanation seemed plausible. He turned to the president of the Imperial Mage Association, Ashton, for confirmation. Ashton nodded, indeed. In fact, the Empire secretly withheld a portion of the elemental crystal material resources gathered annually, manufacturing a portion of magic cores, destroying another portion of the materials, and only disclosing the remaining portion externally, claiming a shortage of materials for large-scale production. In reality, part of this was to balance the development of the Imperial Mage Association within the Empire. In the current situation, the Mage Association had already separated from the Empire's control. If the influence of the Mage Association continued to grow, who would ultimately have the final say in the Empire? Over the years, the annual accumulation of magical crystal resources in the warehouse had been increasing, including quite a few finished magic cores. They were surplus and could not be used, so they were just left to gather dust in the Empire's treasury. Trading them for some strategic materials would indeed be beneficial. Tang Wudis recalled that last night, when the president of the Alchemist Association, Ovion, pledged allegiance to him, he had requested some rare materials, claiming the ability to deal with Fang Heng's Plague Land's Divine Tree. Perhaps the traded materials could be used by the Alchemist Association to try using materials provided by Fang Heng to combat the Plague Lands. It seemed like a good idea. Tang Wudis squinted and asked, "What about the middle and lower plans?" "Your Majesty, the Ghost Tower cannot expel the Plague Breath. Based on the information obtained from the Heavenly Axis Institute, the Plague Breath in the mine area of Lincolnton City has indeed disappeared. We discussed with the Alchemist Association before, and we all believe that Lord Fang Heng has somehow strengthened the original seal in the mine. We just need to send someone to investigate Linklerton City, find out what Fang Heng has done in the mine, uncover everything, and make it public. By then, Fang Heng's deception will be revealed, and the reputation of Her Highness Ming will naturally plummet. Naturally, Tang Wudis understood the implied meaning of uncovering everything and furrowed his brow. Currently, Linklerton City is under Fang Heng's control. It is very dangerous to personally infiltrate for investigation. Your Majesty, with your trust, I am willing to lead a team personally to expose Fang Heng's conspiracy. Tang Wudis thought for a moment but did not agree, continuing, not now. Let's talk about the last resort, yes? Carl Killa appeared confident and nodded. As for the last resort, it is extremely dangerous. It is a final gamble after the failure of the upper and middle plans. Once it is leaked, it will not be good for us. I suggest not using it until a critical time. Tang Wudis nodded. You can be trusted here, so please continue. We can find a way to completely release the plague breath. Tang Wudis' pupils constricted suddenly. The plague breath was released by the abyss demon hidden in the underground world. Now that the aura has leaked, it means that the lower level seal has loosened. If we open the seal a bit more, the leakage of the plague breath will be more severe. Fang Heng's alchemy magic seal left behind won't be able to resist that. A murderous intent flashed in Karkala's eyes as he spoke grimly. At that point, we can publicly claim that Fang Heng's ghost tower not only failed to eliminate the plague breath, but actually is the main culprit for spreading it. As soon as this was said, the entire hall fell into a brief silence. People felt a chill down their spines. Could the imperial court really be that ruthless? That unscrupulous? If the plague breath were to spread again, the entire continent would descend into greater chaos. And at that point, could the royal family or the empire withstand it? Would it not lead to mutual destruction? Carl Killa was also aware of how great the risk of the last plan was, so he stepped back half a step after speaking and rejoined the crowd. Your Majesty, please make a decision. Tang Wudis glanced at Carl Killa. The upper and middle strategies will be pursued simultaneously. The upper strategy will be handled by Dingshu. Carl Killa, you will personally investigate Linklerton City with a team. As for the last resort, it will not be brought up again, and contact the Heavenly Axis Institute to get a clear picture. I want to know every detail about Fang Heng, understood, yes? Let's stop here. Nothing discussed today should be leaked. Let's all disperse. Hint, Lord Burrow swore allegiance to Tang Mingyu, and the prestige of Tang Mingyu's empire heir has slightly increased. The game prompt rapidly refreshes on the retina. Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief, took advantage of the lack of people around, and quickly chugged a bottle of concentrated coffee. Since the last time they separated, he had been focusing all his attention on controlling the zombie clones to build magician towers. The results were impressive. Through his continuous optimization and improvement, the construction speed had significantly increased. After setting up the construction instructions for the zombie clones, he could even take a short nap. Upon receiving the news that the magician towers had been completed, Lord Burrow hastily arrived with the Magician Association from his territory. Seeing the two magician towers standing in the territory, Lord Burrow was in high spirits and excited, saying, "Thank you so much, Lord Fang Heng. From now on, you are my good brother, Burrow." "You're welcome," Fang Heng nodded. With various teleport channels being opened, movement and resource transfer within the Empire area would become smoother, and the construction speed of the Phantom Towers would also increase. Zhuo Lingfang also followed the Lord Burrow team, running towards them. She poked her head out from behind a guard and hurriedly said to Fang Heng, "Lord Fang Heng, there's a tricky situation in the territory. Princess Mingyu needs your decision." Li Zu's offline team was very anxious. Unfortunately, Fang Heng had repeatedly emphasized not to be disturbed during his construction. So Zhuo Lingfang could only wait until the building was completed before rushing over to find Fang Heng. "What's the matter? Previously, we announced the acquisition of elemental crystals, and an Empire Lord contacted us, informing us that there are a large amount of magic crystals stored in their territory, and they are willing to sell them to us." Fang Heng was instantly delighted upon hearing this. What a great feeling! Purchase it! With the material issue resolved, the layout plan for magician towers around the world could proceed smoothly. The more magician towers were set up, the more confident they would be in dealing with the final boss, the Abyssal Demon. But why was Li Zhu hesitating? Could there be a problem with this transaction? Feng Heng furrowed his brow and asked, "Willing to trade is a good thing. Is there any problem?" "Well, Lord Feng Heng, you also sensed it. The Lord on the other side doesn't need to exchange money or ordinary goods, but he requires some rare and military supplies, and the quantities are huge." Feng Heng frowned slightly, as if he could sense a hint of conspiracy. In the past, he had been the one playing tricks and schemes, but now that he was busy constructing magician towers, was his opponent starting something? Snow Sister felt it was a bit strange, so she investigated the background of Lord Gasani and found some connection between him and Princess Tangwu. Lord Burrow, who was listening in, interjected, "You're talking about Gasani, right?" "Yeah, he's familiar to me, and has quite a relationship with Prince Tangwu since his youth when he trained in his territory. Their bond runs deep indeed." Feng Heng hesitated for a moment. Clearly, this transaction seemed problematic. However, the elemental crystal provided by the other party was too tempting. "Have you checked the elemental crystal samples they provided?" "Yes, the samples have been checked, and there are no issues." Feng Heng stroked his chin, falling into a momentary silence. Could it be that the people from the Empire wanted to sell counterfeits to deceive them for military supplies? Was it such a simple trick? Was it necessary? Seeing Feng Heng hesitating, Lord Burrow burst into laughter, patting Feng Heng on the shoulder. "Brother Feng Heng, maybe you are not aware of the situation outside. You are in high demand right now. The lords outside all need your second-tier magician towers. Many are trying to find ways to meet you, and if Gasani dares to provide you with fakes, you won't even need to lift a finger. Those lords outside can drown him." Feng Heng opened his mouth, thinking to himself, "Am I that amazing?" If you're still not at ease, you can always approach the Magician Association as a third party for the transaction. They can inspect the goods first. The people from the Magician Association are arrogant and would never engage in such deceitful matters. Thanks for the reminder. Feng Heng kindly nodded towards Lord Burrow. As long as the elemental crystal for the trade was genuine, he could bear the risks. Feng Heng thought and couldn't find any major pitfalls. Whatever, at most he would lose a significant amount of military supplies. He had never thought of openly going to war against Tangwu in the first place. Even if he handed over those military supplies to Tangwu, the losses would still be within an acceptable range. There was still some time left in the trial, so delaying a bit would get him through it. Feng Heng's thoughts were straightforward. The current game trial was ongoing, likely ending with defeating the final boss, the Abyssal Demon. When the Abyssal Demon appeared, dealing with it would be urgent, leaving no chance for internal strife within the Empire. If Tangwu took the initiative, they would not be afraid. They could simply tear the seal underground and end the game. Therefore, military preparations were not important to him. He was currently staying in the game for the missions of the Saints and the final trial. The current trial rating was SS. To reach the highest tier of SSS, they had to kill the final boss, the Abyssal Demon. The difficulty was evident. Generally, the higher the difficulty, the better the rewards. With the current advantageous timing and situation, they had many strengths on their side, such as Tang Mingyu's identity and the players who were still unaware of Ed and his group. If they were to quit the trial and re-enter the game later, changes might occur. It was best to calmly complete the task of killing the demon within the trial environment. This way, he would receive rewards for both killing the demon and achieving an SSS trial rating. Feng Heng nodded and said, "Tell Ed to proceed with the trade. The creation materials of the magic core are important to us, the quicker the better. Additionally, consider having the Magician Association conduct a third-party appraisal. Decide on the specifics yourselves." "Okay, I'll go do it immediately," Zhuo Lingfang responded promptly, then logged out forcibly, her face gradually stiffening. Feng Heng glanced at the game log. There were less than 7 days left in the trial period. They had to make good use of their time. Late the next night, moonlight fell on the road leading to the city of Linkredon. In the past 2 days, a large number of magician apprentices had been heading towards Linkredon City, where various resources were scarce. The Kanyal Merchants Association was continuously transporting magician supplies to the city overnight. Archbishop Karjila and 6 members of the Sacred Court were also mixed in the group. Archbishop Cargilla poked his head out of the carriage to observe the surroundings. In just a short span of less than 2 days, what exactly happened in the city of Lincoln? Hastily arriving, Carl Kira only briefly glanced over the latest intelligence about the city of Lincoln at noon. There were rumors that many mage apprentices from the Mage Association had gathered to enter Lincoln for further study. At the time, Carl Kira found it a bit strange. Why go to Lincoln for studies when there are other places available? It wasn't until now that he realized the seriousness of the issue. Such a heavy fog of undead spirits. They were practicing necromancy. Lost in thought, the merchant caravan ahead slowed down. The city gates were already in sight, and the guild was preparing to undergo inspection. Carl Kira leaned out the window, feeling even more burdened. It was already late at night, and the city gates of Lincoln were wide open. The entire city was shrouded in a thin fog of undead spirits. The fog even affected visibility, making it difficult for him to see clearly inside the city. The guards at the city gate were very lax, barely glancing at the guild's passage credentials before waving them through, even too lazy to inspect the accompanying goods. The caravan came to a brief stop for half a minute before continuing to move, urged by the guards to enter the city promptly. The members of the Holy Court team on the carriage couldn't help but feel puzzled, exchanging glances with each other. Based on the information they received earlier, the city gates of Lincoln were usually closed at night, and the guards were usually very strict. Why was there such a lack of vigilance today? The team continued forward for a few more minutes, and a young man from the guild jumped onto the carriage, respectfully saying, "Gentlemen, we have successfully passed the external inspection. We will immediately take you to the Inn District, where you can disembark in front of the Sunset Inn. Please prepare yourselves." A senior holy knight in the team asked, "Young man, what is happening in the city? Why are the guards at the entrance so lax?" "Oh, perhaps you just arrived from outside and are not aware. The entire city is now open to the public. The Mage Association has reached an agreement with Lord Chadwick to establish Lincoln as a necromantic academic sanctuary. With so many people coming and going from outside, most of them are guild merchants and mage apprentices. Ordinary people wouldn't come to the city at all. There are large quantities of supplies arriving every day, and the guards' checks are no longer as necessary." Following along, a holy court judge named Marleyfale furrowed her brow and asked, "Aren't you worried about spies infiltrating? Let them try. If powerful figures truly wanted to infiltrate the city, they wouldn't be stopped by entrance checks alone. As for petty thieves, there's no need to worry. Everyone knows this is the domain of Lord Fangheng, the owner of the Plague Lands, a necromantic sanctuary. With so many mages here, who would dare come here seeking death? We are about to arrive at the Inn District. Please prepare yourselves." The young man raised behind him a large sword on his back, then leapt off the carriage once again. Necromantic Sanctuary. Carl Kira looked out the window at the situation outside the carriage, feeling increasingly uneasy, muttering to himself. After a moment, the caravan made a brief stop outside a hotel. Several hotels along the street were open for business, brightly lit, with the sounds of chatter audible from the entrances. A cheerful voice rang from outside the carriage, "Friends, we have arrived." Carl Kira led the group down from the carriage. The guild supervisor clasped his fists towards Carl Kira and his companions. "I still have to deliver an urgent batch of supplies for the mage lords to the city's main fortress. As you can see, the city isn't very safe right now. The hotel district has already deployed protective magic barriers and is unaffected by the fog of undead spirits. Please take care. Thank you. Farewell. Remember, be cautious." The supervisor reminded once more, waving to signal the guild team to continue transporting the goods. The 7 members of the Holy Court all looked at Carl Kira. "Well, this mission requires extra caution. Let's go." Carl Kira led the way towards the hotel. Ding dong. The door of the Sunset Inn was pushed open by Carl Kira, bringing the crisp sound of wind chimes. "The inn is already full. You may go elsewhere." The young man at the counter, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, glanced sleepily at the newcomers before muttering a few words and then returning to his makeshift nap. Carl Kira surveyed the surroundings. Even though it was late at night, there were still many young people gathered in the hall. Most of them were dressed in the attire of mage apprentices. And judging by their aura, most mages bore the scent of necromancy. More than 80% of them were apprentices practicing necromancy. Karl Kira unconsciously clenched his fist slightly. Feng Heng, what exactly are you planning to do? In a corner of the hall, a young man noticed the newcomers. With sparkling eyes, he approached quickly and whispered, "Are you the Grand Bishop?" "I am Geet. We have corresponded before." Karl Kira nodded at Geet, gesturing to the holy court rune on his wrist, and asked, "Has the inn always had so many guests?" "Grand Bishop, these mage apprentices all just arrived today. The nearby hotels are all full, so many of them are resting in the lobby for the night. It has come to this point already. How many mage apprentices are studying necromancy in Lincoln City?" Karl Kira's heart grew heavier. The Holy Court had always considered undead as enemies, and seeing necromancy gradually becoming a mainstream academic pursuit, Karl Kira and his retinue all wore grim expressions. Marleyfale asked, "Are they all here for studying necromancy?" "Yes, the Mage Association has established necromancy as an advanced assessment project. Mages studying necromancy can even gain priority access to further studies in the Soul Tower. The major lords are also competing to recruit necromancy scholars, allowing them to enjoy higher subsidies. These various factors have led most novice mages to choose to study necromancy. I have heard that many mages with several years or even decades of experience are also preparing to switch to studying necromancy." Geet continued, "Not only this inn, but several hotels in the city are already fully booked. The news about the necromantic sanctuary was only announced yesterday at noon. I'm afraid more people will come in the next few days." Karl Kira and the Holy Knights, as well as the two judges accompanying them, all looked extremely grim. Feng Heng, over the past few hundred years, the Holy Court has gradually instilled in the people the idea that necromancy is a calamity, to the extent that necromancy is one of the most obscure academic disciplines on the continent. However, ever since the necromancer Feng Heng appeared, Karl Kila's eyes twinkled. He could already sense a great crisis looming. It was no longer just about the plague-ridden land and the struggle between the Tangwu and the Empire. This now concerned the development of the Holy Court. It was imperative to quickly deal with Feng Heng. Quickly. No more time could be given to him. Their guide, Jete, was originally a follower of the Holy Court. Seeing that the expressions of the few people with him were a bit grim, he didn't know what the problem was. He only whispered, "Your Excellency Archbishop, it has been hard for you to come from afar. The inns are very tense now. I have found a few for you." Karl Kila raised his hand to interrupt him, saying, "No need, thank you. Time is of the essence. How is the situation in the mining area?" "The area beyond the mining grounds is where the most concentrated undead mist lies. Many undead magi linger there, claiming to be practicing. I don't understand undead studies, so I couldn't get close to investigate." "Okay, it's not your fault. Lead the way. Take us to the mining area." "All right." Leaving the inn, Jete led the group slowly along a secluded path towards the mining area. From afar, Karl Kila saw 7 haunted towers erected around the mining area, shrouding it in the center. The thick undead mist continued to overflow from the haunted towers, enveloping the entire mining area. The dense undead mist gave rise to wraith-like creatures. Many young magicians gathered in groups of 2 or 3, using burning spirit candles to see the wraith-like creatures around them, then capturing their souls using the Book of the Dead. As they gradually penetrated into the mining area, the number of scholars of undead studies around them decreased, but their levels increased. Karl Kila's group had become very low-key, yet they still drew the attention of many. Late at night, apprentice magicians were practicing against the wraiths here. Most of them were for the latest batch of students going to the haunted towers for further study. What was going on with these people? It was quite peculiar. Though the magicians had doubts in their minds, they didn't waste time thinking about it and continued to concentrate their mental energy on capturing souls. Karl Kila's group remained silent, their sense of unease growing stronger. "Your Excellency Archbishop," Mary File couldn't help but speak again. "The haunted towers are even more difficult to deal with than we expected. The large number of apprentice magicians practicing undead studies is catastrophic for us. As long as Feng Heng lives another day, the calamity will spread further, and the destruction of the world is imminent." Currently, it was still uncertain whether the haunted towers could have an effect on the plague's breath, but what they had seen and heard after entering Lincoln City had already made everyone from the Holy Court feel a great threat. As long as Feng Heng remained alive, their Holy Court would not be at peace. "I know." Carlcula's voice was somewhat dry. He had already placed Fang Heng on the same level as the abyssal demons. He had to eliminate him. Being in the undead mist was particularly uncomfortable for the Holy Court group. Along the way, they also had to avoid newly born wraiths. In order not to be discovered, they couldn't use the Holy Light Shield. Stumbling and staggering, it took the group half an hour to reach the outer perimeter of the mining area. Jie led the Holy Court group to hide in the bushes and cautiously peek. "Your Excellency Archbishop, the entrance to the mine is right ahead." "Good." The entrance to the mine had been carefully sealed off. Over a dozen Empire guards and a few magicians were guarding the entrance. Since the haunted towers had been operating at full capacity 24 hours a day, in addition to the Empire soldiers guarding the cave entrance, there were also apprentice magicians from the Magicians Guild. Jie swallowed nervously and said, "Your Excellency Archbishop, you must be careful. There are scholars of undead studies from the Magicians Guild near here who are hostile to our Holy Court. It would be very troublesome if we were discovered." "Okay, they alone can't stop us." Carlcula nodded. "You go back first. Don't let us affect you." In the darkness, Carlcula walked out of the bushes and headed straight towards the entrance to the mine. "Stop! Who goes there?" At the entrance of the mine, an Empire guard saw a figure emerging from afar and immediately shouted sternly, "Who are you? This is a sealed area. Outsiders are not allowed in. Leave immediately." Carlcula did not slow down, and, as he took steps forward, he raised the staff in his hand and lightly tapped the ground. A golden holy light shield suddenly opened outward. That is. Among the Empire guards at the entrance of the mine, one middle-aged man's pupils suddenly tightened, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It was the Holy Court. Deng Haidong was a player. In order to ensure the safety of the seal, Li Zu's team had made appropriate adjustments, with 3 people taking turns to guard the cave every day, and if anything happened to the sealed entrance, the player team would be notified immediately. Before carrying out the mission, Deng Haidong had memorized the appearance information of the relevant personnel in the mission. He never imagined that the Archbishop of the Holy Court would personally appear. Click, click, click. Deng Haidong's throat rolled, about to shout, but then he saw fine golden chains of holy light overflow from the armor, binding him firmly in place. The Empire guards beside him were also entangled by the golden chains of holy light, standing dumbly in place with a gradually blank expression on their faces. Several holy knights behind Carlcula rushed towards them. Deng Haidong gritted his teeth. There was no time to log out. Attempting to log out forcibly in this situation might even be judged by the game as encountering special circumstances and forcefully pulled back into the game. Use that. The emergency signal transmission item that cost a full 300 main deity points. Tears of the Twilight Lover. Deng Haidong's mind moved, and a drop of water appeared in his hand from the backpack, then quickly dripped to the ground. Late at night, in Hanny City, Q Yao Kang's exclusive laboratory was brightly lit. Q Yao Kang had always had an unhealthy research desire for viruses. Before the zombie virus outbreak, he often stayed up all night with his research team. As a result, the complaints received by the Research Institute could fill a bookcase in just 1 month. After the zombie apocalypse, Q Yao Kang developed a virus-enhancing potion. Once the body's resilience caught up, even working overtime overnight gradually became the norm. "You're here." Inside the laboratory, Q Yao Kang put down the potion he had just prepared and looked at Fang Heng, who was wearing a white protective suit, at the door. "Okay, I heard you have an urgent matter for me." "Yes, come see this." Q Yao Kang led Fang Heng to the workstation, indicating for Fang Heng to observe through the microscope. "What is this?" Fang Heng, after listening for a while without fully understanding, roughly grasped that the resurrection effect of the plague's breath also belonged to a type of virus. He didn't reach out to take the experimental report, but continued to look at Q Yao Kang. It was late at night, and Q Yao Kang definitely wouldn't come to him for such a simple matter. After all, it was a waste of time, and would disrupt his research progress. Q Yao Kang adjusted his glasses and looked at Fang Heng. "In conclusion, I have a hypothesis, and I want you to help me verify." "Okay." Fang Heng knew that the main event was coming, and thus put on a serious expression. "Please go ahead. I'm listening attentively." Since the plague's breath can erode the infected organisms by the dark seed virus and grant them the ability to resurrect, what about you? When I was researching, I suddenly realized that the virus in your body is also a special branch of the dark seed virus, or to be more precise, the original ancestor of the dark seed virus. Theoretically, the effects of each special virus body after mutation may vary. Qiu Yao Kong stared intensely at Fang Heng with a look as if he was examining a rare specimen. I am curious, what would happen if you absorbed the plague's breath? Due to the high level of uniqueness of the Hera virus within your body, possessing a high self-recovery ability and a higher virus level compared to the dark seed. Fang Heng, listening, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. What does this mean? He was being called here this late at night. Was Qiu Yao Kong once again bringing his research ideas to him? And then, Qiu Yao Kang's tone became slightly excited. Then I conducted some tests using your blood samples, and I discovered a very interesting conclusion. Fang Heng inquired, what conclusion? Instability and mutative reconstruction. Due to your body having been altered by the Hera virus, it is in an extremely perfect balance state, so you aren't easily affected by the plague's breath, but prolonged exposure to high concentrations of the plague's breath can still lead to cell necrosis. Qiu Yao Kong squinted his eyes and added, however, we can break this solidified state. Fang Heng felt some uneasiness as he listened. What do you mean? Please explain clearly. It's like a kind of reconstruction, entering a reconstruction state. After absorbing the plague's breath again, you might awaken and gain new abilities. Of course, there is also a high probability that you may lose the original effects of the Hera virus, or the effects will be weakened, or obtain a similar ability. For example, like Tang Mingyu possessing powerful mental strength, or like the barbarians, blackthorns spreading on the body's surface, and similar to the original devourers encountered in the underground palace, which are also a type of mutation. Qiu Yao Kong exclaimed excitedly, his eyes shimmering with a thirst for knowledge. Of course, there's a high possibility that your body will simply disintegrate, and as for what exactly will happen, I cannot provide an evaluation. Fang Heng furrowed his brows as he listened. He kind of understood. In other words, Qiu Yao Kong had found a method to allow him to absorb the plague's breath as well. However, the specific effects after absorption were uncertain. Could he randomly obtain a new ability? Or was there a probability of death? Wasn't this nonsense? Fang Heng couldn't help but wryly smile. The undead effect brought by the Hera virus was simply outstanding. Combining it with the talent of zombie doppelgangers was an extreme boost. What if he carelessly ruined the undead skill during the experiment? The risk was too great. Fang Heng firmly rejected in his mind. I know the risk is high, but I suggest you give it a try, said Qiu Yao Kong as he handed a syringe containing a light purple potion to Fang Heng. This is a potion I developed. Inject it subcutaneously. After using it, you need to inhale a large amount of the plague's breath within a short period of time for it to take effect. After the virus body transforms, it will produce mutative effects. In short, prepare yourself before injection. Fang Heng was somewhat speechless. Hey, I haven't agreed to this experiment yet. The risk is too great. Indeed, but the data obtained from the experiment will give us deeper insights into the Hera virus in your body, and it will also lay the foundation for the next phase of research. Qiu Yao Kong nodded seriously. Pack it up and be prepared. Huang Yaxuan mentioned to me that there is a special protection mechanism in this world we are in. Even if the experiment fails, you won't die. When you leave the world, everything will be restored, including the Hera virus in your body. So this is an excellent experimental opportunity. Fang Heng's heart stirred. So, this was the meaning behind it. An experiment utilizing the trial environment? There were indeed instructions when entering the trial game. The effects of body modification during the game process could be restored or actively restored by spending God points, except for a few soul-related skills. In that case, it might be worth a try. Just conduct a human experiment once upon exiting the game. Fang Heng was keen to know how his Hera virus would change once exposed to the plague's breath. What if it could be upgraded? Okay, I understand. Fang Heng took the syringe from Qiu Yao Kong and put it in his backpack, then looked up. By the way, have there been any results from the research on the plague's breath? The potion is already in development. Tomorrow we will have simulated test samples that can significantly enhance resistance to the plague's breath with a duration of 2 hours. If all goes well, we can begin mass production in 2 days. Qiu Yao Kong nodded and continued. Remember to prepare the sample collector before the experiment. Collect more living samples for subsequent research. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Linden City. Outside the mine, the golden holy light shone for a few breaths before slowly dissipating. The silence returned to the surroundings. The paladin approached Karl Kira's side and whispered, "Bishop, the guards have all been knocked unconscious and won't wake up for a while." Let's go." Karl Kira summoned a luminous sphere of holy light and led the way into the mine. The spell lit up the entire mine. Threads of black energy could be seen emanating from the depths of the mine. The seal is not completely intact. A small amount of plague chat is constantly leaking out from the cracks of the seal. Karl Kira stepped forward, squatted down to observe the seal, and a pensive look appeared in his eyes. Feeling a sense of unease, ManhwaRecap whispered softly, "Archbishop, did you find anything?" Karl Kira shook his head and said, "It's not a necromancy seal. Bishop, Feng Yang's presence will make more and more mage apprentices choose necromancy studies. If this continues, we will be very passive." Karl Kira nodded. "Let's do it. Bring out the holy sword of breaking the seal." "Yes, Archbishop." The four holy knights, upon hearing this, solemnly stood together in a square formation, placed their left hands on the cross pendant hanging from their chests, and silently recited prayers with their heads bowed. A dark golden magic array condensed at the center, where the four holy knights stood. Karl Kira looked serious. He had not yet made up his mind about whether to break the seal of the abyssal demon, and to what extent to break it. It wasn't until he arrived at the city of Lincolnton that everything he saw and heard made Karl Kira's fear of Feng Heng reach its peak. He must not let him continue. Even if it meant completely releasing the abyssal demon, they had to stop the development of necromancy. Moreover, the abyssal demons had long been restless underground. They were only helping to release the abyssal demon ahead of time. The golden light shrouded the holy sword slowly floated out of the magic array and stood in front of Karl Kira. The dazzling light enveloped the entire cave. Karl Kira reached out and grasped the sword, walking to the seal. Slicing! The golden holy light-covered longsword pierced straight through the outer seal, as if melting through it, slowly sinking into the depths below the abyss. Several seconds later, the entire sword disappeared under the abyssal seal. Phew! Karl Kira breathed out deeply, his face showing more exhaustion. ManhwaRecap felt worried and asked, "Archbishop, was the seal broken?" "Yes, the adjudicating power of the holy light has entered the depths of the abyss, and the power will slowly exert its influence on the seal, expected to impact the seal in a day. When the plague chat truly causes diffusion, it will be 2 days later, by which time we will have returned to the imperial capital." "Everything started because of the plague land," Karl Kira said as he turned his gaze away. "In any case, let's leave here first and try not to be discovered." "All right." With the matter concluded, ManhwaRecap also breathed a sigh of relief, nodded in unison with the team, and began to return. Karl Kira was deep in thought. The abyssal seal had been mostly broken, and Feng Heng would definitely be affected at that time, hindering the spread of necromancy studies. But they would also be eroded by the plague chat. Take one step at a time. With that in mind, Karl Kira raised his head and looked towards the exit of the mine, not far away. Suddenly, Karl Kira's face changed. He saw the firelight. Outside the door, the Imperial Guards were holding torches to block the entrance. In addition, there were groups of Imperial necromancers surrounding them. "Yes, Feng Heng, that's right. They are all high-quality elemental crystals. I just had Ed's team inspect them all." In the Plague Land warehouse, Tang Mingyu and Feng Heng were taking inventory. The first batch of trading supplies with Lord Gasani had already arrived and was temporarily stored in the warehouse in Hanny City. It is worth mentioning that Feng Heng also built a phantom tower in Hanny City earlier. Feng Heng was in a good mood. After spending nearly 2 days, he had concentratedly established 18 mage towers in the central region of the empire. Now that the elemental crystals were also in place, the raw materials were handed over to the Mage Association to spend a few days refining the magic cores, which could catch up with the establishment of the next batch of mage towers. Everything was going smoothly. Suddenly, several lines of game notifications appeared on the retina. Tip: due to your establishment and promotion of necromancy studies in the Empire, the Holy Court's hostility towards you has increased significantly, and your friendliness with the Holy Court has decreased significantly. Tip: due to your establishment of necromancy studies in the Empire and extensive promotion, your reputation is gradually spreading. Tip: The spread of necromancy studies is accelerating on the mainland, and your friendliness with some lords has changed. Lord Fang Heng, are you satisfied with the elemental crystals? Lord Gasani was particularly concerned about this trade and personally came to participate, also with the idea of observing the information collection in Hanny City. Fang Heng shifted his attention away from the game prompts and nodded. Of course, I have always trusted Lord Gasani. Should our military reserve supplies have arrived too? Yes, it should be arriving soon. Although Fang Heng knew that Gasani had been sent by Tang Wu, he pretended not to know and traded with him very openly, giving a high price and writing a large IOU to redeem the elemental crystals from Lord Gasani in advance. Both parties were very satisfied with this transaction. Gasani also placed 2 agents in Hanny City, and he roughly knew the remaining military supplies in Tang Mingyu's warehouse. Not only did this transaction deplete the weapons and military reserves that Tang Mingyu and Tang Wu had accumulated over the years, but it also left them with a large IOU, which was considered an unexpected joy. A pleasure doing business with you. The 2 men with ulterior motives shook hands, smiling on their faces. Just as they were talking happily, a guard approached and whispered 2 words in Tang Mingyu's ear. Tang Mingyu's face suddenly changed, and she exchanged a glance with Fang Heng. Looks like Princess Mingyu has urgent matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Gasani noticed the eye contact between the 2 and nodded at Tang Mingyu, bidding farewell with the 2 guards behind him. After Gasani and his party left, Fang Heng turned to Tang Mingyu and asked, "What's going on?" "It seems urgent." "Well, there's trouble in Lincolnton City. The Grand Archbishop of the Holy Court just entered the mine personally, but was unfortunately discovered by the players stationed there by Li Zhu. Ed's team has already gone ahead to intercept them, and the player team is also rushing over." The Holy Court. Is this related to the sudden appearance of the game prompts? Fang Heng pondered for a moment, falling into silence. They had speculated that the Abyssal Demon's aura was likely released by the Holy Court. But this time, why did the Holy Court come to Lincolnton City? Were they planning to spread the seal? So ruthless? Or did the Holy Court have a way to deal with the Abyssal Demons? Tang Mingyu and Fang Heng's train of thought diverged. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, Ed's team is pretty reliable. The Holy Court has already cooperated with Tang Wu. Now that they dare to sneak into our territory, they should pay a price. Oh. Fang Heng's eyelids twitched, meeting Tang Mingyu's excited gaze. Eliminate the Grand Archbishop of the Holy Court. He was interested. It coincided with his initial thoughts. I also want to go, but the strength of the Sanctum's major boss in the mid-level game world is much stronger than the Blood Clan world. Even if you can really trap your opponent, using the ultimate move of the Eternal Moon doesn't guarantee a victory. Fang Heng calculated for half a day and still felt that he couldn't win. Well, I understand. I will go take a look. Fang Heng nodded. Since they have come knocking on the door, even if you can't win, you still have to go and leave a memorable impression on the Sanctum. I'll go with you. No need. Fang Heng shook his head. You stay. A batch of revelation stones will be delivered soon, and we still need you to refine them. Also, this time going over doesn't necessarily mean we can kill the Archbishop. Once you fail, it will affect your reputation if you leave. Huh? Tang Mingyu blinked her eyes with a hint of confusion. Wait a minute, kill the Archbishop? Who said they had to kill the Archbishop? She just wanted to stand on the moral high ground and accuse the other party, while also boosting her reputation and causing trouble for the Sanctum. If she could make some money from the Sanctum, even better. I'm off. When Tang Mingyu looked up again, Fang Heng had already waved and headed towards the hall. Wait a minute. Tang Mingyu quickly caught up and handed over more than 20 magic scrolls. These are what I duped from those nobles. Be careful, Lincolnton City. The Sanctum group was surrounded by undead scholars who had rushed over. Archbishop Karl Killa looked at the increasing crowd and thought to himself that it was not good. They had been discovered. Before coming, he had considered the possibility of being discovered, but he did not expect there to be so many necromancer scholars from various mage associations in Lincolnton City. Among the crowd, players from the Team Li Zhu arrived one after another to support. The players knew they couldn't win the fight, so they started provoking the emotions of the mage groups, damaging the Sanctum's reputation, and inciting the NPCs to act. It's them. Sneakily entered the sealed area. Don't let them escape. Yeah. Why is it always people from your sanctum? Carl Killa stepped forward, surveyed the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the sanctum has no intention of being enemies with the Mage Guild, nor do we want to provoke a war. The seal on the abyssal rift is damaged, and the plague's breath is leaking. We are here just to investigate the cause of the leakage of the abyssal breath." HMPH. Investigation. You call this an investigation? Where is the evidence? What did you find out from your investigation? Speak up. You speak so lightly. Just investigating? Who knows what you're up to inside? The players were inciting the situation crazily. If it's an investigation, why not just be open about it? Why sneak around like this? Some mage apprentices who were unclear about the truth were also swayed by the mood, looking at the sanctum group with suspicious eyes. Upon hearing about the trouble in the sealed area, nearby lords kept coming through the teleportation channels to join in the commotion. Among them were Viscount Bront and the accompanying Imperial Sword Saint Kibo. TCH, it's the sanctum again, always afraid of peace. Viscount Bront snorted, making disdainful comments. He was in a bad mood today. 2 days ago, several incidents of the plague's breath leaking had occurred in his territory, and the sanctum people had been propagating the dangers of the plague's breath to him, convincing him that the source of the leakage causing distress was at the sanctum. He had turned to the sanctuary for help. To solve the problem of the plague's breath, Viscount Bront had provided a lot of assistance to the sanctum. Finally, when things were about to be settled regarding the plague's breath issue, he found out that Fang Heng's Tower of Spirits could also eliminate the plague's breath. After inquiring further, he learned that 7 mage towers had been erected in Link Linton City to counter the plague's breath, which made Viscount Bront furious. These people from the sanctum were just ridiculous. Why had he sought their help? Wouldn't it have been better to have these 7 mage towers in his territory instead of seeking help from the sanctum? So Viscount Bront immediately rushed to Link Linton City with his guards to find Lord Fang Heng. Unfortunately, he arrived late and couldn't even get to see Fang Heng's face, so he could only wait in line. At this moment, seeing the people from the sanctum again, Viscount Bront's expression became even more unpleasant. Among the crowd, Ed was exceptionally excited. After receiving news of the mine being attacked, he rushed over first with people to block them. Li Zhu judged that there was a small chance that the Empire would target the seal again, and she never expected to be proven right it was the Archbishop of the Sanctum himself. But what to do now? Ed knew they couldn't beat the Sanctum. The Mage Guild agreed to cooperate with Tang Mingyu, but obviously, they wouldn't easily resort to all-out aggression against the Sanctum people. The situation had already escalated significantly, and the Mage Guild members who had arrived were just small fries. Not even a vice president of the Mage Guild had appeared, clearly indicating their deliberate actions. Other Empire lords were also standing by, watching. Viscount Bront hesitated about whether to speak up for Lord Fang Heng and try to speed up the construction of mage towers in his territory. So he quietly asked, "Kibo, can you stop them?" The Sword Saint Kibo gazed at the Archbishop of the Sanctum and shook his head. If he is determined to leave, none of us present can stop him. Viscount Bront frowned and continued to stand by and watch. He did want to help Lord Fang Heng and gain some favor points with him to expedite the building of mage towers in his domain, but he had concerns. The trouble with the Sanctum's followers in his territory was significant. Moreover, according to Archbishop Carl Killa, they were just investigating the leakage of the plague's breath, and the guards at the entrance to the mine were only knocked unconscious. Not injured, they lacked a solid reason to stop the Sanctum forcibly. Everyone, we have discovered that the seal in the mine has been deliberately broken, and the situation is already at this stage. The Sanctum hopes everyone can see the truth. The plague's breath will leak again soon, and Fang Heng's true identity will be revealed. Carl Killa shook his head, then struck the ground with his staff once again. Buzz! The holy light barrier opened again, dispersing the eerie mist of the undead around. "Now, I'm leaving," Carl Killa said as he and the Sanctum group walked towards the city gate. The players blocked in front suddenly found themselves forcibly pushed aside by the gathered holy light barrier, unable to stop the Sanctum group from leaving. First, find a way to delay time. Li Zhu's team must also be trying to find a solution offline. This is a great opportunity. We must get something out of the Sanctum. Not far away, Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei cautiously observe from the shadows. What should we do? Mo Jiawei asks quietly, feeling quite helpless. He just used his talent skill of reconnaissance to skin Kalkira, and apart from a name, a simple background introduction, and a few impressive skill names, most of it is covered with unknown question marks. Archbishop Kalkira is much higher level than him. The level difference is too much. The reconnaissance talent can't find weaknesses. Although Ed brought many people, they are not very useful. If the Sanctum really wants to leave, we can't stop them. Fang Heng muses, and then looks towards the entrance of the mine, asking, there's no sign of the plague breath leaking out. What are the Sanctum's people doing inside there? Could it be that they're really going in to check on the seal? Mo Jiawei smirks and says disdainfully, I don't think so. The Sanctum's people are not good folks. They wouldn't be that kind-hearted. Makes sense. Let's go in and take a look. Okay. Taking advantage of most people's attention being focused on the Sanctum group, Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei quietly sneak into the rear entrance of the mine. Following the passage dug out by the zombies, they return to the deepest sealed area. Fang Heng crouches down to inspect the central seal, while Mo Jiawei waits nearby. After 2 full minutes, Mo Jiawei can't help but ask, what's the situation? The seal has been tampered with, Fang Heng says cautiously. Mo Jiawei swallows nervously and asks, and then, that's it, huh? My seal skill level is not high. I can only tell that the seal has been tampered with by the Sanctum's people, but I don't know what they did inside. Mo Jiawei strokes his chin, feeling skeptical, and continues, the Sanctum's people wouldn't have such high-thinking abilities. It seems unlikely that they came all the way here in the middle of the night just to strengthen our seal. Fang Heng nods in agreement, I agree. Mo Jiawei hesitates, feeling conflicted, but right now, we can't find evidence of the Sanctum doing anything wrong. Without sufficient reason to say the outsiders should deal with the Sanctum, letting them leave like this is too advantageous for them. Let them go. That's not necessarily the case. Fang Heng says, squatting down and touching the yellow seal on the seal. With a light sound, the broken seal is easily torn off by Fang Heng. Mo Jiawei is shocked by Fang Heng's actions and looks up at him. You, Fang Heng shrugs, it was an accident. My hand slipped. Are you messing with me, boss? Hurry, run. Remember not to be seen. Saying that, Fang Heng quickly tears off the remaining sealing runes from the alchemy magic array. The next moment, visible black plague breath gushes out from the broken seal. Run. The two rush towards the entrance of the cave. Outside the cave, Zhuo Lingfang hurries to the mine with 2 players. They had just received instructions from Li Zhu's team offline to check the seal at the depths of the mine. Unexpectedly, before they can enter, they run into Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei coming out from the cave. Zhuo Lingfang hasn't clearly seen Fang Heng's face yet and instinctively shouts, you are. Fang Heng immediately disappears and reappears next to Zhuo Lingfang, covering her mouth with his hand. Shh, it's Fang Heng. Zhuo Lingfang is surprised by Fang Heng's appearance in the mine. She waves her hands to indicate she won't cry out. Fang Heng slowly releases his hand and says, listen to me, there's something small you need to help with, and you'll need to test your acting skills next. Wait, do as I say, got it? Zhuo Lingfang listens to Fang Heng's plan and looks surprised, nodding repeatedly to indicate she understands. Not far from the mine entrance, Kalkira leads the Sanctum group slowly towards the city outskirts. The others follow the Sanctum group in a circle, but no one dares to really stop them. Ed watches as Kalkira is about to leave the mining area and starts to feel anxious. Li Zhu's team's assessment report has come out. If they really get into a fight, some lords' attendants and empire mages may join the battle to help, but without Fang Heng, the chances of stopping the Sanctum group are almost zero. The Sanctum, as a legacy of faith, still has many loyal followers on the continent. Many lords do not like the Sanctum, but they still have some concerns and are not eager to confront them. What to do? They finally found a flaw in the enemy. Are they going to just watch them run away? Ed is extremely unwilling. Suddenly, Ed's eyelids jump and he looks back. What is that? A black mist rushes towards them from the direction of the mine entrance. No, it's the plague breath. Seeing this strange sight, someone immediately shouts. Everyone looks towards the mine entrance, and their faces change drastically. The visible black plague breath surges out of the mine entrance. Abyss Fiend. Ed's heart pounds violently. Has the seal been broken again? Oh no. Ed suddenly turns back and stares at the Sanctum group. How dare you release the Abyss Fiend? The members of the Sanctum group are also surprised to see the sudden appearance of the plague breath and all turn to look at the central Kalkira. What's going on? Wasn't the effect of the sword of breaking the seal supposed to trigger slowly and the plague breath not to erupt within a short period? Why did it suddenly burst? Kalkira's expression also changes suddenly. What? This is impossible. Why did the plague breath suddenly erupt? The expressions and gazes of the Sanctum members are seen by everyone present, and everyone simultaneously forms a thought. Kalkira! He's the problem! The 7 ghost towers surrounding the mine entrance autonomously activate and emit a dim purple light. The plague breath flowing out of the mine quickly dissolves under the effect of the purple light. Sensing the change in the others' expressions, Kalkira suddenly feels like it was a setup and quietly says to a few companions, "Forget about them. Let's go. Leave quickly." Stop. A high-level mage steps out of the crowd. Dunan's face is pale, and the muscles on his face twitch slightly, showing that he's extremely angry. All eyes in the crowd focus on Dunan. Ed's heart skips a beat. He didn't expect that the first person to step up to stop the Sanctum would be a high-level mage. Dunan had thought about giving up the study of spirits several times. He felt that the future was bleak, but he didn't expect that one day, things suddenly took a turn for the better when Fang Heng arrived. He even built the Tower of Spirits. In just a few days, the study of spirits had already become a trend on the main road. Dunan felt like he was dreaming these past few days. He felt like he was being embraced by death again, feeling the urge to turn his life around. But now, the people from the Holy Court have come again. The sacred ground they had worked so hard to establish for the study of spirits was destroyed by the Holy Court. Dunan stared fiercely at Kalkira, wanting to confront him. Kalkira's face was serious, feeling a bit unsettled himself. He didn't know what was happening either. The sword of unsealing was clearly arranged by him, a special tool that could slowly break the seal. Theoretically, the seal would not react until at least a day after he left. At that time, he would also cooperate with the Imperial Guards to launch a surprise attack on the plague lands, catching Fang Heng off guard. How did it suddenly break out? Kalkira put away his doubts and looked at Dunan, asking, "What do you want me to explain?" Kalkira's arrogant attitude provoked Dunan. "Ha ha ha, asking back at me. I've always found it strange. For hundreds of years, the Plaguelands were calm and peaceful. When you guys from the Holy Court arrived, the Plaguelands were exposed. You went to the Imperial Capital, and the entire Imperial Capital erupted with the Plaguelands as well. Now, with the help of Lord Fang Heng, the Plaguelands were finally under control, but just 10 minutes after you arrived, the Plaguelands once again erupted. I'm puzzled. Why wherever you go, the Plaguelands follow?" Kalkira's face turned cold. "I don't know. The outbreak of the Plaguelands has nothing to do with me." "Oh, doesn't matter. Do you think it can be resolved with just that one sentence? Today, you must stay and explain." Ed saw someone provoking trouble and immediately gave a signal to his players. "Don't let them escape. They destroyed the seal. I saw it. It was them. Garbage. The Holy Court has always suppressed our study of spirits. They knew we were here to establish a sacred place for the study of spirits, so they came to cause trouble." More and more members of the Mage Association were incited emotionally, gathering around and surrounding the Holy Court party in the center. On the side, the Imperial Sword Saint, Chepo, furrowed his brow. He deeply disdained the actions of the Holy Court and couldn't help but whisper, "The Holy Court is a bit dirty." However, Viscount Bronte looked suspicious and frowned. "This doesn't seem right. There are some doubts." "Doubts?" Viscount Bronte analyzed. "If I were the Holy Court and had committed a crime and been discovered, why wouldn't I run away immediately? Why linger here and wait for the outbreak of the Plaguelands? Strange." Chepo glanced in the direction of the cave entrance. Perhaps they underestimated the strength of the Plaguelands. Viscount Bronte also turned to look at the entrance. That could be. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, a loud explosion rang out. Boom! At the entrance of the mine, a golden aura of holy light suddenly burst open, dispersing the eerie mist of undead all around. In the area shrouded in black plaguelands and undead mist, the burst of golden holy light was particularly prominent. What's going on? Everyone turned to look in the direction where the holy light burst open. Boom! Boom boom! Due to the influence of the plague lands and undead mist, the area covered in a layer of mist made it difficult to see clearly from a distance, but everyone could clearly see the consecutive bursts of golden holy light. Following that, a player emerged from the undead mist in the distance, running towards them, shouting, "It's the Holy Court! The people from the Holy Court! They want to destroy the entire seal!" Suddenly, everyone's expressions became tense, raising their weapons and watching Karl Kira and his group warily, on high alert. "Karl Kira, do you have anything else to say?" On the mainland, the sacred study was very special, possessing a unique attribute that ordinary people couldn't imitate. Even the alchemy eye of the alchemical genius Sydney couldn't identify the study of sacred knowledge. Only the Holy Court could grasp it. Besides the Holy Court, who else could have the golden light attribute that just erupted nearby? Even the companions who came with Karl Kira began to have doubts in their hearts, shifting their gazes towards Karl Kira, with a hint of suspicion in their eyes. The recent outbreak of the plague lands was one thing, but why was there another eruption of the golden light attribute? Did Karl Kira have some hidden trump card that even they were unaware of? Karl Kira felt the gazes of his companions and his face suddenly stiffened. The eruption of the holy light aura. What was going on? He didn't know. How could he explain this? Do not notice the various expressions on the faces of the Holy Court members and their silence, making him feel that they were guilty, that they had a problem. He shouted, "Don't think about running. Today you must stay and explain clearly." Ed couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't know what had happened in the mine just now, and now he was even more panicked. The fluctuations in the erupted holy light aura were unusual. Did the people from the Holy Court really go crazy and release the Abyss demons, intending to fight them? What about the final mission? What about the inheritance of the saint? Make them pay the price. The crowd became increasingly agitated, more people crowding around and shouting, yet no one dared to make the first move. In the midst of the tense standoff, Zhou Fang, accompanied by several injured players and Imperial guards, hurried over, shouting, "My lord, after we found the leakage of the plague lands, we went to investigate and found suspicious individuals at the entrance, trying to stop them, but getting injured." Suddenly, everyone turned to look at Lord Chadwick Wyatt in the crowd. Chadwick Wyatt was at a loss. How could a mere small lord like himself encounter so many problems in his territory? Ed, seeing Zhou Fang, suddenly felt something. Could the burst of holy light just now be arranged by Li Zhu? Ed's eyes lit up, immediately asking, who were the suspicious individuals? They were from the Holy Court. Zhou Fang pointed at Karl Kira and his group, sternly declaring, "It was them. They used the power of sacred knowledge. I will never mistake it. You are lying." Karl Kira suddenly turned his head, lightly tapping his staff on the ground once more, staring at Zhou Fang. Buzz! The golden light radiated outwards once again. The Holy Court has quite a few tricks up their sleeves. Fang Heng licked his dry lips, took out a scroll from his backpack, and aimed the spell at Zhou Fang. Thankfully, Tang Mingyu had given him many spell scrolls when he came, with a large portion of them being holy magic scrolls. After all, holy magic scrolls could only be triggered by sacred theology, so they were not very commonly used. Hear the words of the divine. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Just as Zhou Fang was about to say something, a burst of golden holy light suddenly erupted in front of her, causing her to spit blood and fly backward. Seeing this, Aida was momentarily stunned, then looked at Karl Kira. The people of the Holy Court had truly gone mad, actually daring to attack in front of so many people. Aida saw a moment of confusion on Karl Kira's face, followed by intense fury. No, Aida instantly realized. He understood. This attack was definitely not from Karl Kira. Someone was manipulating things behind the scenes. That person was most likely Li Zhu. Aid's mind raced, and he immediately shouted, "Not good. They want to silence us. Stop them." Karl Kira turned to look at Aida, his eyes almost spewing blood. Silence us? Have you ever seen anyone silenced like this before? Other players also regained their senses, not giving Karl Kira a chance to catch his breath, shouting, "Do they think they can just silence us in front of so many people? Do they think we Mages Guild can be easily bullied? Do they think we Necromancers are so easy to pick on?" Under the signal of the team, a player cast an ice spear spell towards the Holy Court. Asterisk puff, asterisk. Ineffective. The low-level ice spear spell was easily blocked by the outer layer of holy light shield surrounding the holy court group. Not even a ripple appeared in the defense barrier. However, this attack signaled the start of an offensive. Someone took the lead, and more low-level spells were directed towards the holy court. The holy light shield absorbed a large number of spell attacks, gradually showing waves of fluctuations. Stop! Let me handle this! Seeing things were about to spiral out of control, Lord Chadwick's face turned purple, shouting to indicate everyone to calm down temporarily and cease the attack. He really did not want to escalate things with the Holy Court. Plus, the opposing party was the Archbishop of the Holy Court, powerful enough that even the Empire showed deference. Even if he mobilized all the forces in the city of Linkredon, they truly couldn't win against them. However, the Holy Court was also going too far. Did they truly think of him as a fake lord? At this point, a fight was inevitable, or he would be the talk of the other lords during tea time. Stepping back, he still had Tang Mingyu and Lord Fang Heng as his backing. If they had to fight, then let's fight. Chadwick made up his mind. Looking at Karl Kira, until the investigation is clear, I request all members of the Holy Court to stay in the city temporarily. Karl Kira looked at him with a cold look. Let me stay. Just by your command. Karl Kira could see through it. This group was setting him up. They wanted to keep him here. As Karl Kira, who pledged allegiance to Tang Mingyu, was also not a good person. Then, give it a try. Emotions were already at their peak, and the guards of the Empire and the apprentice mages felt that the Holy Court had crossed the line. Asterisk boom. Boom boom, asterisk. Without waiting for Chadwick's order, a large number of spells once again rained down upon Karl Kira's shield. Unfortunately, the majority of the attacks were from low-level mages with small spells that dissolved upon contact with the Holy Light Shield. Many accompanying lords also joined the battle. The Holy Court side lacked flight skills, making it a bit troublesome to withdraw quickly, so they decided to stay in place. Karl Kira nodded at a few people, and two judges began to focus, preparing to teleport them away, using a teleportation spell. Not good. They want to escape. Interrupt their casting. Don't let them escape. Seeing the Holy Court's actions, several players yelled, and the mages of the guild hastened to gather spells for an onslaught. However, the precise spells were like scratching an itch when they landed on the Holy Light Shield, unable to cause any substantial damage. Mo Jiawei watched from afar, feeling anxious. He whispered, Fang Heng, what do we do? We can't stop them. Fang Heng hummed, but his eyes remained fixed on the golden staff in Karl Kira's hand. It was a very familiar staff. He had seen it during the sealing of the abyssal entity in the underground palace. Undoubtedly, this staff possessed great power and likely had the ability to deal with abyssal demons. Fang Heng assessed the combat strength between the two sides. It was almost impossible to kill the Archbishop in the current state. They had to take advantage of the opponent's weakness and use the power of the bloodline and the ultimate skill Eternal Moon to have a chance at killing him. Since they couldn't win outright, the next best option was to try and seize the staff, and if successful. A greedy glint flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. A very risky plan quickly formed in Fang Heng's mind. The plan was rudimentary and likely to have unforeseen consequences. But with time pressing, Fang Heng could not afford to hesitate. Old Mo, wait for me to find a way to snatch the staff in the chaos. After that, I will immediately retreat. You find a way to rendezvous with Aida and tell them my intentions. Don't worry about me. Okay, got it. Mo Jiawei agreed and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Not far away, Viscount Bronte, who was watching the situation leisurely, saw the Guild of Mages had already begun to act and murmured softly, stolen from home by the Holy Court, and now people can't even stop them. This will be a joke when it spreads. Let's lend them a hand and teach the Holy Court a lesson. Okay, Chibo nodded, understanding Viscount Bronte's intentions. Suddenly, a cold light flashed from the crowd. Asterisk click, asterisk. A long sword lightly landed on the Holy Light Shield, emitting a clear and crisp sound of the sword. Karl Kira's face slightly changed, staring at the newcomer. The Imperial Sword Saint Chibo. Asterisk click 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 click, asterisk. Starting from the tip of the sword, fine cracks spread rapidly in all directions. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The golden shield exploded, turning into golden fragments splashing everywhere. Chibo struck a blow and quickly retreated to a distance. Damn it! Karl Kira looked at the rapidly departing figure. He had no time to worrying about him now. With the shield shattered, more fine small-scale spells were directed towards the Holy Court group. A trace of gloom flashed in Karl Kira's eyes. Archbishop? Fang Heng squinted his eyes. This move seems quite powerful. Boom! The space stagnated for half a second. The spells and golden light exploded simultaneously. All the Imperial guards within the judgment domain were blasted away by the bursting holy light. Seeing the Imperial court still daring to resist, the people around became even angrier. More and more Lord teams and members of the Mage Association joined the battlefield. Karl Kira's counterattack bought them some time, as the golden teleportation magic spell conjured by 2 Imperial court judges gradually became clearer at their feet. The transfer magic formation was about to be completed. Zhuo Lingfang recovered after drinking a few bottles of potions, quickly ran to Ed's side, and whispered, "Captain Ed, Fang Heng Lord just said to delay as much as possible. He will figure out a way to cooperate and seize the staff in Karl Kira's hand, and also told me to ask Viscount Bront for help." Upon hearing this, Ed's face immediately showed surprise as his gaze searched around. "You said Fang Heng Lord. Is he also here?" "Yes, Fang Heng Lord is still hidden for the time being and has not shown himself." Upon hearing this, Ed gave up searching and looked at Karl Kira. What was Fang Heng Lord up to? Tell the offline team to find a way to delay a little longer. Fang Heng Lord is preparing to make a move. Understood. Immediately, a player reported the offline team's analysis report to everyone. President, the 2 judges of the Imperial Court are releasing a special skill called Divine Transfer. After successfully casting it, they can teleport up to 10 people within the spell range to an area up to 10 kilometers away. The spell casting condensation time is 8 minutes, with both judges simultaneously casting the skill. It is predicted to shorten the casting and condensation time to 4 to 6 minutes. Not good. Quickly interrupt their casting. Ed immediately realized. The Imperial Court wanted to escape. Quickly use the magic flood for mana resonance. Players could affect the spatial fluctuations around through mana resonance with spatial magic spells that required long casting preparations, delaying or disrupting the enemy's spatial spell construction. More than a dozen elite players cast spells together, gathering a rapidly spinning magic flood on the spot. The dark blue magical flood looked like a continuously spinning sphere, distorting the surrounding space under its influence. On the other side, the 2 judges controlling the spells frowned. Affected by mana resonance, their spell casting speed was greatly reduced. The magic formation under their feet slowly dimmed down by half. Karl Kira's sharp gaze swept towards Ed and his group, obviously noticing the little actions they were taking. "You." Before he could finish his sentence, Karl Kira suddenly felt a slight vibration under his feet. What was that? Karl Kira sensed an odd power fluctuation burst from the direction of the mine, immediately turning to look. Boom! In the distance, a blood-red beam shot up into the sky. The blood even penetrated the undead mist enveloping them in an instant. Following that, a wave of blood-red energy spread out from the beam center, surging and spreading towards their surroundings. The thick undead mist spread again, quickly covering the blood impact, forming a red mist in front of their eyes. With a quick glance, everyone felt as if they vaguely saw a blood-red coffin deep within the mist. Click, click, click. A dry sound akin to an old wooden door being opened emanated from the deep red undead mist. Swiftly. What was that? Karl Kira's expression suddenly changed. 3 blood vampire princes almost simultaneously sprang out from the undead mist. Boom! Boom 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 boom! The dense blood-colored explosives were aimed at the side of the Imperial Court. Be careful! The Imperial Court people immediately opened their holy light shields to evade. Karl Kira quickly dodged to the side, looking at the creatures rushing out from the undead mist, his eyes showing an unbelievably shocked expression. Blood vampires? They're actually blood vampires. He had read about the vampires in the Book of Oaths. They were abominations created by the gods. These creatures should not exist in this world. Why are there vampires here? Is it related to the catastrophe or the abyss demons? Countless thoughts flashed through Karl Kira's mind momentarily, the shock in his heart beyond measure. Boom! Boom boom boom! The 3 vampire princes rushed towards Karl Kira. while the other dukes that emerged from the undead mist charged at the accompanying paladins and imperial court judges. The nearby magicians, who were initially supposed to deal with the imperial court, also looked surprised. Who are these people who suddenly appeared? And why are they so powerful? Lord Chadwick couldn't help but look at Viscount Bront beside him. The two exchanged a glance, both showing puzzlement on their faces. Very strange. Who are these people who suddenly appeared? Just as he was about to watch from the sidelines, Zhuo Lingfang hurriedly ran over and said, "Masters, Lord Fang Heng asked me to give Viscount Bront a message. He hopes that you can help deal with the imperial court. Just lend a hand for 3 minutes, whether successful or not thereafter. Lord Fang Heng is willing to build 10 Soul Tower for free as a reward, with the construction site of your choice, which can begin tonight." Lord Chadwick listened intently and immediately asked, "Are these people sent by Lord Fang Heng?" Zhuo Lingfang pursed her lips, scanning the vampires battling the imperial court. "I'm not too sure myself," she continued. "Viscount Bront, do you think this proposal is acceptable?" Viscount Bront, standing on the side, had a somewhat reddened look in his eyes. Why did he come here in the middle of the night? Wasn't it just to construct the Soul Tower in his territory a little earlier? This trip wasn't in vain. Was it even important who these people were sent by? Not important. The smile on Viscount Bront's face couldn't be contained, and even felt a sense of jealousy coming from Lord Chadwick on the side. "All right, I agree." Mouths open wide enough to fit several eggs in at once. The indigenous players of the game couldn't recognize them. Can they still not recognize them? The Blood Clan. These people are clearly from the Blood Clan. But why? Why are their Blood Clan members invading? A player who had experienced the early stage of the game directly recognized the Blood Clan Prince Gal. Gal. It's him. Blood Clan Prince Gal. That one is Blood Clan Prince Leb. Over 99% of the players had experienced the early stage of the game world, with a large portion having mixed in during the Blood Clan's apocalypse. The players quickly identified the 3 Blood Clan princes one by one and recognized the Blood Clan dukes and marquises as well. Several guild leaders leading the group were immediately thrown into confusion. How could the final boss from the lower tiers suddenly intrude into the higher level game? What does this mean? Ed also seemed a bit stunned for a moment. "Captain Ed, this, I understand." After the initial surprise, Ed quickly came up with an answer and said, "It must be Lord Fang Heng. The Federation behind Lord Fang Heng has made a move. It looks like they have broken the barrier between the early stage game and the mid-level game." Upon hearing this, everyone also showed surprise and then realization. So that's how it is. It's the Federation. No wonder they have the ability to cause such a commotion in the game world. This makes sense. Ed solemnly instructed his subordinates, absolutely do not disclose anything related to the Blood Clan today to outsiders. This is an absolute secret of the Federation. Understood? Yes. Understood. I guarantee not a word will be leaked. Another gaming guild leader repeated the same instructions to his subordinates and asked, "Ed, what should we do? Should we go up and help now?" Ed gazed at the battlefield and said, "No need. We can't participate in this kind of battle. Continue to control the flow of magic. Make sure the Holy Court doesn't teleport away. That's all we need to do." Understood. In the depths of the undead mist, where the blood-red light column rose, Fang Heng stood under the light column, focused on controlling the Blood Clan King's coffin. Seeing that it was almost ready, he quickly darted towards his target ahead, the staff in Karkala's hand. He had been observing all along. The staff was extremely heavy, and Karkila struggled to use it, slowing down his movements. There was definitely an opportunity. The distance between Fang Heng and Karkila was rapidly closing. Ahead, 3 Blood Clan princes continued to attack the barrier Karkila had put up. Suddenly, the sword Saint Egbo appeared from the side and thrust his sword forward. The seemingly ordinary icy sword made the entire holy light barrier shake violently. Karkila furrowed his brow. It's him again. The Imperial Sword Saint. With another boom, the holy light barrier erupted again. Fragments of the shattered holy light barrier shot out in front. A look of surprise flashed in Karkala's eyes. Sword Saint Egbo knew the power of the holy light fragments, so he quickly withdrew after his attack, but the 3 Blood Clan princes forcefully approached him despite being injured. Something's wrong. Karkilla realized the danger and quickly made the best choice, taking 2 steps back, holding the staff up right in front of him, and preparing to release the sacred domain skill. What? Just as the skill was about to be released, he suddenly saw a figure on his right rushing towards him. It was Fang Heng. Karkilla's pupils constricted. Fang Heng swiftly approached through his teleportation skill. Instead of coming directly at him, he swiftly passed by him, reaching out to grab the staff inserted in the ground in front of him. Foolish! Karkilla stared at Fang Heng with a cold smile in his heart. Can an ordinary person touch the sacred staff? And especially someone with knowledge of necromancy. With a sharp hiss, Fang Heng grabbed the sacred staff tightly. A steaming white mist immediately emanated from his right hand. Karkilla smirked, envisioning Fang Heng being thrown back by the power of the holy light. Huh? What's going on? Karkilla's smirk gradually froze, replaced by a look of astonishment in his eyes. The color-changing smoke stopped billowing after barely half a second. Fang Heng still held onto the sacred staff firmly, as game prompts appeared in his mind. Reminder: player switching current state, sacred studies. It's heavy. As soon as he grasped the staff, Fang Heng's mind jolted. The staff was much heavier than he had imagined. No wonder the Archbishop of the Holy Court looked so strained when using the staff. But his strength attributes far exceeded those of ordinary players. Fang Heng exerted force in his arm, lifting the staff from the ground. Reminder: you are attempting to seize a special weapon that does not belong to you. The victim will perceive and locate you and the weapon within 5 hours, locking the general area of your location within 72 hours. Reminder: for the next 12 hours, you will be unable to use the associated skills and attributes of the weapon. Some special attributes, skills will still be effective, but you can use it as a normal weapon for attacks, etc. Reminder: since you have seized a special character's weapon, the weapon cannot be stored in the backpack within 72 hours and cannot be transported through the teleportation channel. Reminder: you are affected by the special effects of this weapon. While holding the weapon, your movement speed is reduced by 30%. Location locking as well? And an additional slowing effect? Too bad news. This wasn't the first time Fang Heng had stolen items from high-level bosses, so seeing the game prompts made him jump, prompting him to change his plan and fly away towards the distance. Stop! Fang Heng's actions greatly surprised Karkilla. He was in shock. The sacred staff had been taken by Fang Heng. Why? Why could a scholar of necromancy easily touch the sacred staff without being harmed? Moreover, the staff was extremely heavy, and even he needed the enhancements of the sacred skills to barely lift it. In order to avoid being greatly affected while taking the staff, Karkilla had been willing to leave a permanent holy mark on his right arm. Why could Fang Heng easily pick up the staff? Now is not the time to consider this. The staff held immense significance and possessed great power. The attacker is Lord Fang Heng. Before this, the players were still wondering how Lord Fang Heng planned to deal with Karkilla. They never expected him to directly use force. Excellent! Lord Fang Heng did a great job. The players cheered loudly as they saw Lord Fang Heng snatch the Holy Court's weapon with one swift move. The intensity of the battle now was beyond their reach, so they resorted to releasing some spells and causing a commotion on the outskirts. Don't let the people of the Holy Court escape. They are already at their last stand. Ed was also extremely excited to see Lord Fang Heng's decisive move. Lord Fang Heng did it again. He delivered a fatal blow to the Holy Court at a critical moment. Nearby, Karkilla had lost his composure out of anger. He wanted to chase, but after being pushed back by 3 vampire princes, they relentlessly stuck to him once more. Damn it! There were even those undead mages. Like a persistent nuisance, they kept using spells on the periphery to cause trouble. The effects of basic spells were limited, but the continuous rain of spells was getting on his nerves. Help me stop them! Karkilla clenched his teeth and shouted, gathering dots of holy light all around him. He had refrained from taking drastic actions for the sake of the Holy Court's reputation, but now he couldn't afford to think about that anymore. A dark golden light emanated from the pendant hanging on his chest. Star Punishment Field. Crackling sounds echoed as various spells aimed at Karkilla in midair were instantly halted. The 3 vampire princes who were charging towards him also slowed down. Prince Gaul's eyes revealed a sense of seriousness. Field power. Boom! Boom! Spales in mid-air exploded one after another. Then, the dots of holy light erupted once more. Each starlight burst into scorching light. A powerful burst of holy light pushed back the three vampire princes once again. As the mage assocations mages were releasing spales, a few high-level mages who had not taken action before turned pale, suffering from backlash from the spales and spitting out blood as they were thrown back. Holy Court! The high-level mages who had not intervened before show anger upon seeing casualties within their team. Karl Kira couldn't afford to think about much anymore. If he accidentally lost the Holy Scepter, he would become the scapegoat for the entire Holy Court. Seizing the opportunity when the crowd in front of him was split, Karl Kira chased after the direction indicated by the Holy Scepter. Meanwhile, Lord Feng Heng, after seizing the Holy Scepter, ran forward. Escape? No, mere escape would not be enough. Lord Feng Heng's plan was not solely about that scepter. It was about Karl Kira himself. Originally, he planned to take the scepter through a teleportation channel back to the Plague Lands, relying on the World Tree to block Karl Kira. In an ideal scenario, the scepter was crucial to Karl Kira. Pushed to his limits, Karl Kira rushing to the Plague Lands could lead to his demise. Lord Feng Heng might even use the power of the World Tree to finally kill Karl Kira. A great profit! But now, the looted weapon couldn't pass through the teleportation channel, rendering this plan infeasible. Karl Kira was getting closer to madness, but the distance to the Plague Lands was vast. With the added 30% deceleration effect from carrying the scepter, Karl Kira's strength would allow him to catch up quickly. Therefore, the plan had to be changed. Amidst the crisis, Lord Feng Heng surprisingly remained calm, swiftly dashing towards the mine tunnel. Yes, the mine tunnel! As the seal of the mine tunnel had been mostly broken, the entire tunnel was now filled with traces of the plague. His unique viral physique granted him some resistance to the plague's contamination. However, Karl Kira didn't possess the same resistance. He was very likely to pursue. This was Lord Feng Heng's chance. If successful, he could even finish off Karl Kira inside the mine tunnel. The success rate was less than 30%. Fortune favors the bold. Taking the risk. He quickly entered the mine tunnel, and notifications appeared on his retina. Prompt: player has entered a special area. Player infection index has risen. Prompt: player detected with special viral body. Player's infection impact greatly reduced. Lord Feng Heng stood at the entrance of the mine tunnel, quickly scanning the outside, and saw Karl Kira still entangled with the vampires, which made him narrow his eyes. There is still some time. I can make some arrangements. Meanwhile, outside the mine tunnel, as the skill duration ended, the blood vampires who were chasing Karl Kira retreated back into the coffin catacombs, sinking into the ground along with the coffins. Kaibo looked at Karl Kira, who delved deeper into the plague-infested mine area, and shook his head. 3 minutes had passed, and he had completed his mission, so he retracted back. Viscount Bronte asked, "How's the situation?" Kaibo shook his head and replied, "Karl Kira is very strong, and I couldn't do anything against him. The Holy Court has persevered for so many years under the suppression of the Empire. Their strength is evident. To be honest, one-on-one, no one in the entire Empire can be sure of defeating him." Viscount Bronte comforted and then turned to Zuo Lingfang, saying, "The agreement has been reached, and Lord Feng Heng won't break his word, right?" "Definitely. Lord Feng Heng will establish the Mage Tower for you, as agreed as soon as possible." Zuo Lingfang, concerned about Lord Feng Heng's situation, replied absent-mindedly, anxiously scanning the place where Lord Feng Heng disappeared. On the frontline battlefield, as Karl Kira chased after Lord Feng Heng, the Mage Association and city guards gradually gained control of the situation, enclosing the 2 remaining Holy Court judges and knights in the center. Seeing the situation under control, Ed and his team approached to assess the situation. "How is Lord Feng Heng?" The crowd remained silent. Swordsman Kaibo said, "He went into the mine tunnel." "The mine tunnel?" Ed was puzzled and asked, "Why did he go into the mine tunnel? Isn't that a dead end?" "Don't worry." Lord Bronte looked ahead with full confidence and said, "Don't forget, Lord Feng Heng is a legendary mage who can summon the God Tree. He will definitely have a way to solve this small problem." Lord Chadwick nodded, hopefully. The Mage Association adjusted the output power of the Ghost Tower again, and a large amount of undead mist overflowed from the top of the Ghost Tower. 7 ghost towers formed a cage, firmly locking the dispersed plague breath in the mining area. Just as everyone had retreated out of the coverage of the ghost tower, a player hurriedly came online, with an urgent look on his face as he approached Captain Ed and whispered a few words in his ear. "Captain Ed, there's an urgent event offline. DRIZZLE is hosting an emergency video projection meeting, and the leaders of several major guilds are all there. They hope you can come down and take a look." An urgent event? Offline. Ed's heart skipped a beat. DRIZZLE, as the offline commander, had been fully involved in the recent invasion by the cathedral bishop, so she was well aware of the urgent situation. Why hold an emergency meeting at such a time? Could there be a big problem? All right, prepare the meeting room. I'll rush over now. Offline. After logging off, Ed immediately went to the 6th floor projection hall of the company headquarters. Stepping into the hall, he immediately saw the projection of DRIZZLE and others in the center of the hall. Apart from DRIZZLE, there were high-level members of various gaming team guilds standing on both sides. What's going on? Why did so many people come for this meeting? They all seemed to be waiting for him. Ed became more puzzled and turned his gaze to DRIZZLE. "Everyone is here. Let's continue." DRIZZLE nodded to everyone and, like the others, looked towards Ed with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. "President Ed, our cooperation has always been very smooth. We both know the difficulty of the main task related to the abyssal demons. If we can't cooperate sincerely and have some hidden thoughts, the later tasks will only become more difficult, and winning the final victory will be almost impossible." Ed sensed that DRIZZLE had something to say beyond her words, and he couldn't help but interrupt. "DRIZZLE, there's no need to beat around the bush. You know that the situation in the game is urgent. If you have something to say or ask, just say it directly. I can assure you all responsibly that I haven't hidden anything from you all recently." The faces of the other guild leaders slightly eased. "All right, let's get straight to the point. It's about Feng Heng." DRIZZLE looked at Ed with a very solemn expression and gestured towards the wall to her right. Two side-by-side photos were projected on the wall. When Ed saw those two photos, his expression suddenly changed. That was Lord Feng Heng. The photo on the left was of Lord Feng Heng, wearing a mask, while the one on the right belonged to the World Lord of the Vampire game, Feng Heng, without a mask. When I heard the name Feng Heng for the first time, it sounded very familiar to me. Coincidentally, it matched the name of a player who recently unified the vampire world in the beginner game world. Ed stared at the photos on the wall. Feng Heng, the World Lord of both the vampire apocalypse and the zombie world. These two photos looked like the same person. The news of Feng Heng recently unifying the entire vampire apocalypse game world had caused a great stir among the players and had been widely known for a long time. Except for those players who were focused on practicing in the game, almost everyone had heard something about it. Vampire apocalypse? Right. Could the vampire prince seen in the low-level game world be created by Feng Heng? For a moment, Ed also had great doubts. Very suspicious. Lord Feng Heng always avoided showing his true face. Could this be the reason? As Ed looked up again, he had already figured out the purpose of all these partners gathering there. Are you suspecting that the World Lord Feng Heng in the beginner game and our Lord Feng Heng in our game are the same person? Yes, I also thought it was a coincidence before. How could the World Lord from the beginner game world appear in our mid-level game world? Until I saw the appearance of the vampire, I became more suspicious. I found a professional to do a special comparison, and based on height, appearance, and other factors, there is a probability of more than 80% that they are the same person. Ed frowned and denied, "It doesn't seem right. I have also checked the information about Feng Heng before, and I am sure that Feng Heng is currently in the real world cooperating with the Eastern Federation to solve the legacy issues of the Dead Realms spread of breath. He wouldn't appear in Dead Realms breath? Undead?" Ed suddenly stopped halfway through his words. He realized something. How coincidental was that? The World Lord Feng Heng was proficient in undead studies, able to freely control undead creatures to build structures, and could deal with the spread of Dead Realms breath. It all sounded so similar to the Lord Feng Heng in the game. "Everyone, I have just verified this through our relationship with the Eastern Federation." Among the many projections, an elderly man interrupted their discussion, his voice slightly dry. "It is confirmed that not long ago, Fang Heng was invited by the Eastern Federation to participate in a special group mission, and he is still in the game currently. The other party also told me that the mission is confidential, and specific details cannot be disclosed to the public. Ed felt a cold sweat breaking out on his spine. Confidential mission not suitable for external disclosure. These words were a huge hint. What kind of mission needed extreme confidentiality? And it required Fang Heng's assistance that even the Federation had requested? The answer was almost there. There was a 99% chance it was the Realm Advancement trial task. This also explained why they appeared in the mid-level game world. Fang Heng, the World Lord, and the beginner game's World Lord were the same person? Were they deceived? Silence filled the hall. Many of the high-level gaming guild members were actually feeling a sense of admiration. Being able to deceive so many players from large guilds, Fang Heng was truly the first. And with his sole effort, he could completely turn the barbarian territory game world upside down, showcasing Fang Heng's incredible power. Ed took a deep breath, and memories of every encounter with Fang Heng flooded his mind. Fang Heng's player identity was not flawless after all. Fang Heng's movements were so fast that they barely had time to consider some now very obvious doubts. Ed's expression was solemn, his face serious. Li Zhu, and all the guild leaders, I can assure you all that I was not aware of this matter in advance. The high-level members of the player guilds couldn't help but whisper among themselves once again. A female player said, Lord Ed, we're all in the same boat now. This is not the time to point fingers. The issue doesn't lie here. The Northern Federation is very concerned about what is happening in the game. We now understand that Fang Heng has no connection to the Northern Federation, so our attitude towards the Federation needs to change accordingly. In one of the projections, another middle-aged man chuckled. I was wondering when this group of the Northern Federation would come up with such a big plan. Turns out, it really has nothing to do with them. Ed also forced a smile and nodded. Thank you for your trust. It was a mistake in my intelligence. I thought it had to do with the Central Federation's special plans. Turns out, it was a misunderstanding. Truly embarrassing. With the cat out of the bag, Li Zhu nodded. Everyone, at this point, stopping is not an option. Based on the information we have received, Fang Heng hiding his identity is likely a special requirement for the trial. Regardless of whether Fang Heng is a player or not, as long as he doesn't disclose it, we will pretend not to know. Everyone looked at each other. Yes, they had invested too much in the task of the saint. To stop now. Nonsense. All right, let's continue as usual. I am more familiar with the Federation. I will deal with them. By stalling and delaying for a few days, it will be easy. Regarding Fang Heng's identity, only the high-level members of our guild need to know. Externally, we must all continue to keep Fang Heng's true identity hidden. Good. That's the best way to handle it. After discussing some details, the guild leaders hurried in and out of the meeting hall. Captain Ed, there's trouble in the mine area of the game. Please go online to investigate immediately. There's a change in the game. I'll go first. Ed's expression changed slightly as he nodded to the virtual projections on the screen and quickly left the meeting room. Inside the mine, Karkira followed Fang Heng's aura, chasing after him. Moving through the depths of the mine tunnels, Karkira frowned. Buzz! Several holy light balls floated up and accelerated to spin at a height. The concentration of the plague breath was too high. Even the radiant arts were limited by the dense plague breath in the surroundings, reducing their effectiveness. The visual distance was greatly compressed. Sacred word, protection. Suddenly, a dark golden holy light shield rose around Karkira, isolating the surrounding plague breath that was attacking. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The holy light shield continued to make a sizzling sound. Karkira gritted his teeth and uttered two words, Fang Heng. The concentration of the plague breath in the mine was so high that even the holy light shield was affected by the erosion effect of the breath, and the golden breath continued to dissolve. Do you think you can stop me? An unstoppable sense of killing intent arose in Karkira's heart. Fang Heng posed a great threat to the Holy Sea. He had to die today. Ahead, through the black plague breath, he vaguely saw the entrance to the sealed cave. Karkira remained vigilant, slowing his steps as he moved forward cautiously. The holy light balls gradually dispelled the darkness. In the center of the cave room, the reinforcing runes on the magic circle that sealed the entrance were completely gone. Even the central part of the magic circle had revealed a black abyssal rift leading below. Large amounts of black gas overflowed from the opening. Karkira scanned the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on Fang Heng beside the entrance to the abyss. Fang Heng. Ha, Bishop Karkira, nice to meet you. Fang Heng held his staff and looked at Karkira nonchalantly, a hint of mockery in his smile. Your actions have already desecrated the sacred light. The crimes you have committed are unforgivable. Hand over the sacred staff immediately and accept judgment. Sacred staff. Fang Heng shrugged indifferently, raised the staff in his hand, and held it out in front. You mean this? Karkira raised an eyebrow. His shoulders slightly moved. Stop. Don't move. Fang Heng said sharply, if you take one more step, I'll throw the staff into the seal. Do you believe me? Karkira stared at Fang Heng. How dare you? Fang Heng placed the staff in front of the abyssal rift, as if daring Karkira to try. Karkira hesitated. He was genuinely concerned that Fang Heng might recklessly discard the staff into the abyss. Fang Heng kept his eyes on Karkira's every move, appearing to have the upper hand on the surface while inwardly cursing. How cowardly was the shell of the Holy Sea! Even the plague breath could only be partially shielded. In such a high concentration of the plague breath, others would have been infected and corroded long ago. Yet, the holy light shield held back most of the breath. Fang Heng noticed that the holy light aura surrounding Karkira was gradually being eroded by the plague breath. It seemed like he had to resort to the backup plan. With a success rate of less than 30%, he had to take a gamble. After finally finding an opportunity to kill Karkira, at this stage, he had to seize this chance. Fang Heng took a deep breath, a malicious smirk appearing on his face. Ha ha! Look at you! What do I have to fear? By the way, it seems like your staff is about to be corroded. With that, Fang Heng waved the staff in his hand. Under the erosion of the plague breath, the sacred staff continued to emit a sizzling sound, and Fang Heng could see its durability slowly decreasing. Stop! Blaspheming the sacred! Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Heh, I'm already half a person of the dead realm. Divine retribution cannot touch me. Want the staff? Come and get it! How about a bet? None of us will use spells. If you can touch the staff, you win, and I'll give it back to you. You're asking for death. Karkira stared at Fang Heng, swiftly charging towards him. His patience had almost run out, and he felt that Fang Heng was likely stalling for time, wanting to wear down his strength through the surrounding plague breath. Compared to the sacred staff, Fang Heng was even more terrifying. Even if the sacred staff was lost, Fang Heng had to die today. Suddenly, Karkira leaned forward, approaching faster than Fang Heng had anticipated. Click, click, click. A fragile cracking sound continuously echoed underfoot on the floor, followed by the appearance of fine cracks. Boom! A loud explosion. The seal on the floor completely shattered. The entire ground split open, suddenly collapsing downward. Kalgila watched as Fang Heng fell with the collapsing ground towards the abyss in front of him. Ha ha ha! Fang Heng stared fiercely at Kalgila, laughing madly. The sacred staff, huh? Want it? Come and get it! Madman! Kalgila felt Fang Heng's killing intent reach its peak. With a cold snort, he chased after Fang Heng towards the abyss. If Fang Heng didn't die, their sanctuary had no future. Seeing Kalgila actually chasing after him, Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. In mid-air, shrouded in dense black plague aura, Fang Heng immediately transformed into a bat form and quickly flew downward. Hint, you have entered a highly infected area. Your infection index is increasing rapidly. Please be careful. Fang Heng's heart moved. A red light immediately appeared in his pupils as he looked down towards the abyss. This was his first time exploring the depths of the abyss, and he had no idea how terrifying it could be down there. Despite knowing the extreme danger, he could only fight for his life. Falling rapidly almost 30 meters down, Fang Heng squinted his eyes. Uneven rocky ground appeared below. Is this it? So soon? Fang Heng reverted to human form once again in mid-air, lightly tapping the ground with the tips of his feet upon landing, observing the surroundings with his peripheral vision, and quickly darted towards the right side of the abyss. Drag time! Those were the 3 words in Fang Heng's mind. Kalgila had the ability to pinpoint his exact location, unable to win head-on. Fang Heng had to rely on his speed and create distance to drag time, waiting for Calgila to be tormented to death by the plague aura. This was his only chance. Stop! Calgila, enveloped in golden holy light, slowly floated to the bottom of the cave, then accelerated towards Fang Heng's location. Hiss! Hiss! The concentration of the plague aura below the abyss grew denser, rapidly eroding Calgila's holy light shield. Fang Heng and Calgila, one in front and the other behind, due to Fang Heng holding the staff being penalized with a 30% reduction in movement speed, the distance between them slowly closed. Hold on a little longer. Fang Heng gritted his teeth. He sensed the rapidly approaching holy aura behind him. Humph! Calgila snorted coldly, and a dark golden initiation book appeared in front of him. Holy armor! The initiation book once again radiated light. A golden armor quickly appeared on Calgila. With the enhancement of the golden armor, Calgila's speed rose again. He continued to rush towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng was greatly surprised. What the heck? The Sanctuary Mage still had the ability to enhance melee attributes. The distance between the two closed rapidly. Unfortunately, the entire underground abyss was spacious, with no other usable terrain. Calgila sternly said, "Fang Heng, you can't escape." A fist lashed out. Boom! The fist imprint condensed from holy light fiercely struck Fang Heng's back, sending him flying towards the front wall. Bang! Fang Heng was heavily hit against the wall. Hint, you have suffered from Holy Light Judgment. Hammer Strike Damage Magic Physical Hybrid Damage. You have suffered 95,340 for points of damage. You have entered a critical injury state. Hint, your passive effect is activated. Critical injury state is cleared, and your health is rapidly recovering. Hint, your infection index has exceeded 80%. Please be cautious. Fang Heng gritted his teeth, feeling the piercing pain in every inch of his bones. The effect of the undead body could resist physical damage and quickly heal injuries, but the pain was real. The most troublesome part was not the damage, but the infection index. After entering the underground abyss, the rate of increase in the infection index exceeded his expectations. Calgila was also clearly affected, his outer layer of Holy Light Shield completely corroded clean. The golden armor he just summoned also gradually revealed traces of black, being rapidly corroded. What to do? The tingling sensation all over his body made Fang Heng's mind race rapidly. Dragging time might not work anymore. There were no other living creatures around to utilize. A dead end. Fang Heng, accept judgment. Calgila rushed towards him, holy light condensing into a point again. Boom! Fang Heng was once again heavily sent flying. Hint, you have suffered from Holy Light Judgment, Divine Fist damage of 80 to 1,160 for points, magical physical hybrid damage. Due to your passive skill Undead Body, you have resisted the effects of this attack. Thud! Fang Heng was once again thrown out, hitting the wall behind him, leaving a huge hole, the staff in his hand slipping away and falling to the ground. Ha! Calgila let out a soft exclamation, wondering why Fang Heng could survive under his attacks. Let's see how long you can last. Calgila ignored the Judgment Scepter fallen on the ground, chasing after Fang Heng once again. Fang Heng frantically rummaged through his backpack. He saw Calgila charging towards him again, trying to find a final turning point. The Eternal Moon had a 7-day cooldown, and it had only been 3 days since the last use. The King of Blood Coffin had also just been used. There it is. The artifact, Bone Spirit Shrine. Buzz. A black light flashed. A black jade bone blocked the path that Calgila must pass through. Boom! The attendants summoned by the Bone Spirit Shrine had just formed and were blown apart by Calgila's punch. Calgila retracted his fist, squinting his eyes, accelerating and striding towards Fang Heng once again. Fang Heng watched helplessly as Calgila approached him step by step, unable to hold on any longer. Oh well, one death won't hurt. At most, it would be a bit humiliating, and he still had the revival item, mutated primordial crystal obtained from killing the original Devourer. 12 hours after death, he could automatically resurrect, not necessarily permanently dying and exiting the trial game. If worst comes to worst, even if he quits the game, there will still be a chance for a comeback. He had already established a high-level teleportation channel in this trial. After returning to the real world, he immediately set up a channel to the intermediate game in the zombie apocalypse, then came back to settle the score with the Sanctuary. However, by doing so, he naturally would not receive the ultimate SSS-level realm upgrading trial reward. It was a big loss. But there was no other way. To begin with, this was a gamble. If he lost, he had to accept defeat gracefully. Fang Heng's pupils contracted, a look of determination in his eyes. Fang Heng was about to vent his frustration in his heart to relieve the pain in his body, when suddenly, his eyebrows twitched. This is Purple Needle Potion. Fang Heng remembered the potion he had obtained from Qiu Yao Kong not long ago. The potion could induce a reaction in the Hera cells inside the body. This reaction could cause the Hera virus in the body to undergo recombination, enhancing or weakening its effects, or even completely changing it. Unlucky individuals might even experience their bodies disintegrating directly. Qiu Yao Kong couldn't predict what would happen after using the potion. Anyway, since death was imminent, might as well give it a try. What if there was a miracle? Can't die in vain, might as well experiment and collect some data. Consider it a sacrifice for research. Fang Heng was moved, quickly injecting the potion from the syringe into his body. Sizzle! The purple liquid pierced into his body. Fang Heng felt a cold breath quickly spreading throughout his body from the injection site. A flicker of a purplish hue appeared in his originally black eyes. In front of him, Karl Kira, who was charging forward to deliver a fatal blow to Fang Heng, suddenly felt a jump in his heart. A strong sense of danger rose from the depths of his heart, prompting him to leap backward, his eyes fixed on Fang Heng. Suddenly, the surrounding black miasma, influenced by the situation, surged madly towards the place where Fang Heng stood, ruthlessly pouring into his body through his facial features. What's going on? Karl Kira stared at Fang Heng, his eyes flashing with intense vigilance. The dense black miasma gathered on Fang Heng, making him feel extremely uneasy. It seemed like something was incubating inside Fang Heng's body. More and more miasma crazily rushed towards Fang Heng. Karl Kira had already noticed the anomaly on Fang Heng's body, rushing towards him with a strong sense of unease, swinging his fist once again. TSK. 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 Just as he took 2 steps forward, the holy protective armor on his body quickly emitted black corrosive mist. The holy light dimmed rapidly. No. Karl Kira's heart sank. He couldn't approach. Fang Heng was enveloped in a black mist, making his appearance indiscernible, with black streaks appearing on his body continuously. After the initial cold sensation, he felt as if his body was being soaked in scorching lava. He wanted to scream in agony, but his throat felt as if it was tightly blocked, continuously flooded with miasma, rendering him unable to utter a single word. Fang Heng remembered Qiu Yao Kong saying that after using the potion, one needed to absorb the miasma. But he hadn't expected this kind of absorption method. Can't take it anymore. About to burst? Fang Heng felt he was reaching his limit. Qiu Yao Kong, you. Just wait for me. The painful sensation in his throat suddenly disappeared, and Fang Heng couldn't help but shout out loud. Huh. After shouting, Fang Heng was stunned. He suddenly felt his body instantly cooling down, entering an unprecedented state of clarity. Game prompts flashed frantically in his retina. Hint, you are affected by the unknown potion's effects. Your health points are rapidly decreasing. You receive 1209 points of damage. Hint, undying body skill effect triggered. You are immune to this damage effect. Hint, you are affected by the unknown potion's effects. Hint, your infection index has significantly increased. Hint, data anomaly detected. Hint, assimilation in progress. Hint, skill is being restructured. Warning, the player is currently using a special unknown potion, experiencing unknown transformation effects. The current effect will override the undying body effect. Warning, an abnormal reaction has occurred. The player is in a trial environment. Upon exiting the trial, the player will passively cancel this transformation effect and return to the initial trial state. Hint, the player can choose one of the following 673 unstable transformation effects. Hint, please make a decision within 10 seconds. Failure to do so will result in a failed transformation. Countless transformative effects refreshed in Fang Heng's retina. Over 600 options instantly filled several pages of the game log. With only 10 seconds to choose, Fang Heng didn't have time to carefully examine them, just roughly scanning through a dozen or so attribute enhancement messages. Each one was a very powerful attribute, but also carried a troublesome negative effect. Fang Heng quickly skimmed through several before making a judgment. This special transformative effect was a trap. While some effects could potentially be terrifying when combined with certain special equipment or skills, the overall comparison was no match for the original Undying Body skill. At least the Undying Body effect had no negative impact and could even be combined with the Zombie Doppelganger skill to achieve a bug-like effect. Screwed up. Thankfully, it's not permanently fixed. Fortunately, it's a trial environment, so there's still room for regrets. Half of the 10 seconds had already passed, and Fang Heng quickly focused his mind on finding the most suitable transformation among the many options for himself. Optional effect 117 Blood Sacrifice. The cooldown time of your spell skills is reduced by 100%. The power of your spells is increased by 500% only for active skills. And the cost of your spells is changed to 1/10 of your maximum health, costing at least 1 point of maximum health. Unable to cast the spell if the maximum health is insufficient. Optional effect for 180 to Glass Cannon. The cooldown time of your spell skills is reduced by 60%. The effective spells is increased by 600%. Mental attributes are increased by 600%. Spell cost is increased by 600%. Strength attributes are reduced to the original 6%. Unable to use physical skills, idle skills, defensive skills, shield skills, including skills attached to equipment. All additional damage reduction effects disappear. And all damage received is increased by an additional 560%. Effects are only for active skill release. In the split second, when the 10-second countdown reached 0, Fang Heng almost simultaneously shouted, "Choose effect for 182. The one with the least negative effect. And it can also increase the power of spells extra." Hint: the player obtained optional effect for 182. Glass Cannon's skill effect is passive. Hint: the player's Undying Body effect has been removed under the current special circumstances. The player can restore this skill after leaving the trial. Hint: the player has integrated the Plague Breath virus body and is immune to all negative effects of Plague Breath. Snap! Fang Heng suddenly raised his head, a faint light purple flowing in his black eyes, like a surging electric current. His mental power soared tenfold. Fang Heng felt a clarity of consciousness like never before. The moment the newly activated passive skill took effect, the skill Eternal Moon finished cooling down. "Stay, Kalkira." Fang Heng opened his eyes and pointed his finger at Kalkira. Hint: player uses skill Eternal Moon. Hint: due to the player's passive skill, Source of Arcane, the effect of the Eternal Moon skill is increased by an additional 600%. Hint: player currently estimated to be in the middle tier sequence world. Hint: fusing with the current world, player skill form is changing, in the process of fusion. Hint: player currently in the state of undead studies, skill fusion in progress. Hint: player currently in a special environment, skill fusion in progress. Hint: player and teammates have entered the cycle of reincarnation. Hint: Eternal Moon summoning skill, Death Soul. Entity: Death Soul. Description: a wandering soul creature in the realm of the dead, possessing eternal life, able to absorb the power of souls and life, considered to be one of the ultimate forms of vengeful spirits. The Death Soul can absorb energy from most living beings and soul bodies, turning it into undead mist, and after absorbing a certain amount of energy, it can self-replicate and divide. Additional skills: life absorption, life conversion, self-replication, soul eternal, death realm life form, breath transformation. Click here for detailed skill descriptions. Snap! Snap! Kalkira's pupils suddenly tightened. What? The plague breath spread from Fang Heng's body. Almost at the same time, an extremely strong aura of undead energy overflowed from Fang Heng's body. What kind of move is this? The wails of vengeful spirits instantly filled the entire underground abyss space. Under the influence of the Eternal Moon's power, Fang Heng's figure slowly floated up in midair. His pupils reflected Kalkira's figure, and sweat dripped down the sides of his cheeks. Game prompts flashed rapidly on his retinas. Fang Heng had no time to observe. He could feel that the intensity of this skill was greater than any previous instances, and the difficulty of control had more than doubled. It was as if a huge hole had been opened in his mental power, forcibly extracted by an external force. Fortunately, with his mental power increased tenfold, he could barely sustain the skill operation for 10 seconds. With a howl accompanying it, dim death soul creatures slowly floated up from the depths of the ground. The entire mine shook violently. Kalkira looked at Feng Heng, a fear of unknown power rising from the depths of his heart, unconsciously taking steps backward. Outside the mine, Lord Chadwick and a group from the Mage Association had firmly surrounded the entire mining area. Several paladins and judges who came with the Grand Bishop of the Holy See were temporarily controlled. They looked towards the depths of the Plague Land, their eyes showing some concern. The controlled paladin from the Holy See spoke sternly, "Lords of the Empire, do not persist in your delusions. Do not let the undead blind you. He is using you. Only the holy light can save this world. Shut up." Mo Jiawei, already in a bad mood, walked up and kicked the paladin hard. Strangely, in the mining area ahead, the black plague breath that enveloped the entrance of the mine began to retreat slowly. Suddenly, a player noticed something strange in the distance. "Hey, guys, do you see that over there? Do you feel like that moon looks a bit odd, huh?" The moon. Mo Jiawei's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but turn around to look up at the sky behind him. As the black plague breath receded, he saw a faint image of a red moon emerging from the cloud of undead mist shrouding the sky. "Huh? That is the moon. Feng Heng is making a move." Mo Jiawei's eyes sparkled with surprise. The other players also turned to look up at the sky, feeling puzzled. "Moonlight. What's going on?" Zhuo Lingfang was also among the crowd, looking up at the sky. "Isn't it strange? There are actually two moons hanging in the sky at the same time. The newly appeared dark red moon emanated a mysterious aura. What's happening?" An earthquake. Soon, everyone realized that the ground was trembling slightly. The intensity of the tremors grew stronger. Marifair's eyes showed astonishment as she said, "It's a natural disaster. The omen of a natural disaster. The calamity is upon us." "Shut up." Suddenly, on the side, Sword Saint Chabo was the first to sense the terrifying aura of undead energy. His expression changed drastically, shouting, "Not good. The seal is failing. Retreat quickly. Leave the mining area." At the sound of this, Chadwick was shocked, shouting, "Run, retreat." The team was momentarily chaotic, quickly retreating to the outskirts of the mining area. Boom! A few seconds later, before the team could completely retreat from the mining area, a massive explosion erupted at the center of the mine. A huge black mushroom cloud rose from the central area of the mining site. The explosion caused the black plague breath to spread rapidly towards them. Everyone could feel the terrifying power contained in the plague breath, their faces turning pale. Blocked it. Outside the light curtain, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes showing both horror and relief. Fortunately, Lord Feng Heng had set up the Soul Tower in advance. Otherwise, with the sudden burst of the violent plague, most of these people would have died. Aid had just come online, and upon seeing the black mist ahead, couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" It suddenly Zhuo Lingfang looked at Aid, hesitated, then simply shook her head. She didn't know how to explain it either. Aid frowned and once again focused his gaze on the mining area. The 7 soul towers were simultaneously activated to their maximum limit, swiftly dispersing and dissolving the lockdown plague inside. Look at that! As the black mist gradually dissipated, everyone saw a figure hovering in midair. It was Feng Heng. Gradually, the sounds of the wailing spirits filled the ears of the crowd. The voices were particularly chilling. What was this? Were these wailing spirits? Upon closer inspection, the thick plague aura under the wailing spirits gradually faded away. Countless visible wailing spirits swiftly gathered around Feng Heng. Most of the mages present had come to the city of Linkredon to study necromancy. Seeing so many eerie wailing spirits, the necromancers couldn't hide their excitement. President Feng Heng. It's President Feng Heng. It's a forbidden spell. He is casting a forbidden spell. The legendary mage Feng Heng. Anyone within the Mage Association had heard some rumors. President Feng Heng was a legendary mage. He had previously performed a powerful forbidden spell in the Plague Lands, completely defeating the invading barbarian legion. At that time, Feng Heng had used natural magic, a powerful permanent area spell that even summoned a powerful tree god. This time, Feng Heng was casting necromancy magic. Forbidden necromancy. The mages present all gazed at Fang Heng with burning eyes, their breathing even becoming slightly accelerated. The inheritance of necromancy was very rare, let alone forbidden spells. Even the circulation of high-level necromantic spells was scarce. This was the first time they had witnessed a forbidden necromancy spell at this level. Those aren't ordinary wailing spirits. In the crowd, several high-ranking mages from the Mage Association also sensed it. The regular wailing spirits were larger in size compared to the soul entities summoned by Fang Heng, and they were more fragile, emitting an aura far less imposing. Hiss! The wailing spirits in midair frantically absorbed the lockdown plague and then rapidly self-replicated and multiplied, expanding and spreading at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, the white swirling soul entities covered more than half of the mining area. Fang Heng slowly extended his hand, pointing towards Archbishop Kalgira, who emerged from the ruins ahead. Kalgira stared at Fang Heng, his eyes filled with astonishment. He was shrouded in a layer of holy light shield and divine armor. However, under the influence of the lockdown plague, the divine armor had been corroded severely, and the holy light shield had become extremely thin. Fang Heng softly moved his lips, whispering in a voice that only he could hear, "Kalgira, return to the realm of death." Hiss! Upon being sensed by Fang Heng's mental perception, tens of thousands of soul entities around them simultaneously roared toward Kalgira below. Buzz! Kalgira felt an unprecedented crisis, his spirit vibrating, and a holy light barrier suddenly opened up. Puff! The death soul entities collided with the light curtain, bursting out with ripples. In the next moment, tens of thousands of death soul entities continuously rushed toward the holy light barrier. The bodies of the death soul entities violently collided with the holy light curtain, producing muffled sounds. The holy light barrier dimmed at an extremely rapid rate. Boom! Unable to withstand it for even half a second, the holy light barrier burst open with a bang. The death soul entities pierced through the shattered holy light, rushing towards Kalgira once again. Hint: the death soul entities are absorbing life energy from Kalgira's body. Kalgira's maximum health reduced by 20 points, health decreased by 353 points. This life energy absorbed is converted into a unique energy of the death soul entities. Hint: player team completed the trial task. Approval of the barbarians. Player team completed the task ahead of time, gaining an additional 30 hours of game time. Hint: the death soul entities are self-replicating. Hint: the death soul entities are absorbing life energy from Kalgira's body. Dense game prompts flashed on Fang Heng's retinal display. Gathered at the edge of the mining area, people watched as countless soul entities continuously pierced through Kalgira's body. The holy light radiating from Kalgira gradually dimmed. Each time a soul entity passed through his body, it seemed to take away some of his strength. His spine slowly bent down, his face rapidly aging. After a few seconds, Kalgira seemed to have been drained of all his strength. His whole body became as thin as a skeleton, his eyes losing all vitality. Puff! Kalgira fell back. For a moment, it was quiet around, with only heavy breathing sounds coming from the necromancers. Bishop Kalgira of the Holy See actually had no resistance under Lord Fang Heng's forbidden spell. Watching Kalgira fall before them, everyone's eyes showed deep shock. The power of necromancy. Swordsman Chibu stared at Fang Heng floating in the air, murmuring softly to himself. Archbishop? Seeing Kalgira's death, the paladins and judges accompanying the Holy See team couldn't help but shout in excitement. They could not believe what had just happened before their eyes, desperately trying to awaken Kalgira. Necromancer Dunan shook his head. It's over. Under the light of the soul fire, many necromancer mages saw it. Even the soul of the Archbishop was completely devoured by the death soul entities after his death. Hint: your companion has killed Archbishop Kalgira. Based on the comprehensive assessment, your contribution to this kill is less than 1%. You receive a random class reward. Your favorability with the Holy See greatly decreased. Game prompts appeared on the retinas of the players. Aid looked at the prompt on his retinas, momentarily unable to speak. Dead. The Archbishop of the Holy See was killed by Fang Heng. Compared to this, the random class task reward he received no longer piqued Aid's interest. The shock in his heart was greater than any previous encounters. Fang Heng was a player. And he was a player who had come for trial tasks. Actually taking down the Archbishop of the Holy See, who was in the first tier of power in the Barbarian Realm game with his own strength alone. Unbelievable. The players in the early game were all monsters in some way. Aid felt his throat dry, habitually swallowed saliva. The moonlight gradually dissipated. Hint: players' relationship with the Holy Court has significantly decreased. Players' reputation in necromancy studies has greatly increased, your favorability with certain lords of the Empire has increased, and the heir of the Tang Mingyu Empire has slightly increased in reputation. Hint: you have gained the favor of Sindarin. Hint: you have received for 3rd rank crystallized essences, Karjira's sacred study notes, Vows of the Book damage chapter, and the Scepter of Divine Sanction corroded. Item A: Karjira's sacred study notes. Explanation: records Karjira's understanding of sacred studies. Placing this note in the initial book will take effect can still be drawn out after, with a cooldown period of 3 hours. Effect: additional 10% increase in the effectiveness of sacred magic spells, and a 10% reduction in the consumption of sacred magic spells. Special note: this item is tradable and will definitely drop when the owner dies. Item: Scepter of Divine Sanction corroded, decreased durability. All skill effects and attribute additional effects reduced by 40% until repaired. Explanation: this item is relatively heavy. Use with caution. Movement speed decreases by 30% after equipping. Explanation: additional increase of 50 points in willpower and 50 points in spirit after equipping. Equipment requirements: 120 constitution, 120 strength. Additional skill: repentance. Skill description: releases spiritual suppression on a single target unit, target being a pan-human race, causing it to enter a state of penance. This process requires continuous casting. Success rate of the skill is related to the player's level in sacred studies, spiritual attributes, willpower attributes, as well as the target's willpower and spiritual attributes. Additional skill: piety. Skill description: unfurls a defensive barrier around the player capable of absorbing damage. Ability to absorb value is equal to the player's current health plus spirit when the skill is cast. Skill duration is 5 minutes. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Item: a Vows of the Book damage chapter. Explanation: one of the damage chapters of the Vows of the Book, containing some holy attribute power. Explanation: unable to open due to missing conditions. Feng Heng quickly focuses and checks the properties of the 3 pieces of equipment dropped by Karjira after his death. The Scepter and Sacred Study Notes are undoubtedly top-tier equipment with holy attributes, and they are both unbound. Take them back and sell for money. These 2 pieces of equipment only work for sacred study skills and cannot significantly enhance his strength. Currently in great need of money, it's faster to sell directly. Feng Heng quickly makes a decision. As for the 3rd piece, the explanation of the Vows of the Book chapter seems somewhat peculiar, possibly related to some special missions. It can be set aside for now. Feng Heng is feeling extremely dizzy, finding it hard to continue thinking, so he decides to gather the 3 items back into his backpack, swaying unsteadily before stabilizing his body. Looking around, a large amount of plague breath continues to overflow from the collapsed ruins of the mine. Feng Heng, Mo Jiawei, and the accompanying city guards hurried over, supporting the somewhat swaying figure of Feng Heng. How are you? Can you hold on? Feng Heng, holding his throbbing head from time to time, grits his teeth and says, my spirit is overused. I need some time to rest. Find a place as soon as possible. Hearing Feng Heng's words, Viscount Bronte, who came over, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Feng Heng is okay. The upper echelon of the Ed team did not rush up immediately, but watched Feng Heng from a distance. Juling Feng, go offline to find the Lizhu team to report. Come, let's also go see Feng Heng. Remember not to reveal his identity. Okay. On the other hand, Lord Chadwick, upon seeing the death of the Archbishop of the Holy Court, immediately sent his men to the ruins area to inspect, and then hurried over, looking nervous as he nodded towards Feng Heng. Lord Feng Heng, the situation in the mine area. I didn't expect the people of the Holy Court to destroy the seal at all costs, putting the entire empire in extreme danger, Feng Heng said, then turned to look back at the collapsed abyss entrance. With the disappearance of the dead soul body, the entire cave returned to calm, with more and more black plague breath constantly rising from beneath the ruins, spreading in the air. The seal inside the mine was destroyed by the Holy See. Mr. Weller will come to inspect soon. Before that, please continue to have Lord Chadwick send people to guard, and also ensure that the Ghost Tower continues to operate, exerting all efforts to disperse the plague. Okay, I will double the guard and not even let half a fly in. Viscount Bronte stood by without saying a word, looking at Feng Heng with a very expectant gaze, feeling internally conflicted. He really wanted to ask Feng Heng about the ghost tower, but Feng Heng's condition didn't look too good. After all, just having fought a big battle, his mental strength was greatly depleted, and it was inappropriate to continue questioning the wizard tower's matters. But Viscount Bronte was too anxious. The terrifying explosion of the plague breath caused by the fluctuation of the abyss demon had brought him a considerable shadow. It was only with the construction of the 7 ghost towers here by Chadwick that they were barely able to withstand it. What if such an explosion occurred in his territory as well? Who can handle that? Viscount Bronte, with a swollen face, asked Lord Feng Heng about the matter of the wizard tower. I will do it as soon as possible. The materials are already on the way, and I will start construction as soon as the materials are delivered. All right, I will go back to have people prepare. With Feng Heng's affirmative answer, Viscount Bronte readily agreed. The Ed team also quickly followed suit. Viscount Bronte, the plague breath has greatly affected the security of the Empire. After Emperor Mingyu learns of it, he is extremely furious. We will publicize the actions of the Holy Court in the city of Lincoln, hoping that you can be a witness. Viscount Bronte immediately understood what was going on. They were going to weed out the Holy Court. Now that the Archbishop of the Holy See is already dead, it's the perfect time to act. Viscount Bronte quickly weighed the pros and cons. There are too many suspicious points behind the emergence of the Abyss Demon, and no matter who is behind this incident, the fact is that the Holy See has collapsed. Currently, the only ones capable of dealing with the Abyss Demon are Tang Mingyu and Lord Feng Heng. The Holy Court unjustly oppressed our necromancy scholars. When we return, we will truthfully report to the Mage Association. I believe that the association leader will definitely stand on the side of justice. After this battle, many mages studying necromancy had a deeper appreciation for Feng Heng. That was forbidden necromancy. Coupled with the previous clash with the Holy Court, the mages of the association were now in an uproar, clamoring to join forces against the Holy Court. Feng Heng's head was still aching, making it difficult to think clearly. All he could hear was the growing noise around him, wanting nothing more than to find a place to sleep. Game prompts appeared on his retina once again. Hint: you have displayed strong necromancy abilities. Hint: you have gained recognition from the Mage Association, significantly increasing your reputation within the association. Hint: you have successfully promoted necromancy on the continent, slightly increasing your reputation among necromancy scholars. Hint: your actions have attracted the attention of certain special forces. Kaibo looked at the enraged crowd and shook his head. It seemed the Holy Court was in for serious trouble this time. In the crowd, Ed wore a satisfied smile. Everything was within Li Zhu's plan. With the death of the Grand Archbishop of the Holy Court, they seized the opportunity to bring down the entire Holy Court in one fell swoop. Now it remained to see what Tang Wu was planning to do. Will he ally with the Holy Court or abandon them entirely? Regardless of the choice, Li Zhu was prepared with comprehensive contingency plans, ready to strike back at Tang Wu. In the capital of the Empire, on the throne of the palace, Tang Wu's face was grim, his teeth grinding. Useless. Are they all a bunch of useless people? How nice, talking about strategies from top to bottom. Sneak into Lincoln City to find evidence against Feng Heng, and then dig a big pit in the plague zone to make them fall into it. And what happened? Ended up digging a pit and burying themselves? You want me to see this? Tang Wu laughed in frustration. Your Highness, after the incident last night, rumors outside are spreading that the Holy Court is the mastermind behind the plague leak, and many lords are starting to blame the Holy Court. We are also being greatly implicated. Tang Wu listened to the report from the Heavenly Axis Institute and again let out a cold laugh. The Holy Court is not only foolish, but also brings trouble. They haven't done much good for us, yet when they cause problems, we are dragged into them. Advisor Ding Shixiu said, Your Highness, while the Holy Court is indeed foolish, now is not the time to place blame. The truth is not important. The Holy Court must not be the source of the plague spread. We must prevent the rumors from spreading further. Bang! Tang Wu slammed the teacup in his hand to the ground, anger evident on his face. How many times is this now? Do we have to clean up after them every time? How does the Holy Court have the gall? Ding Shixiu's heart sank, and he advised, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. It is widely known that the Holy Court has close ties with us. Many imperial lords are observing our stance now. If we abandon the Holy Court today, the perception of us by the major lords will greatly diminish. Moreover, although the Grand Archbishop of the Holy Court is dead, there are still fanatics among the Holy Court followers whom we can utilize. By seizing this opportunity, we can gather them and utilize their power against." "Enough! You make the decision regarding the Holy Court." Tang Wu was extremely annoyed with the Holy Court, not wanting to hear the words Holy Court again. He then asked, "How is the situation with the Holy Seal in the city?" Before leaving, Kalkira reinforced the seal for the second time. There shouldn't be any issues in the short term. Additionally, the Alchemy Guild is attempting to seal the Plague Breath using alchemy. Kalkira finally did something right. Tang Wu shook his head and asked, "What about the progress with the sacred tree? Have we found a way to deal with it?" "Yes, the plan is in progress. We obtained a large amount of military supplies from Tang Mingyu, and the Alchemy Guild has perfected the alchemy magic formation scheme. The guild master assured us that we can deal with the sacred tree. Furthermore, the Empire's artifact awakening ceremony from the Senate will be completed tonight." "Good." Tang Wu clenched his fist, feeling as though he had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. Ding Shixiu frowned upon seeing this and cautioned, "Your Majesty, we believe that launching a direct attack on and breaking through the plague zone is still too risky. No more words. We will act tomorrow morning." "I don't want to wait a minute longer." "Yes." In the realm of the barbarians had always been a tribe that reveres strength. After entering the barbarian territory, ManhwaRecap and Weitao worked tirelessly to prove their worth and pass through the various tests of the tribe, finally meeting the chief of the barbarians. Following that, there were more tests to come. After much effort, Weitao convincingly persuaded the chief to cooperate. Wang Knight personally escorted them back to the camp. "Gentlemen, my father has agreed to cooperate with Lord Fang Heng. We will set off tomorrow, accompanied by 7 elders from our tribe who have a deep understanding of the Abyss Demon and will surely be of assistance." "That's great. Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to achieve this smoothly." "Don't say that. Lord Fang Heng saved my life, and once the Abyss Demon escapes the seal, the outbreak of the plague would be something our tribe doesn't want to see." Hint: player team completed the trial mission, Recognition of the Barbarians. The player team completed the mission ahead of schedule and gained an additional 30 hours of trial time. Smiling at each other upon seeing the game prompt, Weitao finally relaxed. The mission was accomplished, and they successfully secured additional trial game time for the team, marking a great success. It had been a long time since they felt such a peaceful sense of happiness. While carrying out tasks with Fang Heng, they were often interrupted by unexpected events, always feeling uncertain. Teammates always managed to throw some thrilling things your way, like competing in wit and strategy with teammates. The journey to the barbarian territory was indeed tiring, but the results were rewarding. ManhwaRecap stretched lazily, relaxing his stiff muscles. "Do you think Fang Heng will be surprised when we return to days early?" "I doubt it." Weitao also felt good and shrugged, responding, "At least our early return will help alleviate some pressure on him." They are under a lot of pressure over there, and this mission is quite difficult." Two people were discussing when suddenly a game hint appeared on the retina. Hint: player Fang Heng successfully killed the Grand Archbishop of the Holy See. The player did not participate in the kill, and therefore cannot receive the reward. Seeing the game hint, Wei Dao and Milhao both stopped their discussion, looked at each other, and their eyes showed expressions of disbelief. Did they see it correctly? Grand Archbishop of the Holy See. One of the boss characters in intermediate-level games. Killed by Fang Heng? Lincolnton Castle Fortress. Afternoon sunlight was streaming into the room through the window. Fang Heng opened his eyes suddenly on the bed. Not good. He had slept for so long. Fang Heng glanced at the game log time, frowned, and immediately sat up straight in bed. After a half day of rest, the feeling of drowsiness and swelling in the brain had completely disappeared. Just as he was about to check his physical condition, Fang Heng couldn't help but make a soft sound of surprise. He realized that the connection and perception between himself and his zombie avatar had become clearer than ever before. In the past, the mental connection between him and the zombie avatar was relatively weak, and he often could not sense the exact position and situation of the zombie avatar beyond a certain distance, relying only on the game log for remote control. After waking up from this nap, it seemed completely different. He could clearly sense the status of each zombie avatar in Lincoln Castle and roughly sense the situation of those still in the Hanny City. Why did this change happen? Fang Heng felt strange and opened the game log and task attributes for inspection. I see, it must be due to the surge in spiritual power. After a moment, Fang Heng muttered to himself. The change in spiritual power in the character attributes was the most obvious. Last night, he had made a desperate final attempt, drank the potion given by Qiu Yao Kong at the critical moment, and successfully killed the Grand Archbishop of the Holy See, making a blood profit. However, he had also paid a huge price for it. Now he had become a mage. With additional boosts to spell effects, reduced spell cooldowns, and a powerful mental force as a backup. The downside was that after the undead effect was covered, it was very troublesome. He not only lost the ability to quickly recover life and immunity to death-causing effects, but also had to endure an additional 560% damage. The zombie avatars also inherited all his passives, significantly reducing their combat abilities. It was probably unreliable to rely on the zombie avatars in the final trial against the Abyss Demon. At present, he could only rely on the Ghost Tower, Divine Tree, combined with the Eternal Moon skill. I hope it works. Fang Heng sighed silently in his heart, feeling that the challenges ahead were daunting. To be on the safe side, he should try to avoid going out for now, as he now had the passive skill Glass Cannon, fragile when touched. There was also good news. His spiritual power had surged by 600%, making it easier to control the zombie avatars. The construction efficiency of mage towers could also be further improved. Plus, after the viral body modification, he was now immune to the plague breath effect. With these thoughts in mind, Fang Heng couldn't help but get out of bed and walk towards the door. Last night, the entrance leading to the underground abyss below the mine was completely destroyed, and there would inevitably be a massive leakage of aura. Not good. In extreme cases, the Abyss Demon might awaken prematurely. Lord Fang Heng, you're awake. Zhuo Ling Fang had been waiting in the lower level of the Lord's castle. Seeing Fang Heng coming down the stairs, she immediately went up to greet him. Just you here. Where are the others? Mr. Wei Lun and Lord Chadwick, along with guests from the Mage Association, are investigating in the mining area. His Highness Tang Mo has gone to the eastern part of the Empire to persuade various major lord teams to swear allegiance. Mr. Edward earlier escorted a batch of supplies to Viscount Brontes' territory to prepare for building the Ghost Tower. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. All right, I see. Let's go to the mining area. Zhuo Ling Fang quickly sent a message remotely informing the snow team that Fang Heng had woken up, and then hurried to catch up with Fang Heng's footsteps, saying, all right, okay. Mining area. The thick plague breath lingered like a tangible substance, accumulating thick layers on the ground. The 7 ghost towers were already working at full capacity, the dark light screens connected into one, containing the aura within the coverage of the light screens. All idle personnel in Lincoln Castle had been evacuated in advance, and Lord Chadwick was discussing something with Mr. Wei Lun and the people from the Mage Association. President Fang Heng. President Randolph saw Fang Heng approaching, smiled, nodded to him, and said, congratulations, now the entire Mage Association is discussing the necromancy spell you cast last night. Many apprentice mages have already switched to necromancy studies, and many within the association have recognized your contribution as the founder of necromancy studies. After last night's incident, the Mage Association had once again risen in prominence. The Holy See. Impressive, right? Despite being targeted by several generations of emperors in the empire, the Grand Archbishop Calchilla was considered the most outstanding heir in centuries. But what happened? Last night, a vice president of their Mage Association easily took care of him. The reputation of the Mage Association had greatly increased on the continent. More and more mages were considering necromancy spells and were turning to study necromancy. Hint: your reputation in the Mage Association has greatly increased. Hint: your promotion of necromancy studies has attracted the attention of certain special forces. Fang Heng came to understand as he listened. It turned out that the people at the Mage Association regarded the Eternal Moon skill he displayed last night as a necromancy spell. A pleasant misunderstanding. He gained a wave of reputation and goodwill from the Mage Association for free. Fang Heng did not explain, but politely exchanged a few words. Thanks to the excavation by the Mage Association, the study of necromancy can have better development. President Randolph's smile became even more hidden, as he had no idea how Fang Heng had cultivated. To be able to master so many forbidden spells at such a young age was truly impressive. By the way, Lord Fang Heng, are you recovering well? Forgive the inconvenience. I forcibly cast an advanced spell yesterday and suffered a bit of backlash, but now I've nearly recovered. Wei Lun stepped forward and said, Fang Heng, I have already conducted an inspection. The outer seal of the Abyss Demon has been completely destroyed. It is very difficult to set a new seal. It might require surrounding the entire mining area, which is a time-consuming and laborious process. Considering the time constraints, constructing on such a large scale would take at least half a year. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Half a year. That's too slow. By the time the seal is set, the Abyss Demon would have already escaped. Is there no other way? I can't think of one for now, Fang Heng. I can feel that the leakage of aura beneath the abyss has accelerated compared to before. I suspect the internal seal might have changed, likely tampered by the Holy Court. Wei Lun's expression grew serious as he continued, I am concerned that the Abyss Demon might undergo a mutation soon. The decisive battle with the Abyss Demon may occur sooner than we expected. Fang Heng looked towards the direction of the ruins, hesitated for a moment, and said, I want to go in and take a look. No, it's too dangerous. The concentration of the plague aura below is too high, and we cannot approach. I know, I have a way to handle it. You can, yes. Fang Heng nodded. Unable to explore deeper beneath the abyss before due to concerns about triggering the Abyss Demon's reactions and their inability to withstand the denser plague aura below the seal. Having absorbed the virus body last night, his body had developed immunity to the plague aura, and he could now venture inside. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. He was more concerned about whether the Holy Court had made any changes to the inner seal last night. Considering the characteristics of the glass cannon and the lack of the undead body effect, his body was too fragile, and he decided to let the zombie doppelgangers go first to assess the situation. Let's first clear the entrance to the abyss underground. I will have undead creatures enter first to investigate, and once it's confirmed safe, I will attempt to go inside. Knowing that Fang Heng had always been cautious in his actions, Wei Lun did not persuade further, nodding and saying, All right, be careful. As they waited in place, soon, a large number of zombie doppelgangers walked unsteadily to the portal of the ghost tower. Under the gaze of everyone, the doppelgangers slowly entered the thick fog of the plague aura, gradually disappearing from the sight of the people. Like everyone else, Fang Heng could not see the scene within the black mist, but he could clearly sense the position of each zombie doppelganger and easily control them for the cleanup work in the ruins. It took nearly half an hour to successfully excavate a passage leading to the underground abyss. Almost done. I will go in to take a look, and the rest of you wait outside. Lord Chadwick, unable to see anything, could only hear Fang Heng say it was almost done, without understanding the meaning, and watched as Fang Heng walked towards the black fog, feeling anxious for him. Lord Randolph frowned. Lord Fang Heng, are you sure it's safe down there? Don't worry, it's just an investigation. If there is any danger, I will immediately retreat. With that, Fang Heng's figure slowly disappeared into the dense black plague aura. Note, the player enters a special area, and the player's immunity to the plague aura effects comes into play. The passage dug open by the zombie doppelgangers was very narrow, so Fang Heng transformed into a bat shape and flew downwards. As he advanced, Fang Heng once again arrived at the underground abyss. Over 200 zombie doppelgangers gathered around Fang Heng. He shifted back to his human form, quickly scanning the surroundings and getting familiar with the entire abyss terrain. Last time he entered the abyss, he was chased by Kulchira and didn't have time to carefully inspect the environment. The structure of the abyss was similar to the underground world, vast and filled with dense black plague aura. Due to the aura blocking perceptions, Fang Heng had no idea which direction to move towards. He had to resort to a cumbersome method. Fang Heng controlled the surrounding zombie doppelgangers to scatter and search around, attempting to locate the specific position of the abyss seal. It's a bit challenging. Fang Heng remained vigilant in place for 2 minutes as the scouting doppelgangers still hadn't found anything. The underground abyss area was much broader than he had imagined. However, The entire underground world was dead silent, devoid of any signs of life, and the zombie creatures were not under attack. Wait a little longer. Normally, relying on the bug effect of the undead body, Fang Heng would boldly explore ahead. Unfortunately, he was now like a glass cannon, so he had to patiently wait. Considering the vastness of the underground area, and not knowing when a discovery would be made, lingering here seemed like a waste of time. He let the zombie doppelgangers keep watch while he attempted to remotely construct mage towers. Thinking so, Fang Heng first gathered a batch of liquors to accelerate the exploration, and then transformed into a bat form again, flying towards the entrance. Outside the cave, the anxiously waiting Lord Chadwick and his group saw Fang Heng appear from the lingering undead mist, finally feeling relieved. Lord Chadwick took 2 steps forward and asked, "Lord Fang Heng, is everything all right under the seal?" "It's still unclear. The area below the abyss is very broad. I am controlling undead creatures to explore, and it might take some time before there's feedback. You all don't need to wait here with me. All right, as long as it's safe. There are still many citizens in the city waiting to be evacuated. I will head back first. Please inform me of any news promptly." "Yes, that's fine." Randolph nodded. Using summoned creatures for reconnaissance can be safer. The Mage Association will ensure the operation of the Mage Towers. Lord Fang Heng, there's no need to be polite. If there's anything you need, feel free to send someone to contact me. Thank you. Fang Heng watched the group leave and then turned his gaze to Zhouling Fang, asking, "Can you contact Ed and the others now?" Zhouling Fang was surprised at being called out by Fang Heng, and nodded, "Yes, I can." "All right, contact Ed. I will use summoned creatures to go to Viscount Brant's territory to build the Mage Tower. Have him prepare?" "Okay, I will inform him right away." Captain Ed finished preparing the supplies half an hour ago. "When can we start the construction?" "Right now. Let's start as soon as the summoned creatures are ready." A seaside city within the territory of Viscount Brant. Coincidentally, a leak of the plague occurred here. After considering various factors, Viscount Brant decided to build 3 ghost towers here. He had already sent people to transport various materials for the construction of the ghost towers in advance and personally came here, eagerly waiting for Fang Heng. Ed also personally participated in escorting the materials, having just escorted a large batch of supplies into the city, ready to wait for Fang Heng to come over to build the Mage Towers in bulk and ask Fang Heng about the next step in the plan. Unfortunately, not even he, let alone the Li Zhu team, could quite understand the move Fang Heng had just made, and they were really unsure. "Is Lord Fang Heng awake?" "Yes, he's awake. Don't worry. He just finished checking the seal damage in Lincoln City, and will come here soon to build the ghost towers." "That's good." Viscount Brant was anxiously waiting. "Captain Ed." From far away, a player hurriedly came over and whispered a few words in Ed's ear. "Ah." Ed was startled subconsciously after listening and asked, "Now?" The player nodded gravely, looking a bit strange. A sense of unease crept into Viscount Brant's heart, and he asked, "Captain Ed, is something wrong?" "Not exactly. Lord Fang Heng asked us to be prepared to build Mage Towers. He said that the undead creatures he controls have already come through the teleportation channel towards here. Worried that they might encounter trouble on the way, he asked us to go and meet them. They've already arrived." "Good. That's great." Viscount Brant's mood instantly picked up, and he gestured, "I'll have someone prepare right away. Let's go. We'll ride the griffins to meet them." The griffins were already prepared on the side square. Viscount Brant hastily led a few others to ride the griffins to meet them. By griffin flight, it would only take 8 minutes to reach the nearest imperial capital, while it would take longer if they traveled by land around a mountain. Just 3 minutes into their flight, the griffin handler noticed a group appearing on the ground ahead. The group formed a black flow on the main road and was moving rapidly forward. Viscount Brant also spotted the group below and felt a stir in his heart. What's that? Where did the army come from? Had his territory been invaded? Get closer for a better look. Understood. The griffin circled down as the handler maneuvered towards the ground. This was. After getting a clear view of the situation below, Viscount Brant couldn't help but show a look of shock. It was undead creatures. On the passage, the fused tyrant's body was entwined with ropes and dense vines, pulling a massive cart full of zombie creatures towards the front. The oversized wooden cart, over 3 meters tall and modified in the rear, was densely packed with zombies. Vines extended from the zombies, tightly entwining the regular zombies on the cart. Ed, too, was seeing this situation for the first time and couldn't help but swallow nervously. Were these the zombie groups controlled by Fang Heng? Had their intelligence evolved to this level? It was completely different from what he had imagined. In the middle and back of the zombie group, Ji Yining rode a warhorse, barely managing to keep pace with the galloping zombie group. Even now, Ji Yining still felt a bit unreal. Everything had happened so suddenly. Just over 10 minutes ago, he had received news of the countless zombie creatures emerging from the teleportation channel. He had hurried to borrow some wood materials from the city lord. In less than 5 minutes, the zombies had autonomously built a gigantic cart right before his eyes, with the fused tyrant pulling it all, accelerating towards the city of Ornis. Ji Yining was stunned and quickly got a warhorse to chase after. Seeing the griffins circling in the sky, he waved his hands hurriedly to signal upwards. "Let's go and meet them." The griffins made a beautiful dive in the sky, and when they reached the ground, they threw a rope down to pick up Ji Yining on the griffin's back. "My lord!" Viscount Bront nodded, still looking down towards the griffin, and asked, "Where is Lord Fang Heng?" "Lord Fang Heng hasn't arrived yet. He's still busy dealing with the plague in Lincoln City, and doesn't have the spare time at the moment. He asked us to build mage towers first. These undead creatures are under his control, and they will be responsible for helping us build the ghost towers." Viscount Bront was taken aback. What does that mean? He's not coming. Can this group of undead creatures automatically construct for us? Ji Yining also found the situation a bit unbelievable, and with a wry smile, he nodded. "Yes, that's what Lord Fang Heng said." Viscount Bront and Sword Saint Ibo looked at each other, both showing deep skepticism in their eyes. Other than the Forbidden's technique of resurrecting the dead, undead creatures rarely possessed high-level intelligence, let alone being controlled in such numbers. Before, they had heard that Fang Heng needed to personally control the undead to establish the ghost towers. Just a day later, could he now allow the undead creatures to construct the ghost towers on their own? Could it be that? After the battle with the Archbishop of the Holy See last night, Fang Heng had made a significant breakthrough in his ability in necromancy once again. What kind of genius was he, after all? Note, your zombie avatar is currently constructing a ghost tower first tier. The current construction will automatically consume building materials within the area. If materials cannot be obtained, related actions will automatically cease. In the mining area, Fang Heng continued to try, using mental linkages to control the distant zombie avatar to carry out construction operations. Compared to before, remote zombie control was now precise, greatly improving efficiency thanks to the surge in mental power. All this was brought about by the benefits of increased mental power. Fang Heng focused his mind on optimization, and a game prompt suddenly appeared. Note, your zombie avatar has received 100 points of holy attribute damage, and due to the passive skill effect, it received an additional 560 points of damage. Fang Heng let out a soft exclamation. Holy damage! The Holy See! Fang Heng immediately tried to establish a mental connection with the zombie avatar inside the Abyss channel. Got it! It was deep below the ruins, under the abyss. Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes and nodded to Werlin beside him. "Werlin, there may be a discovery below the abyss. I'll go in to take a look." "All right, be careful. I'll wait for you here." Fang Heng turned around, gradually disappearing into the black mist enveloping the plague. The area ahead gradually became narrow, and faint waves of holy light emerged from deeper inside. Fang Heng switched his zombie clone and his own attributes to the divine study, continuing to command the zombie clone and the lickers to move forward and assess the situation. After switching to the divine study state, the zombie clone was no longer affected by the holy light attribute damage. Confirming there was no danger, Fang Heng cautiously moved forward. As he got closer, a faint dark golden light appeared ahead. The light was emanating from the ground. A large magic array. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. There was a large alchemical magic array inscribed on the ground. The golden light on the alchemical magic array flickered, releasing halos outward. Hint: player discovers a special ancient magic array, Abyssal Demon Seal. Hint: player's trial score is further increased. Hint: player's current identity is the inheritor of the saint. triggering a special mission, the Damaged Internal Seal. Mission name: in the process of exploring the seal, you have discovered traces of damage to the Abyssal Seal. As the inheritor of the Saint, please try to investigate the extent of the damage to the internal seal. Mission difficulty: S. Mission requirements: inspect the magic array and confirm the cause of the magic seal being broken. Mission reward: trial score is further increased. Failure penalty: trial score reduced, remaining trial time decreased. Mission time limit: 2 hours. Hint: under the current trial state, mission rewards and penalties are changed to trial-related. Not good. Seeing the game prompts, Feng Heng had a bad feeling and quickly bent down to check the seal. It was strange. The alchemical magic array on the ground clearly had no connection to the holy light, yet it could release a strong divine aura wave. The wave could even harm the zombie clones around. Most likely, it was the Saint Courts doing a good thing. The center of the magic array. Feng Heng's brow furrowed. In the center of the alchemical magic array, there was a clear mark. The mark was fresh, confirming it had been left not long ago. It looked like a sword scar. The golden light even overflowed the entire sword scar. Feng Heng wrinkled his brow, feeling like he had grasped something vaguely. He couldn't help but reach out, trying to touch the alchemical magic array to gain more information. As his finger touched the edge of the magic array, an electric feeling surged through him. Feng Heng's mind jumped, and the symbol of the Saint's inheritance appeared on his forehead. Hint: your Saint's symbol has been triggered. Hint: you triggered the alchemical symbol. Not good. Suddenly, in the next moment, Feng Heng sensed that the hidden effect of the alchemical magic array was triggered, and then his whole body was absorbed by the space, disappearing on the spot. The surroundings suddenly darkened and then lit up again. Space change. Feng Heng keenly sensed a momentary disturbance in the space around him. He must have triggered the hidden alchemical symbol, causing the space to change. A game prompt appeared on his retina. Hint: you are affected by a spatial spell. Through the Eye of Omniscience, you have learned basic spatial studies. Players can choose to learn basic spatial studies. Cancel learning. With the effect of the Eye of Omniscience, learning skills would be straightforward. For the sake of ultimate efficiency, he could first upgrade all his current skills to their highest levels and then proceed to learn new ones. Hint: the player temporarily abandons learning basic spatial studies. Phew! Feng Heng didn't have time to carefully read the skill descriptions of basic spatial studies. Noticing the brightness in front of him, he immediately opened his eyes and looked downwards. He was floating in mid-air, falling rapidly downwards. In mid-air, Feng Heng immediately transformed into a bat form, flapping his wings to prevent his body from descending further and carefully observing his surroundings. He found himself in a cylindrical tunnel, somewhat like a dry well. Below was shrouded in a black thick fog, while above, the ceiling continuously exuded a golden divine aura. Looking up at the ceiling, there were dense alchemical magic array patterns. Feng Heng flew up, carefully examining the structure of the alchemical magic array, and suddenly realized. So that's it. There was a hidden two-way spatial teleportation passage on the alchemical magic array. The abyssal demon was sealed within a special space. The outer layer of the space had seals all around. The teleportation passage was a backdoor left by the Saint for maintaining and repairing the inner seals of the space when building the alchemical seal. Normally, only Saints and inheritors could enter. By using the teleportation magic array above, he should be able to escape from there. Confirming the escape route, Feng Heng felt slightly relieved and looked back down at the fog-covered area below. The abyssal demon was directly below the abyss. This was the closest he had ever been to the abyssal demon. Judging from the mission difficulty, the task was only rated as S level. Not very difficult. He could take the risk. Since he was already there, might as well see what the abyssal demon looked like. Feng Heng remained vigilant and slowly flew downwards. The abyssal passage turned out to be much deeper than he had expected. He flew down for about 10 minutes before sensing a terrifying presence emanating from below. The abyssal demon. After flying for half an hour, Feng Heng could vaguely see the monster below. Most of its body was shrouded in a dense black plague mist, making it difficult to see clearly or describe. At first glance, it looked like a mass of wriggling black decayed flesh. Countless thick metal chains extended from the surrounding walls and pierced through the layers of decaying flesh, firmly pinning it to the ground. The metal chains had intricate patterns attached. The decaying flesh seemed to move slowly, as if it had a life of its own, breathing in and out. With each breath, a large amount of pestilential mist emanated from its body. The pestilential mist was actually the gas exhaled by the abyssal demon? Fang Heng was astonished as he observed from mid-air. It seemed that the abyssal demon was still under seal and unable to move. Good news! Should he take the opportunity to attack and eliminate it before it could break free from the seal? Fang Heng pondered. Seeing that there were no new mission prompts, he hesitated if he should continue exploring further below. Just as he hesitated, a strong sense of crisis suddenly arose in Fang Heng's heart. The decaying life form below abruptly shrank, as if sneezing violently. Not good. Boom! The plague mist suddenly erupted. The dense aroma rushed towards him. Fang Heng frowned, barely avoiding running away. A violent force was charging towards him directly, lifting him higher up. Hint: you are affected by the skill Plague Breath. Hint: thanks to a special skill effect, you are immune to the attack of the pestilential mist this time. It's just a routine task. Even if you give up, the final trial score won't drop by much. As long as you can defeat the Abyss Demon in the end, getting the SSS level trial reward shouldn't be a problem. Weighing the pros and cons, Fang Heng was about to leave when suddenly his consciousness was triggered again. Following the sensation, Fang Heng felt something and his heart skipped a beat as he looked down at the area covered by the plague-laden black mist. What's going on? Fang Heng was extremely surprised. It turned out to be a mental perception construct. When the divine tree Abakaya was born, there was a similar mental perception construct. This time it appeared as well. The source of perception was actually the Abyss Demon. To be precise, it wasn't a mental perception construct. This kind of construct was more primitive than a normal one, more like a perception of emotions. Very vague. The Abyss Demon was emitting a kind of painful emotion. Is it seeking help? Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Perhaps this was a special ability he gained after his mental power reached a certain level. Even though he couldn't see anything below due to the black fog, Fang Heng kept staring at the dark mist below. His brain was working rapidly. At least he couldn't sense any hostility from the Abyss Demon. The emotional perception from the Abyss Demon was also unclear, making Fang Heng feel like it was a newly born sentient being. Right. Suddenly, an idea popped into Fang Heng's mind. Could it be because he also had the effect of the virus body? So the Abyss Demon mistook him for its kind. Fang Heng's heart started to beat faster. Very likely. Otherwise, why would the Abyss Demon actively release messages of pain and seeking help? The more he thought about it, the more Fang Heng was convinced of this idea. He tried to establish a deeper mental construct with the Abyss Demon, or perhaps convey some emotional mental perception to it. Unfortunately, maybe his mental power wasn't enough, as he failed several times. No, he couldn't give up such a good opportunity. Let's try again. Fang Heng dismissed the idea of fleeing, flapped his wings again, and flew towards the bottom. This time, the Abyss Demon did not continue its attack. As he delved deeper, the emotional perception coming from the Abyss Demon became stronger. Fang Heng remained extremely vigilant, keeping his distance to observe from afar. That is. Soon, Fang Heng noticed something unusual. Beneath the thick fog, there were dark golden light circles emanating from a corner to the right of the abyss. A divine aura fluctuation. It seems that the anomaly here is related to the Holy Court. Fang Heng's heart stirred, and he immediately flew towards the direction of the fluctuation. Approaching for observation, Fang Heng noticed a huge sharp sword piercing into the body of the Abyss Demon. The sword was surrounded by a layer of golden light, constantly dispelling the plague around it. Similarly, the sword was being heavily corroded, with black mist continuously oozing out from the golden sword. Was the Abyss Demon's pain coming from this sword? Fang Heng reverted to human form, leapt down from mid-air, and stood directly on the flesh of the Abyss Demon. The Abyss Demon still showed no reaction. Fang Heng, feeling bolder, approached the sword for a closer look. The sword penetrated the body of the Abyss Demon and was firmly nailed to the ground below. So, what should he do next? Help it! Fang Heng was puzzled. He tentatively reached out his hand towards the sword, gently touching it. Hint: player attempts to obtain the item, Arbitration, Breaking Seal Light Sword. Hint: the player has mastered sacred studies and can obtain the item through a test. Hint: this item is special and its durability needs to be restored in a special way. Item: Arbitration. Breaking Seal Light Sword Durability for 111 1/1000ths. Explanation: a sword used for sacrifices in the Holy Court, possessing the effect of breaking seals, inflicts additional to 100% damage to seals and shield types. Explanation: endowed with the power of the Oath Book. It can cause significant damage to abyss demons, temporarily seal them, and absorb some demonic power. Good stuff. Can he also take this away? Fang Heng's eyes lit up. So he could take this as well. Fang Heng was thrilled and was about to try to take the sword and place it in his backpack when a faint light suddenly appeared between his fingers. Another game prompt appeared on the retina. Hint: the player's backpack contains the item Oath Book Fragment, and it resonates with the Oath Book Fragment. Fragment. Resonance. Fang Heng immediately remembered the unknown effect fragment that had been dropped after killing the High Bishop Karokira of the Holy Court. He flipped his wrist and took out the sealed fragment from the backpack. Buzz! The fragment was just a thin sheet of paper. It emitted a dark golden light and suddenly flew towards the sword, sticking on the hilt of the sword. Boom! The golden light on the sword erupted suddenly. Under the driving force of the golden holy light power, Fang Heng felt that the abyss demon under his feet seemed to be greatly stimulated, shaking wildly again. Damn! Fang Heng quickly transformed into bat form and moved slightly away. Hint: you have temporarily fused the Oath Book Fragment with the Arbitration of Breaking Seal Light Sword. Hint: the Oath Book Fragment is absorbing demonic power. The sudden change also left Fang Heng a little puzzled. He observed from a slightly distant position. With the eruption of the golden light, the sealed fragment attached to the sword quickly dimmed. The struggles of the abyss demon grew weaker. In a brief moment, the fragment that originally emitted dark golden light had completely turned black. What's going on? Snap! The fragment lost its power and fell from the sword. Fang Heng felt puzzled, flew over again, turned back into human form, and picked up the fragment. Hint: player obtained the item Oath Book Fragment absorbed unknown energy entity to be purified. What does this mean? Fang Heng looked at the explanation of the Oath Book Fragment with a frown. Literally speaking, does it mean that the Oath Book Fragment absorbed the power of the demon seed? After absorbing it, this power could still be purified by the Holy Court. Fang Heng looked doubtfully at the abyss demon under his feet. The abyss demon seemed to be greatly stimulated just now, but now it was still lively, showing no signs of damage. Whatever. Let's go back and check again. Fang Heng put the black fragment back into his backpack, looked up, and reached out to firmly grasp the dark golden long sword in front of him. The iron chains within the entire abyssal space were swinging crazily, making a clanging sound incessantly. Fang Heng realized the danger and quickly grabbed the long sword, stashing it back into his backpack before flying towards the open air once again. Hint: player obtained item Arbiter, Sword of Breaking Seals. As he reached the safety zone, Fang Heng finally looked down below. The abyss demon became agitated once again, struggling incessantly under the entanglement of iron chains. Fang Heng sensed the pain and the will of the abyss demon wanting to break free from the chains through its emanating emotions. As it struggled, a dense black pestilence breath kept emanating from the body of the abyss demon. Hint: player completed the abyss demon sealing mission. Player's trial score increased. Fang Heng suddenly felt a slight warmth on his forehead. Then, two consecutive blood-red in-game warnings appeared. Warning: detected player currently possesses the inheritance of a saint. Warning: the abyss demon has been stimulated externally and has entered the awakening stage, breaking through the seal left by the saint. Estimated remaining time for breakthrough, 125 hours 43 minutes. This time is an estimation and may change due to certain events or task developments. Damn it! The Holy Court! Fang Heng gritted his teeth. Seeing the game warnings, he finally realized. Obviously, this was all orchestrated by the Holy Court. It was like poking a hole in a tire, which would gradually leak air. If the nail were suddenly pulled out, the air leakage speed would increase significantly. The long sword left by the Holy Court was the nail, a destructive nail against the abyss demon. Poking the nail into the abyss demon would enrage and awaken it. Initially, the abyss demon was suppressed by the nail and seal, unable to move, But once the power of the nail disappeared, the Abyss Demon would undoubtedly erupt. Everything was part of the Holy Court's plan. If it weren't for the player coincidentally discovering the Holy Court's actions last night and being repeatedly set up by him, according to the Holy Court's original plan, they would have launched their attack and then fled far away, leaving the player to take the blame. And just as he pulled out the sword, the Abyss Demon managed to break free prematurely. TCH. Feng Heng coldly chuckled. The Holy Court just wouldn't ease up. Even in death, they had to leave him some trouble. Without external forces at play, there were still 5 days left until the Abyss Demon broke the seal. It was about the same time he had initially estimated to act. In mid-air, Feng Heng squinted as he surveyed below, his mind racing. Should he take the opportunity to plunge the sword back in and restore everything for a little more time? Forget it. Feng Heng quickly dismissed the thought. It took a lot of effort to establish a slight connection with the Abyss Demon. At least for now, the Abyss Demon didn't harbor any hostility towards him. Provoking it further wouldn't be wise, right? It's best to maintain the status quo for now. Feng Heng gazed at the Abyss Demon, once again caught in a dilemma. No, should he really just leave the Abyss Demon right in front of him like this? After finally encountering such a good opportunity, according to his past habits, shouldn't he take some live samples back? But extracting live samples had the risk of provoking the Abyss Demon, ruining the faint goodwill he had built, or even angering it and getting himself killed. But then again, if he could get live samples for Qiu Yao Kong to study. With Qiu Yao Kang's ability, analyzing a significant amount of experimental data from live samples might lead to the discovery of antidotes specifically targeting the Abyss Demon. Damn it! Let's go for it! Success or failure. There was a 50% chance. Not trying this would keep him awake for several nights. Feng Heng made a decision, cautiously flying down below and finding a corner to revert to human form. He observed the frantically struggling Abyss Demon from afar, slowly making his way towards it. Brother, I'm just taking a little sample from you. You should understand, this is for your own good. I can try to help you break free from these shackles. This tiny needle won't hurt you. Regardless of whether the Abyss Demon understood him, Feng Heng spoke softly as he took out a live sample collector from his backpack, gradually inching closer. Hiss! The needle easily pierced the body of the Abyss Demon. Immediately, a long progress bar appeared above Feng Heng's head. The area where the needle struck the Abyss Demon's body twisted slightly, and then quickly returned to its original state. Got it! Feng Heng's heart stirred. Perhaps the needle was too small, and the Abyss Demon didn't feel any pain or react to Feng Heng. It was still trying to break free from the chains that bound it. Feng Heng carefully controlled the process until the lengthy progress bar was complete. A game prompt flashed. Hint: player obtained a special item. Abyss Demon's Live Sample. Item: Abyss Demon's Live Sample. Description: Artifact. Description: the effects of this item are unknown but hold significant research value. Some scholars are willing to pay a high price for it. Description: this item can be used as a special spell-casting material. Description: this item possesses unknown active effects. Description: this item is highly infectious. Warning: this item is extremely dangerous. Upon seeing the extracted sample's attributes explained, Feng Heng's eyes lit up. Worth a high price. Money. Right, after all, it was the ultimate boss's live sample from the mid-level game. Ordinary people, let alone touching it, would be reduced to ashes just by getting close to the pestilential breath. How could such a valuable item not be worth anything? Thinking this, Feng Heng couldn't help but swallow some saliva. Originally, he intended to take just one sample and leave. But seeing how valuable the live sample was, a greedy glint appeared in his eyes once again. Brother, hope you don't mind a few more samples of elixirs. You also want to break free from these shackles quickly, right? For the sake of science, offering a little bit of a live sample shouldn't be a problem, right? Feng Heng spoke softly, taking out another new sample collector from his backpack. Feng Heng, how's the situation down there? Outside the cave, seeing Feng Heng emerge from the black pestilent aura, Wei Lun immediately approached. Wei Lun couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. The awakening of the Abyss Demon came too suddenly. How much time do we have left? Fang Heng glanced in the direction where the plague's breath leaked, and said in a deep voice, "At this rate, if no external forces intervene, we have 5 days left." Wei Lun's expression changed several times. Only 5 days. With such a short amount of time, there was so little they could do. At most, he could only set up a small control-type alchemical magic array in the surroundings. Wei Lun knew very well that the alchemical magic array produced in a rush would have minimal effect on the Abyss Demon, easily crushed with a single palm. What to do? Wei Lun felt his throat dry. He looked up at Fang Heng, who also had a serious expression, and couldn't help but sigh silently in his heart. Fang Heng was under too much pressure. At this point, all they could do was their best and leave the rest to fate. Fang Heng didn't pay too much attention to Wei Lun's expression as he carefully pondered, rubbing his chin. The task was difficult, time was running out, and the odds of success were slim. But it wasn't entirely hopeless. He had his own trump cards. How to connect these cards together for maximum effect was the urgent consideration. Just as he was thinking, Fang Heng heard the call of a griffin coming from high above. Both of them looked up to the sky at the same time. Above them, 2 Imperial guards leapt down from the soaring griffins' backs, coming to Fang Heng's side, and kneeled down to report, "Lord Fang Heng, Princess Mingyu urgently summons you, hoping you can return to Hanny City as soon as possible for an urgent matter." What's the matter? Yes, we have received information that Tang Wu has gathered a large number of elite Imperial troops heading towards Hanny City. Captain Aida has also confirmed unusual movements of the Imperial Guards and a large number of Imperial soldiers, with their destination likely being Hanny City. They may be targeting the sacred tree in the Plague territory. Trouble. The Abyss Demon was on the verge of breaking the seal, and now Tang Wu was stirring up trouble here. Fang Heng was speechless. Nevertheless, the situation had already unfolded, and they had to find a solution. It just so happened that he needed to return to the Plague territory to hand over the Abyss Demon live sample they had just obtained to Qiu Yao Kong for research. "I understand. I will go over soon." "Yes, my lord." Fang Heng nodded, then looked at Wei Lun. "Watch over the seal carefully. Don't let anyone get close. I'll be back soon." "Yes, go ahead and rest assured, I'm here." Imperial Capital. The Imperial Guards led by Zi Yun were making final preparations before departure. The president of the Alchemy Society, Aova Ngi, along with a few others, walked towards Zi Yun. Zi Yun did not like Aova Ngi at all, his expression cold and clearly showing his displeasure, as he asked, "How is it? Are you all ready? Don't make any mistakes this time." Naturally, the president of the Alchemy Society, Aova Ngi, was as confident as ever. "Just focus on your task. Leave the sacred tree to me. I found a method in the ancient texts that can counter all kinds of field-type spells. Once the alchemical magic array is completed, any field-type magic will be dispersed. As for Fang Heng, leave him to deal with. Don't worry about the rest, as long as we can destroy the sacred tree. Hey, just a mere plague territory." Zi Yun sneered. His gaze swept over the people behind him one by one. In this surprise attack plan, Tang Wu was revealing all his cards. In addition to the Alchemy Society, the expeditionary team consisted of the elite private army that Tang Wu had accumulated over the years, soldiers recruited from various lords, support from the Holy See in the form of paladins and inquisitors. Even the Imperial Sword Saint, Ike, was persuaded by Tang Wu to take action against the Plague territory. And then, there was one last major card for this trip. Zi Yun's voice was solemn. "Summon the Senate." Under the escort of soldiers, Minister Gelnet walked up in front of the soldiers and exclaimed, "Summon the artifact." Yes. In the background, a dozen or so Imperial soldiers worked together to carry a long-sealed giant wooden box out of the main hall. Zi Yun stared at the wooden box, his eyes gleaming with determination. Inside the box was sealed the ancestral artifact passed down from the Empire's ancestors, the dragon sealing artifact. This artifact, sealed due to its immense power that could cause even the user great harm, had been kept in the Imperial Senate. This time, due to Fang Heng's influence, Tang Wu and the Senate decided to bring out the dragon sealing artifact. By now, Tang Wu's prestige among the Imperial Lords had plummeted rapidly in just one day, while the voices supporting Tang Mingyu were growing louder. Tang Wu was completely at a loss. He desperately needed a victory to prove himself. He had put everything on the line, gathering all his strength as long as he could break through Hanny City in one fell swoop. Ding Shixiu also knew the crisis facing Tang Wu. However, Tang Wu made another high-risk decision. Ding Shixiu did not believe that they could eliminate the plague territory with just these people. Now, all hopes were pinned on the dragon sealing artifact. There was a chance. There must be a chance. Meanwhile, Fang Heng had just rushed back to Hanny City through the passage of the Soul Tower. Lord Fang Heng, the Imperial Guards were waiting outside the Mage Tower to welcome him. Princess Mingyu has just gone down to the basement, and she has instructed us to bring you there. Please follow us. All right, let's go. Below the Lord's Manor in Hanny City was a secret underground area. Following the soldiers, Fang Heng entered the Lord's Manor, and as soon as he entered the underground area, he felt a wave of spiritual power coming from a distance. Soon, Fang Heng arrived at the temporary underground hall that had been requisitioned. A huge magic array was engraved on the floor of the hall, covering almost 2/3 of the area. High-level mages from the Mage Association formed a large circle, concentrating their minds to manipulate the magic array. Under Tang Mingyu's massive infusion of spiritual power, crystalline magical cores formed at the center of the magic array. Fang Heng's eyes lit up at the sight. Impressive! Tang Mingyu was refining the magical cores. Phew! The magic array slowly stopped operating. Tang Mingyu noticed Fang Heng's arrival, ceased the infusion of spiritual power, and took a deep breath, maintaining a calm and indifferent demeanor. Lord Fang Heng, you finally returned. I need to discuss an important matter with you. Tang Mingyu waved her hand, signaling the guards to take the Mage Association guests to rest. Everyone has worked hard. Guards, take the honored guests of the Mage Association to rest first. We will continue tomorrow. Tang Mingyu's mood suddenly worsened. She realized that there was still a significant gap between people. When they parted ways last night, she thought Fang Heng was just casually saying he would go kill the Archbishop of the Holy See. Who would have thought he was serious? And actually did it. With such terrifying power, it's no wonder he could control the entire vampire world domain in such a short time. Sigh, as a domain lord, she still had to compete with such a person. It's really tiring. If you can't win, just lie down and relax. Make some money during this wave of trials instead. Fang Heng didn't notice the change in Tang Mingyu's expression. Most of his attention was focused on the magic array behind Tang Mingyu. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Tang Mingyu, this moving charger, is really reliable. Reliable teammate +1. With the assistance of the Mage Association, only a small part of the materials exchanged from Tang Wu's hands were consumed, and the completed magic core had filled up almost half of a box. At this rate, mass-producing the Spectre Towers was completely feasible. With his vastly increased mental power, the speed of remotely controlling zombie avatars to build the Spectre Towers had greatly increased. Within 5 days, it would be enough to complete the layout of mass-produced Spectre Towers. Is it difficult to mass-produce magic cores? How many finished products do you expect when all these materials are produced? Tang Mingyu came back to her senses at the sound of his voice. She decided not to think about anything else and focus on finishing this deal. Probably around 500 or 600. The success rate of making magic cores is much higher than expected. I have discussed it with the president of the Mage Association. It may be that the mages of the association in the past lacked mental power, which led to a low success rate in crystallizing elements. With the magic seed blessing, mass-producing magic cores is not difficult. I called you here for something else. Fang Heng picked up the just completed magic core and observed it in his hand, nodding. 500 is enough. Continue. It's related to Tang Wu. Just now, Ed received a message from a player saying that the Imperial Guards are gathering troops and heading towards Hanny City. Ed hinted to me that the offline player team judged that Tang Wu might be planning to take action against the God Tree in the Plague Land. Oh. Fang Heng was somewhat surprised, raised his eyebrows, and conveniently put the magic core into his backpack. Can Tang Wu deal with the God Tree? I'm not sure, but we can't let our guard down. The death of the Archbishop has had a huge impact on Tang Wu. More and more nobles are inclined to be loyal to me, which will definitely make Tang Wu feel a great sense of crisis. Li Zhu's team has gathered a lot of information and simulated Tang Wu's personality, believing that he is ambitious and very impatient. So it is highly likely that he will choose to go all in and spare no effort to completely destroy the Plague Land. And dealing with the Plague Land means dealing with the God Tree. Fang Heng stroked his chin. Tangwu was going after the God Tree. He didn't believe Tangwu would come unprepared, and even if Tangwu was willing to die, his subordinates would not be. So what was Tangwu's trump card? Are there any other related clues? Tang Mingyu shook her head. Not for now. Ed and the others are still trying to find a way to infiltrate the Imperial Guards team for more information. Keep an eye on it. Fang Heng nodded and shifted his focus to the God Tree of Beshiu. The God Tree was still in its growth stage. After absorbing a certain amount of energy, it would evolve again, further enhancing its strength. Speaking of which, he had already asked Ed's team to bring over a large amount of resources for making copies of the Revelation Stones. With Ed's efficiency, this task should be almost completed by now. When he asked Tang Mingyu about it, she gave him a quite speechless look. Do you remember? You asked me to help infuse spiritual power into the alchemical magic array to make magic cores, right? And what happened? I waited for a long time, but your zombies were nowhere to be found. Fang Heng scratched his head. It seemed that he urgently used a wave of zombie clones for mining in the mine, and then hurriedly set up the Spectre Towers within the Empire, and he really did forget about this matter. Tang Mingyu helplessly said, your alchemical magic arrays are still in the Plague Land without any activity. The large amount of refining materials sent over by Ed's team is also temporarily stacked around the Plague Land. The leader of the mercenaries responsible for transporting the materials has come to me several times. Fang Heng apologized. I was too busy. I forgot for a moment. Are there enough materials? Tang Mingyu nodded. We have a lot. Too much to fit. Great. Fang Heng gently clenched his fist and looked at Tang Mingyu intently. With the materials, the assistance of the high-power mobile charger Tang Mingyu, and with the zombie avatars, he could quickly produce a large number of copies of the Revelation Stones. The God Tree passing the growth stage was imminent. Thank you for your hard work. Let's leave now and return to the Plague Land to start refining. Tang Mingyu looked at Fang Heng and gritted her teeth, but with additional payment. Plague Land. Tang Mingyu witnessed for the first time how Fang Heng used the power of the zombie avatars to carry out mass operations. The vines of the God Tree first cleared out a large area, then Fang Heng stood in the center of the cleared space and began drawing magic arrays. Hundreds of zombie avatars followed him, and each set up alchemical magic arrays in different areas. Tang Mingyu watched as progress bars appeared above each zombie avatar's head. Some failed, some succeeded. After an hour of work, over 1,000 square meters of ground were covered with magic arrays and materials. Fang Heng checked the central alchemical magic array he had just finished painting, nodded at Tang Mingyu, and asked, "Are you ready?" Tang Mingyu looked at Fang Heng. She wanted to ask him if it was necessary to make such a big deal out of it. When she saw that Tang Mingyu didn't respond, Fang Heng patiently explained again, "It's actually very simple. You just need to infuse spiritual power into the alchemical magic array I set up, and when I say stop, you stop." Tang Mingyu was even more speechless. Am I stupid? Isn't that irrelevant at the moment? Seeing Fang Heng's expectant gaze, Tang Mingyu sighed silently. All right, I'll give it a try. Looking at the large array of magic around her, Tang Mingyu also felt the pressure. She took a deep breath, focused her mind, slowly closed her eyes, and raised her wand forward. The faint blue spiritual power visibly overflowed from the wand in front of Tang Mingyu. The color changes of the central alchemy magic circle are indicators of the completion of charging. Fang Heng took a glance at the mobile charger beside him and immediately issued instructions to control his zombie clone to activate the alchemy magic circle that had finished charging. The zombie clone's head once again displayed progress bars. Magic circles were activated one after another and spun rapidly. The alchemy materials were absorbed by the magic circle, and imitation revelation stones emerged from within the magic circle. The vines of the sacred tree Abakia surrounding it sensed the power fluctuations of the imitation revelation stones with joy, and the vines unknowingly began to dance and slowly move closer to the surroundings. Without receiving permission from Fang Heng, the vines only encroached on the periphery. Abakia constantly transmitted feelings of longing to Fang Heng. Fang Heng nodded slightly and whispered, "Well done, Abakia. All of this is prepared for you. TSK. With Fang Heng's permission, the vines around suddenly surged towards the imitation revelation stones that emerged from the alchemy magic circle, instantly wrapping them up and pulling them underground. Hint: the sacred tree Abakia has absorbed a medium concentration of special energy. Game tips began to accelerate on Fang Heng's retinas. Extremely delighted emotions came through Abakia's spiritual connection, actively helping to continuously transport materials for making imitation products from the outside world. The materials for making imitation products were continuously supplemented, and under the mental stimulation from Tang Mingyu, the magic circle cycled back and forth with continuous charging, running one after another. Fang Heng and the sacred tree Abakia stood by eagerly watching Tang Mingyu, who acted as an advanced charger, continuously supplying power. This continued for nearly 10 minutes, and Tang Mingyu also felt a bit drained of spiritual power, a feeling of weakness creeping up on her. Just as she was about to stop and take a brief rest, Fang Heng, who had been closing his eyes and concentrating on releasing his spiritual power, said beside her, "Mingyu, take a break." Tang Mingyu finally opened her eyes. "What's going on?" "TSK, TSK, TSK." The branches of the sacred tree high above were lightly trembling, emitting faint green stars. The stars fell on Tang Mingyu, dispelling her fatigue. Game tips appeared again on Fang Heng's retinas. Hint: the player is obtaining information from the sacred tree. Hint: the sacred tree has absorbed sufficient energy and meets the conditions for the next evolutionary stage. Hint: the sacred tree Abakia is close to evolving into the current selectable specialization. None. Warning: the player can choose to abandon the specialization. Abandoning the specialization will significantly reduce Abakia's overall abilities. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Selectable evolutionary specialization? What's this again? TSK, TSK, TSK. Still puzzled, several sacred tree vines extended towards him. "Are you saying there's something on me?" Fang Heng tried to sense the spiritual perception coming from Abakia's body. "What does Abakia want in the backpack? What is it?" Before entering the trial, Fang Heng cleared out his backpack once. There weren't many items inside. Fang Heng simply took out each item from the backpack one by one and displayed them in front of Abakia until he pulled out a slightly yellowed piece of paper, which immediately caught Abakia's interest. The vines gathered around it like predators catching a scent of blood, quickly converging towards the paper. Fang Heng observed the paper in his hand. Item: Oath Book Fragment absorbed with a Foul Pledge Fragment. Description: a fragment of the Oath Book containing partial holy light properties. Description: this fragment has absorbed a large amount of foul breath. You can attempt to dissipate the foul breath. Description: unable to activate due to missing conditions. The vines continued to whirl around it. Abakia was very interested in the fragment, constantly asking Fang Heng through consciousness whether it could be devoured. Fang Heng squinted his eyes. He remembered that there was no description of foul breath when he first got the Oath Book fragment. Perhaps the effect appeared after absorbing some abyssal demon's power from the underground abyss. Well, alright, it can be absorbed anyway. Since the game prompts were unclear, and there was no time to figure out the specific function of the fragment, Fang Heng let Abakia absorb it first before deciding. TSK, TSK, TSK. After receiving the command, the vines immediately gathered and wrapped layers around the Oath Book, quickly dragging it underground. Game prompts quickly appeared. Hint: the sacred tree Abakia has absorbed the unknown breath of the Oath Book fragment, unlocking evolutionary specialization options. Tree of Light. Hint: currently, more of the same energy needs to be absorbed 27/10,000ths. Hint: the sacred tree Abakia has absorbed some unknown breath, unlocking specialized evolutionary options. Power of Filth. Hint: currently, more of the same energy needs to be absorbed 325/10,000ths. Filth and Light. Fang Heng examined the game tips closely, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. What are they suggesting? Fang Heng vaguely grasped something, and a series of thoughts gradually formed in his mind. The Oath Book fragment had absorbed some abyssal demon's power through the fusion with the light of the unsealing sacred sword, which was then absorbed by the sacred tree. In fact, the sacred tree Abakia had always had the ability to absorb blood and energy. Initially absorbing the strength of blood and flesh, and then rapid growth by absorbing the Revelation Stone. Unexpectedly, even sacred energies and the breath of plague could be absorbed. But something doesn't add up. This wasn't the first time the sacred tree had come into contact with the breath of plague. Why couldn't it absorb it before? And regarding sacred energy, he had more than one piece of equipment related to sacred energy on him. Why did no other equipment react like this? Fang Heng couldn't help but re-examine the game log. Was it because of the special effect of the Oath Book fragment? Fang Heng tried to come up with a reasonable guess. Did the Oath Book transform the power of the abyssal demons into a different form? Perhaps the Holy Court possessed a certain energy that could purify the transformed power of the Oath Book, so that the Oath Book could regain its effects. If everything was as speculated. At that thought, Fang Heng's heart couldn't help but beat faster with excitement, immediately communicating with Abakia again, asking if the sacred tree Abakia could just absorb the power of filth and reserve the Oath Book fragment. Abakia promptly responded, yes, but the absorbed Oath Book fragment could no longer be expelled. With the confirmation from the sacred tree, Fang Heng immediately felt invigorated. Connect to the divine realm? Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. It shouldn't be possible. If it were truly possible to connect to the divine realm, the Holy Court wouldn't have been suppressed by the royal family for so many years and unable to develop. Setting aside whether the divine realm exists or not, it can now be confirmed that the Book of Oaths is not just a fragment of one page. The remaining parts are highly likely to be left in the Holy Court. There's a chance. Fang Heng couldn't help but clench his fists. If everything goes smoothly, find a way to obtain the Book of Oaths. Use the remaining pages of the Book of Oaths to continuously draw power from the Abyss Demons. Not only weakening the Abyss Demons, but also constantly strengthening the power of the Divine Tree, rapidly advancing it to the next stage. A win-win situation. Mingyu, help me contact Ed's team. I need to know all the information related to the Book of Oaths. The more, the better. Seeing Fang Heng so serious, Tang Mingyu nodded in agreement. All right, I'll subtly hint to them to start collecting information immediately. Notify me as soon as there is any information. Keep the rest of the materials for now. Let's go back. Fang Heng nodded and left with Tang Mingyu. The replica of the Tablet of Revelation can temporarily cease production. For now, deliver the previously obtained information on the Plague's Breath to Qiu Yao Kong for further research. The Abyss Demons have already awakened, struggling to break free from the seal left by the Saints. However, the majority of people are unaware of this news. Nightfall descends. In the wilderness, Ziyun leads the Imperial Forest Guard team closer to the outskirts of Hanny City. Watching the vine-covered forest gradually coming into view in the distance, Ziyun's expression turns unusually serious. Compared to last time, the area covered by vines has noticeably expanded. Divine Tree. Ziyun muttered to himself. The team slowly comes to a stop. Ziyun looks towards the Alchemy Guild team walking towards him and solemnly says, Oviang, we have arrived. The area ahead is the domain of the Divine Tree. You can start your actions now. Oviang gazes into the distance at the forest surrounded by layers of green vines, surprise flickering in his eyes. He has always heard about the existence of the Divine Tree summoned by Fang Heng through spatial magic. The Divine Tree is extremely powerful, capable of breaking through the entire Hanny City in just half an hour. This is his first time witnessing it with his own eyes. How could someone manipulate such a vast area of spatial magic? How terrifying is Fang Heng's mental power? No, it couldn't possibly be achievable by a person. Unless with the help of some kind of artifact. To kill Fang Heng, seize the artifact in his hands. Seeing Oviang remain silent, Ziyun, feeling impatient, furrows his brows and asks, what's the matter? Any questions? Oviang comes back to his senses, nods, and says, I need to set up an alchemy magic array. I don't want to be disturbed during the process. You can start. No one will disturb you. Ziyun says coldly, unless I am dead. Oviang gestures, and more than 20 senior members of the Alchemy Association step forward, forming a circle together to set up the alchemy magic array. Ziyun also calls his deputy over and whispers a few words in his ear. Yes, Grand Commander. The deputy acknowledges and hurries away. Ziyun slowly turns around, the look in his eyes becoming even more chilling as he gazes into the depths of the forest. Unbeknownst to them, dozens of eyes are closely watching their team. Since the Imperial team set out, the team led by Li Zhu has dispatched hundreds of players, with many scouts following all the way to the outskirts of Hanny City. Every move made by Ziyun's entire team is under the players' control. Captain Ed, that's the president of the Alchemy Guild, Oviang. They have already begun setting up the magic array. This is a good opportunity. Should we make a move? Not yet. Let's wait a bit longer and observe. On a hillside shrouded in vines, Ed raises his telescope to observe the enemy. The Empire's arrival this time is formidable, based on the latest intelligence from Li Zhu. In addition to the Imperial Forest Guard, the Alchemy Association, and the Holy Court, there is also Tang Wu's private army that has been cultivated for many years. It even includes an Imperial Sword Saint. But, feeling a bit anxious, his subordinate glances at the Imperial army preparing to camp in the distance. The army has dispersed to find their respective camping spots, and the Alchemy Guild is clearing an area to draw the magic array, making the whole team appear somewhat chaotic. This is a perfect opportunity for an attack. Don't rush. Ed remains calm and says, the underground command team has provided us with an analytical model. Tang Wu is coming in force this time, nearly emptying his nest. A head-on confrontation is not the best solution. Then, when should we strike? Before Ed answers, a cold voice from behind interrupts. It's intentional. The chaos you see now is deliberately revealing their vulnerability. Zi Yun has long noticed our undercover surveillance and wants to lure us into launching an attack. Turning around, they see a gallant female player with 10 others walking towards them. Ed lowers his telescope, nods at her, and greets, Unica, it's good that you're here. Operational command is now entirely in your hands. My team and I will fully cooperate. All eyes turn towards Unica, the older sister of the president of the Holy Coils Guild. Unica's golden hair cascades down her shoulders, enhancing her exquisite features, exuding charm with every movement. Among all the player teams in the realm of barbarian games, the Holy Coils Guild has gathered the most elite individual combat strength. In terms of capability, Unica is top-notch in both personal combat prowess and command. Unica had been practicing in a special space, and just when she was contacted by the player team, she rushed over. This operation is crucial, and everyone is in the same boat. Ed is eager to transfer the command authority to the most suitable person. Thank you, I won't hold back. Unica graciously takes over the command, nodding. Before coming, I discussed with Li Zhu. This time, we will lure the enemy deep into our territory, wait for them to enter the Divine Tree area, and then coordinate with the power of the Divine Tree to deliver a fatal blow to the Imperial Forest Guard. All right, good. Unica raised her eyebrows in surprise upon hearing the words. She was very curious about Feng Heng. She had triggered a special task before, entered a special space for cultivation, left the game for only half a month, and did not expect that when she returned, the entire game had undergone earth-shaking changes. And the source of all these changes was a player from the beginner game level. Unica's curiosity about Feng Heng had reached its peak. She had already gone through all the information related to Feng Heng on the way. She realized that there was someone behind the entire task line pulling the strings. Undoubtedly, that person was Feng Heng. He was the key player in the key part of the Abyss Evil Demon task line. The current battle was extremely important, almost a decisive battle with Tang Wu's team. Once Tang Wu's army was completely wiped out, he would no longer have the ability to turn things around, which meant deciding the final ownership of the empire. With Feng Heng not around in this situation, acting like an absentee shopkeeper, when Feng Heng left, he left a message saying that we should handle the empire, and the Divine Tree will fully support our actions, Ed explained with a bitter smile. Feng Heng's trust in them actually made the offline Li Zhu team feel immense pressure. Important matters. Unica frowned, muttering to herself, then raised her head to ask, what important matters? Not quite clear. It seems to be related to the Holy See, Ed continued. Unica's frown deepened. At noon, Lord Feng Heng asked about the Book of the Oaths of the Holy See. After that, Li Zhu's team collected a lot of information offline. Then they rushed to Alcabarino and wanted to find a guide there. Li Zhu's team is already in contact. Alcabarino, you mean the headquarters of the Holy See Church? Unica looked towards the foot of the distant mountain and gazed at the roughly 50 members of the Holy See team in the Legion, feeling skeptical, murmuring to herself, related to the Holy See ... It seems that the Holy See is a crucial aspect of the mission. At this moment, Feng Heng, Mo Jiawei, and Zhuo Lingfang were hiding in a corner of a small city in the northern part of the empire. Just over 20 minutes ago, the three of them had sneaked into the city, avoiding inspection at the city entrance, and put on disposable high-quality human skin masks prepared by the Li Zhu team. Lord Feng Heng, this city is called Alcabarino, a small city in the north. The local lord has already sworn allegiance to Tang Wu, and most of the people in the city are followers of the Holy See. We don't know anyone here either, Zhuo Lingfang explained in a low voice. I contacted a local guide. He doesn't know our true identities yet, so be cautious when talking to him. Don't reveal your identity. By the way, the human skin masks can last for 8 hours. After entering the battle, the human skin masks are likely to fail, so we need to be careful with the timing. Zhuo Lingfang, who had come with Fang Heng this time, was extremely nervous, reporting the situation to the Li Zhu team offline every 10 minutes. Fang Heng nodded. As far as he knew, in the realm of the barbarian game, there were not many players who studied sacred teachings. Suddenly, Zhuo Lingfang's eyes lit up, whispering, "He's here." Following the sound, they saw a middle-aged man approaching from the path, looking around cautiously as he walked. Yima Mu. Upon being called Yima Mu, the man paused, turned his head towards Fang Heng and the others, and quickly walked towards them. Judging by his appearance, Yima Mu was slightly older, with a shrewd look in his eyes. "I am Yima Mu. Who is the Eye of Rain among you?" Yima Mu scanned Fang Heng and the others' faces quickly. Zhuo Lingfang nodded. "It's me. We have contacted online before." Yima Mu looked Zhuo Lingfang up and down and continued, "I have been developing in this city all the time. I know everything about this city. You are here to complete a task, right? The price is as agreed when we contacted online. Is there any problem?" "No problem." Reminder, the game determines that currently, there is a slight tendency for players to rely on other players to complete tasks, and the player's task rating will correspondingly deduct slightly. Current deduction rate is 0.002%. The current task rating is SS. Reminder, please adjust the trial strategy in time. Seeing the game prompt, Fang Heng furrowed his brows slightly. He had been careless recently, had too much contact with players, inadvertently exposed himself to the trial. Mo Jiawei also received the game prompt and immediately looked at Fang Heng for advice. Fang Heng shook his head imperceptibly. There was no need to stop. They should continue. By leveraging the power of the players, they could save a lot of time. Currently, they were just judged by the game to have a slight inclination. He needed to see if the punishment was within an acceptable range, test the game's balance settings. Fang Heng took over and asked Yima Mu, "Yima Mu, how much do you know about the Holy See in this city?" "I know a lot. If we talk about it, we won't finish talking even after a whole day. Let me summarize it for you. More than 90% of the people living in this city are fanatical believers of the Holy See, and the largest Holy See cathedral of the empire is also located here. It's not an exaggeration to say that this is the headquarters of the Holy See." Yima Mu pointed to the distant mountain. "There. Do you see that? That's the holy mountain of the Holy See, and the Holy See Cathedral is built on the mountaintop. Every day, believers come from afar to ascend the mountain and pray at the cathedral." The group couldn't help but look in the direction Yima Mu was pointing at. "I don't think you guys are followers of the Holy See, right?" Yima Mu seemed to have already figured them out, speaking cautiously and glancing around. Usually, the people in the city are eyes and ears for the Holy See. Anyone strange appearing would be watched closely. You are lucky. A few days ago, the Archbishop of the Holy See suddenly died, and there have been some messy things related to the Abyss Evil Demon recently. More and more Holy See believers have come to the city for shelter, and there are many outsiders in the city now. It's very chaotic. The checks are not as strict as they used to be. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. According to the information obtained from the Li Zhu team earlier, there was a high probability that the Holy See prayer book was stored in the headquarters of the Holy See. There is this saying that players in the past came into contact with the old blueprints of the cathedral and discovered there was a large area underneath the cathedral. However, it's not certain. After all, very few people have actually entered the cathedral. The Holy Court has never revealed the interior of the cathedral to the outside, always remaining very mysterious. Mo Jiawei asked, "Is there a way for us to enter the Holy Court headquarters and take a look inside?" "Don't be joking. I don't want to risk my life." Yima Mu shook his head repeatedly. "The way is filled with people from the Holy Court, let alone sneaking in. It's difficult for outsiders to get close." Fang Heng and the others looked at each other. Most of the people in the city are believers of the Holy Court, and given the current situation, forcibly entering the cathedral seems a bit difficult. They need to figure out another way. But well, if you can't get inside the cathedral, I can still take you to see the outside of the cathedral. Every day, the Holy Court holds gatherings where a large number of believers enter the outer sanctum of the cathedral to pray and witness miracles. Imamu noticed the hesitation on their faces, lowered his voice, and said, "I can try to disguise you as Holy Court believers and take you together to mix into the public area in front of the cathedral. Of course, this is an additional service. It will cost extra." Zhuo Lingfang raised an eyebrow and handed over a down payment. "Don't worry. If you help us, your money won't be less. This is a deposit." "Ha ha ha, you are too polite. That's not what I meant. Since you were introduced by Poor, I trust that guy. But in business, you know, we need to talk about the fees up front. Whether it works out or not, money has to be paid." Imamu received the deposit and immediately smiled, then checked the time and urged, "You guys, pilgrimage times are in the morning and evening each day. If you want to go tonight, we need to act now." "Okay, let's go now." Fang Heng nodded and said to Mo Jiawei, "Tonight, let's first go to the outer hall and see the situation before making a decision." "Hey, the boss is straightforward. You seem like someone who can get things done." Imamu didn't care what tricks these people were planning to pull, and gave a thumbs up to Fang Heng, then said, "Let's go, follow me, I'll take you to change clothes." Over half an hour later, Fang Heng changed into a gray linen robe of a Holy Court believer and joined the pilgrimage crowd heading up the mountain. Those participating in the pilgrimage were all wearing the same gray robes. After walking for more than half an hour, Fang Heng's group mingled into the crowd and entered the main hall in front of the cathedral. The main hall of the Cathedral of the Holy Mountain was extremely spacious, bathed in holy light. A large number of believers gathered on the giant square in front of the main hall, praying with closed eyes. Some fervent believers even kneeled down directly and prayed. Imamu saw several Holy Court judges standing at the door of the main hall, couldn't help but look pleased, and said, "We're lucky. Today is the day of the divine selection." Mo Jiawei asked doubtfully, "What is that?" "The divine selection day, at least one day each month, is when the Holy Court publicly holds the divine selection day. On this day, believers who come to participate in the pilgrimage can receive the baptism of the holy light. The Holy Court Church also selects talented believers from among them. Once chosen, they can directly become core members of the Holy Court." Imamu's eyes flashed with longing. After all, he also studied the sacred teachings. Once fortunate enough to be chosen, one could rise quickly within the Holy Court. "Let's go, quickly." Imamu clearly was not a devout believer, leading everyone to the right side of the square, mixing in with a group of believers praying with closed eyes. Fang Heng mimicked Imamu's actions, praying with his head down, while discreetly surveying his surroundings. In addition to the believers, there were also many guards wearing Holy Court attire in the square area. At the entrance of the main hall of the cathedral, several Holy Court judges were energetically speaking in front of the crowd. Fang Heng squinted and quietly asked Mo Jiawei, "Have you checked it out? What's the situation like?" "Yes, I've already scouted the Holy Court's enemies using reconnaissance techniques. Those speaking at the gate are Holy Court judges, and the guards stationed and patrolling the square are ordinary holy knights. All of them are just small fry and easy to deal with," Mo Jiawei said, with a hint of disdain. Just judges. Fang Heng had dealt with several of them before. Fang Heng listened, with a bitter smile on his face. Dealing with them was easy in the past, but now, it might not be so simple. "Believers, God has felt your prayers. We must remain strong. The afflictions we endure now are tests from God," said an elite judge of the Holy Court, holding a sacred scepter and tapping the ground gently before continuing. "The abyssal demons have descended upon our world. The world is on the brink of destruction, and the undead of the plague lands are still bewitching lost souls." The Holy Court believers knelt devoutly, showing expressions of excitement on their faces. "The suffering will come to an end, and the holy light will definitely shine upon the earth. Hint: you are immune to the effects of this faith skill." Fang Heng saw the game hint and felt a stir in his heart. A skill. The Holy Court was truly adept at manipulation. Fang Heng glanced at the other players beside him. Imamu and Mo Jiawei seemed fine, but Zhuo Lingfang's face clearly showed a longing expression. Oddly, she didn't receive the game hint. It seems the Holy Court still had some tricks up its sleeve in manipulating people's hearts. Zhuo Lingfang had low attributes, making her more susceptible to the judge's skills. Just as Fang Heng was about to inquire softly, Imamu preempted with a whispered reminder, "Keep quiet, the divine selection ceremony is about to begin. Keep your heads down, don't do anything, and definitely don't get caught. Okay, Feng Heng nodded, lowering his head and observing the scene ahead with his peripheral vision. In front of the cathedral, over a dozen holy court judges stood in a row, simultaneously channeling the essence of the beginning while silently reciting prayers. The golden holy light converged to form a large, over 2 meters long light ball that slowly rose into the sky. Feng Heng focused on a holy court elite judge in the middle controlling the divine light sphere. Huh, that is. Feng Heng's eyelids twitched, and his eyes couldn't look away, fixed on the wand held by the judge. A piece of darkened yellowed paper was affixed to the wand, emitting a faint light. Without a doubt, the light points contained the power of holy light properties. The believers of the holy court showed expressions of emotion, some even excitedly bowing their heads in prayer. Yamamu also pretended to have a devout appearance, murmuring prayers. Hint: you have absorbed holy light energy, your sacred studies skill experience +1. As the scattered holy light fell on him, Yamamu saw game prompts appearing, and his sacred studies skill experience was gradually increasing. Like most players studying sacred studies, Yamamu had not much attachment to the holy court, mostly maintaining a false respect on the surface. He had participated in the divine selection day many times, never chosen by the holy court, and had long given up hope. Nonetheless, the influx of holy light during the divine selection day could indeed boost his sacred studies skill experience. It was easier to passively gain experience than toil through missions for slight improvements. Something seems off. Yamamu, enjoying the boon of experience gains, suddenly noticed that the absorption of holy light today seemed unusually fast. In the past, the absorption process lasted about 5 minutes and yielded around 500 experience points, so why had he already absorbed over 300 points in less than a minute today? And the speed of experience gain kept accelerating? What was happening? Yamamu felt a sense of unease. The rapid increase in experience made him feel unstable. Yamamu suddenly opened his eyes. He found large clusters of holy light points converging around him. What was going on? Yamamu was startled, turning to look at Feng Heng. It was him. The light points were converging towards him. Strangely, Feng Heng hadn't absorbed any light points. Yamamu's eyes filled with suspicion. Feng Heng was also perplexed. He had already noticed the unusual light points around, but there was nothing he could do. He had maxed out his sacred studies skill and unable to absorb the scattered holy light around him. However, due to his specialized talent in sacred studies, the faint light continually gathered around him. Thus, the light points drawn to him were left unabsorbed, accumulating around him, benefiting Yamamu instead. Nearby believers also noted the anomaly and cast curious glances towards Feng Heng. A few bold players had begun sneaking closer to Feng Heng, intending to benefit from the situation. Regardless of what was happening with Feng Heng, absorbing skill experience was most crucial. The holy court judges at the entrance also noticed something amiss with Feng Heng, focusing their attention on him. People were different. Some had an innate ability to perceive the power of holy light and absorb it better. This was a divine gift. Those with the talent for sacred studies were rare finds. The judge had never encountered such exceptional talent in Feng Heng, who could attract a large number of holy light points. The depth of this believer's talent was unfathomable. Judge Sangji, overseeing the ceremony, was shocked. Each time the Divine Selection Day ritual occurred, the Holy Court aimed to recruit new talents. The Holy Light Sphere consumed part of the power of the fragments of the Book of Oaths each time it opened. With the decline in the strength of the Holy Court following the death of the great Archbishop Karl Killa and the attacks from various lordships and mage associations, they needed to replenish their ranks swiftly, leading to an early divine selection, recruiting a large group of believers to bolster their strength. It was, in blunt terms, cannon fodder. Who could have anticipated stumbling upon such a remarkably gifted believer? Feng Heng's potential in the sacred studies surprised Judge Sangji. It was extraordinary. Even if Karl Killa were alive, he might not have possessed such strong sacred studies talent. Could it be that the divine light had once again favored them? Or was it due to the reincarnation of the divine sun from the god realm? Sangji felt a surge of excitement and subtly raised his hand. A few holy court paladins behind him immediately approached and inquired softly, "Judge, do you have any instructions?" "Yes, check his information and report back immediately." "Understood." The paladins remembered Feng Heng's face, hastening to gather information about him. The scattered light continued for a full 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. Believers, God has acknowledged your devout prayers and made a selection among you. If you were willing to follow God's call and serve His will, then please follow me as more stringent tests await you. Elite Holy Court Judge Sangji spoke, nodding to a holy paladin beside him. The paladin proclaimed, "Now, the chosen believers step forward and stand beside me." Sangji raised his scepter and pointed towards Fang Heng in the crowd. "Will you accept God's guidance?" All eyes turned to Fang Heng. Fang Heng was taken aback. He had merely come to survey the area around the cathedral by chance and did not expect to encounter the divine selection ritual, especially being noticed for his sacred studies talent. How would he handle this situation? "Hurry up!" Yamamu, following where Sangji pointed, was surprised to see Fang Heng beside him. He was even more excited than Fang Heng, urging him with a soft voice, "Do not refuse." No believer would reject following God's guidance. Refusal would imply trouble. Fang Heng gazed at Sangji, thoughts racing through his mind. Was he discovered? Or was it solely because of his sacred studies talent that Sangji had chosen him? With some nerves, Yamamu whispered, "Lao Fang, what should we do?" Seeing Fang Heng still motionless, lost in thought for half a moment, Yamamu prompted him again, "Ignore whatever mission you have. Being chosen by the chief judge is rare. Once you enter the core of the Holy Court, you will surely receive personal guidance from the judge. What mission could be better than this? Help us when you flourish in the future." "All right, I'll go over and see." "You figure out a plan." Fang Heng quickly made a decision, masking his face with a mix of confusion and surprise as he slowly stood up. Fang Heng slightly bent over, following the instructions of the Holy Knight, stood by the side of the Holy Knight. Then, the other participants in the selection of the divine raised their scepters, selecting from the crowd those believers with divine academic talents. One by one, the believers walked out from the crowd, stood behind, lining up beside Fang Heng. Slowly, Sangya couldn't help but furrow his brow. He noticed that the number of chosen believers this time was significantly higher compared to before. Every believer selected couldn't hide their surprise. As the selection stage was about to end, a judge pointed the scepter at Yamamu. "You, step forward." Yamamu was taken aback, looked around, and found no one else around him. "Me. It's really me." Yamamu was greatly surprised after realizing he was chosen. He eagerly raised his arm and waved it vigorously, then followed the others and lined up at the back. In the past, during the selection day, at most, only 3 believers would be chosen, and there were often cases where no one passed the initial selection. Today was different, as the number of people passing the initial selection was unusually large, with roughly more than 60 people chosen. Today's ceremony and pilgrimage of selection come to an end here. The chosen ones will follow me to participate in the second round of trials, while the rest may disperse. Sangya nodded to the holy knights beside him, raised the scepter in his hand, and walked towards the cathedral. The believers gathered in the square outside the hall finished their prayers, stood up one by one, and slowly moved away from the mountainside exit. Mo Jiawei and Zuo Lingfang were not chosen. After hesitating for a moment, seeing the holy knights in the square beginning to clear the area, they had to follow the dispersing crowd out of the square. Fang Heng, Yamamu, and the other chosen believers followed the holy court judges into the cathedral. The cathedral's hall shone with sacred light, and the golden hall exuded a solemn atmosphere. Even though it was nighttime, the sunlight transformed by the divine light shone through the high crystal glass and illuminated the entire spacious hall. "Believers, please follow me." Sangya led everyone slowly forward along the hall. Fang Heng followed in the group, descending the steps until they arrived at a spacious circular hall at the end of the underground cathedral. The hall was bright and spacious, with a tall circular crystal pillar in the center. The walls were uneven, with some reliefs carved on them. Quietly leaning against the walls were several wooden crates. Standing in the hall with the holy knights, Fang Heng felt a peaceful and serene feeling welling up from his heart. A game prompt appeared again. Hint: players enter a special area. Hall of Devotion. Players are affected by a special effect. Serenity Influence. Divine magic spells have their special qualities that can influence a person's mind. Sangya stood in front of the central crystal pillar in the hall, slowly spreading his hands, his face showing devotion. "Believers, set aside your apprehensions, accept the trials bestowed upon you by the divine, show your strength and wisdom, and then embrace the gifts of the gods. A trial. Feng Heng's heart stirred, and he glanced inquiringly at Yamamu, who was also among the group of believers. Yamamu also looked bewildered, seemingly encountering such a trial for the first time. While Feng Heng was contemplating, Judge Sangya had already led the holy knights out of the hall. Suddenly, there were only over 60 chosen believers left in the entire hall. The door slammed shut, accompanied by the appearance of a golden light prohibition above it. As Sangya walked out of the hall, 2 members of the holy court hurried over, whispering a few words to Sangji's ear. "Judge, we have investigated. The believer you were concerned about is an outsider, accompanying Yamamu on this pilgrimage. We are sure we have never seen this person before. He just arrived in the holy city today seeking refuge. We checked and his name is Fangshuo." Yamamu. Sangya muttered to himself. He knew Yamamu well. What is Fangshuo's level of strength? Has he been accredited by the Holy Court Church? Judge, we have not found any information on this yet. We are currently searching through the registration records of all holy courts in recent years, but manpower is tight. It will take some time to check thoroughly. The holy knight nodded and continued. Furthermore, he brought 2 companions, and we have people monitoring them. Should we detain them? No need. Continue monitoring them and await further review. Understood. The 2 holy knights saluted and hastily left. Another accompanying holy court judge, Katter, listened to the conversation and felt that Sangya might be overreacting. He couldn't help but ask, "Sangya, in the past, the investigations began gradually 1 month after the selection ceremony had ended. Why the rush this time? Do you have strong suspicions about him?" As Sangya continued to ponder, he hummed softly, "The investigation is necessary. Every chosen believer needs to undergo a necessary screening." Katter frowned and continued, "Just now, you saw it yourself. The divine affinity of that believer can only be described as terrifying. If he has not undergone any divine practice, isn't it too dangerous to directly put him through an advanced assessment? Rushing things might not be a good idea." Sangya narrowed his eyes, looked up and said, "Katter, I understand your concerns, but the holy city is currently a mix of various elements. The appearance of Fangshuo seems too coincidental, giving me a bad feeling. The holy court is already walking on the most dangerous edge. A misstep could push us into the abyss. I have to be extra cautious." "I see." Katter nodded. "Are you trying to push him to see if he's hiding something?" "Exactly. Let's go to the prism mirror and observe their reactions." Sangya continued walking forward, saying, "I hope it's just my overthinking." In the Hall of Devotion, after the judges left, only over 60 selected holy court believers remained. These believers were all entering the cathedral for the first time and had no idea what the so-called assessment entailed, observing their surroundings curiously. More believers stood still, feeling hesitant and not daring to move. The hall was constructed in a huge circular shape with a prominent crystal pillar in the center of the room. Feng Heng glanced at the pillar a few more times. "Okay, A faint light halo radiated from the central crystal pillar. Seeing this situation, the people who were originally gathered in front of the crystal pillar all stepped back, staying vigilant. Feng Heng also focused his gaze on the large crystal pillar once again. A fragment! Upon closer inspection, in the center of the crystal pillar, a dark yellow fragment of an oath book unexpectedly appeared. The fragment flickered intermittently. The dark golden light emitted by the crystal pillar slowly spread around. Feng Heng cautiously took a step forward and found that the dark golden light did not harm him. So, he gathered his courage and took a few more steps forward, attempting to reach out and touch the central fragment through the crystal. Just as his hand lifted and approached, Suddenly, a golden light burst from the center of the crystal pillar. The light scattered over the people. Hint: you have been affected by a healing effect, increasing the rate of your life recovery. Hint: you are under the protection of an unknown force. Feng Heng paused, frowned, and suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. Crackle, crackle. Strange noises echoed around the crystal pillar. Following that, dark golden light points began flickering in the air like electric currents, gradually converging. The points accumulated more and more, forming fist-sized light spheres in less than a minute. What's that? The believers below looked up at those golden orbs. Hiss, hiss. Uneven spikes gradually protruded from the surface of the orbs. This time, 10 times more believers participated in the divine selection compared to before. Aside from Fang Heng, many players were also involved. One of the players happened to have a perception-type talent and was continuously using skills to explore the golden orbs. Suddenly feeling something amiss, he shouted, "Be careful!" Swish! The orb with spikes all over it flew straight towards him. "Darn!" the player exclaimed and quickly stopped using his talent, evading to the side in a panic. The next moment, the orbs in the air began to shake, heading towards the believers undergoing the trial below. "Run! Get out of the way!" The believers shouted and scattered to escape, but the entire hall was already sealed, leaving nowhere to run. The venue became chaotic in an instant. A believer who was a bit far from the central crystal pillar ran to the wall and suddenly noticed a wooden box at his feet. The box was unlocked. Weapons. The believer opened the box and found it filled with a bunch of equipped weapons. Couldn't help but shout out, "Everyone! There are weapons in the box!" Upon hearing this, the believers immediately realized that the box might have been intentionally left by the divine court for them to handle this trial, and they hurried towards the edge of the hall where the box was located. Fang Heng, who was closest to the crystal pillar, became a target for the spiked light spheres. Sensing the danger, Fang Heng promptly retreated. However, one spiked orb still flew towards him. Yima Mu swiftly pulled Fang Heng away to dodge the attack of the spiked orb, protecting him as they ran towards the wooden box on the right side. "Brother, follow me. Let's go over there." "Okay." At this moment, apart from his mental strength, Fang Heng's other physical attributes were significantly weakened. He estimated that being hit by a spiked orb would take away a large portion of his health, so he didn't dare to be careless and hastily followed Yima Mu towards the box by the wall. Yima Mu's combat ability was not weak. Anticipating the movements of the golden spiked orbs, he dodged while subtly instructing Fang Heng. "Fang Shuo, be careful and follow me. My special talent is related to perception. I can sense someone constantly observing us in secret, most likely from the divine court. Don't reveal any skills other than sacred studies." "Got it." In the critical moment, Yima Mu did not forget to include Fang Heng. Aside from Fang Heng being his employer, Yima Mu was greatly impressed by the astonishing performance Fang Heng displayed in the square earlier and believed that Fang Heng would prosper after joining the divine court. The flying holy light spiked orbs in the air were initially not very fast, but they gradually accelerated. The speed at which the golden orbs condensed also increased. In a moment, the hall was filled with flying spiked orbs, leaving less and less space for the believers to dodge. Several believers who had no resistance were hit by the spiked orbs and knocked down, fainting motionless on the ground, covered in a faint dark golden light. A few alert believers lay down on the spot, pretending to be unconscious, trying to buy some time. Little did they know, the spiked orbs had some sort of perception ability and continued to target them. Bang! Bang bang! The spiked orbs knocked the pretenders unconscious. The playing dead tactic had no effect. Instead, it helped others gain a bit of time. Yima Mu led Fang Heng to a wooden box at the edge of the hall, casually flipping it open. The box was stocked full of weapons. Yima Mu reached in and pulled out an unopened metal cleaver, weighing it in his hand before looking at Fang Heng with a questioning glance. Fang Heng silently shook his head. Given his current state, close combat was not suitable. Just as Yima Mu was about to say something, his brow furrowed, and he shouted, "Move!" Immediately, Fang Heng tilted his head to dodge. Swish! The cleaver grazed past Fang Heng's ear and struck the spiked orb coming from the right side. Boom! With a dull sound, the spiked orb was knocked back. Damn it, that was close. Yima Mu bit his lower lip, shook his wrist to alleviate the tingling sensation, then said sharply, "Fang Shuo, you?" However, when he turned around, he found no one by his side. A quick glance revealed Fang Heng rummaging through the box in front of him. Fang Heng quickly searched through the weapons in the box. If close combat was not an option, maybe choosing long-range magic skills would be better. He rummaged through the top layer of melee weapons and found a wooden staff underneath. Item: Trials Gift Staff. Equipment requirements: Basic Sacred Studies. Description: A basic staff provided by the Divine Court, increasing the success rate of sacred magic spells by 3% when equipped. Description: Additional skill: Holy Light Shield Basic. Description: special item, cannot be stored in the inventory. Fang Heng examined the properties of the wooden staff and, like Yimamu, weighed it in his hand. As Fang Heng invoked the Book of Genesis, over 20 pairs of eyes instantly gathered on him. What? It's actually the Book of Genesis. Holy Light Shield. A golden shield opened up, instantly enveloping Fang Heng within it. Bang! The spike of holy light from the right side struck the shield, only to be instantly deflected. Yimamu was stunned in place, unable to tear his eyes away from Fang Heng. What? A shrine priest of the Holy Court. He's already a priest? Yimamu had always thought Fang Heng was a player infiltrating the Sacred Academy for a hostile mission, never expecting that Fang Heng was also part of the church. Yimamu was immediately thrown off balance, staring at Fang Heng for a good half-second without saying a word. Something's not right. Clearly being from the Holy Court, why would they sneak in here? Why not come openly? Fang Heng remained silent, instead raising his wooden staff and pointing it towards the bewildered Yimamu. Weapon blessing. Suddenly, Yimamu's pupils constricted, immediately looking down. He discovered a layer of dark golden light attached to the unopened blade in his hand. The light seemed substantial, flowing gently on the blade. What the heck? A support-enhancing skill from the Holy Branch. He really is a shrine priest. Yimamu, don't get distracted. Watch out on your right. Fang Heng's shout rang in Yimamu's ears, causing him to quickly snap back to reality, swinging the blade towards the direction of the whistling wind from the right. Swish! The blade accurately struck the dark golden spike ball attacking from the right. Crack! Clack! 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 At the moment of impact, cracks spread across the central sphere of the spike ball. The spike ball wobbled and flew towards the sky. Boom! The entire spike ball exploded in mid-air with a bang. The explosion attracted the attention of many devotees, all looking towards Yimamu. What the heck? The ball was actually shattered by Yimamu's blade. Yimamu was equally astonished. He found that under Fang Heng's skill enhancement, his blade had become incredibly sharp, shattering the entire golden spike ball with just one hit. Fang Heng. That player. What's his background? Yimamu couldn't make sense of it, looking back at Fang Heng with a look of disbelief in his eyes. The skill was indeed that skill. The base skill of the Holy Branch, weapon blessing without a doubt. But the effect was too exaggerated, right? It was as if the skill displayed by the Archbishop of the Holy Court himself, its effect was several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Swish! Swish swish swish! Before Yimamu could ask, a large number of golden light dots dispersed in the air, transforming into tiny dark golden dots. The dots floated down slowly, drifting towards Fang Heng's location. Huh? The golden light absorbed by Fang Heng was instantly assimilated after falling on him. Unlike the previous election outside, Fang Heng felt a warm stream of energy merging into his body, like soaking in warm water. Simultaneously, several game prompts popped up. Hint: you are influenced by the skill Divine Light, Radiance. Hint: player's current status detected, Novice Holy Studies. Novice Holy Studies can be enhanced to Intermediate Holy Studies. Hint: triggered mission, Ascend to Intermediate Holy Studies. Mission name: Ascend to Intermediate Holy Studies. Mission description: you have encountered an unknown special power, allowing you to gain a deeper understanding of divine power. Mission requirement: continue absorbing divine light, radiance to complete the advancement. Current advancement energy requirement 0.3/100. So that's how it is. The golden holy light is a special form of divine energy, and it can increase the level of holy study skills. A tinge of joy flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. This way, he could also elevate his level of holy studies. Yimamu also absorbed a small portion of the holy light dots, revealing a joyful expression. So trials could bring additional gains. Breaking these light balls could yield additional experience in holy studies. He stood by Fang Heng's side. Although most light dots were absorbed by Fang Heng, he also managed to pick up some. Unlike the previous trials, these light dots contained much greater power, causing a sharp rise in holy study experience. Excited, Yimamu tossed aside all doubts he had about Fang Heng. Who cared who Fang Heng was? Even if Fang Heng's name was fake, considering how difficult it was to advance in holy studies, might as well brush up a bit, right? Even if Fang Heng was from the necrotic branch, cooperation was still necessary. Brother, You're impressive. Yamamu excitedly nodded to Fang Heng behind him, both heading towards a spiked light ball on the right. Except for a few devotees with weak inherent strength who were eliminated at the start of the trial, the remaining believers were quite resourceful, gradually forming several small teams equipping themselves with weapons from wooden crates to resist the spiked light balls. Finally, after strenuous efforts, several teams managed to break the spiked light balls, realizing that the golden light dots, scattered after the explosion, could enhance their power in holy studies. The believers gradually grasped the way of this trial, no one speaking out loud, silently waiting for the chance to attack the light balls. For a while, the entire hall fell into a tense silence. Only the sounds of weapon impacts and occasional shouts could be heard. Fang Heng collaborated with Yamamu, with Fang Heng assisting and Yamamu focusing on output. The speed at which they exterminated the holy spike balls was not slow. As the spiked light balls continuously ruptured in midair, transforming into scattered golden light dots absorbed by Fang Heng. However, as they fought on, the devotees in the hall realized something. After sustaining a certain degree of damage, the spiked light balls would gradually float towards the sky and explode. Consequently, at least half of the scattered golden light dots would converge towards Fang Heng's direction. This portion of the golden light dots would be divided between Fang Heng and Yamamu. More and more believers sensed that something was amiss, although none dared to speak out, silently raising their weapons to combat and exterminate the light balls. The believers were not foolish. They all recognized Fang Heng, the young man who had attracted a significant amount of divine energy in the square. Even the elite judicator Sandar regarded him with special favor. Once they entered the holy court, Fang Heng was destined for great success. Why make an enemy of him with such provocative behavior? Despite some internal disgruntlement, no one was willing to step forward first. But the players were beginning to feel impatient. What's this? After toiling away to kill monsters, why should half of the burst golden light dots be randomly taken away by someone we don't even know? A whole half. It was not easy to find an opportunity to gain a large amount of Sanctum experience points, only to have a significant portion taken away by a stranger who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Irritating. The players kept casting glances towards Fang Heng. They had two choices: endure it or take the chance to eliminate him now. The players were waiting for someone brave enough to make a move, such as the 4 players gathered together over there. Ida Mudden was a small faction formed by players in the city, all of whom studied sacred teachings and stuck together for warmth. This time, luck was on their side, as all 4 players passed the initial selection simultaneously. They exchanged quick glances, all wary of Fang Heng. That peculiar young man. Their faction had been developing in the game for over a decade, and only one holy knight had passed the divine selection test to join the Sanctum, enjoying great benefits and various resource support from within. If Fang Heng also successfully joined the Sanctum, his talent had a high probability of affecting the position of the faction leader in the Sanctum, directly impacting the interests of each member of their team. Instead of that, it was better to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of him. Since Fang Heng revealed his talents, they had become enemies from that moment on. Moreover, they had the moral high ground this time. Realizing this, the team was prepared to take action. Stop! One of the apprentice paladins in the player team, Mormir, stared at Imamu and shouted, "Imamu! Who is he after all? Fair competition, using tricks to absorb our abilities. Is that fun? Make him stop immediately, or we won't be polite." Imamu had already noticed the freebie experience points and knew they were in the wrong. To stay low-key, both he and Fang Heng were quietly developing in a corner. After Mormir took the initiative, more believers cast unfriendly glances towards Fang Heng and his companions. In no time, the two became the targets of everyone's hostility. Fang Heng raised his head slowly, looking at the 3 with a hint of disdain in his eyes. The absorption rate of holy light particles was not high to begin with, and the experience points were increasing slowly. There were still 3/4 of the remaining spike light balls in the hall, not enough to share among so many people. He had been thinking about how to maximize his experience points when someone chose to confront them. That made things easier. Imamu, sensing the tension, stepped forward half a step to shield Fang Heng and whispered, "Fangshuo, be careful. These people are not easy to deal with. Imamu, spare me the small talk. Considering we all live in the same city, you all have benefited enough. Let's each take a step back now and call it quits. How about that?" Imamu stared at the newcomer, and asked in a deep voice, "Oh, how do you want to step back? Hand over Fangshuo, we can accept you, help you pass the trial together, and I can be your referrer to join Ida Mutton." Imamu's expression turned cold. What if I don't agree? Mormir was taken aback. He thought the conditions he offered were very generous, but Imamu didn't even hesitate to refuse. "No, hey, since you're not giving face, you know how many people outside are begging to join our faction." Feeling insulted, Mormir gestured towards Fang Heng's location. "Then go die with him." The spike light balls in mid-air were guided by Mormir, rushing towards Fang Heng's location. Mormir's eyes glinted with killing intent, wanting to kill Fang Heng in one go. "See where you can run." Fang Heng's eyes also showed surprise. Huh! The spike light balls were actually guided by psychic power. Light shield. Faced with the incoming spike light balls, the light shield opened again. Bang! Bang bang bang! Over 10 spike light balls bombarded the shield in succession, making a series of impacts. Surprisingly, the shield showed no signs of damage under the bombardment, but the spike light balls were bounced back. Fang Heng licked his lips. With the enhancement from his psychic attribute, 600% skill effect from his passive skill, and additional bonuses from his sacred study talent, even a basic shield could exhibit tremendous strength. Let's see how long you can hold on. Seeing his first move fail, Mormir gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Continue." After the light balls were deflected, they once again bombarded the shield in front of Fang Heng. More spike light balls gathered towards Fang Heng. Imamu's expression turned unpleasant. He thought his faction members wouldn't go too far during the Sanctum trial, but they were directly taking action. Next to him, Fang Heng whispered, "Stop hesitating. These attacks can't break the shield. Ignore them and continue your plan." "Yes, fine." Imamu also felt a surge of determination and focused on cutting through the spike light balls. The experience points were increasing slowly, much to Fang Heng's frustration. All he had were two simple abilities recorded in the Book of Origins, Holy Light Purification and Weapon Blessing, both support abilities. The main output still relied on Imamu's attacks. Hint, you found the item, Staff of Divine Grace. Unfortunately, most of the equipment in the box doesn't have any special attributes. Even after flipping through it for quite some time, nothing was found. Until flipping to the bottom of a certain box, Fang Heng let out a light exclamation. Item. Unclean Bestowal Staff. Equipment requirement, Basic Divine Magic. Description. Equipping this will decrease spell success rate by an additional 20%. All your hostile single target directional skills will have deviations can be compensated for by mental manipulation, and your spell control difficulty will increase by an additional 500%. Additional skill, Holy Fire Meteor. Skill description condenses a beam of holy light to attack enemies, dealing additional damage to undead, infernal, vampire, and similar life forms. Skill cooldown of 0.3 seconds. Additional skill, Unclean. Skill description, releasing Holy Fire Meteor with this skill will additionally reduce cooldown by 50%, reduce consumption by 50%, and reduce accuracy by 50%. Good stuff. Found an active output skill of the Holy Element. Fang Heng immediately grabbed the staff from the wooden box. Simultaneously, the holy light barrier enveloping Fang Heng and Imamu suddenly disappeared. Just as Imamu was about to explode a golden light dot with a knife, seeing the disappearance of the holy light barrier, he looked sideways at Fang Heng in confusion. What's going on? Opportunity. They can't hold on anymore. Mormal had already torn his face with Fang Heng, and seeing the dispersal of the shield barrier, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, immediately shouting out, while two paladins next to him rushed towards Fang Heng, seizing the interval when the shield was broken to deliver a fatal blow to Fang Heng. The two paladins quickly closed the distance between them and Fang Heng. When they were nearly 10 meters away from Fang Heng, the two apprentice paladin players sensed an ominous premonition. They couldn't see fear on Fang Heng's face, instead, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Fang Heng slowly raised the staff in his hand, aiming at the paladin player attacking from the right. Mormal's pupils suddenly contracted, clearly seeing a faint glow appearing at the tip of the staff. Holy Fire Meteor! Swish! The light dot condensed into a round ball and attacked forward. Seeing the skill Fang Heng displayed, the paladin charging forward unexpectedly breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a scare. They thought it was some powerful advanced skill. Just an ordinary holy fire meteor, a basic sacrificial skill. Even without equipment, they could withstand it for a few rounds relying on their own attributes. On the other hand, Fang Shuo, only at the apprentice sacrificial stage and losing the protection of the holy light shield, would be dead if someone got close. No chance of turning the tables. The paladins judged the attack route of the holy fire meteor spell and continued to charge forward with the metal shield held in front. Boom! The holy fire meteor struck the metal shield. A muffled sound. The paladins suddenly felt that their shield in front of them was hit hard. Subsequently, their pupils shrank, feeling a surge of irresistible force. They couldn't even maintain their forward steps for a moment, stumbling back to steps in a row. What's going on? Why is it so heavy? The paladins were surprised, quickly scanning the game prompts. Hint: you are under attack. Your skill, Shield Block, takes effect, fully absorbing the damage from this attack. Shield takes additional durability damage. Hint: additional judgment. You have been thrown into a state of shock, duration 0.01 seconds. Looking down, they saw a small dent on the shield where the holy fire meteor hit, and the durability of the shield had dropped by a fifth. The attack power of holy fire meteor is so high. Be careful! Hearing a shout in his ear, the paladins lifted their heads suddenly. What? Swish! Swish, swish, swish! Raising their heads, they saw 70 to 80 holy fire meteors flying towards them front and back. Damn! This is not an ordinary basic holy fire meteor. It's like a shower of holy fire meteors. The paladins cursed inwardly, losing any thought of continuing to charge forward and fight Fang Heng. They quickly raised their shields and dodged to the side. But it was too late. The accuracy of holy fire meteor was insufficient, so Fang Heng simply continuously unleashed the skill, covering a large area directly. The paladins found out they couldn't escape the range of the holy fire meteor shower. It's over. The paladins had cold sweat on their foreheads and could only look for the weakest point of attack in the meteor shower, holding the shield tightly in front of them. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! The next moment, 7 to 8 holy fire meteors continuously hit the shield in front of them, bursting out golden rays of light. Bang! The shield that was picked up from the box was not at full durability to begin with. Under the continuous bombardment of holy fire meteors, the shield shattered, and the apprentice paladin player was hit by the remaining holy fire meteors, flying backward and finally fainting on the ground. Buzz! A dark golden light engulfed the fallen paladin. The other apprentice paladin player, who was originally chasing after Fang Heng, saw his companion's miserable death and couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and his legs a bit weak. Can this be overcome? Fang Heng shifted his gaze towards him, slowly raised the staff in his hand, and aimed once again at him. Shoo! Swish! Swish, swish, swish! Continuously, the holy fire meteor shot out from the staff again, towards the paladin player who was chasing him. Damn! The paladin player yelled, turned around, and ran, frantic to escape. In the end, only 2 holy fire meteors struck his shield. Watching the paladin player leave the attack range, Fang Heng slowly lowered the staff in his hand. The cooldown time of holy fire meteor was originally 0.1 seconds, with low consumption, and combined with the cooldown reduction effect of his plague virus skill and the weapon's own cooldown reduction, he could easily release skills continuously. The downside is that holy fire meteor is a rather basic skill with low attack power and a very limited attack range. The low attack power can be compensated by the high mental power provided by the plague virus, the 600% additional effect of the extra skill, and the innate talent in divine magic. After comprehensive strengthening, it might still not be enough to face strong opponents like the Judgment Knights of the Holy Court, but it was easy to deal with these ordinary players. As for the attack range, it's a bit awkward. Fang Heng looked at Mormal and the others on the other side of the hall from a distance. It's not that he didn't want to eradicate the trouble completely, but the conditions didn't allow it. Anyway, after this probe, Momiel's heart harbored even more wariness towards Fang Heng. Yima noticed Fang Heng using this move, and after the initial surprise, a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. Mard, now we've got a big opportunity. Having bad luck for over a decade, today is finally turning around. Fang Heng still maintained the posture of lifting the scepter. The increase in spiritual power also accelerated the recovery rate of his mana. He tried to lift the scepter again, aiming at the thorn light ball not far away in the air. Whoosh! 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 Over 30 holy fire meteors continuously struck the thorn light ball. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. Under the continuous bombardment, the sacred thorn burst open, scattering dots of energy in the air. After the skill was released, Feng Heng furrowed his brow. The effect was very ordinary. The thorn light ball had natural additional resistance to attacks from the divine system, capable of withstanding more damage. Moreover, the accuracy of the holy fire meteors was really poor, with a hit rate of only about 30%. Maybe I can try that. Feng Heng murmured to himself, squatting down, and picked up another scepter that had just been thrown on the ground. Buzz, a holy light shield opened up, once again enveloping Feng Heng and Yima in the center. Yima, still excited to latch onto a big opportunity, saw Feng Heng switch back to turtle shell mode and couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's going on? Wasn't that powerful just now? Why did it stop? Keep going. Yima moved closer to Feng Heng's position, lowered her voice, and softly asked, "What's going on? Why did you stop?" Feng Heng helplessly shrugged, looking around at the believers in the hall with a helpless smile on his face, and replied in a louder voice, "I can't continue. I didn't manage the degree well in using this skill for the first time, and my spiritual power is quickly depleting." Ah! Yima's heart sank as she listened, her expression changing. She continued to move her lips, speaking softly in a tone only audible to the two of them. "It's okay, wait behind me. I'll try to buy you time to recover your spiritual power." On the other side of the hall, Momil couldn't hear Yima's words very clearly, but he heard what Feng Heng said, and combined with observing Yima's expression, he suddenly had a thought. Depleted spiritual power, yes. Although the Holy Fire Meteor is a low-level divine skill with low mana consumption, it still can't withstand Feng Heng's continuous usage. An ordinary person would have exhausted their spiritual power after releasing around 20 beams consecutively. He had just added up to over 100 times. His spiritual power must be running low. Momil suddenly felt he had an opportunity. Seize the opportunity from his misfortune. However, Momil watched Feng Heng warily and felt there might be a problem. Did his spiritual power really deplete? Or was it a tactic to lure them into launching an attack? Why did he talk so loudly? Momil even felt that Feng Heng deliberately spoke loudly for him to hear. Or was Feng Heng intentionally doing this? Pretending to be weak? Intentionally baiting them into attacking? But did he really have the ability to continue unleashing the Holy Fire Meteor hundreds of times and still have plenty of spiritual power left? Momil didn't believe it. He stared intensely at Feng Heng, increasingly feeling that Feng Heng was scheming deep down. Or was it that Feng Heng had already reached the third level, intentionally boldly saying his spiritual power was depleted to make him think he was setting up a doubt? In fact, he simply ran out of spiritual power. Unconsciously, a cold sweat broke out on Momil's forehead. "Hey!" Momil came up with an idea, turning to look at the many believers surrounding him, and said, "Are you all prepared to just stand here and watch? Watch him take the final victory of this trial." Other believers looked at each other, some hesitating, but still no one spoke. Momil gritted his teeth. "Let me tell you the truth, only one person will ultimately pass the trial. Even if other people manage to survive by chance and get chosen by the Holy Court, it's useless. You will always be the bottom members of the Holy Court, forever just being cannon fodder. There is only one spot for core members of the Holy Court. If we don't take him down, we are just followers." Momil's words began to have an effect. Many believers cast hostile glances towards Feng Heng, especially the remaining players. Over the years, according to the players, the only one who had become an internal member of the Holy Court through the Divine Selection Ceremony was the leader of the Ida Mountain Gang. Only the Ida Mountain Gang understood the trial. A player looked at Momil with a hint of doubt in his eyes and asked, "Are you sure? Of course, do you think I need to lie to you?" At these words, everyone's expressions turned even more hostile towards Feng Heng. The players frowned, constantly weighing their options. Meanwhile, in the face of the prism of the Holy Court, the performance of Feng Heng and his group was clearly seen by the judges of the Holy Court. Everyone was amazed at Feng Heng's powerful divine affinity ability. Judge Kadar's face was full of excitement. From the qualities Fang Heng displayed during the trial, his divine affinity ability was exceptionally strong, and his talent in magic was also extremely high. So high that it was incomprehensible. Sanj, did you see that? He is a genius. A genius that appears once in a millennium. We should immediately invite the elders over to take a look. He needs to be trained intensively. Sanj, who was overseeing this divine selection trial, looked at the image in the prism, feeling somewhat shocked. Seeing Sanj not speaking, Katar became even more excited and raised his voice. Sanj, what are you waiting for? I have a premonition that he is the next Grand Bishop we're looking for, and he might even become the first Pope to appear on our continent. I have seen his potential. You must have seen it too. Right. Sanj's attention was still on the crystal projection mirror, and he nodded. Yes, As she spoke, Katar furrowed his brows slightly, noticing something, and quickly turned to look at the prism. Inside the Hall of Faith, the believers' reactions to Momil's words were mixed with a hint of hostility, but no one actually made a move against him. However, some players were getting impatient. After a short 2-minute negotiation, Momil reached a deal with the remaining 3 players in the hall, preparing to work together to deal with Fang Heng. I don't believe his mental strength is that strong. Momil pointed a finger at Fang Heng. Let's go together. The 3 paladins charged towards Fang Heng simultaneously. Momil glared fiercely at Fang Heng. Whatever Fang Heng was planning, the worst-case scenario would be failure. The opportunity was right in front of them. They had to try. Seeing the 3 approaching, a sly smile flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. Couldn't resist, could you? Fang Heng didn't retreat, but instead advanced, immediately switching to the unclean offering scepter in his hand, taking a step forward. The 2 paladins on his right, who were charging towards Fang Heng, saw him raise the scepter towards them, and their hearts skipped a beat. Oh no! He was indeed deceiving them. His mental strength was still strong. The 2 paladins didn't think about engaging Fang Heng in close combat immediately, but raised their shields and quickly retreated. Whoosh, whoosh! Golden light continued to burst out from the tip of the scepter. Dense holy fire meteors descended. The 2 paladins frantically fled backward, relieved when they finally escaped the range of the holy fire meteors. Boom, boom! Many holy fire meteors landed on the central crystal pillar in the hall, creating ripples. Fang Heng paid no attention to the players, his gaze fixed on the crystal pillar. His initial target was not the players, but the crystal pillar. More precisely, he wanted to test attacking the crystal pillar to see if he could get the torn page of the Book of Oaths in the center of the pillar. Hint: you have inflicted damage to the crystal pillar. The game prompt on his retina confirmed his belief. Using the players as a distraction, his main target was actually the crucial pillar. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Don't rush. His spell precision is limited. Seeing this, Momil was also pleased and immediately shouted to alert the other players. They had found Fang Heng's weakness. While he had strong spell power and continuous casting abilities, his attack range and precision were his weaknesses. Boom, boom, boom. Chaotic holy fire meteors exploded once again on the central pillar. The 2 paladins also discovered Fang Heng's weakness and began dodging along with the central pillar. Fang Heng seemed to be caught up in the moment, continuously releasing holy fire meteors to chase and attack the 3 paladins. On the side, Yumamu frowned. What is this? The King Qin circling the pillar. Why did it look like Fang Shuo was not very clever? Through the prism, observing Fang Heng's actions, Sangji's expression grew increasingly serious. The central crystal pillar sustained damage, and the image projected on the mirror became somewhat flickering. Was it a coincidence? Something felt off. Sang asked, has there been any feedback on the investigation regarding Fang Shuo? Judge, there's a lot of related review material, and in the past, it usually takes us about half a month to review all of it. Understood. Go and push for it. Speed up the review. Yes. Click, click, click. As they were speaking, the prism projection darkened quickly. What's wrong? Can't see anything? A priest nearby stepped forward and said, Yes, Judge, the crystal prism is the source of the image projection. After the prism is damaged, there are fluctuations in the image transmission. It must have been affected by the holy fire meteor skill. Watching the fluctuating image on the prism, Cardle said, the holy fire meteor itself is difficult to control, and the unclean power in Fang Shuo's hands is even more challenging to control, accidentally damaging the central crystal pillar. Another judge echoed, his mental strength is impressive, but when it comes to control, he seems somewhat weak. Katter was in a very good mood and said, there is no such thing as a perfect genius. Slightly weaker mental control is not fatal. Just having his level of mental strength and affinity with the holy light is enough. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As they were talking, the entire projection suddenly darkened. The hall fell silent once again. It seems like the prism has completely malfunctioned. Sange, why have you been so quiet? For some reason, Sange felt a strange unease around Fang Heng, making him somewhat anxious. With the prism malfunctioning, there's no point in staying here. Let's go back to the Hall of Faith and have a look. With that, Sange took a step with the others and returned to the Hall of Faith. Returning to the outside of the Hall of Faith, the hall's doors were tightly shut. The red color above the door indicated the current state of the trial. The trial was still ongoing. Since ancient times, once the divine selection trial started, it could not be stopped until it concluded, as per tradition. Everyone looked at each other before shifting their gaze to Sange. It has always been a tradition not to disturb the trial process of divine selection. We will wait outside the door. Yes. Inside the hall, Fang Heng pretended to continuously chase and attack several apprentice paladin players, but in reality, he directed most of his holy fire meteor attacks towards the central crystal pillar in the hall. Hint, your skill holy fire meteor deals damage to the crystal pillar. Hint, your skill. A row of game notifications refreshed on his retina. Fang Heng had already noticed the fine cracks appearing on the crystal pillar. It was getting close, very close. Momil watched as Fang Heng continuously unleashed his skills, as if they cost him nothing, his expression turning increasingly grim. He had initially planned to deplete Fang Heng's mana by forcing him to move around, but realized during the actual operation that it was wishful thinking. Fang Heng was a monster. His mana seemed unlimited. Everyone, we've come this far. Why hold back now? Momil glanced at the two players who had not yet joined the fight, snorted heavily, took out a bottle of potion from his pocket, swallowed it, and with faint black veins overflowing from his body, his muscles swelled. Don't hold back. Let's go together. Momil shouted, entering close combat mode with red eyes, charged directly at Fang Heng from the other side. Fang Heng noticed the changes in Momil and furrowed his brows, glancing at his own mana levels. After a wave of expenditure, his mana was at a lower level. Originally hovering in the air and attacking, the spiked light balls shattered one after another. Stars burst and fell from the sky. What's going on? The spiked light balls shattered. Does this trial end now? The believers were astounded, unaware of what was happening, when suddenly, a loud explosion rang out in their ears. Boom! With a violent blast, the central crystal pillar in the hall also exploded. Fang Heng felt his surroundings instantly enveloped in a golden light. He tried to force his eyes open to see the condition of the remnants of the oath book in the central crystal pillar. But he couldn't at all. His vision was shrouded in golden light. Stimulated by the light, tears flowed uncontrollably from Fang Heng's eyes, and he had to shut them. Even with his eyes closed, game prompts continued to refresh on his retinas. Hint, you are affected by the skill Holy Light, Radiance. Due to your Holy Studies talent being higher than 500, you are fully immune to absorbing negative effects of this skill energy this time. Hint, players' current mid-level Holy Studies require plus 2.8 energy points to advance. Hint, players' current mid-level. So many. Fang Heng's heart stirred. He found that the experience points required for advancing in mid-level Holy Studies were increasing in large increments. Hint, your skill has been upgraded to mid-level Holy Studies. Hint, you have been forcibly given 3,000 main God points, and you have successfully advanced to mid-level Holy Studies, forgetting your original skill, beginner-level Holy Studies. Hint, you have mastered the skill mid-level Holy Studies. Skill, mid-level Holy Studies LV, 1 skill description, middle-level skill in Holy Studies. With this skill, you can use most of the relevant tools in Holy Studies and learn related Holy Studies skills. Skill description, your spirit and will attributes are increased by 35 points. Skill description, this skill can be upgraded up to LVA 20. Warning, your main God points are currently in negative value. Players' newly acquired main god points will first be used to repay the outstanding points. Repayment points have SSS priority. When the main god points are in negative state, some functions cannot be used by the player. The prompt slowly disappeared. Darn, you have to deduct main god points to level up. And it's even a forced deduction with no choice. It's even a debt of game points. Fang Heng thought to himself that the game was a bit tricky. Not only did he have not repaid the old debts, but new debts were added. Ordinary players really couldn't afford to learn advanced skills. It seems that besides holy studies, there is a high probability that other academic advancements will also require the deduction of main god points after reaching mid-level. When advancing in other studies later on, he would have to be careful and save main god points to avoid being tricked again. Lost in thought, Fang Heng tried to slowly open his eyes. The dazzling golden light around him had gradually dimmed. Substantial energy light particles floated and gathered around him, but in a state that could not be absorbed. It seems that the holy light can no longer provide experience bonuses for mid-level holy studies. I'll have to find another way to level up, Fang Heng muttered to himself, looking around. In the hall, originally over 40 followers now were less than half, all with their eyes closed, still absorbing the golden light energy. Almost everyone seemed unsteady on their feet, and some couldn't control themselves and fell faint on the ground from time to time, apparently unable to handle the negative effects of absorbing sacred energy in a short time. Fang Heng looked ahead, and in the ruins of the shattered central crystal pillar, a yellowed book page was suspended in the center. A fragment of the Oath Book. The golden light in the hall was emitted by the remnants of the Oath Book. Fang Heng cautiously closed his eyes, trying to sense the surroundings. The feeling of being spied on in secret had disappeared with the destruction of the crystal pillar. He could take action. Opening his eyes again, Fang Heng slowly walked forward, approaching the remnants of the Oath Book floating in mid-air. He raised his hand, and with just a faint thought, the remnants of the Oath Book in mid-air seemed to be guided and flew slowly into Fang Heng's palm. Hint: player has found the item, Remnants of the Oath Book. Item: Oath Book Fragment Description. One of the fragments of the Oath Book, containing some holy light attribute power. Description: cannot be activated due to missing relevant conditions. Hint: player possesses mid-level holy studies. Conditions for Mo Check 1 are met. Hint: player's holy studies talent far exceeds the fixed condition by 100. Conditions for Check 2 are met, weakening condition 3. Hint: player's mental power and intelligence attributes are both higher than 50. Condition 3 is met. Hint: player can choose to bind the item, Oath Book Fragment. After binding, confirm ownership, cannot be traded, and forcefully trading or looting will damage the item. Huh? Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. The last time he saw the description of the remnants of the Oath Book, the item information was the same, but this time, there was an option to bind the item. Fang Heng checked the game log carefully and reviewed the 3 check conditions required for binding the item. So, was this hint appearing because he had advanced in mid-level holy studies? Fang Heng nodded and said, bind. A faint light reappeared on the remnants of the Oath Book in his hand. Hint: player has bound the current Oath Book Fragment. The Oath Book Fragment will be automatically destroyed upon player's death. Hint: current remaining energy of the Oath Book Fragment, 5,218 TSK. The Oath Book disappeared instantly and was stuffed into Fang Heng's backpack. Is that it? Fang Heng wondered. He looked through the item prompts again and found that besides the indication of remaining energy, there was no difference in the item description of the remnants of the Oath Book. Odd, Fang Heng murmured to himself, seeing that the other believers in the hall were gradually coming to. Temporarily setting aside his doubts, he quickly retreated to the position where Yamamu was. As the golden light in the hall gradually dimmed, the believers who hadn't fainted slowly opened their eyes. Yamamu also opened his eyes. He looked at Fang Heng standing next to him, looking like he had just awakened. What happened? The awakened believers looked around in confusion, staring at each other, the doubt in their eyes visible. Murma suddenly turned his head and looked at Fang Heng, his eyes shining with caution. What did you do? Did you intentionally destroy the pillar? Fang Heng furrowed his brows. What are you talking about? Xia Qi, you won't admit it. You've been acting weird from the beginning. Do you dare say you didn't do it on purpose? Fang Heng shook his head. Ha! Do you have any evidence? What's going on? Fang Heng didn't have time to react to stop the actions of the remnants of the Oath Book, as the game prompts on the retina quickly refreshed. Hint: the player has mastered Intermediate Divine Studies, triggering the passive skill of the Oath Book remnants, Sacred Counterattack. Skill: Sacred Counterattack. This skill is a passive skill, cannot be cancelled, and automatically expires when energy runs out. Explanation: when targeted by hostile attacks within a certain range, the remnants of the Oath Book will actively counterattack the target. This counterattack has a chance to disrupt enemy attacks, consuming the residual energy within the remnants of the Oath Book. Explanation: the damage from the attack is related to the player's level of Divine Studies, the player's own attributes, and the player's Divine Studies talents. Not good. It turns out, it's a skill triggered passively. Seeing the passive description on the skill, Fang Heng felt trouble brewing. He had just wanted to sneak away with the remnants of the Oath Book, using some excuse to pretend it got destroyed in the explosion. What was originally meant to be swept under the rug has now been exposed. On the other side, Mo Mill, who was leading his group towards Fang Heng, was even more surprised. He had just sneaked a spell scroll in his hand, ready to launch a surprise attack on Fang Heng once he got closer. But before he could get any closer, a rune paper enveloped in golden light flew swiftly towards him. What in the world is that? The burst speed of the golden rune paper was several times faster than the previous sacred fire meteor, almost reaching him in the blink of an eye. Mo Mill could sense a huge threat from it. Damn, huh? Mo Mill clenched his teeth and crushed the scroll in his hand. The entire magic scroll condensed into a fireball and smashed forward. Boom! What? Mo Mill's pupils contracted suddenly as he watched the fireball formed by the scroll explode in midair. The golden rune paper pierced through the fireball, then struck him hard in the chest, sending him flying backward. Bang! Mo Mill crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The other two paladin players who were about to rush towards Fang Heng were stunned, frozen in place. Outside the Hall of Devotion, time was passing by minute. They had been waiting for over 20 minutes. One young inquisitor, clearly impatient, asked, "Why haven't they come out yet?" In the past, a typical divine selection trial would last no more than 15 minutes. But this time, due to the large number of participants, the condensed spike spheres had also increased correspondingly. Hence, it was normal to take a bit more time. However, now it had been more than 30 minutes in total, with still no sign of movement, raising suspicions in their minds. Suddenly, a red light above the main entrance to the Hall of Devotion turned off. Sanda's eyelids twitched, speaking in a deep voice. "Looks like the results are out. Let's go in and see." Opening the doors, the scene inside the Hall of Devotion came into view. Everyone's faces displayed a serious expression. The central crystal pillar in the hall had been completely shattered, with worshippers lying scattered unconscious on the ground. Where was Fang Heng? Did something happen? Katter felt anxious, his gaze searching the hall, relieved when he saw Fang Heng standing in a corner. Fang Heng seemed unharmed. That's good. Based on the scene, Sanj and the group of inquisitors had a rough idea of what had happened. During the trial battle, the central crystal column was accidentally shattered, leading to its complete destruction. And as for the source of the destruction, Sanj's gaze involuntarily turned towards Fang Heng. The rest of the worshippers were still somewhat shaken, cautiously staying in the background. Sanj turned to a worshipper in the corner, asking in a low voice, "What happened?" Being singled out by Sanj put pressure on the worshipper, who hurriedly knelt down and said, "Inquisitor, during the trial, there was a conflict between some of them, and the pillar couldn't withstand the attack and exploded." Several paladin knights who had come along crouched at the edge of the shattered central pillar, inspecting for a moment before one of them returned to San's side and whispered, "Master, the remnants of the Oath Book are missing." The inquisitors were surprised at the news, all turning their gaze towards the direction of the central crystal pillar. The remnants of the Oath Book had always been locked within the crystal pillar, an essential part of the divine selection trial. Sanj retracted his gaze and continued, "And what happened next? Later, we saw a holy light flowing out of the pillar. The light was too dazzling, so I closed my eyes. After that, I sensed the power of the holy light, so I immediately started absorbing it." The worshipper explained cautiously everything that had happened. "When I perceived the gradual disappearance of the holy light, I opened my eyes again, only to see them starting another conflict. Mo Mill had just been knocked unconscious during the fight." Sanj glanced down at the unconscious Mo Mill lying on the ground. There were traces of blood seeping from under Mo Mill's skin, indicating he had used some short-term strength enhancement that backfired. "Judging from the wound marks, he's not lying," said one of the Paladin Knights examining Mo Mill's wounds. Looking up, "Inquisitor, the wound seems to be caused by the power of the remnants of the Oath Book, along with some negative effects of a certain potion." The Inquisitors furrowed their brows upon hearing this, lost in thought. Sanj slowly turned his gaze towards Fang Heng and asked, "Was it you?" "Yes, he initiated the attack first, and I retaliated passively. Everyone here can attest to that." Fang Heng, feeling resigned, slowly raised his hand. Now that he had been discovered, it was better to be honest. The remnant page of the Oath Book floated in his hand, emitting a faint light. Once again, everyone in the hall directed their gaze towards Fang Heng. Katter pressed on, "Fang Shuo, what's the deal with the remnants? The Holy Court has a total of 38 judges, but so far, only less than half of them have been able to gain recognition for the remnants of the Oath Book. Fang Heng's talent in sacred studies is amazing." The judges looked at Fang Heng with a hint of envy in their eyes and complex feelings in their hearts. It's not easy to control the remnants of the Oath Book. Many of them have taken a long time to achieve this, but now this young man in front of them has effortlessly completed it. Katter glanced at Milmo lying unconscious on the ground, sneering at Milmo's arrogance for daring to attack Fang Heng. It seems that things are quite clear now. In the trial, the believers accidentally damaged the crystal pillars, which never led to the activation of the Oath Book remnants. It was also their luck to gain the extra power of the remnants of the Oath Book. Luck? Is it really just a coincidence? Sanj's gaze focused on Fang Heng. He always felt that there were some secrets hidden within Fang Heng. After hesitating for a while, Sanj shook his head and said in a deep voice, "All believers, today's trials end here. You have successfully passed." Sanj then turned to a nearby paladin and nodded, saying, "Take the unconscious believers for treatment. The rest of them, lead them downstairs, have them change into clean clothes, and gather outside the hall." "Yes, Your Honor." 10 minutes later, Fang Heng and the other trial participants appeared in front of Sanj and the other judges in clean clothes. "Believers of the light, congratulations on passing the trial. Next, I will lead you in a faith ceremony to receive the blessings of the gods. Follow me." Ignoring the excited believers, Sanj turned and began to walk down the stairs towards the cathedral below. After a short 10 minutes of contemplation, Sanj's suspicion of Fang Heng had not lessened at all, but had deepened. Carl followed Sanj for a while, suddenly feeling something was amiss, frowning and saying, "Sanj, this is not the way to the Chamber of Divine Grace. Where are you taking them?" Sanj replied with a question, "Don't you think he has the potential to become the next pope?" Carl naturally understood who Sanj was referring to as him, and his frown deepened. "That's true, isn't it? Even the remnants of the Oath Book have acknowledged his abilities. What more is there to doubt?" Sanj had always been suspicious of Fang Heng and kept testing him repeatedly, which made Carl somewhat dissatisfied. He continued, "I will protest to the Elder Council." "There's no need. I will take you to see them now." "What?" "I have just applied to the Elder Council to use the power of the Oath Book to connect to the Divine Realm. If all goes well, the Divine Realm will personally confirm his identity, and the Elder Council will also serve as witnesses." Carl's eyes lit up at the news. "Well, Carl, deep down, I also hope you're right. If Fang Heng can truly pass the verification of the Divine Realm without any issues, he will definitely be groomed as the next Archbishop of our Holy Court. I have already nominated you to be his first mentor, a great responsibility." Carl couldn't help clenching his fists. Thinking of the scene Sanj described, Carl couldn't help but feel excited. He took a deep breath and whispered, "Thank you, hum." Fang Heng followed the group, unaware of the whispered conversations between the two judges, feeling a bit uneasy. As they descended the stairs, he realized they were gradually entering the lower levels of the cathedral. Were they about to reach the headquarters of the Holy Court? Soon, they reached the lower third level, where Sanj led the group to the end of a corridor in front of a large door. The paladin Joanne gestured for all the believers to line up. "Fang Heng, step forward." Fang Heng's heart stirred, taking a half step forward. "The ceremony requires some preliminary preparations. Fang Heng, follow us." Sanj then turned to the paladin, "Joanne, take the others to rest for half an hour, and then bring them here." "Yes." The other believers all cast envious glances at Fang Heng as they were led away by the paladin. "Come with me," Sanj said, pushing open the large doors in front of them. Upon entering the hall, Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Before him was a long passageway facing the door. On either side of the passage stood high priests and senior paladins. Golden light streamed down from a huge crystal high above, landing on a stone platform at the center of the hall. Quietly lying on the platform was a book. Behind the stone platform stood a dozen or so elders dressed as missionaries. Sanj led Fang Heng forward several steps and knelt down with a solemn voice. "Greetings to all the elders. This is Fang Heng, the believer I mentioned to you, who has now passed the rite of divine selection." An elder from the elder council behind them spoke in a somewhat dry voice. "Sanj, we trust your judgment. There's no need for further words. The Holy Court is currently facing grave challenges, and we must act quickly. Let's get started." "Yes, thank you for your understanding," Sanj said, standing up and respectfully taking a few steps back. The elders of the council behind the stone platform all raised their hands together. A golden light gradually radiated from the book on the stone platform. Fang Heng walked beside Sanj, listening to their conversation, and already had a sense that something was not right. However, things had progressed to a point where it was impossible to escape. He stared intently at the book on the stone platform, feeling a strong sense of foreboding. The Oath Book. That was the very book he had come to find on this journey. Along with a powerful surge of divine energy, a golden light radiated from the book. Fang Heng was momentarily blinded by the dazzling golden light and had to close his eyes to shield them. When the light dissipated, Fang Heng opened his eyes again to observe. Above the book, a circular spatial crack appeared. It was a boundary time-space channel. Fang Heng stared fixedly at the black spatial crack, enveloped by a golden circle in front of him, his eyes filled with astonishment. The space channel seemed empty and distorted to the naked eye. That book! It was definitely the Oath Book. And the rumors about the Oath Book were true. The Oath Book could open up space. God, we have discovered that this believer possesses powerful talents and abilities that we have never seen before. We want to verify the authenticity of his talents and understand his past. After waiting for half a minute, a voice slowly came. "Is that so? So even you are amazed by the divine talents. I look forward to it as well. I will bestow upon you the light of revelation. This light can see through past and present." The past. Oh no. Listening to the voice coming from the passage, Fang Heng's heart started to beat faster. Trouble. Looking at the respectful appearance of the group of divine court judges and their conversation, there is a high probability that the passage leading to the divine realm. Obviously, it is a more advanced level of the game world. If they uncover his true identity, what should he do? Fang Heng's mind was in turmoil for a moment. Before he could come up with a plan, a dark golden beam suddenly shot out from the open space channel. Phew! The dark golden light beam shot straight towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng's pupils contracted, instinctively wanting to dodge, but found himself firmly immobilized by some unknown force. The golden light surrounded him. Not good. Enveloped in the golden light, Fang Heng felt no pain. Instead, he felt surrounded by a warm sensation, as if soaking in warm water. The next moment, a strange scene appeared before Fang Heng's eyes. He found himself bound to a wooden chair. Distant chanting was heard in his ears, and in front of him, a group of people dressed in black linen were holding a mysterious ceremony. A woman slowly walked towards him. Her figure seemed familiar, but her face was unclear. Tick-tock, a drop of blood fell on the scene. The next moment, Fang Heng's vision was filled with drops of blood. He faintly heard a voice by his ear. "This is impossible." Boom! The scene in front of him shattered with a shout and a violent explosion. Fang Heng suddenly woke up, and his vision was once again filled with a red light. What? For a moment, Fang Heng couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. In the last moment, Fang Heng noticed the remnants of game logs flashing on his retina. Hint: you have killed the court judge Sangya. The current player is in a disguised state. If the player chooses to abandon the disguise, they can gain imperial prestige. Hint: judgment player interfered with the trial with unknown power. This kill cannot gain any rewards. Hint: you have killed the elite court knight. At the foot of the holy mountain, Mo Jiawei and Zhuo Lingfang immediately found a nearby inn to stay after returning from the mountain. Zhuo Lingfang was ordered to keep a close eye on Fang Heng, but now she had lost contact with him. feeling anxious and constantly murmuring to herself. What do we do? What should we do? Lord Fangheng and Imamu have been out of contact for over half an hour. Why is there no news at all? Zhuo Lingfang kept trying to contact them online, but each time she returned disappointed, occasionally looking out the window towards the direction of the holy mountain. Mr. Mo, I still can't get in touch with Imamu. Could they be in danger? Don't worry, with Lord Fangheng's abilities, there shouldn't be a problem. Mo Jiawei sat in a chair, closing his eyes to rest, looking calm. He thought Zhuo Lingfang was still too young and didn't know Fangheng well enough. From the time he knew Fangheng until now, how many people targeted by Fangheng had a good ending? Honestly, now that Fangheng had infiltrated the holy city, the one who should be worried was the holy court. Seeing Zhuo Lingfang constantly moving around in a restless manner, Mo Jiawei raised his hand to persuade her. Huh? Mo Jiawei suddenly raised his eyebrows. He noticed that the cup on the table was slightly shaking. Then, it seemed like the ground was also shaking. Mo Jiawei looked up at Zhuo Lingfang. Zhuo Lingfang also felt a faint vibration coming from the ground. What's going on? An earthquake. Boom! The next moment, a violent tremor accompanied by a loud roar came from the side of the ear. The red light shone through the window into the room, illuminating the entire room in red. Not good. Mo Jiawei immediately turned to look towards the direction of the holy mountain outside the window and saw the scene outside, his heart shaking. Outside the window, a fiery red column of light rose into the sky, engulfing the entire holy mountain. The earth trembled violently. The believers outside all saw this terrifying scene, kneeling down and murmuring constantly, as if praying. This can't be happening. Is it causing such a big commotion again? Mo Jiawei quickly took out his telescope and looked towards the direction of the mountain. Unfortunately, his vision was completely engulfed by the red column of light in front of him, unable to see anything. Thump, thump. Mo Jiawei suddenly raised his eyebrows, then bit his lips tightly, an expression of disbelief in his eyes. What's going on? He felt his heartbeat gradually accelerating, blood flowing faster, and his temples pulsating. The runes of the demon hunter under his skin appeared and disappeared intermittently. From this soaring red light, he sensed the power of a demon. The demon hunter bloodline had a very strong reaction, driving him forward, making him feel an urge to rush up now. This is not right. Mo Jiawei looked at the distant red pillar, forcibly restraining the impulse from his bloodline. The color and appearance of that light column looked familiar. It should be the vampires without a doubt, but he himself possessed the blood of the demon hunter and was very sensitive to vampires. He was sure that this power was not from the vampires, but from another more powerful monster. What is it? What could make the demon hunter bloodline react so violently? The blood red light beam lasted for 2 minutes before gradually descending. Mo Jiawei breathed heavily, sweat dripping from the sides of his face, his back already soaked with sweat. Zhuo Lingfang was also shocked by this scene, forgetting to go offline to report, covering her mouth. As the red light column descended, Mo Jiawei clenched his slightly trembling hands, raised the telescope again to observe the holy mountain. On the holy mountain, the location of the holy court cathedral had been completely reduced to rubble. This isn't good. Could this power not be released by Fangheng? Could there be other monsters hidden on the holy mountain? What? Holy mountain! Upon hearing the news from Zhao Lingfang offline, the entire guild's top command room fell silent for a full second. The players didn't even dare to breathe, all looking towards Li Zhu. Good lord, Fangheng went to the holy mountain once, stayed for just over 2 hours, right? And now the whole holy court mountain exploded. Li Zhu remained silent, gradually digesting this news, then immediately raised her head and asked, "How is Lord Fangheng now?" Her subordinate responded, "It's still unclear at the moment. Zhao Lingfang is following Mr. Mo to search for Lord Fangheng on the upper holy mountain. I believe there will be a response soon." All right, immediately search for clues related to the holy court and monsters and compile a report. In 5 minutes, I want results. Also, tell Zhao Lingfang to relax a bit, make a good report. Everything is under Lord Fangheng's control. I need to know the extent of the holy court's losses as soon as possible. Contact me immediately if there is any need. Yes. Li Zhu clenched her fist involuntarily. She sensed it. Fangheng was still controlling everything from behind the scenes. He was plotting. He was playing a big game. Perhaps in Fangheng's view, the ownership of the entire Plague Land was not important. As players, as pawns, they could only see the battle in front of them against Tangwu as crucial. But Fang Heng stood higher, able to see the whole picture. He might think that the battle with Tangwu was not important. Li Zhu had a feeling that when Fang Heng's plan was completed, everything would fall into place, leaving the enemy with no room for resistance. Luckily, Fang Heng was not an enemy. Otherwise, this feeling would be terrible. Holy Mountain. The peripheral members and believers of the Holy Court had no idea what was happening. First, the Archbishop of the Holy Court was killed by Fang Heng, the Lord of the Plague Land. Then suddenly the entire Holy Mountain, including the headquarters of the Holy Court, exploded violently, with almost half of the Holy Mountain being destroyed. Was this a divine punishment? The believers were in extreme panic. All they could do was to pray incessantly on their knees. Judge Germa led his holy knights in haste towards the Holy Mountain. His heart was filled with extreme anxiety. What the hell happened? He was responsible for guarding the outskirts of the Holy City tonight, so he and his men had left the headquarters of the Holy Court and narrowly escaped the disaster. They had just completed their patrol without even having time to rest when they saw the sudden outbreak of the red light pillar. What happened to the cathedral? Judge Germa hurriedly urged his Holy Knight team to accelerate towards the cathedral. Along the way, he saw many Holy Court members heading towards the mountain. When he arrived at the square outside the main hall on the mountain, Germa's face turned pale. He saw the debris left after the destruction of the cathedral. Some of the advanced team of Holy Knights and priests had already begun to carry away the debris and try to rescue the wounded trapped beneath the rubble. Judge! The captain of the Holy Knights team saw Germa leading the team and hurriedly reported, "Judge, we are the squad leader responsible for guarding the temple outside the Holy Mountain. We encountered a sudden explosion in the main hall earlier. We just conducted a preliminary investigation of the ruins and found severe casualties. A large portion of the underground area is trapped under the rubble and requires immediate rescue." Germa, anxious, shouted, "Quick! What are you waiting for? Hurry up and save people!" A wave of holy light emanated from Germa, covering the rubble in front of him. Huge rocks were moved by the power of the holy light. The remaining Holy Knights also immediately joined in to help dig out the collapsed stones. Seeing one body after another being carried out from the rubble, Germa's mood grew heavier. Not far away, Mo Jiawei and Zhao Lingfang had just arrived at the outskirts of the square. Due to the sudden explosion, the entire square of the Holy Mountain was already in chaos. Mo Jiawei and Zhao Lingfang mingled with the supporting Holy Knights and believers, and no one noticed their differences. "How is the situation?" Zhao Lingfang came online briefly and then nodded. "Mr. Mo, Yima is still unresponsive. My team has learned about what happened here. I asked if there were demons below the Holy Court, and the information I got was no. Our team is trying to gather more information for assessment. In another 5 minutes, we can provide a more detailed official report." Zhao Lingfang paused and continued, "Most of my friends are currently focused on dealing with the Tangwu team invading Hanni City, and we temporarily have no way to offer direct help." I see. Mo Jiawei nodded, feeling strange. "It's not demons. Then what was that sensing just now? Is it related to Fang Heng?" Mo Jiawei pushed down the doubts in his mind and decided to focus on rescuing Fang Heng first. "Forget about all that, let's just blend in first, find a way to locate Lord Fang Heng, and meet up with him." Zhao Lingfang nodded repeatedly. "Yes, good. Follow me." Mo Jiawei led Zhao Lingfang into the spontaneously organized rescue team of believers and entered the ruins area of the cathedral. Most of the Holy Knights and believers were helping to clear the wreckage and rescue the wounded around the ruins. Zhao Lingfang followed Mo Jiawei quietly to a more secluded corner. Looking around carefully, Zhao Lingfang whispered, "Mr. Mo, this place is too big. How do we start looking for Lord Fang Heng?" "Well, I have a way." Mo Jiawei took out a bottle of short-term perception-enhancing potion from his pocket, opened it, and gulped it down. As a descendant of vampire hunters, he had a skill to sense monsters, being able to sense the presence of blood relatives. Coincidentally, Fang Heng had a bloodline of vampires. Theoretically, after greatly enhancing his perception attribute, he should be able to sense Fang Heng's approximate location. "Damn! I can't sense anything." Trying to close his eyes and sense for a moment, Mo Jiawei immediately opened his eyes, taking a sharp breath. Hiss! Not only was he unable to sense any vampire aura, but instead, the nearby residual demon aura rushed straight to his head. Just a few seconds of sensing was enough to cause a freezing pain in his brain, making him immediately stop further sensing. A familiar face appeared before his eyes. Yimamu. Beside Yimamu were several people that Fang Heng had seen during the trial. Fang Heng felt dizzy for a moment and heard excited shouts in his ears. He's still alive! Come help! The paladin Qiaoan hurried over immediately, followed by several believers who worked together to move the stones that were pressing on Fang Heng. As the stones were moved, Fang Heng felt a sharp pain in his right leg, gasping for breath. Don't move yet, your leg is broken, Qiaoan said, placing his hand on Fang Heng's shoulder to signal him not to move. He then nodded to the two believers behind him. Healing spells. The two approached. One of them opened the Book of Genesis and recited healing prayers, while the other released healing magic. Hint: you have received the healing effects of the healing prayers. Your health points are continuously recovering, and the battle state will be immediately interrupted for recovery effects. Hint: the player is currently in a state of right leg fracture, receiving the effects of healing spells. This state is slowly recovering, and any combat or running actions may worsen the state. Remaining recovery time: 2 hours and 53 minutes. A gentle holy aura enveloped the injured area, and the pain on Fang Heng's body slightly eased. Thank you, Qiaoan asked. Fang Shuo, what happened here just now? Like Yimamu, the believers also looked at Fang Heng with questioning eyes. After parting ways with Fang Heng and the others, a few believers followed the guidance of the paladin and entered a quiet room to wait. Soon, they heard a violent explosion from outside. When the explosion ceased, Paladin Qiaoan led everyone out to investigate. The lower level of the entire cathedral was now under rubble, and the entrance to the hall where Fang Heng was located was also blocked by a large amount of debris. Qiaoan exerted a lot of effort to clear the blocked stones and entered through the broken door. Fang Heng was stunned, looking around. As he gazed at the largely shattered hall in front of him, scenes before he lost consciousness started replaying in his mind. Explosion! Right, there was an explosion here. After scanning the area, Fang Heng hurriedly asked, "Where are the others?" Qiaoan looked grave and shook his head. After quickly inspecting the hall, they found many dead paladins and priests on the ground, with Fang Heng being the first they came across beneath the rubble. The others had not been found yet, possibly buried deeper in the ruins or had perished in the explosion with no remains. Qiaoan concluded that the hall was the epicenter of the previous explosion. Fang Heng was now the sole eyewitness. Only he knew what happened here. Qiaoan placed his hand on Fang Heng's shoulder, his face solemn, and asked, "Fang Shuo, I need you to carefully recall what happened after the judge brought you into the hall. It is crucial for us." Fang Heng's memory of events before the explosion had not fully recovered yet. He frowned, trying hard to think, and said, "I remember the Divine Realm portal opening ... Qiaoan's eyes lit up. The Divine Realm portal? No wonder Sanj made them leave mysteriously earlier, and even had elders from the council come to witness. It was all for opening the Divine Realm portal. But why? What important matter required the opening of the Divine Realm portal? Qiaoan temporarily set aside his doubts and continued, "Yes, the portal opened. What happened next?" Fang Heng carefully thought back to each scene before he lost consciousness. His memories started becoming clearer. He remembered the golden light that emerged from the Divine Realm portal and the hallucination that appeared before him. Drop by drop of dripping blood. Then the explosion occurred. Wait, before that, he seemed to have seen some special game prompts. No way. Fang Heng realized something, and his pupils dilated. He quickly checked the game log. Found it. Hint: you have killed the court judge Sanj. The player is currently in a disguised state. If the player chooses to abandon the disguise, they can gain Empire Prestige and Heir of the Empire Prestige, but the court's goodwill will significantly decrease. Not only Sanj, but over 10 elders from the court council also died in the explosion. The game system attributed it to him. Fang Heng's brain raced, and he immediately came to a conclusion. The source of the explosion was himself. Why? What was going on? How did the explosion happen? Qiaoan saw a flash of surprise on Fang Heng's face and asked, "What have you realized?" Fang Heng looked at Qiaoan, and countless thoughts raced through his mind. No, telling the truth was definitely not an option. Admitting that he had killed the court judge and elders of the council would be suicidal. Luckily, besides himself, no one else survived this time. He needed to find an excuse to get through this. He didn't need to lie for long, just enough to get through a short period of time. What excuse could he use? Fang Heng quickly recalled various information he had read about the court in the past. Got it. Fang Heng's eyes lit up suddenly. He immediately put on a frightened look, avoiding Qiao An's gaze carefully, and whispered, I am not sure of the specifics, but I think I heard them mention divine retribution. Divine retribution? Qiao An was shocked to hear this. So was all of this a result of divine retribution? Upon careful thought, indeed, such a high-intensity explosion that even destroyed half of the cathedral and put the judge in grave danger. If it wasn't divine retribution, then what was it? What had they done to anger the divine realm, leading to such retribution? Qiao An didn't know. He was just an elite paladin with very limited knowledge. He felt a deep sense of despair. Everything was ruined. Divine retribution struck. Not only did many judges, paladins, and priests, nurtured by the court for years, die under divine retribution, but even the entire council was destroyed. This was the foundation of their court, the heritage of the court over the years. Qiao An felt extremely despondent, as if being abandoned by the gods. Everything seemed to lose its meaning. Paladin, we. Qiao An forced himself to pull himself together as he looked at the group of believers gathered around him and said in a deep voice, let's search carefully again and see if there are any other survivors. Yes. The believers answered and dispersed once again to search for survivors. It takes up to 3 hours to fully recover from a fracture, so you'll have to endure it. Yemamu had some doubts about what Fang Heng said, so he approached him and whispered, Brother, what just happened? Did you really not see anything? Fang Heng frowned. The last thing he saw before the explosion was his biggest secret. I might have seen some images, but I can't quite remember. It's okay. Yemamu didn't dwell on it too much, but he felt more convinced of his belief in Fang Heng, patting his shoulder. At least we're safe for now. Fortune favors the brave. Let's keep looking. Fang Heng rubbed his throbbing temples, closed his eyes, and carefully recalled everything that happened in the hall before the explosion. The explosion was because of him. But why? Why did the explosion happen suddenly? As he carefully recalled, before the explosion, the divine passage opened, then, the light of revelation. Was there something wrong with the light of revelation? Wait! Suddenly, Fang Heng thought of something. His eyes snapped open, and he looked coldly ahead at the area crushed by a large pile of rubble. Forget about the light of revelation for now. The most important thing now is the Book of Vows. The book placed on the stone platform must be the Book of Vows without a doubt. It opened the chaotic passage to the divine realm. Then the strange explosion occurred. If he remembered correctly, the Book of Vows should be in that position. Fang Heng was clear about his goal, to get the Book of Vows. Yemamu was taken aback, noticing Fang Heng's gaze suddenly sharp, his face showing seriousness. Yes? Help me. Yemamu raised an eyebrow and said, okay? The two approached the ruins of the crushed stones together. Fang Heng leaned on his crutches and moved closer, nodding. Clear it up. I need to find a book buried underneath. Be careful. Okay. Yemamu stepped forward, painstakingly clearing away the layer of rubble and stones covering the ruins. Until they reached below, Yemamu's eyes suddenly lit up. Is this what you're looking for? Underneath a large stone slab that she lifted, a book was revealed covered in dust. Yes. Fang Heng had carefully observed the appearance of the Book of Vows during the hall ceremony. It was it. The Book of Vows. When Fang Heng saw the Book of Vows in Yemamu's hands, his heart started beating faster. With confirmation from Fang Heng, Yemamu reached out and took the book out of the ruins. He wanted to inspect its item properties, but found a series of question marks instead. What is this? Is it important? Yemamu, thinking it was a mission item from the employer, handed the book to the limping Fang Heng, asking, What's this? The Book of Vows. What? Yemamu was so scared his hand trembled, almost dropping it, his eyes fixed on Fang Heng, whispering, This is the Book of Vows. The sacred inheritance of the Holy Court, the legendary artifact, the carrier that can communicate with the divine realm. The sacred artifact, the Book of Vows. Was this tattered book really the sacred artifact? That one day he could actually touch an artifact. Yemamu's hand was trembling a bit. He regretted giving the Book of Vows to Feng Hang just like that. If he had known, he would have held on to it longer, taken a picture or something. It would have been enough talk for the rest of his life. Yes. Feng Hang touched the Book of Vows. A series of game prompts quickly appeared on the retina. Prompt: player found item. Book of Vows, entering the assessment state. Prompt: player has mastered Book of Vows fragment, passed assessment 1. Prompt: player has mastered intermediate sacred study, passed assessment 2. Prompt: player's sacred study talent is 500 higher than the fixed conditions, meets assessment 3, weakens assessment 4. Prompt: player's mental attribute is over 100, perceptivity attribute is over 100, meets assessment 4. Prompt: player has not met unknown assessment condition 5, unable to obtain further information on Book of Vows skills. Prompt: player can now choose to bind item. Book of Vows fake, after binding, confirmed ownership, cannot be traded, will drop upon death. It worked. The game confirmed the binding. Feng Hang's heart was beating faster as he took the Book of Vows from Yemamu, silently saying, bind. Prompt: player has completed binding of item. Book of Vows. Item: Book of Vows fake damaged. Grade: artifact fake damaged. Description: a replica made by the bright divine realm to spread light and faith, capable of short-term communication with the divine realm. Description: this item possesses the properties of an artifact and has the effects of an artifact. Once equipped in the backpack, it will automatically take effect. Description: this item has a fake effect. It can absorb other Book of Vows with a fake effect, slightly enhancing the capabilities of the Book of Vows. Description: the durability of this item is below 10, with a damaged effect. It is currently in a damaged state. Some skill effects will be weakened. All current skill effects and amplification effects are reduced by 68%. A full repair will restore the full effect. Description: this item will drop upon death and will significantly reduce the durability. Description: player has not passed the full assessment. All additional skills remain inactive. Current additional skills: additional skill 1, Blessing of Light. Description: upon equipment, all basic attributes are increased by 10 points, sacred study talent is increased by 50, and the experience required for sacred study skills is reduced by 20%. Additional skill 2, Sacred Chapter. Description: the Book of Vows initially contains 36 pages of fragments. These fragments can be used individually or stored in the Book of Vows for charging. When a fragment is taken out and destroyed or damaged, a new page will be available every 72 hours. A maximum of 36 fragments can be present at any given time. Players can choose to voluntarily destroy fragments that have been taken out for more than 48 hours, a 24-hour cooldown period. It turned out to be a divine artifact. Although there were already some guesses in his heart, Feng Hang couldn't help but be greatly delighted when he truly saw the attributes of the Oath Book. This was his second time acquiring a divine artifact, the first being the Shrine of Bone Spirits, and the second being the Sacred Court divine artifact, the Oath Book. Undoubtedly, judging by the 4 additional skills currently attached, the Oath Book fully deserved the title of divine artifact. Moreover, he had not yet completed the full inspection of the Oath Book. There were still some skills that had not awakened, indicating that there was still room for improvement in power. After the binding of the divine artifact, the dusty book exuded golden light in circles. The remnants of the Oath Book, which had been lying quietly in Feng Hang's backpack, were attracted by the Oath Book, floating out of his hand and hovering in the air for 2 rounds before being absorbed by the Oath Book. Feng Hang carefully checked the game log. Currently, there were only 16 remaining fragments inside the Oath Book, and there was a symbol indicating a fragment that was still being generated. In the hall, the faithful were originally clearing rubble in the collapsing hall to find survivors, but suddenly noticed a surge of holy light rising behind them. They all looked towards Feng Hang. The paladin Joan also noticed the rising holy light and looked towards Feng Hang. That is, seeing the dark golden light emanating from the book in Feng Hang's hand, Joan's face revealed an expression of immense surprise. The Oath Book. It's actually the Oath Book. An artifact that only the archbishops and elder councils had the privilege to touch. It had always been worshipped in the elder council of the Sacred Court. Why was it here? And it appeared to be controlled by this believer in front of him? Right. Communication with the divine realm. It should have been realized earlier. Joan suddenly remembered what Feng Hang had said earlier. Opening the Divine Realm definitely required the power of the Oath Book. The Elder Council and other elders were here to assist in opening the passage to communicate with the Divine Realm through the power of the Oath Book. Zhou stared at Fang Heng with a hint of doubt in his eyes. In the last divine punishment, only Fang Shuo survived. And now, the Oath Book had automatically belonged to this believer. Could this also be the will of the gods? Was this believer chosen by the gods? For a moment, Zhou was full of uncertainty and suspicion. Fang Heng roughly sensed the positions of the remaining dozen or so scattered remnants using the Oath Book. With a flip of his hand, the Oath Book disappeared into his palm. He didn't bother to retrieve them one by one, planning to slowly restore them using the Oath Book's restoration function later. When he looked up again, Fang Heng finally noticed the curious gazes around him. Zhou had 1,000 questions in his mind to ask Fang Heng, but before he could, there was a sudden noise from the corner of the ceiling. Crack, crack. Looking up towards the top, there was a slight movement in the corner of the ceiling, and small debris continued to fall from above. This is not good. It might collapse. Everyone, move outside. Zhou frowned when he saw this, shouting to signal everyone to leave the room. As people had just evacuated the hall, several huge rocks fell from the corner of the room, raising a cloud of dust. Looking up again, a large hole leading to the outside was revealed above. Mo Jiawei peered out of the opening and called out, "Mr. Mo! Mr. Mo, we are here!" On the reminder, your spiritual power reaches the specified value to trigger. Influenced by the Heart of Holiness, Honesty skill, you will have a chance to receive negative effects while lying. Please be careful, this skill effect is influenced by the player's willpower and perception attributes. Reminder, the Book of Oaths has resisted the effect of this skill. Fang Heng felt a movement in his heart and nodded, saying, "Yes, Judge, please ask. We heard that you were led into the Hall of Ceremonies by Judge Sangji. Is that correct?" "Yes." "Tell us everything that happened after entering the council chamber. Do not hide anything, including all details. The more detailed, the better." Fang Heng's expression turned serious, nodded, and then recounted everything, except for slightly modifying the conversation from the other side of the spatial passage at the end. After listening to Fang Heng's account, the 3 judges fell into hesitation again and looked at each other. Another judge asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure you heard the word divine punishment?" "Yes, Judge, I am sure I did not mishear." The judges began whispering and discussing quietly again. Jerimonin asked again, "Why did divine punishment appear?" Fang Heng shook his head, indicating he was unaware. "It may be because of the abyssal evil," a judge said with deep self-doubt. "The divine realm has long been dissatisfied with us on the issue of abyssal evil." Jerimonin asked, "Why did Sangji choose to open the divine realm passage?" Fang Heng looked puzzled and shook his head. "I might know about this." The paladin Zhou nodded and said, "Judge, I had heard some conversations between Judge Sangji and Kater. They thought Fang Shuo had extraordinary talent in sacred studies, so I guess they might want to invite the divine realm to test Fang Shuo's talent." Some of the judges' doubts eased slightly. Jerimonin looked at Fang Heng again and asked, "Did you receive the recognition of the Book of Oaths?" "Yes, I only learned it was the Book of Oaths later from Zhou. I accidentally touched it while searching for survivors with everyone after the explosion," Fang Heng said calmly, opening his hands. The Book of Oaths appeared in his palm, emitting a faint golden light. Indeed, it was the Book of Oaths. This point could not be faked. Although the 3 judges still had doubts about Fang Heng's words and many aspects of the explosion at the cathedral remained unclear, they were supremely certain about the Book of Oaths. Fang Heng must have gained the recognition of the Book of Oaths. Achieving this was extremely difficult. The 3 judges exchanged glances again. Seeing the expressions of the judges, Balsam felt a sinking sensation. Jerimonin nodded. "Too much has happened today. You must be tired. Go to the inn at the foot of the mountain to rest well. We will continue questioning you tomorrow. Remember, keep tonight's events confidential. Do not tell anyone." The holy light barrier enveloping the group disappeared. Jerimonin raised his hand, indicating the 2 paladins to escort Fang Heng and a few other wounded individuals down the mountain to rest. Fang Heng respectfully nodded and said, "Yes, Judge." As he watched Fang Heng and the others being led down the mountain, Paladin Balsam couldn't help but take a step forward and said in a deep voice, "3 judges, there are many doubts surrounding Fang Shuo. Please be cautious and avoid making a wrong judgment." Yes, as it is crucial, we will be cautious. Jeremiah pondered for a moment and continued. Since it was the Book of Oaths that made the choice, let him be temporarily nurtured as an inheritor of the Holy Court. We will make further plans once the dust settles. Another judge agreed. Yes, the explosion destroyed many records. It will take some time to gather and review the information again. As for the identification work, we will postpone it a bit. For now, we need to quickly treat the wounded, assess the damage. We have already lost too much. Also, contact Judge Belska as soon as possible. Have her return immediately to oversee the situation. Balsam heard the judges discussing other matters and furrowed his brow. He was the leader of the Etymodon faction and had been fortunate enough to pass the divine selection ceremony to become an elite judge of the Holy Court. However, after a few years, his influence within the Holy Court remained low. Just now, he obtained some information about Fang Hang from the deceased player companion. He knew there was something peculiar about Fang Hang, but he never thought Fang Hang would be the one who blew up the entire cathedral of the Holy Court. He just felt Fang Hang was too lucky. Having such high talent in sacred studies was one thing, but to also gain recognition from the Book of Oaths by chance? Was it fair to others? Besides jealousy, Balsam also harbored deep fear. They had already severed ties with Fang Hang. Even if Fang Hang was innocent, the situation between them had already escalated. It was impossible to coexist peacefully. Fang Hang joining the Holy Court was the biggest threat to him. Balsam had no idea that Fang Hang didn't even consider their Etymodon faction a threat. He had already viewed Fang Hang as the biggest enemy he had ever encountered. Judge, for caution, I will have people monitor them for a period. Good. The city is in too much chaos at present. The details of the cathedral explosion still need to be investigated. I suspect it may be related to the breath of the plague. You go and protect them. Make sure Fang Shuo's safety is guaranteed. A scheming smile flashed in Balsam's eyes. Yes, Judge, leave it to me to handle. Down the mountain, Fang Hang was unaware that players were eyeing him again, as he was led by two paladins to enter an inn at the foot of the mountain. Upon entering the inn room, they finally escaped the surveillance of the Holy Court, feeling a sense of relief. Mo Jiawei asked, "How is the situation on the Holy Mountain?" "There doesn't seem to be any problem on the Holy Mountain." Fang Hang, leaning on his crutch, made an effort to walk to the window and glanced outside. It seemed like there were only two paladins guarding the inn from the outside, but in reality, there were many Holy Court followers hiding in the shadows. Strange, the cathedral on the Holy Mountain had just been bombed, with a large number of personnel still gathered on the mountain for rescue. Yet there were so many people secretly observing around the inn. Could it be that they were being monitored? It seemed that the suspicions of the Holy Court towards him had not been dispelled. Yamamu, who had been a little confused listening to the conversation of the three people, finally reacted. Could it be? He looked at the others with a shocked expression and spoke somewhat awkwardly. Wait, you guys. Could it be that your purpose for infiltrating the Holy Court is to seize the Book of Oaths? Mo Jiawei blinked, still a bit puzzled. He thought Yamamu had been with Fang Hang all along and knew everything. He couldn't help but look at Fang Hang and asked, "You haven't told him yet. What? Is it true? So the recent explosion was also caused by you?" Yamamu opened his mouth, but didn't dare to continue, feeling like he was going crazy. So, including the recent violent explosion, everything was done by the young man in front of him. An explosion that killed all the elders and a large number of Holy Court judges. It can be said to have severely damaged the foundation of the Holy Court. How did they do it? It's too terrifying. These reactionary elements dare to even think of seizing the Book of Oaths. And they actually did it. Yamamu's gaze towards Fang Hang and the others gradually became terrifying, and he couldn't speak for a long time. He thought he was holding onto a big thigh, but it turned out to be a time bomb. It was just lucky that he didn't get blown up. So what should he do now? Yamamu was a bit at a loss. The Holy Mountain and headquarters of the Holy Court had been bombed. All the elders of the Elder Council had perished, and many judges had died. It was chaos. Yet the remaining judges were planning to groom Fang Hang, this reactionary element, as their successor. Were these people trying to completely disrupt the Holy Court? Then what was he doing following the Holy Court? Did he want to die faster? Don't worry. Just help us as much as you can. Everything else has nothing to do with you. We will compensate you for the cost of switching factions. Mo Jiawei said, nodding towards Zuo Ling Fang, who was already offline. Triple compensation. We are not short of money." Listening to Mojawe's words, Yamamu reluctantly squeezed out a smile and nodded awkwardly, silently mourning for the Holy Court for half a second. Well, regardless of whether the Holy Court lives or dies, he would finish this deal and quickly switch sides. 2 minutes later, Zuo Lingfang came online again. Everything is arranged. The support team is waiting in the forest area 5 kilometers east of the city. All right, Fang Heng nodded, looking out the window again. But how could they escape smoothly? He still had a very troublesome broken bow negative effect on him, affecting his movements. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to Yamamu, the leader. Mojawe warmly put his arm around Yamamu's shoulder. "Hey, buddy, it's your time to shine. Just lead us out of the city, and your mission is complete. Triple reward as compensation for the mental stress, and we will give you a wave of 5-star ratings. I really thank you for the 5-star rating." Yamamu laughed self-deprecatingly, feeling a sense of resignation. He had decided to complete this deal, and then go back to rest for a couple of months. Playing games with this group of people had a huge impact on his mentality. Yamamu slapped his cheek to boost his spirits and followed suit, looking out the window. Although the Holy City is already in chaos inside, most of the city is under the spy network of the Holy Court, and I just heard that some judges of the Holy Court suspect that the city has been invaded. The city gate has already been closed, and it is very difficult to sneak out secretly. Mojawe glanced at Fang Heng and said, "Why not just break out?" Fang Heng shook his head. "It's better not to. My combat power has greatly declined." He could fight, of course. He still had a trump card, the coffin of the Vampire King. The underground caves of the world were inhabited by beast races hunting monsters, sacrificing blood to the vampire altar. Plus the passive skill to reduce the cooldown effect, the Vampire King's coffin's cooldown turned very fast. However, Fang Heng didn't want to use the skill prematurely here. And now, with the broken bone effect, his movement speed had greatly decreased, and he might not be able to run even with the Vampire King's coffin. Shh. Yamamu was thinking when he suddenly noticed something and gestured for everyone to be quiet, pointing outside with his hand. "Look!" Following Yamamu's direction, everyone looked outside, where more than 20 believers dressed in Holy Court attire were gathering towards the inn. "What's going on?" Everyone was puzzled, but before they could speak, there was a knocking on the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Who is it?" "Mr. Fang, the Honorable Judge requests your presence." Fang Heng and the others in the room exchanged a glance, then walked up to open the door. Outside, a few believers respectfully extended their hands in a gesture of invitation. "The Honorable Judge asks you to come." "Now, didn't we just meet?" "Yes, we have discovered an urgent matter, and some details require your assistance in recalling. It is very important, please leave immediately." Fang Heng frowned and tentatively said, "All right, my friend will come with me." The believer outside the door glanced through the crack and saw Mojawe and the others in the room, then refused. "I'm sorry, the Honorable Judge only invited you alone." "In that case, forget it. Tell the judge I'm tired and can't remember anything. Let's talk about it tomorrow," Fang Heng said and tried to close the door. The believer outside stretched out his hand to stop the half-closed door. "All right, your friend can accompany you, but only you can meet the Honorable Judge." Fang Heng squinted, thought for a moment, and nodded. "Fine." Mojawe and the others in the room didn't know what Fang Heng was up to, but seeing that he had agreed, they followed him as he left the inn. Outside the inn, a carriage was already prepared. More than 30 believers gathered around the carriage, looking vigilant and ready. Yamamu also felt that something was wrong and gestured repeatedly to Fang Heng, but Fang Heng seemed not to see, and walked straight towards the carriage. "Sit tight, we're off." Everyone got on the carriage, and it immediately sped off towards the city gate under the guidance of the believers. Inside the carriage, Yamamu immediately whispered, "Something's not right. This is the direction out of the city. The 3 surviving judges of the Holy Court are all on the Holy Mountain. It's impossible for any other judges to want to see you. Someone may be plotting against us. Out of the city. Isn't that great? Don't we all dream of leaving the city?" remarked Fang Heng, intrigued by this turn of events. Yamamu couldn't help but open his mouth, feeling like he couldn't refute Fang Heng's words. In his heart, he solidly mourned for a second for the people of the Yida Mutton Gang. These people were so stupid, they dared to provoke a star like Fang Heng. He even dared to bomb the Grand Cathedral of the Holy See. Can't he easily destroy a small gang like yours? Fang Heng was in a good mood as he leaned out the window to observe. Soon, the carriage gradually approached the city gate. The entire west gate of the holy city had already been controlled by the followers of the Yida Mudden gang. Without any hindrance, the carriage left the city. Fang Heng was in a great mood. The most troublesome thing was easily resolved. At the same time, the players from the Yida Mudden gang who were accompanying the team also breathed a sigh of relief. The mission was completed. Next, all they needed to do was take Fang Heng a little further and completely deal with him, seizing the Book of Oaths in his hands. By then, even if the Holy See were to investigate, they could claim that Fang Heng was trying to escape with the Book of Oaths, was discovered, resisted, and had to be killed. Everything would go smoothly. The carriage came to a slow stop after a moment. Then Balkan arrived, looking excited, and gestured for the players to surround the carriage. "Get off!" Fang Heng stepped out of the carriage, surveying his surroundings. Around 50 to 60 players had completely surrounded them. Balkan looked at Fang Heng, his eyes filled with disdain and indifference. "Fang Shuo, I bet you didn't expect it to be me, did you?" Fang Heng looked at Balkan, feeling a bit puzzled. "Who are you?" "Humph! Can you only talk big?" Balkan let out a scornful snort and continued, "There was originally no enmity between us. Blame your bad luck. Hand over the Book of Oaths, and I'll give you a quick death." Fang Heng looked at the group of Holy See players around him and asked, "Is it just you?" "Huh?" Balkan felt Fang Heng's mocking skill was at its peak, and a fire ignited in his heart. Not enough. As he spoke, more than 50 players approached Fang Heng. Fang Heng flipped his wrist, and the Book of Oaths appeared in his hand. Whoosh! 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 16 holy fragments emerged from the Book of Oaths, swirling around Fang Heng. Yimamu approached Fang Heng and whispered, "Not good. There are a lot of them." Mo Jiawei licked his lips indifferently, saying, "What's there to be afraid of? What's the use of having many people? Attack!" Balkan didn't think Fang Heng had any real power. He was just a player lucky enough to the extreme. He waved his hand, and players who used ranged skills prepared to release their abilities. Almost simultaneously, the shattered holy pages first triggered counterattacks, swiftly flying towards the players. Boom! Boom boom! The effect of the remaining Book of Oaths was excellent. Most players were pierced by the golden light formed by the shreds of the book before their spells had a chance to form. The remote mages were thrown back by the force of the book's fragments. The remaining players were shocked at the scene. Fang Heng's ability was vastly different from the information they had received from Milmo before. Balkan furrowed his brow and shouted, "He is talented in magic. Get close and use melee attacks." The players who mainly used melee attacks once again charged towards Fang Heng and his companions. Whoosh! Whoosh! After one attack, the returning fragments of the Book of Oaths struck out towards the players using melee attacks. Hum! The holy light barrier was activated, forming a shield that protected Fang Heng and his group. Fang Heng looked coldly at the players approaching them. It wasn't good. The attacks of the fragments needed to return in the air, wasting a lot of time between each attack. Depending solely on the holy light barrier and the Book of Oaths might not be enough to withstand their attacks. He decided not to waste any more time and summoned the Blood King's sarcophagus to deal with the trouble once and for all. Just as Fang Heng was about to summon the Blood King's sarcophagus, he suddenly blinked and looked up at the sky. A screeching eagle cry echoed from the pitch-black sky. Following that, several tall figures descended from above and stood behind Balkan. Seeing the reinforcements arriving, Balkan calmed down, a smirk appearing on his face as he looked at Fang Heng. "Heh, Fang Shuo, I admit you do have some skills, but I like to have some tricks up my sleeve." As he spoke, the people standing behind Balkan stepped forward, their faces emerging from the shadows. Seeing the appearance of those people, Mo Jiawei raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yimamu's pupil shrank, gritting his teeth. He might not recognize the reinforcements Balkan had brought, but he clearly saw the black thorns protruding from their bodies. Yimamu pointed at Balkan, angrily saying, "Balkan, you dare to collude with the barbarians." "Ha ha, collude. That sounds harsh. Let me introduce you. They are guests I brought from the barbaric wasteland, one of the future heirs of the barbarian chief. You're so lucky, he happened to be passing by here for some business, and he's very interested in the Book of Oaths in your hands." Fang Heng looked at Balkan with a touch of sympathy in his eyes. Was his luck really that bad? Balkan gave a cold snort. Stop resisting. Everyone relax. Now hand over the Book of Oaths, and I can give you a quick death. You're right, I think so too. Let's not resist. Everyone relax. Fang Heng said expressionlessly, extending his hand and slowly lifting the human skin mask from his face. Seeing Fang Heng's action, Balkan was stunned. A human skin mask? What's going on? Had he been wearing a human skin mask all along? Was he hiding his identity? Who is he really? Balkan stared at Fang Heng, watching the human skin mask being slowly removed from his face, feeling a strong sense of unease rising within him. A familiar face gradually emerged before Balkan. That face, why was it so familiar? It must have seen it somewhere before. Then, Balkan heard the hearty laughter of Vangnetti echoing in his ears. Ha ha ha, Fang Heng, when I heard the news, I had a feeling it was you. After talking with Aid, I specifically came to help you. Fang Heng. Balkan's pupils suddenly contracted, looking at Fang Heng in disbelief. The appearance of Fang Shuo slowly merged with the face he remembered from his memory. It was really Fang Heng, the master of the Plague Land. That's right. It was him. Barzan suddenly realized, just as he uttered a syllable, a black thorn pierced through his chest. Chi. A dry sound rang out. Lowering his head, Barzan saw the blood slowly dripping down along the black thorn. Bang! The next moment, the black thorn that pierced his body exploded, shattering his body into pieces. Leader! The surrounding players couldn't help but shout, but they were forced back by the sharp gaze of Wang Knight, and no one dared to approach. The Third Order demonized chief of the barbarian tribe. Is he looking for death by charging in like this? Wang Knight casually waved his hand and walked straight towards Fang Heng. The three elite barbarian warriors following him immediately entered a demonized state, rushing into the player group to start the slaughter. For a while, the sounds of fighting and shouting were endless, and the air was filled with a bloody smell. The sudden turn of events left Yamamu stunned. He stared blankly at Wang Knight walking towards Fang Heng, unable to speak for a long time. He looked back at Fang Heng again, his mind a bit muddled. So, Fang Shuo is Fang Heng? The master of the Plague Land. Who was he cooperating with before? Fang Heng raised his hand and casually greeted Wang Knight. Thank you. You saved me a lot of trouble. I heard you caused quite a stir in the Holy Court as well. Wang Knight glanced in the direction of the Holy City and casually asked, since we're here, do you want to clean up the mess? Yamamu felt a shiver in his heart upon hearing this. What did cleaning up the mess mean? Did they want to completely wipe out the Holy Court? Although Wang Knight's tone was very relaxed, as if he was just asking Fang Heng to have a cup of afternoon tea, Yamamu was very clear in his heart that Wang Knight and Fang Heng definitely had the power to do it. Yamamu never expected that what started as a commission received in the black market would almost lead to the destruction of the Holy Court in the end. No need. Fang Heng shook his head. I'm in a hurry. I need to return to the Lincolnaton city immediately. Could you take me there? Sure. Wang Knight looked at the injury on Fang Heng's right leg, then took out a unique barbarian bone whistle and blew it towards the sky. Soon, a giant barbarian eagle hovering in the night sky dove down. Let's go. Wang Knight took Fang Heng, slowly floating up and carrying him to sit on the eagle's back. Mo Jiawei waved to Yamamu and followed Zuo Lingfang to board the eagle's back, quickly flying towards the nearest teleportation mage tower. On the back of the eagle, as they watched the holy city gradually getting farther away, Fang Heng also breathed a sigh of relief. The mission had taken a big step forward. With the vow book now in hand, he could move on to verify his guess and utilize the power of the vow book to absorb and purify the abyss demons. As for the remnants left in the headquarters of the Holy Court, it didn't matter. They couldn't stir up much trouble in the short term. It was vital to quickly return to the seal of the abyss demons and complete the main quest. The sooner, the better. While on the road, Wang Knight briefly explained to Fang Heng the situation of the barbarians on this trip. In fact, there were traditions inside the barbarian tribes to deal with the abyss demons. Several elderly barbarian chiefs could unite to release a special totem spell to suppress the power of the abyss demons. Currently, several elderly chiefs who had received the inheritance and the elite teams sent out by the barbarians had entered the territory of Viscount Bront for a temporary rest through the underground world's teleportation channel. Wang Knight came early to see the news related to Fang Heng and also exchanged intelligence on the current situation with Fang Heng. After listening to Wang Knight's account, Fang Heng stroked his chin, thinking about making time to go see the so-called barbarian totem spell. While discussing, Zuo Ling Fang, who had been offline on another giant eagle's back, came online again. Lord Fang Heng, Tang Wu's team has completed the alchemical magic array outside Hanyi City, and they are using the array to disperse the sacred tree forest around Hanyi City, Zuo Ling Fang reported nervously. Continuing, Li Zu's team reported that the enemy has entered the encirclement, and we can act now. They dare to come. Well, tell Li Zu that I will cooperate with them. Fang Heng nodded, activating the game log with his hand. It was time to take action to deal with the troubles caused by Tang Wu. Outside Hanyi City, vast areas covered by vine forests. The huge alchemical magic array flickered, and a reddish light spiraled up from the center of the magic array, spilling outwards and gradually spreading all around. Once the light touched the outer vine of the sacred tree, those vines quickly retracted as if encountering a natural enemy. The remaining vines that couldn't retract yellowed, withered, and turned into a pile of flying ashes at a faster pace. At a glance, the entire forest was rapidly decaying. Hey! Master Alchemist Ovion looked disdainfully at the sacred tree forest in front of him. Field magic. Magic close to divine rank. Breaking the sacred trees of the barbarian army? So what? They were still firmly restrained by the alchemical learning. Leader Z, as you can see, this is the alchemical magic array designed against field magic. I've told you before, no field magic can escape the restrictions of the alchemical magic array. Ovion was quite satisfied to see the astonishment on the faces of the soldiers of the Empire, gesturing towards the back. Members of the Alchemical Society brought over square slabs of over a meter long, engraved with alchemical runes, and placed them in front of the team. Pointing to the slabs, Ovion continued to explain, these slabs have subsidiary magic arrays inscribed on them because the central magic array is difficult to move and has a very limited range of action, so I designed small supplementary magic arrays. The slabs are easy to move and have the same effect of destroying field magic. They are connected to the main alchemical magic array and have the power to transmit the main magic array. You can think of them as signal collectors. Zi Yun nodded slightly in understanding, nodding towards his subordinates. The Imperial Guardsman immediately stepped forward to receive the slabs covered with alchemical runes. Leader Z, my task is completed. The rest is up to you. Good luck. Zi Yun withdrew his gaze from the rapidly retreating vine forest ahead and said in a deep voice, Reconnaissance Group, all battalions from 1 to 7, line up. Get ready to set off. Follow me to explore the depths of the forest. The entire forest is currently under the influence of the alchemy magic array, visibly dissipating. At this time, we should quicken our pace and use the stone tablets to dispel the forest, quickly capturing Hanyi City. Zi Yun walked up to the Chief Elder and Magistrate Geldnord in the Elder Senate, bowing respectfully and saying, Magistrate, I'll lead a group to explore deep into the forest first to confirm safety before we act together. Command here is temporarily in your hands. Magistrate Geldnord looked ahead at the slowly retreating vine forest and asked, Do we need to bring more people over? No need. The Sword Saint Chabo will accompany us to explore the inside, ensuring the team's safety. All right, be careful. Zi Yun nodded, turned around, raised his hand, and commanded, Let's go. The Imperial team quickly split into two groups. Geldnord's team guarding the Imperial Relic and the Imperial Alchemy Guild team, along with most of the Imperial Army, remained in camp. Zi Yun led the Royal Guards and a group of elite Imperial soldiers, gradually advancing into the forest to explore. In the distance within the dense forest, over 30 pairs of eyes were fixed on Zi Yun's team. Unica, it seems they are preparing to act separately. Should we make a move? This Zi Yun is not easy to deal with, exceptionally cautious. Waiting any longer may not yield any change. Unica lowered her head and checked the game logs, asking, Have you communicated with the offline team? Yes? Ed nodded, saying, I just contacted Fang Heng, who recently left the Holy City and is heading towards the nearest teleportation channel. He said he would cooperate with us. Unica and Ed were aware of the recent explosion in the Holy See, knowing that Fang Heng must be up to something on that end again. They were unsure of his ultimate motive for these actions. Ed was starting to get used to it. Even if Fang Heng did something strange now, he wouldn't be too surprised. Focus on the present, Do your best to complete the mission." Unica said in a low voice, "All right, wait a bit more. When they are completely surrounded, follow my orders and attack alongside the tree god." Ziyun sensed the covert gazes and realized there was an ambush, thus proceeding with extra caution, leading the team into the forest in batches. After advancing to kilometers further into the forest area, the diminishing effect of the giant alchemy magic array's light released had gradually faded. Ziyun divided the team into 12 groups, each equipped with a piece of alchemy stone tablet. Wherever the Imperial team went, the forest vines withered rapidly under the scorching light emitted by the stone tablets. The Alchemy Guild is somewhat useful, Ziyun thought to himself, instructing the team to stay alert and continuously use the stone tablet alchemy magic array to destroy the vines around them. At this rate, by tomorrow morning, they would have cleaned up all the vines and reached Hani City. Although this method was very inefficient, it was indeed the safest approach. In the distance, Alchemy Guild President Avian looked at the team crawling slowly forward ahead, feeling increasingly displeased. What were they dragging their feet for? Avian turned to look aside. Besides a small number of Imperial soldiers, 3 other teams remained stationed there. The Holy See, part of the Imperial Mage Corps, and the Imperial Elder Senate. Team command fell to the Elder Senate Magistrate Gil Nort. Avian narrowed his eyes and said, "Gil Nort, Ziyun's performance is nothing like his age, be cautious not to overdo it." Gil Nort naturally understood Avian's meaning, gave him a sidelong glance, and nodded, "There's no harm in being steady." When Emperor Tangwu left the capital, he instructed us to capture Hani City as soon as possible and thoroughly eradicate the plague-ridden area. The alchemy magic array can easily destroy the tree god forest. Is it necessary to waste so much time? I'm worried that the plague-ridden area may have sensed the changes in the tree of the gods. The longer it takes, the more likely the plague-ridden area will counteract. I can't guarantee whether the alchemy magic array will have such a good effect by then. Gil Nort couldn't help but look at Avian. "What are you thinking? There are still spare alchemy stone tablets. I just had some more made to help them quickly complete the cleanup." Avian paused and continued, "You were the team commander. What do you think?" Gil Nort thought for a moment and agreed to Avian's request with a wave of his hand. 5 Imperial Lords stepped forward to take command, each leading a few stone tablets and swiftly chasing towards the forest ahead. Wherever the teams went, the vine forest quickly withered. The melting speed of the entire tree god forest doubled instantly. "See, I told you, the alchemy magic array restrains environmental magic, and there is no risk at all." Just as Avian finished speaking, a high-ranking mage from the guarding team shouted, "There's magical resonance. Be cautious. Mage Corps, prepare, reinforce the magic shield, hum." A huge pale magic shield opened up, enveloping the entire team left behind. Boom, boom, boom. Looking towards the night sky, a burst of red light flashed across the horizon. Giant red meteors continuously fell from the sky, landing on the blue magic shield, creating ripples. Enemy attack! It's an enemy attack! All defense positions! The Imperial Mage Corps shouted, focusing their spirits ready for battle. Avian's mind stirred. What? The enemy is launching a surprise attack now. Right. They must have discovered that the alchemy magic array restrains the tree god of the forest, so they are desperate to destroy the main alchemy array directly. Thinking they can succeed, Avian felt disdain and looked ahead. What's happening? Avian was extremely shocked at the sudden frenzy of the entire forest. In just an instant, the entire forest seemed to have descended into madness. Ziyun at the forest's edge was especially cautious. The vines around him seemed greatly stimulated, densely weaving back towards the team as if greatly provoked, engulfing them in an instant. "Quick, use the stone tablets!" The Imperial Royal Guards immediately raised the stone tablets high upon seeing this. It was futile. The light emitted by the stone tablets seemed to completely lose effect at this moment, having no impact on the vines rushing towards them. Formation! Ziyun drew his long sword to command the gradually disorganized team, his eyes flashing with anger. "Avian! That fool! What has he done?" Hiss! Hiss! Sword light slashed through the air. Oh no! He had clearly used alchemy to break through the field magic, and it had been confirmed just now that the alchemical magic circle was effective. But why? Ovion can't wrap his head around why the alchemical magic circle suddenly failed. Everything he sees in front of him has exceeded his understanding. The Empire team left in the temporary camp area dared not approach the riding vine group ahead, afraid of being dragged in by the rampaging Godtree forest. The situation also put Xiao Yun and his team, trapped in the vines at the center, in danger. Arbitrator Gelnad glared at Ovion. "What's going on? You said the alchemical magic circle could destroy the Godtree. You assured His Majesty that there would be no problem." Ovion, pale-faced, couldn't speak, not knowing how to explain what was happening before his eyes. Crack, crack. A cracking sound came from behind. Turning around, fine cracks appeared on the large alchemical magic circle. The apprentice alchemists controlling the main alchemical circle suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on their foreheads. They realized that the magic circle was showing signs of collapse. A senior alchemist suddenly shouted, "Not good. The magic circle is going to go out of control. Retreat!" Boom! The next moment, the entire alchemical magic circle exploded. The shockwave from the explosion sent the members of the Alchemy Guild flying in all directions. Among those blown away, brothers Yurui Lin and Yurui Chen fell heavily to the ground, struggling to get back up, then cautiously glanced at each other. They should be fine at this point. Ovion turned back to look at the suddenly exploding alchemical magic circle, mouth agape, eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why the alchemical magic circle would explode. "Idiot! The Empire is in crisis because of your stupidity." Arbitrator Gelnad's eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent as he looked at Ovion. He knew that continuing to scold him now would be futile, so he immediately commanded, "Calm down. Mage team, prepare." Hanny City. After entering the teleportation area of the Mage Tower following the Falcon, everything became much more convenient. Fang Heng and his team directly used the teleportation channel to return to the Mage Tower in Hanny City. Vines spread in through the window, along the walls and ceiling, covering almost half the room. Pale blue dots of light fell from the vines. Fang Heng's injured right leg quickly healed under the effect of the light. Hint: you have received the healing effect of the Godtree. Your fracture effect has been cleared. Fang Heng closed his eyes slightly, maintaining a mental connection with the Godtree, murmuring to himself, "This should be enough." After stopping the connection with the Godtree, Fang Heng turned to several apprentice mages and nodded, "We can start." "Yes, Lord Fang." The apprentice mages infused their mental power into the teleportation magic circle. A passage appeared on the teleportation magic circle. "Let's go." Stepping into the teleportation gate, Fang Heng and his team immediately entered the city of Lincolton. The city lord, Chadwick, had been waiting outside the Mage Tower and greeted Fang Heng and his group as they came through the teleportation channel. "Lord Fang, is everything okay on your side?" "Yes, we are still in control." City Lord Chadwick felt quite anxious. The concentration of the plague's breath in the mining area was currently at a very high level, and Weinolin had joined forces with many high-ranking mages of the Mage Association to set up defensive barriers in the area, along with the Phantom Tower, just barely managing to control the spread of the plague's breath. As for what would happen next, no one knew. At least Chadwick, after observing Weinolin and the expressions of the mages, felt that things were not going well. Chadwick had initially intended to evacuate some of the personnel in Lincolton City. Unexpectedly, after the news spread, more and more necromancer scholars came, and the entire city of Lincolton became more crowded. The offline and online promotion efforts of the Ed Guild had also played a great role. Scholars on the continent who were curious or had researched the plague's breath also flocked in. Under the circumstances, many powers on the continent chose to unite and come to help. Now, Lincolton City had gathered a large number of people from the Empire. Chadwick felt overwhelmed. With so many mixed personnel, besides those genuinely offering help, many suspicious individuals had also infiltrated. The idea of reducing personnel was unrealistic. Removing most of the suspicious individuals was already the limit. Chadwick sighed inwardly and rallied himself, saying, "Lord Fang, the mining area has been sealed off. Mr. Weinolin is still in command in the mining area. I'll take you to see." "Okay." Accompanied by the Empire Guards, Fang Heng and his team headed to the mining area. Along the way, many necromancer scholars recognized Fang Heng and saluted him, their eyes showing respect and curiosity. Whispers continued around them. "Is that Lord Fang Heng? So young. Keep your voice down." Necromancer scholars have a special way of preserving their youth. In terms of age, Others could be your ancestors. So powerful. Of course, did you know that Lord Fang Heng devoted himself to the study of necromancy for hundreds, if not thousands of years? He only stopped practicing when he sensed the awakening of the Abyss Demon to save. What nonsense! You think I'm lying? My mentor told me that spell of necromancy is beyond banned spells, a true divine spell. If I could unleash a divine spell once in my life, it would be worth dying for. Have you heard the latest news? After Lord Fang Heng came out, he heard that necromancy was being suppressed. He was furious and just went alone to the headquarters of the shrine and destroyed it. Chadwick also heard the noisy whispers around him and couldn't help but gulp. He had also heard some news just now that the shrine headquarters in Alcavarino had been hit by a massive explosion with unknown causes, wiping out the entire Shrine Elder Council. Not only that, but even the middle and upper management of the shrine died in the explosion. Although there was no concrete evidence, rumors were spreading everywhere that this was Lord Fang Heng's retaliation, and the shrine had not provided any explanation or statement. Chadwick opened his mouth, thinking that there was no running away this time. The palace and the holy mountain were most likely destroyed by Fang Heng. What could Fang Heng possibly not dare to do in this world? Chadwick tentatively asked again, I heard that something happened over on Ochubrin's side recently. Recalling the palace headquarters he had just visited, Fang Heng was still puzzled by the explosion at the Holy Mountain and couldn't help but say, well, I was planning to get something there, and things got a bit out of hand. Does that count as an admission? Chadwick couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was it really just things getting a bit out of hand? After this major explosion, it was likely that the palace would directly decline from being a superpower on the continent to just an ordinary force. In the past, the palace had spared no effort in suppressing necromancers, almost causing the necromantic tradition to disappear completely. Now, with the palace weakened and necromancy thriving under Fang Heng's leadership, it had quietly become one of the largest magical disciplines on the continent. At this rate, it was probably questionable whether the palace would even survive a few years from now. Someone among the necromancers started clapping, and Fang Heng, hearing the applause, was taken aback, looking around at the necromancers surrounding him and shaking his head internally. No wonder, they are all a group of novice necromancers. Novice necromancers were still full of vigor, far from being calm. Unlike the necromancers who had practiced for hundreds of years, who cared little about the life or death of the palace and whether they were enemies, solely focused on their research. With Chadwick leading the way, Fang Heng and a group of people passed through layers of security checks and entered the interior of the mine. A dark light curtain composed of 7 ghost towers firmly locked the breath of the plague within. Fang Heng's attention was drawn to the entrance of the mine in front of him. Upon receiving the news of Fang Heng's arrival, Warren hurried over with his men. He had been busy all day, his clothes tainted with a gray hue. Warren wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to Fang Heng, "We've coordinated with the Mage Association to set up a magical barrier. It temporarily controls the concentration of the breath of the plague, but it's only temporary. The breath of the plague is getting stronger, and the defense barrier needs continuous reinforcement." Along with Warren, the president of the Imperial Mage Association and several vice presidents also arrived. After all, Fang Heng was one of the vice presidents of the Mage Association, and his recent feats, such as summoning a giant tree with large-scale field magic to defeat the Barbarian Legion and using a necromantic banishment spell to kill the Grand Bishop of the palace, had spread throughout the continent. Furthermore, unsettling rumors about the Abyssal Fiends had also emerged. The Mage Association had sent a large number of people to provide support. Despite this assistance, they were at a loss after encountering the breath of the plague. The more they researched, the more disheartened they became. The breath of the plague was too terrifying. Before Fang Heng returned, they had tried many methods, but none had been effective against the breath of the plague. With a sense of unease, Randolph nodded to Fang Heng and said, "President Fang, there are too many people in the city of Linkradon. Once the fiends break free from their seal, they will be the first to bear the brunt of the fiends' assault. For safety's sake, it's best to start evacuating the people soon." "All right, I'll handle it. If necessary, we will evacuate some people to mitigate the risk." "Yes, that's what I meant. It will take some time before the Abyssal Fiends break their seal. There's no need for that yet. I'll go in and take a look first." "Okay." After a brief exchange with the members of the Mage Association, Fang Heng took a few steps forward towards the depths of the mine. Besides him, no one else could stay in the breath of the plague for an extended period, so he had to go alone to explore the mine. The dense breath of the plague had already engulfed the entrance to the entire mine. Watching Fang Heng gradually disappear into the black mist, the lords and talented individuals who had just arrived showed expressions of surprise. The threat posed by direct contact with that terrifying presence was dangerous, yet Fang Heng seemed to ignore it completely. Soon, following the previously excavated passage, Fang Heng navigated his way back into the underground abyss. It was safe all the way until he once again arrived at the familiar large-ceiling magic array. Fang Heng looked around, then placed his hand on the magic array. The magic array flashed a beam of light. In an instant, everything spun around, followed by a feeling of weightlessness, entering the sealed space once again. Fang Heng immediately transformed into a bat form, flapping his wings slowly towards the depths of the abyss. At the bottom, the abyssal fiend was still in an extremely agitated state. Materialized black breath of the plague kept emerging, even obscuring most of Fang Heng's vision. Helplessly, Fang Heng had to rely on the sound of the abyssal fiend, struggling and hitting the iron chains to determine his approximate location. After struggling, he finally groped his way to the bottom, reverting back to his human form. Bang! Bang bang! The abyssal fiend thrashed violently, continuously ramming into the walls, causing the metal chains pierced into its body to shake frantically, showing signs of being gradually freed. The surrounding walls holding the iron chains had numerous cracks emerging. It probably won't hold much longer, Fang Heng muttered to himself, assessing the situation, then flipped his wrist, and the Book of Vows appeared in his hand. The faint light emitted by the Book of Vows was immediately engulfed by the surrounding black fog. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 16 fragments flew out of the Book of Vows, hovering around him. The skill description in the Book of Vows didn't mention absorbing the power of the breath of the plague, but Fang Heng had accidentally tried it once during his exploration. It was confirmed that the fragments of the sacred book had a similar effect to absorbing the power of the abyssal fiend. Now, he just needed to figure out how to replicate the previous action and try to draw the power of the abyssal fiend using the fragments of the sacred book. Standing at the furthest point from the abyssal fiend at the bottom of the abyss, Fang Heng cautiously maneuvered the fragments closer to the struggling abyssal fiend. Hiss, hiss! The fragments of the sacred book had already approached the restlessly struggling abyssal fiend. But there was no reaction whatsoever. What was going on? Without the fragments, was it impossible to absorb the remaining energy? Furrowing his brow, Fang Heng carefully recalled the scene when the fragments of the sacred book had been triggered before. That's right. He remembered that the fragments hadn't directly affected the abyssal fiend, but had been attached to a holy sword. However, doing so also comes with risks. Directly using the light-searing holy sword to attack the abyss demon will likely provoke the opponent. The faint mental perception and familiar sense of trust that had been painstakingly established between him and the abyss demon will be completely destroyed. Should he try to find a more secure way? No, it's not possible. Fang Heng quickly dismissed this idea upon reflection. Only those with the imprint of the lineage of the saints can enter the sealed entrance passage of the abyss demon, not even his zombie doppelganger. With the time for the abyss demon to escape getting closer and closer, there's no time to waste. Try it. Take a chance. Fang Heng made up his mind and quickly leapt towards the edge, then transformed into a vampire shape and flew into the air towards the ceiling until he reached the highest point, grabbing onto the edge of the wall to stabilize himself. Suddenly, Fang Heng's body became momentarily illusory, followed by a quick split, forming two identical silhouettes. The additional skill of the Blood Clan, King's Coffin, Blood Shadow Doppelganger. Fang Heng flicked his wrist, throwing the light-searing holy sword towards the Blood Shadow Doppelganger. The Doppelganger caught the long sword, took a leap forward, and jumped directly towards the location of the abyss demon below. Fang Heng turned his head, staring intently below. Despite the black fog obscuring his vision, Fang Heng could sense the approximate location of the Blood Shadow Doppelganger. Thump! Thump! The abyss demon, who was struggling and swinging metal chains, felt the approach of the holy light breath, seemed somewhat uncomfortable. However, sensing a part of Fang Heng's presence, it did not launch an attack proactively. By the time the abyss demon became aware of the danger, it was too late. The Blood Shadow Doppelganger jumped down from a great height, gripping the sword with both hands and thrusting it fiercely towards the abyss demon. Chi! The light-searing holy sword pierced the abyss demon's body as if cutting tofu, easily penetrating its body and firmly nailing it to the ground. Ka, 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 boom. Stimulated, the breath of the plague burst out from the wound. The blood shadow doppelganger instantly dissolved in the erupting black breath. High above, continuously raging black breath gushed out from the passage below. Fang Heng tightly grabbed the wall to prevent his body from being blown away by the force. The breath continued for half a minute before gradually subsiding. A golden spot emerged from below. A streak of light dispelled the darkness. The scorching holy light burst from the light-searing holy sword. The golden light once again suppressed the abyss demon. A game hint refreshed on Fang Heng's retina. Hint: your blood shadow doppelganger attacked the abyss demon, causing unknown damage, unknown effect. Hint: your blood shadow doppelganger took additional damage and has died. Hint: your use of the Arbiter, light-searing holy sword has temporarily sealed a portion of the abyss demon's power. The abyss demon has memorized your presence, and you will receive additional hatred from the abyss demon. Hint: due to the special effect, the abyss demon's estimated time to break the seal of the saint is extended. Current remaining time estimate, 139.2 hours. This is an estimated time, subject to change at any time due to various factors. It seems to be successful. The level of the abyss demon is too high, even causing the game's hints to blur. Fang Heng's eyes lit up and once again invoked the Book of Oaths. Chi, chi. The remnants of holiness flew out from the Book of Oaths, then flew out in unison, rapidly attacking the light-searing holy sword below. Success! Seeing the remnants automatically fly out, Fang Heng's eyes brightened. He transformed into a bat form again, flying downward while squinting to look below. Ka! The remnants stuck tightly to the light-searing holy sword after flying down. Boom! With the remnants attached, the golden holy light on the sword erupted again. The mist surrounding the abyss demon quickly dissipated to the naked eye. Simultaneously, the 16 remnants of holiness attached to the sword gradually dimmed. After a minute, the remnants, now completely blackened, lost their power and fell off the sword. Another game hint appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Hint: due to the special influence, the abyss demon's estimated time to break the saint seal is further extended. Current remaining time estimate, 169.2 hours. This is an estimated time, subject to change at any time due to various factors. Fang Heng frowned and once again reached out to invoke the Book of Oaths. The remnants, under the influence of the Book of Oaths, flew back into the book. Fang Heng opened the Book of Oaths to observe. Item: Book of Oaths remnants absorbed unknown energy awaiting purification, *16. Great! The experiment was successful. Without a doubt, the remnants of the Book of Oaths could reduce the power of the abyss demon using the light-searing holy sword as an intermediary. The most obvious effect was that, after absorbing the power, the abyss demon's release from the seal of the saint was delayed. If this can be done a few more times, there is hope. Fang Heng's spirits lifted, immediately put away the Book of Oaths, and quickly climbed towards the exit above. Outside the mine, Weaverlin and his group were anxiously waiting outside the defensive barrier. The external concentration of the plague breath remained high. He's coming out. Seeing Fang Heng walking out of the barrier, everyone turned their gazes towards him. Weaverlin asked, "How is the situation inside the seal?" Fang Heng nodded and replied, "Yes, I tried it out, and I have some ideas." The people around couldn't help but show surprise upon hearing this, their eyes filled with anticipation. They had spent a whole day without figuring out how to deal with the plague breath, and now, finally, they received good news. Weaverlin was even more anxious, hurriedly asked, "What method did you use?" "It's hard to say. I need to further confirm. I will make a quick trip back to Honey City first." Fang Heng signaled to Vanquidnet, and the others behind him nodded and said, "We'll go ahead." "All right, we'll wait here. Contact us if you encounter any difficulties." Using the Soul Tower, Fang Heng swiftly transported back to Honey City with Zorling Fang and the others. Chi, chi, chi. Upon stepping out of the teleportation channel, Fang Heng was immediately sensed by the divine Trié Bakira, who detected the divine power fluctuations released by the Book of Oaths. The tendrils on the walls and ceiling swiftly moved towards Fang Heng. Sensing the emotional fluctuations from the divine tree tendrils, Fang Heng held up the Book of Oaths in front of him and tried to establish a mental link with the divine tree. A sense of joy and urgency came from the divine tree tendrils. It took Abe Chia some time to understand his meaning, and disappointment filled the air, but he still expressed that he would strive to achieve it. Hiss! The vines once again spread towards the vow book floating in front of Feng Heng's body, wrapping the dark fragment of the holy remains brought out from the window of the ghost tower and dragging it into the gaps of the ground. In a moment, a game prompt appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Hint: the god tree Abe Chia has absorbed some of the power of the plague breath, unlocking the evolutionary option, Power of Filth. Hint: complete unlocking of the current state requires absorption of similar energy sources to 1118 10,000ths. Hiss! The vines once again emerged from the ground, returning the absorbed energy to the fragment of the holy remains. It really worked. Feng Heng picked up the fragment from the vine and checked its status. Item: Vow Book Fragment. Description: one of the fragments of the Vow Book, which contains some holy light attribute power. Additional skill: Sacred Counterattack. Current remaining energy: 0. Good. The fragment of the holy remains is still intact. Abe Chia directly absorbed the power of the plague breath from the fragment, equivalent to completing the purification operation. It even promoted the progress of the next stage of evolution. Win-win. Huh! Feng Heng frowned slightly and uttered another soft exclamation. The energy contained in the fragment of the holy remains had been completely depleted to 0. Hiss! 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 The fragment, influenced by the power of the vow book, was absorbed, and its energy value began to increase at an extremely slow rate. Trouble! The recovery rate is so slow. Originally prepared to use the power of the vow book to quickly absorb and evolve the god tree and weaken the abyss demons. In this case, is there any way to quickly restore the power of the fragment? Feng Heng turned his head and saw Mo Jiawei and Zhuo Lingfang next to him. Mo Jiawei and the others were puzzled, not knowing what Feng Heng was up to, standing by with some confusion. Zhuo Lingfang, Zhuo Lingfang saw Feng Heng's gaze and immediately startled. Lord Feng Heng, yes, I'm here. Do you still remember the information about the vow book? Yes, I do. Feng Heng had previously asked the Ed Player team to help collect a lot of information related to the vow book, and Zhuo Lingfang had worked hard to gather it and hand it over to Feng Heng. Help me remember if there is any information related to restoring the energy of the vow book? Zhuo Lingfang had a good memory and nodded immediately. Yes, the vow book can store some energy, and some skills also consume energy. I can't remember the specific details. I need to go offline to check the detailed information. Yes, go quickly. I'll wait for you. Okay. Watching Zhuo Lingfang go offline, Mo Jiawei couldn't help but ask, why so urgent? Do you have a plan? Yes? Feng Heng nodded. I seem to have found another way to deal with the abyss demons. Really? Mo Jiawei's eyes lit up involuntarily. I'm about 80% sure, but I need to try again. After a while, Zhuo Lingfang communicated with the offline team and came back online. Lord, after analyzing the existing data again, we have determined that there are 3 ways for the vow book to restore energy under normal circumstances. The first is through the passage of time. The vow book can slowly recover its ability on its own. This method has a very low efficiency for energy recovery. The second is through the accumulation of faith. The faith of believers can help the vow book increase the speed of energy recovery. And the third is the fastest and most effective way. The vow book can absorb items of the same sacred light attributes as the holy court, thereby restoring strength in a very short time, and the amount of recovery is related to the grade of the sacred light property items. Feng Heng rubbed his chin and pondered. Items of sacred light attribute. Lincoln City. The news that His Majesty the Bright Moon is collecting all kinds of equipment and items with sacred attributes quickly spread. An order was issued that all equipment items containing sacred light attributes needed to be submitted as soon as possible, and the submitted items would be compensated according to their value by the Empire. After 24 hours, if any hoarding was discovered, the crime would be equivalent to treason. Upon receiving the news, the major lords immediately executed the order and began to collect various supplies and items within their territories. The Mage Association also followed suit. After all, the association had been operating for thousands of years and was very advantaged in collecting special equipment, quickly mobilizing a batch of divine learning equipment from warehouses around the area into Lincoln City. The only ones a little puzzled were the offline Li Zhu team. The players were extremely puzzled. They were still in a fierce battle with Tang Wu. How come Fang Heng suddenly urgently wanted to collect a large number of equipment items related to divine learning on the side? And the higher the level, the better. The time limit was so tight. What was he up to? The players of the major teams couldn't help but feel suspicious. Under Li Zu's pressure, the player forces also acted hastily, and messages about purchasing were everywhere on the forums. Half of the empire was thrown into chaos. Even the creatures dwelling in the caves of the underground world, as well as distant barbarian tribes, joined the search team. Shortly, in less than half an hour, the first wave of divine learning-related items were transported from all directions into Lincolnton City through various channels. A small square was cleared outside the ghost tower. A large number of divine learning-related items, including weapons, shields, books, etc., were piled up in a cluttered manner here. More and more undead scholars were attracted and gathered around, curious about what Fang Heng was about to do. People whispered and discussed in soft voices. Most people thought that Fang Heng was declaring a full-scale war on the Holy Court. Hint: your friendship level with the Holy Court has greatly decreased. You have spread the study of undead magic on the continent, causing a huge blow to divine learning. Your reputation in the Undead Study and Research Association has slightly increased. Hint: your actions have attracted the attention of certain forces. Fang Heng saw 2 lines of game prompts on his retina. Fang Heng briefly scanned the game prompts and felt somewhat strange. How could this increase the reputation of undead studies? With no time to spare, he simply ignored it. Fang Heng no longer thought about anything else and stepped forward, offering up the vow book. A dull yellow light radiated from the vow book. In front of him, the equipment on the square also emitted a faint glow. The holy light gradually radiated. Boom! Boom boom! Under the gaze of the onlookers, the weapons on the square, after absorbing all the energy, began to gradually shatter. The scholars of the necromancy could not figure out Fang Heng's true purpose at all. As they watched the sacred equipment on the square slowly turn into ruins, their previous speculations only became more certain. Lord Fang Heng intended to be at odds with the sacred studies and completely sever all connections to sacred studies. The Holy Court was going to be in big trouble. After a moment, when all the sacred study props and equipment collected on the square had completely shattered into a pile of abandoned metal, Fang Heng finally stopped the Book of Vows in his hands. He looked at the description of the Book of Vows again. The energy of the 16 remnants of the holy fragments had restored about 80%. Fang Heng glanced at the half-mountain of junk metal accumulated, shaking his head internally. It was quite fast to use sacred equipment for recharging, but the conversion efficiency was a bit low. Hundreds of pieces of sacred study equipment had all been scrapped, but they were still not fully charged. Of course, this was also related to the fact that most of the equipment was of low levels. Seeing Fang Heng standing in place with a subtle expression, Lord Chadwick walked up and whispered to him, "Lord Fang Heng, most of the sacred equipment you see here are items that various lords confiscated and hoarded in the past, as well as some old goods found by the Mage Association in the warehouse." This amount of equipment is far from enough. I still need more. Chadwick's expression turned serious, nodding, saying, "I understand. The number of subsidiary sacred equipment of the Holy Studies is limited. We have been gradually collecting them and have found some, and they are being transported here at the fastest speed." Velen realized that Fang Heng seemed to be absorbing some of the power from the equipment, judging that Fang Heng probably wanted to use the power of sacred studies to deal with the abyss demons. He couldn't help but follow along and whisper, "Fang Heng, it may not be so easy to collect a large number of sacred equipment. The Holy Court is a relatively traditional and conservative organization, and there are very few sacred equipment left outside, and most of them are low level." Mo Jiawei sneered and said, "That's simple. Since there's nothing outside, let's go to the headquarters of the Holy Court and grab some stuff." "Oh, just been to Ochebrino. There should be a lot of equipment over there. See, I told you, it's better to just deal with the Holy Court just now." Wang Zhenet shrugged, saying quite relaxedly, "All right, Fang Heng, leave the Holy Court to me. I'm free anyway. I'll help you go to Ochebrino and get some equipment." Fang Heng pondered for a moment and thought that this proposal was not bad. "All right, leave this to you. I'm sure with your help, it will be done quickly." "No problem. Leave it to me." Wang Zhenet took out a bone whistle and blew it into the air. Soon, several large shadows appeared in the sky. "I'll go ahead. Take a look at the seal." Fang Heng nodded towards Velen, put away the Book of Vows, and swiftly headed back towards the mine area, quickly disappearing into a thick fog. Back at the original spot, Velen and many high-ranking members of the Mage Association, as well as various players, looked at each other. Everyone saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Everyone shook their heads involuntarily. So, after just cleaning up a wave of sacred study equipment, he was now going back to the sealing area again. What exactly was Fang Heng planning? Seeing the somewhat awkward situation, the president of the Mage Guild, Play, gave a light cough, looked towards everyone, and said in a deep tone, "Everyone, let's continue reinforcing the outer seal according to the original plan. If President Fang Heng needs anything, he will naturally inform us." Meanwhile, Fang Heng had returned to the abyss below for the second time. Inside the seal, the concentration of the plague breath had greatly decreased. Fang Heng clung to the wall at a high place, looking down below. The abyss demon was still firmly nailed to the ground by the sword of the holy light that broke the seal. Due to the containment of the abyss demon, his struggling intensity had also decreased. Fang Heng dared not approach too close, so he directly used the Book of Vows from a distance. Chirp! Chirp, chirp, chirp! The remnants immediately reacted, once again swiftly flying out from the Book of Vows, clinging tightly to the holy light sword, breaking the seal below. Boom! The holy light sword once again bloomed with dazzling sacred light. Tip: due to special effects, the estimated remaining time for the abyss demon to break the saint seal has been extended. Current estimated remaining time, 199.7 hours. This time is an estimate and may change at any time due to various factors. Outside the city of Hani, on the frontline battlefield, a huge azure blue shield was erected, firmly guarding the Empire's large legion sent by Tangwu in the central area. The Empire's inherited divine artifact, the Unjust Balance. It possessed powerful barrier protection capabilities and frontal output capabilities. The Radiant Barrier blocked the external vine attacks. Not long ago, the Vanguard team led by Ziyun was ambushed by the vines of the Divine Tree Forest. The entire team fought desperately, and this time, with the assistance of the Empire Sword Saint, they barely escaped and met up with the Imperial Army's camp. For this, Ziyun also paid a great price, with less than a tenth of the entire Vanguard team remaining. Ziyun watched as the royal guards he had personally trained for many years fell one by one beside him, his heart bleeding incessantly. He said nothing, staring at Ovian, his eyes showing undisguised killing intent. Ovian didn't think he was at fault, feeling the fierce gaze from Ziyun. He was extremely displeased and directly coldly gazed back. "What are you looking at me for? What does your own strategic command mistake have to do with me? Everyone, under the current circumstances, let's temporarily set aside our grievances and focus on how to break free." The arbitrator of the Senate, Gerno, felt exhausted as he saw the two people in the team about to fight at any moment. The situation outside was already precarious, and the internal situation was unstable. The Divine Tree Forest, after entering a state of frenzy, did not stop, but came sweeping towards the temporary camp again. With no other choice, Gerno used the power of the Empire's divine artifact to create a huge protective barrier. At least for now, the barrier protected the Legion, buying them some time. Among the team, two brothers, Eurulian and Euruican, secretly observed the elite mage and elite soldiers of the Empire surrounding the center of the Legion, communicating with each other with their eyes. The divine artifact, the Unjust Balance. It appeared as a silver balance from the outside, but at this moment, the balance was tilting to the left side. Eurulian shook his head gently and secretly sent a message to the outside world. Under the layers of Imperial guards protecting the holy artifact scale, it was impossible for them to destroy it. On a nearby hill, a group of players gathered. After several attempts to attack the blue barrier proved ineffective, Unica signaled the mage team to temporarily stop attacking and rest to restore their spiritual energy. Watching the blue barrier that remained steadfast under the attack of the raging vines, several player leaders gathered to discuss quietly. "I've never seen such a strong shield before. The attack power of the God Tree can instantly kill even third-level creatures, and the attack density is terrifying, yet the shield still completely absorbs it. Tang Mingyu nodded in agreement from the side. "I just tried using the highest single-target attack power, pseudo-forbidden scroll, but it was easily blocked by the barrier. A player hurriedly approached and nodded to Commander Unica, then subtly signaled with his eyes. Unica asked, "Speak." "Yes, you Rulin just sent a message, revealing that this time the Imperial Senate brought the Imperial artifact, the unjust scale. The blue barrier is released by the scale, and they have tried several times, but cannot break the scale from the inside." The players furrowed their brows upon hearing this. Artifact level. Just hearing the name, they knew it would be extremely troublesome to deal with. As everyone was at a loss, an elder pondered for a moment and suggested, "The energy contained in the blue barrier is strong, and with our current strength, it is difficult to break the barrier head-on." The players turned their attention to the elder, Wei Hongyuan. He had long been studying natural magic and was highly respected among players, as well as in the Mage Association. "Elder Wei, do you have any solutions? Maintaining a huge barrier magic array requires a great energy supply. Even artifacts cannot continuously release energy indefinitely. Stalling for time in place is not a bad idea for us. We can rely on the God Tree to continuously consume the power of the artifact." Hearing Wei Hongyuan's words, the people felt slightly relieved. After all, they had the initiative now, and it seemed not bad to drag things out like this. Wei looked at the giant blue barrier in the distance, a hint of worrying flashing in his eyes, and continued, "But in my opinion, the Empire must also know this. They won't stay still and wait for death. They are definitely planning something. I suggest being wary of a desperate attack from them. If we must break the barrier head-on, forgive me for being blunt, perhaps only Lord Fang Heng can achieve that." Right. After Wei Hongyuan mentioned it, everyone couldn't help but think of Fang Heng again, and their gazes turned to the side at Ed. Ed felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had been distracted, communicating with the offline Lizu team about the situation with Fang Heng. He knew deep down that Fang Heng probably had no intention of helping them now. Unico looked at Ed and asked, "Any news from Fang Heng's side?" Ed saw everyone looking at him expectantly and could only tell the truth. To be honest, Lord Fang Heng just came back to Hanacheng a few times and then left quickly. He just requested a large amount of holy equipment, and the offline team is urgently collecting and transporting the holy equipment to Lincoln City. Furthermore, not long ago, Wang Ni had led the elite tribe team to attack the holy city again, and also invited the player teams to assist, saying they wanted to thoroughly cleanse the entire holy city. Take away all the equipment resources, and leave no one from the sanctuary behind. As they listened to Ed's words, everyone felt a strange sensation. Here they were in a frontal battle, and Fang Heng went to the other side of Lincoln City to conflict with a sanctuary, to incite a holy war. What does that mean? It all sounded bizarre. Unica also felt strange, and found Fang Heng increasingly unpredictable. Just as they were bewildered, a dazzling blue light burst from the front of the Imperial Legion, causing everyone to turn their heads and close their eyes to avoid the sharp blue light. Boom! The earth faintly shook, and a massive blue light beam exploded outward from the shield as the origin point. Mountains, trees, rivers, and everything along the way were completely melted away under the effect of the blue flood. The light lasted for half a minute before slowly dissipating. As the people opened their eyes and turned to look down the hill, a deep trench appeared on the ground where the blue light had passed. Along with the energy dispersed by the beam in an area of more than 100 meters around the blue barrier, the Imperial team now appeared to be standing on a raised platform on the ground. The players' faces turned pale. A player received a message from the survival radio station and reported in a heavy tone, "Captain, a lurking reconnaissance team was attacked by the blue light, and the entire team was annihilated by the beam." The game log shows it was an attack from the artifact scale. The horrifying artifact, it seemed that Ziyun's Imperial team was not without resistance. The group's morale sank, their breathing becoming heavier, and there was even a sense of relief. If the blue light attack had been just a little closer to them, perhaps they would have been completely dissolved by the artifact attack. Unica said solemnly, "Everyone, it's not safe here anymore. Spread the order. Everyone, retreat to kilometers immediately." In the vast blue barrier, the arbiter of the Imperial Senate, Gilnet, had an equally displeased expression. The recent attack had consumed a lot of energy from the artifact, but the attack effect was not good. It had only destroyed a dozen enemies. The plan encountered huge trouble right at the first step, forcing them to reveal their hand directly. And the effect of the revealed hand was also very mediocre. Gilnort furrowed his brow. He was no longer thinking about how to break through the sacred tree. How to break free from this dilemma? The unjust balance of heaven's attack power is very strong, but the attack range is too concentrated, only a beam of light supporting line, therefore unable to cause effective damage to the vast vine forest. They are now trapped in a group of vines. It's extremely difficult to escape the entrapment of the vines. More importantly, Gilnort and Ziyun exchanged a glance, both noticing the seriousness in each other's eyes. The power of the unjust balance of heaven is extremely strong, but the Empire has always been reluctant to use it, because the cost of using it is life. In that last attack, more than 100 young elite soldiers of the Empire who were performing the ritual had already lost at least 30 years of their lifespan. Their hair visibly turned gray, their bodies had aged, and they were supported by soldiers as they descended from the ceremony, with a new batch of soldiers going up to replace them in the ritual. The Empire brought a huge number of troops this time. They can withstand it in the short term, but the longer it drags on, the more passive they become. Suddenly, Ziyun heard murmurs of soldiers around him. What's going on? What happened again? Ziyun couldn't help but look in the direction the soldiers were pointing at. Huh? Why did the vine attack stop? The vines that were constantly bombarding the blue barrier on the periphery suddenly stopped. Ziyun was puzzled. Looking closely, the vines were slightly swaying, and the outer layer of the vines seemed to be gradually oozing out a layer of black keratin. What's going on? Gilnort also looked skeptical. Why did the vine attacks suddenly stop? Is it a deliberate trap? Not far from the main battlefield, in the city of Hani. Inside the ghost tower, Feng Heng stood in place. The abyss demonic power, absorbed by the chapter of the holy, was absorbed by the sacred tree Aberrakia. Afterwards, the chapter flew back into his palm. Game hints appeared line by line on his retina. Hint, the sacred tree Aberrakia has absorbed some of the power of the plague breath and has unlocked the evolution option, power of filth. Hint, currently need to absorb similar energy sources 10,000 point for at 10,000, meeting the current stage of evolution conditions. Choose to evolve. Finally succeeded. After several trips to Lincolnton, absorbing the power of the abyss demon, the sacred tree Aberrakia finally completed the next stage of evolution. Feng Heng was waiting for this moment. Agree. Hint, the sacred tree Aberrakia has entered the mature growth phase. Players can choose to bind their souls with Aberrakia, forming a companion relationship. Hint, after soul binding, you will become a soul mate with Aberrakia. If either soul is attacked, both will suffer some damage. Hint, the soul symbiosis status is a special state. Players can bind up to 3 creatures at the same time. Accepted. After nurturing the sacred tree for so long, he could finally become the master of the sacred tree. As for the subsequent mention of soul sharing, there was no detailed explanation, but at least the name sounded good. Feng Heng immediately chose to agree. Hiss! The vines of the sacred tree showed a slight pause in front of him, then slowly retracted. The vines on the walls and ceiling slowly wriggled, making squeaking sounds. What? In an instant, Feng Heng's mind was stunned, suddenly feeling his consciousness being pulled harshly by something. Then, darkness suddenly appeared before him. Consciousness came back. Feng Heng found himself in a black space. Around him was pitch black. Beneath his feet was a silver-white circle of about several hundred meters. Not far in front, another large purple circle appeared. The purple area slowly advanced towards him, merging slowly with the silver-white area he stood on. Soul symbiosis? The idea suddenly arose in Feng Heng's mind. Without knowing how long had passed, until the areas completely merged, the silver-white space under his feet had increased tens of times compared to before. For some reason, Feng Heng felt a vast, desolate loneliness from the bottom of his heart. Following that was a feeling of exhaustion, and his consciousness slowly began to be drawn from the space. Feng Heng opened his eyes again. Hint, the sacred tree Aberrakia has completed the current stage of evolution. Hint, you have established a close companion relationship with Aberrakia. Aberrakia's friendliness, 100 maximum value reached. Aberrakia mature body, integrated blood form power of filth mature body. Explanation, the seed of the sacred tree born in a different world, coincidentally fused with a curse to form a completely new life form, currently in the mature body state. Explanation, Aberrakia can rapidly enhance itself by devouring blood and some special energies, resulting in a substantial strengthening. Explanation, This creature is an ancient being. The player has achieved soul symbiosis with this life form. Explanation: the current Aberrakia has gained a special ability, Power of Filth. Additional ability of Power of Filth, Filthiness. Skill explanation: when attacking, it adds negative effects such as poison, corrosion, infection, dizziness, weakness, disease, and power absorption, and can absorb filth to enhance the power of this skill. Fang Heng carefully observed the post-evolution description of Aberrakia in the game log. From the numerical perspective, nothing much seemed different, but it was clear that the spiritual connection between him and Aberrakia had become smoother, making it easier to establish mutual links between them. Judging from the emotions conveyed by Aberrakia, the other party's consciousness seemed more like that of a 6- or 7-year-old child. Can you sense a guidance? Do you feel a calling? Fang Heng murmured to himself. He obtained some information from Aberrakia through spiritual perception and cautiously asked. Aberrakia immediately responded positively, with a hint of anticipation. Fang Heng nodded and whispered softly, "You were born in a place where you were further strengthened. Okay, I understand." Several lines of game hints appeared again on his retina. Hint: Aberrakia's mature body can undergo the next stage of evolution. Players can explore. Hint: players have discovered a hidden high-level channel, Forest of 10,000 Realms. Players can follow the task guide to establish a channel leading to the Forest of 10,000 Realms, triggering the task. Head to the Forest of 10,000 Realms. Task name: head to the Forest of 10,000 Realms. Task difficulty: B+. Task description: you have established a close soul-sharing connection with Aberrakia, and you have found that Aberrakia can gain further enhancement in a special spatial world. The Divine Tree. The Forest of the Myriad Worlds. I didn't expect to find the entrance key to the high-level game world so quickly. It's just that now. Fang Heng lightly clenched his fist. It's not the time yet. This trial, Fang Heng is acutely aware that his strength is still not enough. Opening the high-level game world by force, competitors from higher realms will come rushing in, and his advantage is not obvious. Setting aside all that, the most important thing now is to focus on completing the current trial. Fang Heng temporarily put aside the upgrade of Aberrakira's next stage, and once again concentrated his mind to communicate with Aberrakira through spiritual power. Surrounded by layers of vines in the blue barrier, Ziyun and the others vigilantly scrutinized the vines outside the barrier. No one could be sure what exactly was happening outside. Everyone was puzzled as to why the once extremely violent divine tree suddenly quieted down and stopped all attacks. In the team, an Imperial Mage tried to analyze. It may be due to the influence of the power fluctuations of the artifact Libra. The balance of the magical field was disrupted, causing the vine attacks to temporarily fail. The probability of this situation is extremely low, but this is our opportunity. We should leave here as soon as possible. On the other hand, a staff member brought by the Imperial Lord proposed a different opinion. Not appropriate. The magical field has not disappeared. The vines have just temporarily stopped attacking. It is highly likely to be an enemy's trap, intentionally leading us out of the barrier protection area to give us a fatal blow. Can you guarantee that this is a trap? Can you be sure this is not a trap set by the enemy? The enemy stopping the attack now means that they cannot do anything to us. Once we go out, we will fall into the enemy's trap. Seeing everyone unable to reach an agreement, Ziyun felt a buzz in his ears and a headache. Enough! There is no need to argue. Arbiter Gelnet interrupted the debate with a stern voice and made a decision. Follow my orders. Prepare to stop the ceremony of the Imperial artifact and escort the artifact out. Ziyun was stunned and looked at Gelnet. He saw Gelnet shaking his head slightly towards him. Ziyun understood immediately. They couldn't afford to delay. Even if there is a high probability of it being an enemy's plot, they can only try it by force. Everyone, prepare for battle. 3, 2. The Imperial legions were on high alert, gripping their weapons tightly, waiting to defend themselves the moment the protective barrier disappeared. Under the command of Arbiter Gelnet, the artifact Libra malfunctioned, and the holy light barrier enveloping the outside darkened abruptly. Crack, crack, crack ... Except for a few vines originally pressed against the barrier that slightly shook as the barrier disappeared, the rest of the vines remained motionless. It worked. The vines didn't attack passively. They got lucky. Ziyun's heart stirred, and he advanced first, drawing his long sword and cutting down the vines, blocking the way ahead. Chop! Several vines in front were cut off by one sword strike. However, a small portion of the vines around the attacked area immediately came towards Ziyun and launched a counterattack. Ziyun frowned, had to take a step back and eliminate the entangled vines. "Be careful, everyone," Gilnet said in a deep voice. "The vines will not attack actively, but they will retaliate when damaged. Avoid using area attack spells as much as possible. The mage squad is prohibited from casting spells, will break through a gap." Ziyun waved his hand and said, "Let's go, evacuate immediately." Seeing no signs of attack from the surrounding vine forest, the soldiers were greatly relieved and quickly lined up into orderly formations under the command of the leaders of each legion. They raised their weapons one after another and broke open a passage through the vines piled up in front. Originally, the temporary camp set up by the legion was located at the edge of the vine forest. Unfortunately, after the Divine Tree vine forest turned violent and expanded outwards by thousands of meters, the team had to forcefully cut out a path of thousands of meters from the forest in order to evacuate. It was troublesome, but at least they saw hope. On a high slope in the distance, as they watched the Imperial Legion breaking through, the players looked at each other with hesitant expressions. The vine attack stopped. What happened on Lord Fang Heng's side? Should they let them leave? Unico looked at Ed. Ed quickly contacted through the survival radio and telepathy and then shook his head, saying, "Lord Fang Heng is currently in Hanny City, just controlling the Divine Tree. We don't know the details yet. Captain, should we ... Unico looked towards the slowly advancing Imperial Legion and shook her head. "Not yet. Lord Fang Heng may have other arrangements. It will take some time for the Imperial Army to leave the Divine Tree area. Let's wait and see. ... In the dense vine forest, Ziyun wielded his long sword, continuously cutting down the vines encountered along the way. The marching speed of the Imperial Legion was not fast. The Imperial soldiers dared not make any exaggerated large-scale attack actions, much less use area spells and martial skills, for fear that a stronger attack would provoke the vines and once again trigger a widespread vine retaliation. Entangled for more than 10 minutes in the forest, an exit could already be faintly seen ahead. Ziyun saw hope. Fortunately, this time, the Imperial Sword Saint Leto assisted from the side. The Sword Saint's control over the intensity and range of attacks far exceeded that of ordinary people, opening a small path ahead alone, avoiding more trouble. Otherwise, the entire Imperial team would have to spend at least half an hour to leave the vine forest. Less than 300 meters left. Ziyun was about to rally the team to leave in one go when suddenly, the previously calm vines in the surroundings began to rustle. The vines in the entire forest gradually became agitated. The soldiers of the Imperial Legion noticed the commotion around them, instantly slowed down their pace, and remained vigilant in all directions. Not good. Ziyun's face sank. Arbiter Gelnet immediately ordered, "All, stand your ground, initiate the ceremony." The Legion immediately huddled together, opened the ceremony, and remained watchful of the restless vines around them. The blue light once again bloomed, and a light curtain enveloped the Imperial Legion in the center. Suddenly, the vines in the vicinity resumed their aggressiveness, rushing fiercely towards the barrier curtain. Damn it! What is that? The vines that kept hitting the blue barrier suddenly stopped, their outer layer visibly melting away like shedding skin. After shedding, a black, soft life form appeared underneath. The black object gently stuck to the blue barrier. Blue halos circulated on the deep blue light screen. Boom, boom. What? Ziyun's heart jumped as he turned around abruptly to look behind the team. Behind them, in the recently assembled Artifact of Balance ritual, an Empire soldier drained of vitality collapsed. He looked like a dried corpse. Upon closer inspection, the soldiers participating in the life sacrifice ritual were rapidly aging. The soldiers were drained of vitality in a very short time, one by one falling from the ritual platform. The blue barrier covering the Legion outside also flickered intermittently. Not good. Ovion's face changed drastically as he loudly warned, "The vines are absorbing the barrier's power. Quick! Reinforce the ritual!" Upon hearing this, the second wave of soldiers immediately stepped forward, taking over for the soldiers who had just become dried corpses to continue sacrificing their lives, barely maintaining the operation of the outer artifact barrier. What should we do? The whole Empire team was in great danger, and panic set in. The life force consumed to maintain the barrier operation was too significant. The speed at which life force was being consumed far exceeded their capacity to endure. Ziyun was horrified. He realized that the vines had developed a method to counter the artifact shield after a short pause. Arbiter Gelner, looking at the scene before him, felt a chilling sensation. In a sense, this was the first time he faced Fang Heng head-on, and Fang Heng constantly found ways to counter them, completely overwhelming them each time, even before revealing himself. What kind of monster is Fang Heng really? All troops, listen up. Gelner knew they couldn't afford to delay any longer. Clenching his teeth, he shouted loudly, "Abandon the ritual! Follow me and charge out!" Only 300 meters remained to escape the area covered by vines. Charging out was their only chance. Charge! The Imperial Legion, knowing they had their backs against the wall, erupted with a strong will to fight, wielding their weapons to break into the vine forest. On the high slope in the distance, seeing the Imperial Legion desperately fighting their way out of the vine forest, the player teams were immediately inspired. It worked. Though they didn't know how Fang Heng did it, the Imperial artifact was now unable to function. The entire Empire team fell into disarray and fled frantically under the siege of the vines. Ed clenched his fists fiercely and glanced back at the just-arrived Fang Heng. This man was truly terrifying. Fang Heng stood among the crowd, his expressionless face observing the situation in the distance, game prompts rapidly flashing on his retinas. Prompt, by the power of filth, your attacks have contaminated the defensive barrier, causing additional lethal effects. Prompt, your companion Abe Akira has killed elite Empire soldiers and absorbed some energy by extracting blood skills. The power of the Divine Tree was extremely strong. The newly added Filthy Power skill effect was also excellent, quickly contaminating spell barriers. Additionally, various disgusting negative effects were attached to attacks, quickly rendering enemies helpless and easily dragging them into absorption and digestion underground. Located in the Vine Forest area, the power of the Divine Tree was overpowering. Perhaps the biggest flaw of the Divine Tree was its inability to move. Unico witnessed the entire process of the Imperial Legion falling into chaos. Elite soldiers were attacked by the vines, dragged into the ground one by one, becoming nourishment for the Divine Tree. The time was now. This was their best opportunity to attack. Seize the Imperial artifact in the chaos and deliver a fatal blow to them. Unica glanced at Fang Heng. Lord Fang Heng, it's time for us to act. Yes, the attack range of the Divine Tree is limited. You can take command and act without worrying about me. All legions, follow orders. Unica's eyes narrowed suddenly as she calmly commanded, follow the planned route and pursue. In the late night, at the imperial capital of Ultimai, Emperor Tangwu was resting on the throne, waiting for the latest news in the council chamber throughout the night. Until almost dawn, he dozed off unknowingly. Suddenly, Tangwu looked up. Pedrio, the leader of the Tianji Institute, knelt carefully below, with a somewhat anxious expression on his face. Your Majesty, you've woken up. Get up, calculate the time. Xiao Yun's team should have already reached Hanacheng. So, how is the situation on the front line? Did they capture Hanacheng? Pedrio's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to stand up, knelt down cautiously, and replied, Your Majesty, Xiao Yun's team encountered some trouble during the attack on Hanacheng. Tangwei furrowed his brows slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Trouble? We have tens of thousands of elite Empire soldiers. Can it be so difficult just to capture a Hanacheng? Calm down, Your Majesty. Pedrio was troubled in his heart. The unfavorable situation on the front lines not only failed to capture Hanacheng, but also lost more than half of the over 10,000 people. Currently, Xiao Yun's team was retreating in defeat, urgently seeking reinforcements from the Empire. How could he speak of such things? It was inevitable to be angry. Seeing Tangwu already showing some dissatisfaction, Pedrio simply gritted his teeth and directly said, Your Majesty. According to the latest urgent intelligence received, Xiao Yun, leading a large army, was attacked by the Divine Tree Forest as they entered the outskirts of Hanacheng. The army was defeated, and Xiao Yun is now leading the army in retreat. Xiao Yun, the Grand Marshal, hopes that we can send troops to rescue immediately. Tangwu was shocked. He stood up from his chair, staring straight at Pedrio. Defeated? What did you say? You said they were defeated. Beads of sweat appeared on Pedrio's forehead, not daring to look up. Yes, Your Majesty. They were defeated. Tang Wu stood in place, his mind somewhat blank. With the Holy Court, Elderly Council, Royal Guards, Royal Mage Corps, Alchemy Guild, and the various lords, all totaling over tens of thousands, and even the Empire artifact had been lent to them. And they couldn't even take down a mere Hanicheng? And not only did they fail, but they were completely defeated, and now they were being chased? And they had the face to ask him for rescue. Ding Shixiu, who had been following beside the throne, also felt stunned upon hearing this news, wearing an incredulous expression on his face. Pedro knelt down and kowtowed like pounding garlic, recounting the intelligence he had received in full detail, without daring to add any embellishment. Ha! The Alchemy Society? Tang Wu listened and burst into anger. Fools! They were all fools! In this raid on the plague-ridden area, he had already played all his cards that could be put on the table. But what now? The reality is so painful, he hasn't even touched the enemy's clothes. Your Majesty, please calm down. Pedro's forehead touched the ground as he continued. The situation has already happened, and what we urgently need to do is to immediately send reinforcements to Generals Iyun. Reinforcements? With what should I support them? Pedro's voice trailed off. Tang Wu had already played all his cards. The whole capital was left with only a few guards. Once these guards left, the whole territory would be unstable. Even if they forcibly mobilized the guards, the meager combat strength squeezed out would be insufficient. Your Majesty, General Deng Wen is still camped outside the city. If we ask him, ask him. That arrogant man has never looked at me in the eye. Now he's even less likely to agree to help me. Are you asking me to make a fool of myself in front of him? Thinking of General Deng Wen, Tang Wu's anger swelled, and he slammed the chair heavily. Pedro was at a loss for words. They had lost miserably this time. Most of the Empire's elite forces died in the Godtree Forest. The remaining soldiers were barely escaping, being pursued by the enemy. How many would be left when they fled back to Altema? How much combat strength would remain? Your Majesty, even if they can't save us, we must save ourselves. After getting rid of Ziyun, the next target of the enemy will be us. By then, we won't be able to resist. Ding Shixiu was anxious and knelt down, advising in a low voice, Your Majesty, once people's hearts scatter, we will truly be defeated. Please consider the overall situation, organize available personnel for rescue immediately, set aside previous biases, and seek help from General Deng Wen. We still have a chance if we act now, or else. Tang Wu glanced at Ding Shixiu, lowered his head without speaking, his expression changing. After a moment, Tang Wu looked up and said, Get up, let the people below prepare, we are heading north. Pedro was surprised, looking up at Tang Wu. Heading north? What did that mean? Why are you afraid? The outcome is not yet decided. Since birth, I, Tang Wu, have never known failure. I will not beg General Deng Wen. Tang Wu's eyes flashed with a touch of gloom. He continued, Bring our trusted ones and head to the north of the Empire. When we leave, completely unseal the Abyss Seal inside the Imperial City, and completely destroy the passage to the Abyss below. Godtree. So what? Release the Abyss Demons. I want to see if they can deal with the Abyss Demons. I want them to accompany me to the grave. Tang Wu laughed heartily, and left the hall under the escort of 2 guards. Watching Tang Wu leave, Ding Shixiu and Pedro exchanged a glance. Tang Wu had gone mad. He actually wanted to completely unseal the Abyss Seal. Once he succeeded, the entire continent would fall into a huge crisis. Would they be able to escape then? Pedro felt a chill down his spine, unable to think of a solution, looking at Ding Shixiu beside him and whispered, What do we do? Ding Shixiu sighed heavily in his heart and said, Don't overthink it, just follow what His Majesty said. Remember, this matter must be kept secret. It must not be known to more people. Okay. Link Radon City. Fang Heng once again entered the sealed area of the Abyss Demons, just after completing the recharging of the Book of Vows. Initially, he wanted to follow Ed's team to chase down the fleeing Imperial squad and try to get his hands on the Empire's godly artifacts. Unfortunately, his solo combat ability was very limited. After the enemy left the range of the Godtree, Fang Heng found that he couldn't help at all. Luckily, Wang Gegnad quickly arrived at Ochebrino with his elite tribal forces and began to clear out the forces of the Holy See. The players quickly cooperated to transport the collected divine attribute equipment back to Linkradon City. So Fang Heng had no choice but to return to Linkradon City to continue purify the Abyss demons. After the God Tree completed its evolution, it could still draw the power of impurity from the remnants and convert it into the tree's energy, continuing to slightly expand the range of the God Tree's coverage, but it could no longer further increase its evolutionary experience. This way, an internal cycle was achieved. After acquiring divine equipment, Fang Heng slowly extracted the impurity from the Abyss demons, bit by bit with the help of the Book of Vows and the Light Sword of Judgment. Hiss! In front of him, the remnants of the sacred scripture rushed towards the Light Sword of Judgment, enhancing its effect. After a moment, the 16 remnants absorbed the impurity, being stored in the Book of Vows. Fang Heng frowned. Unlike the previous times, this time he didn't choose to leave directly, but carefully sensed the situation of the Abyss demons below. Clearly, the power of the Abyss demons had weakened slightly compared to when he first saw them. Similarly, the light on the Arbitrator, Light Sword of Judgment, became increasingly dim. Every time he used the sword to extract the impurity from the Abyss demons, it would greatly reduce the sword's durability. The sword probably wouldn't last much longer. This move could not be used for a long time. Secondly, the divine equipment on this continent was quite limited, and this time it was only with the help of Wang Gegnet that they were able to eliminate the entire Holy See and gather a large number of equipment to power the Book of Vows. After Ochebrino was cleared, there was no second headquarters of the Holy See left for them to obliterate. Obtaining divine equipment became a big problem. After thinking for a while, Fang Heng still didn't find a solution to the problem, so he had to put away the Book of Vows and return first. At the entrance to the ruined mine ruins, when Fang Heng climbed out from the cave below the ruins, Wanganite eagerly waved to him and loudly asked, "Fang Heng, we have thoroughly cleared the sacred mountain once, acquiring many divine equipment and items. How about beneath the abyss?" Fang Heng slowly walked towards Wanganite and the group, nodding in response, "Well, the situation is good. The plague's power has been greatly weakened, but it will still take some time to completely break free from the seal of the saint. However, we still need to figure out a way to completely eliminate it." Hearing this, the head of the Mage Association, Price, couldn't help but be intrigued and asked, "The Abyss Demon has been weakened. How long can the seal last?" Fang Heng looked at the game prompt and estimated, "Probably 3 months." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. What? 3 months? Warren, who was just thinking about simplifying the alchemical magic array, was startled and looked at Fang Heng intently, blurting out, "Are you sure?" He said what? "There's 3 whole months left until the seal on the saint is broken. Wasn't it just said that there were only 5 days left?" The others present were also a bit dazed. Fang Heng approached them solemnly, not joking, and confirmed, yes, barring any surprises, it will take at least 3 months for the Abyss Demon to break free from the seal. Upon Fang Heng's confirmation, Warren was greatly pleased. With 3 months, they had plenty of room to maneuver. They could set up more defense barriers, and there were plenty of opportunities to test and practice various strange methods and ideas. Researchers and experts related to the plague were also excited and began discussing in hushed voices. Among the crowd, Mo Jiawei shrugged indifferently. 3 days versus 3 months didn't make much difference. With 3 days left, their game trial period would be over, and they would be forced out of the game. By now, all the main and side tasks of the trial had been completed, and it would be very difficult to find any additional tasks to extend the trial time. Plus, the trial had already dragged on for too long, and there were greater troubles in the real world with the aura of death. They had to try to achieve an SSS grade rating and complete the trial within the 3 days. Fang Heng shared the same thought. Not 3 months, but 3 days. They had to complete the final main trial within 3 days. Fang Heng looked towards the distance. In the crowd, Qiu Yaokong waved to him coldly and gestured with his eyes. Fang Heng was surprised and immediately signaled the Imperial soldiers ahead to let Qiu Yaokong through. Qiu Yaokong had been conducting research in the laboratory for a long time, so Fang Heng found it quite unexpected to see him here. "Why are you here too?" Mo Jiawei, seeing Qiu Yaokong also approaching, exclaimed in surprise, "Qiu God, do you have a discovery?" Warren, who was discussing with several deputy heads of the Mage Guild, also stopped when he saw Qiu Yaokong approaching and looked at him curiously. Pointing towards Qiu Yao Kong, Fang Heng introduced, "This is Qiu Yao Kong, an expert in abyss demon alchemy research, my friend, with a rather reclusive personality." The members of the Mage Association nodded in greeting to Qiu Yao Kong. Qiu Yao Kong glanced at the others, ignored them, and continued to look at Fang Heng, saying, "I came here specifically to find you, and I also want to personally see the situation beneath the abyss demon." Fang Heng shrugged helplessly and said, "Well, then you might be disappointed. There is an internal seal beneath the abyss, and you cannot go in. Also, the concentration of the plague essence inside the mine is too high. You can only look around the periphery." Qiu Yao Kong glanced at the collapsed entrance of the mine behind them. "The special antidote against the plague essence has been developed, and I brought some for testing. Let's go inside the mine first." Fang Heng's interest was piqued, and he nodded. "That sounds good." Qiu Yao Kong adjusted his glasses frame and continued, "Apart from that, I came here personally for another reason. I conducted a specialized test on the abyss demon sample you brought before, and made a major discovery that I think is necessary to discuss with you." Seeing Qiu Yao Kang's seriousness, Fang Heng became more interested and asked, "What did you find?" "I examined the live specimen of the abyss demon and found that it is a fusion of two types of powers. I believe that the abyss demon is a fusion of two original entities, ultimately forming a new species. It possesses the characteristics and strengths of these two initial entities, as well as some weaknesses, of course." Fang Heng frowned. "Two types of powers? Which two?" "Yes, one is the well-known demon seed power, which has strong regeneration and mutation abilities. The other power is rather strange, possessing powerful corrosion effects along with some dark and toxic attributes. After the fusion of these two powers, the abyss demon, this new life form, is formed. Additionally, after the fusion of these two powers, some unstable mutations have occurred." Listening to this, Fang Heng couldn't help but be intrigued and immediately thought of the power absorbed by the divine Triabe Shakya, murmuring unconsciously, "Are you saying the power of corruption?" At Qiu Yao Kang's description, the abyss demon seemed to be a combination of the demon seed virus and the power of corruption. "What did you say?" "The power of corruption." Qiu Yao Kong raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. "Your description is quite fitting. Also, I found that the study of divine arts has a strong restraining ability on the abyss demon. This restraint is aimed at the corruptive power within the abyss demon. 50% suppression. So strong?" The Mage Association and various experts heard Qiu Yao Kang's words and began discussing in low voices, with some expressing doubt towards Qiu Yao Kong. They had been researching for a long time and had not found a way to deal with the abyssal demon. Just casually saying it can be suppressed by 50% seemed too exaggerated. Out of respect for Fang Heng's presence, no one directly refuted, but more were whispering and discussing among themselves. After all, what Qiu Yao Kong said was too exaggerated. The guild master of the Mage Association, Plays, also had some doubts in his heart and couldn't help but look towards Waylon. Waylon nodded slightly and whispered, "Mr. Qiu is an expert in the field of alchemy. He has previously created many potions targeting demonic breeds, and his research is not wrong." Fang Heng knew Qiu Yao Kong very well, and his judgment of alchemical abilities had never been wrong. It was truly a correct decision to bring Qiu Yao Kong into the trial. Just one person could match an entire team of players. Qiu Yao Kong paid no attention to the murmurs of the crowd, shook his head, and continued, "Don't celebrate too early. Suppressing attributes by 50% is good, but the trouble we face is not about that, it's about the regenerative ability of the demonic breed. The demonic breed virus has strong adaptability. Not only does it possess regenerative traits, but its body's strength will also slowly evolve over time. The potions I've created can only work on abyssal demons for a short period, and as their usage increases, the potency of the potions will significantly weaken. That is the problem we need to consider now." Hearing this, Fang Heng nodded and pondered again. Waylon and the members of the Mage Association also showed thoughtful expressions. Mo Jiawei blinked, a bit puzzled on the side. "What's going on? Why do these people look so worried? What are they thinking so hard about?" The holy light-sealing longsword Fang Heng snatched from the holy court could suppress the corrupt power, while the potion made by Qiu Yao Kong could suppress the demonic breed. With the combination of the two, the power of the abyssal demon had been suppressed to an extremely low level. What were they waiting for? Let's do it! Defeat it and claim the reward! Mo Jiawei waited for half a minute, couldn't help it, and said, "Huh? What are you still discussing? Haven't we already won? Find a chance to sneak up and give the abyssal demon a few injections to completely get rid of it. It seems you haven't understood what I said." Qiu Yaokong looked up at Mo Jiawei, shook his head, and continued to explain, "The abyssal demon has a powerful regenerative ability. Even after physical death, it can slowly revive. Just suppressing it alone will, at most, severely wound it, or as we did thousands of years ago, completely seal it. However, the next time, when the abyssal demon's power recovers, it will become stronger, and by then my potion will no longer be effective against it." "Ah, I see." Mo Jiawei opened his mouth. After carefully pondering Qiu Yaokang's words, he finally understood. The abyssal demon was a powerful creature. All they could do now was continuously weaken it. After all, the abyssal demon had a strong ability to regenerate from death, and its main body was a creature entirely devoid of consciousness and soul, making it impossible to fully eradicate. Ultimately, the purpose of the second-tier mage tower being erected all over the world was to severely wound the abyssal demon and eliminate the plague's essence. It also couldn't completely eliminate the abyssal demon. Mo Jiawei couldn't help but lower his head, showing a thoughtful expression. As everyone was contemplating, Wang Yan'at raised his head and said solemnly, "The tribal heritage has a secret method of sealing the abyssal demon for a period of time. If we weaken the demon to a certain extent, we can seal it for at least a few hundred years. Moreover, by constructing a large number of second-tier mage towers on the mainland, we can try to consolidate the towers into a vast magic array network and seal the demon for several thousand years without any problem." The members of the Mage Association looked at each other and began discussing in low voices once again. In general, everyone felt that completely killing the abyssal demon was impossible, so they had to settle for sealing it and thinking of ways to seal it for thousands of years. Since they couldn't resolve it, they would pass on the difficulty to the wiser future generations. After much contemplation, Waylon also nodded in agreement and said, "Well, it seems this is the most prudent way to handle the current situation. At our current speed, we can complete the preliminary layout of the second-tier Phantom Towers in 3 months. In addition, according to my knowledge, there are some sealing techniques in the Saint's Heritage that can." Then, Waylon, Wang Yan'at, and the high-level members of the Mage Association continued to discuss in low voices about how to strengthen the seal and seal the abyssal demon for a longer time, preferably for tens of thousands of years. Mo Jiawei remained silent on the side, clearly feeling a bit unwilling. Sealing the abyssal demon was one way, which could partially complete the task and get some rewards. But the trial task clearly required killing. Only by killing the abyssal demon could they achieve the highest SSS rating for the trial. After all their hard work to get to this point, it was frustrating to be so close to the highest reward. And after killing the abyssal demon, they would also receive an additional killing reward. Mo Jiawei felt that this was the closest they had been to killing the abyssal demon. Just give up like this. They were so close to success, yet there was still something missing. This feeling was too uncomfortable. With 1,000 grievances, Mo Jiawei couldn't help but look up at Fang Heng, hoping that Fang Heng had some plan to turn the situation around. Fang Heng had been silent all along, expressionless, deeply immersed in thought. Suddenly, Fang Heng raised his head abruptly, interrupting the ongoing conversation. "Everyone, I have an idea." 3 hours later, after Fang Heng weakened the abyss demon several times back and forth, the concentration of the plague's breath within the abyss had decreased significantly compared to before. Wei Lun and over 30 people, after taking the test potion developed by Qiu Yaokong, were able to temporarily resist the erosion of the plague's breath and followed to explore the area beneath the buried abyss. At the magic array sealing the entrance of the abyss demon, Wei Lun and several Imperial mages gathered in front of the magical array left by the Ancient Saint to carefully inspect it. The magical array left by the Ancient Saint had great research value. It would be a pity to just destroy it like that. President of the Mage Association, Praise, sighed inwardly.